I'm in Hollywood chapter 881 to chapter 925. Simon Fuller noticed Eric's distracted expression again. He hesitated, not knowing if he should take the initiative to walk away, but he was very reluctant. Meeting Eric at this party was a complete surprise for him. Although Firefly Group's record business happened to be the shortcoming of this media group, in Simon Fuller's view, this was exactly an opportunity. Based on his many years of experience in dealing with people, he realized that Eric must be interested in him. Otherwise, the other party would not have chatted with him for so long. However, this young super tycoon was a little absent-minded during the conversation, as if he suddenly remembered something. Considering that perhaps his topic about the record production process did not interest the other party, Simon Fuller was about to talk about Eric's recent Casino Royale when Diana walked through the crowd towards them, followed by her boyfriend, Dodie Fade. Noticing that Simon Fuller was standing next to Eric, Diana nodded to him politely, and then said to Eric, who came back to his senses, "Hey, Eric, it's time for the performance. Also, Tina, are you ready?" Christina glanced at Eric, then nodded to Diana and said, "Of course, I'm ready anytime." In that case, Diana said to the attendant behind her, "Paul, take Miss Aguilera to get ready." Watching her attendant take Christina away, Diana turned to Eric and Simon Fuller and asked with a smile, "So, what were you guys talking about just now?" Simon Fuller was not sure if Eric had the intention to get close to Diana, so he was very sensible and did not take the initiative to talk. Seeing that Simon Fuller did not answer, Eric said with a smile, "Some questions about record production. Simon is a very excellent music producer, and I happen to be interested in these, so we just chatted casually." Diana was also interested, but with some regret, she said, "Speaking of which, I have always dreamed of being able to produce a record of my own. Unfortunately, there has never been such an opportunity." Eric said, "If you want, I can help you." "Really?" Diana looked at Eric with a smile and said, "Eric, I'll take it seriously." Eric looked at Diana's face that did not show any signs of aging and nodded with certainty. "Of course, if you want, we can get someone to prepare it for you tomorrow." Dodie Fade was already a little dissatisfied with being ignored. Sensing that Eric was obviously beginning to poach him, he quickly moved closer to Diana and said in a gentle tone, "Dear, Mr. Williams is a very busy person. If you're interested in making records, I actually know some music producers as well." When Diana heard Dodie Fade's words, she immediately realized that he and Eric seemed to be at loggerheads with each other. She blushed slightly and shook her head. "Forget it. Actually, my singing is terrible too." As they chatted, on the stage of the banquet hall, as the dance song ended, the host went on stage to introduce Christina's next performance. Amidst the applause of the guests, the girl walked onto the stage and the lights in the hall dimmed. Some of the guests at the banquet had already watched Casino Royale and recognized Christina on the stage. Many of them were surprised, obviously doubting whether the little vase in Casino Royale could sing the charm of young and beautiful. Eric, on the other hand, was not worried about that at all. Although she came from an unorthodox background, in terms of singing skills, there were not many people in the music industry who could surpass Christina. Although she was better at the high notes, her bass level was definitely better than most professional singers. Sure enough, after the slow prelude, when a hoarse and slightly decadent voice sounded in the hall, the people who were originally skeptical were all surprised. Some of them even looked in Eric's direction. Naturally, they knew that Christina came with Eric. "Oh, that's amazing. It's really, really beautiful, unbelievable," Diana exclaimed in surprise. She turned her head to look at Eric, but she immediately turned her attention back to Christina, who was not far away. Eric held a glass of red wine in his hand and listened to Christina's singing. Then, he remembered some of the thoughts in his mind when he met Simon Fuller. Although Firefly Group's expansion had reached a bottleneck, Eric still had no intention of expanding the recording business. It was an industry that was destined to decline. Although the recording industry could not completely die out in the West where copyright protection was very strict, if he invested heavily now, he would only lose everything in the future. Moreover, if he could completely replace the traditional portable music player, the future output of the MP3 player could even be comparable to the entire recording industry. All the arrangements related to the music field and Firefly's system were to provide the hardware product, the MP3 player, with more complete content and functional services. The technical difficulty of the digital music player was not high. Even if he had to completely bypass the patent barrier set by Firefly Electronics, some of the more established electronics giants could launch a similar product within 2 years. However, as long as Firefly created a complete software and hardware service system around the MP3 player, allowing users to experience far more convenience than other similar products in all aspects, from accessing content to purchasing and paying, other manufacturers would be doomed to wishful thinking if they wanted to use similar products to threaten the MP3 player's position. However, since he thought of the Spice Girls and American Idol, Eric naturally would not let them go. He had already spoken to the 2 people in charge of Firefly Electronics during the day. The Firefly player would enter the European market in spring next year. Now that he had created the Spice Girls, if they could achieve the influence of the original Spacetime, this group could also be a great help in promoting the Firefly in Europe. As for American Idol, or the reality show Pop Idol, not only could it bring high ratings to the TV station in his hands, but it could also further promote the player to the whole world if it was bundled with the Firefly's title. However, the current Firefly's production capacity was not enough to support its worldwide expansion, so Eric planned to postpone the production of Pop Idol. This was also the right time to create the Spice Girls. Of course, in order to achieve this, he still needed a person in charge. Simon Fuller was naturally the most suitable person. With this thought in mind, Eric said to Simon Fuller, who was still standing next to him, "Simon, did you just say that you have a record company?" Simon Fuller, who was also immersed in Christina's song, immediately perked up when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Yes, Eric, my company is called 19 Entertainment." After all, Firefly had a record company. Eric naturally understood that Simon Fuller's record company was more similar to those independent film companies in Hollywood that were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. These companies usually chose to be affiliated with some large record companies. Sometimes, they would even sell some of their shares to the other party. Then, they would use the method of cooperation to package some singers for their operations. Since Eric wanted to hand over the plan to create the Spice Girls and Pop Idol to Simon Fuller, he naturally had to take control of the other party's record company first. So, he asked again, "Do you still have the shares of this company?" Of course, Simon Fuller nodded again. 19 Entertainment was founded by him in 1985. However, for more than 10 years, although it was barely operating, it had never produced any outstanding singers. Naturally, there would not be any large record companies interested in a small company. When Eric heard the other party's affirmative answer, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. He said, "Then, I recently wanted to create a band and I need someone to implement it. Think about it. If you're willing, Firefly will buy your company, and then you can be in charge of this project." Simon Fuller took the business card respectfully. However, when he thought that once his company was bought, he would be demoted from a boss to an employee in the blink of an eye. Although he did not have much hope, he still said, "Eric, can I keep some shares?" "Shares are not allowed, but I will give you enough options." Eric shook his head. In his memory, Simon Fuller played a very important role in the creation of the Spice Girls and the Pop Idol. However, not only was he kicked out of the Spice Girls very quickly, but he was also gradually kicked out of the Spice Girls later on in American Idol and other shows. Thinking about it this way, this person's creativity should be good, but he definitely lacked enough execution power. In addition, Eric wasn't familiar with Simon Fuller, so naturally, he wouldn't give him shares from the beginning. In fact, Simon Fuller had made up his mind that he would not let go of this opportunity. After all, this was Eric Williams. How many people in the world had the opportunity to directly cooperate with Eric Williams? Who did not have a meteoric rise after cooperating with him? It would be crazy to let go of this opportunity. However, since his request to keep his shares was rejected, he did not want to appear too eager. He said, "Then, Eric, I'll think about it and get back to you tomorrow." Eric nodded and said, "No problem, I'll wait for your good news." The two continued to chat until Christina's performance on the stage ended. The banquet hall was filled with applause that was many times louder than the beginning. As the lights in the hall lit up again, Simon Fuller looked at Christina, who was walking towards him, and Diana, who was still standing on the other side of Eric. He did not stay any longer. He raised his glass to Eric and walked away. Hearing the praises from the people around her, Christina walked to Eric's side with a blushing face. However, before she could hear Eric's praise, Diana grabbed her little hand and pulled her to her side. "Tina, I didn't expect you to be so amazing." Eric looked at Diana, who was talking to Christina intimately while ignoring him. He did not mind and took a glass of wine from a passing waiter. Just as he was about to chat with the other guests, Dodi Fade walked over. Dodi Fade looked at Christina's petite figure without hiding anything and said to Eric, "She's a very good girl, isn't she?" Eric raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Of course." In that case, Dodi Fade lowered his voice and said, "Eric, you shouldn't approach Diana anymore." Eric looked at the two women who were holding each other intimately and turned to walk towards the buffet table with fewer people not far away. When Dodi Fade saw that Eric ignored him, he reluctantly followed him. He copied Eric's actions and took the tray to pick up the food. Eric put a small piece of cake on his tray. When he saw that Dodi Fade still wanted to say something, he spoke first. "So, you're serious about her?" "Of course." Dodi Fade nodded without hesitation and said, "I've already planned to propose to her." "Heh." Eric laughed and said, "Speaking of which, you grew up in England, right?" Dodi Fade saw that Eric suddenly changed the topic and asked warily, "Is there a problem?" Due to its open financial market and special tax system, London was the city that billionaires from all over the world liked to live in the most. Many rich families from the Middle East and Russia lived here most of the time. Many of them even chose to emigrate. Their children grew up and were educated in England. Therefore, many rich children grew up under the influence of English culture and basically thought of themselves as English. Eric guessed that Dodi Fade was probably the same for him from his standard London accent. "Of course it's nothing." Eric shook his head and said with a smile, "However, maybe you already think of yourself as a pure English person, but some people don't think so." Dodi Fade shrugged indifferently. "I don't care what other people think." Eric looked at him sympathetically and said, "Yes, maybe you don't care, but if you plan to marry the Princess of Wales, someone will care, and they care a lot." Dodi Fade paused and turned to stare at Eric. He said, "Are you hinting at something?" Eric did not mind Dodi Fade's gaze at all. He continued to pick some fruit salad for himself. Then, he glanced at Dodi and pretended to be surprised. He said as if he was talking to himself, "Unbelievable, you actually understood that I was hinting at something." After saying that, Eric left Dodi Fade, who was in a daze, and walked towards Christina. He sighed in his heart. In the end, he still couldn't help but intervene. He just didn't know if Dodi Fade would be able to figure it out. Looking at Eric's departing figure, Dodi Fade, who was standing at the buffet table, had a variety of expressions on his face. Eric had almost written the words, "How can someone as stupid as you understand my hinting?" on his face. Although he was extremely angry, he could not forget what Eric said just now. After hesitating for a while, Dodi Fade threw away the plate in his hand and left the banquet hall alone. He went to the garden outside the hall and looked around. Then, he took out his mobile phone and dialed his father, Muhammad Al-Fade's number. Eric's words made him feel an inexplicable sense of danger. However, a few words that did not make sense were not enough for him to sort out the situation. Therefore, he instinctively felt that perhaps he should inform his father about this matter. After saying those words to Dodi Fade, Eric was no longer in the mood to continue staying at the banquet. After bidding farewell to Diana, he left early with Christina. Early the next morning, Eric was having breakfast with Christina on the lawn in the backyard when the villa's doorbell rang urgently. "Eric, I'll do it." Christina, who was sitting opposite him, immediately stood up and volunteered to open the door. Eric thought that it was Peter Ritchie, so he did not pay much attention to it. However, a moment later, Christina walked over with Diana. Eric had just stood up in surprise when Diana, whose eyes were red and her face was haggard, asked angrily, "Eric, did you say something to Dodi?" Eric had a premonition in his heart, but he spread his hands innocently and said, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Hearing Eric's denial, Diana was obviously angrier. Her eyes were wide open as if she wanted to eat Eric up. You bastard, all men are bastards." Eric felt that if it were not for her long-term upbringing, Diana might have reached out and scratched his face. Although the woman did not move, Eric subconsciously took a small step back and said, "Diana, I really don't understand what you're talking about." Diana's anger did not diminish. She said, "Dodi broke up with me last night. He's on the plane back to Egypt now. Are you satisfied now?" Eric heaved an inexplicable sigh of relief, but he did not expect Dodi Fade to be so straightforward. Perhaps he had really underestimated him. However, looking at Diana's angry look, Eric had no choice but to deal with the problem at hand. He said seriously, "Miss Spencer, I don't understand what you're talking about, and I'm not interested in the matter between you and your boyfriend. If there's nothing else, please leave." "Ha, you hypocrite." Diana sneered and looked at Eric with disdain. She said, "Didn't you chase Dodi away to get close to me? Now, you're actually asking me to leave. Ha, that's ridiculous. I'm not leaving, and I'm telling you clearly that you'll never succeed. I hate you, you bastard." Eric could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He did not expect this woman to have such a hysterical side. Looking at Diana, who seemed to be going crazy and still wanted to be in a stalemate with him, Eric had no choice but to be patient. He said, "I've said it before, Miss Spencer, I don't know what happened. You were dumped by your boyfriend, and it has nothing to do with me. Now, please leave, or I'll call the security." Diana did not seem to care about anything. She raised her voice and said, "Then go ahead and call. Make a big deal out of it and let everyone see what a bastard like you has done." Eric slapped his forehead with a headache. Seeing this woman's look of "fight me if you have the ability," he was furious. Although he could never say it out loud, he should have saved her life. What was going on now? After looking at Diana for a moment, Eric lost his patience. He threw the coffee cup that he had forgotten to put down on the table beside him and suddenly took 2 steps forward. Before Diana could react, he carried the woman up and walked out. "Ah, you bastard, what are you doing? Put me down, help." Diana felt the world spinning before her eyes. She realized her situation and immediately struggled violently. She screamed for help at the top of her lungs while hitting Eric's back with all her might. However, how could the frail woman compete with Eric? In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already passed through the villa and arrived at the front yard. Diana's chauffeur heard the commotion and ran in with a surprised look. Eric walked to the front door, carried the woman down from his shoulder, and threw her onto the lawn outside the door. Ignoring the woman's frantic screams outside the door, Eric chased the chauffeur out and closed the door. Then, he said to Christina, who ran out after him, "Call the security. Don't let this woman in again." Kensington Garden Street was the community with the best privacy in London. Although Elizabeth, who was far away in Los Angeles, called excitedly that night to gossip about the cause and effect of Eric throwing Diana out of the door, this incident would only be spread in a very small circle and would not cause any waves. Perhaps because she had calmed down, Diana did not do anything out of line after that. Instead, she quietly flew to Eastern Europe to continue her mind-banning career. What appeared in the media was only the news that the Princess of Wales suddenly fell out of love. Although it was inevitable that some tabloids would publish some suggestive articles, the few most influential tabloids were basically vague about the reason for Diana's breakup, so this matter didn't have much of an impact on Eric. Simon Fuller called the next day and agreed that Firefly would acquire 19 Entertainment, which he had founded. Although it had been established for 12 years, 19 Entertainment had no valuable assets. Some of the singers signed one after another eventually failed silently. Eric did not have any expectations for this company. He was only interested in Simon Fuller's creativity and experience in the record industry. After asking the British branch of Firefly to make a simple assessment of 19 Entertainment, Eric offered a price of $3 million, of which $1 million was used to acquire all the shares of 19 Entertainment, and the other $2 million was used as the startup capital to create the Spice Girls. At the same time, Eric gave Simon Fuller a 5-year cumulative 10% company option in the contract. Knowing that he had no room to bargain with Eric, Simon Fuller did not dwell on these details. What's more, he was very satisfied with the 10% option reward. Although nominally affiliated with Firefly Records, which was affiliated with Firefly Group, because Firefly Records did not have much business in the UK or even Europe, 19 Entertainment merged with Firefly Records, which was almost equivalent to the European branch of Firefly Records. As long as it could get the full support of Firefly Group, 19 Entertainment would definitely develop rapidly. At that time, the 10% option would also increase in value into a very considerable wealth. Compared to the huge scale of Firefly Group, this $3 million acquisition seemed to be not worth mentioning. But when the news of the deal was announced, it was learned that Eric personally promoted this matter behind the scenes. The entire European record industry turned its attention to the originally unknown 19 Entertainment. No one would believe that Firefly's record business in Europe was just a small matter. Some mainstream media also discussed the purpose of Firefly's or Eric's move. Simon Fuller also found that he had suddenly become a popular person in the industry. In the past, the big shots of the old record companies who had ignored him had personally called to inquire about the news. There was also an endless stream of people who came to curry favor with him to seek cooperation. To be honest, the plan to acquire 19 Entertainment and create a spice group was indeed just a small matter for Eric. However, most people obviously did not think so, especially when Casino Royale was still dominating the box office worldwide. Even if he did not mention his huge wealth, his influence in the entertainment industry had reached an unprecedented height by producing 2 blockbusters with a global box office of $1 billion in a row. Not only did Katzenberg personally call to ask about Eric's detailed plan, but Barry Weiss, the president of Firefly Records, also wanted to come to the UK in person, but he was stopped by Eric. After spending 2 days discussing the plan to create a spice group with Simon Fuller, 19 Entertainment quickly announced in the Times that it was recruiting girls between the ages of 18 and 23 to form a girl group. Unlike the news of Firefly's acquisition of 19 Entertainment, which was limited to the professional field, the recruitment notice in the Times immediately excited countless girls who were looking forward to becoming famous. In just 3 days, 19 Entertainment received more than 1,000 resumes. Some record companies even wanted to directly put their newcomers in the group. For a time, the entire British entertainment industry was boiling. San Francisco, USA. Firefly Electronics' Firefly Player Assembly Plant was located in the northern part of Oakland. 3 months ago, Eric transferred Jeff Klebel from Nokia to be in charge of the supply chain construction and product production of Firefly Electronics. He felt someone patting him and immediately straightened up. Only then did he realize that he had fallen asleep on his desk. It was already July 10th, the day when the planned Firefly Player officially went on sale. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, Jeff Klebel had been staying in the factory for the past few days. A week ago, he had just flown back from Malaysia. In addition to the 2 product assembly plants in the US, Firefly Electronics had also started the construction of a larger Firefly factory in Southeast Asia with a monthly capacity of 500,000 units. However, the factory there would take at least 3 months to go into production, and the production capacity would also need a slow ramp-up process. Rubbing his face in a daze, Jeff Klebel finally saw the 2 people standing in front of him, Victor McNally and Bill Olson. Victor McNally even smiled and handed over a breakfast. After a few months of working together, the 3 of them were already very familiar with each other. Jeff Klebel did not stand on ceremony. He tore open the packaging and took a bite of the sandwich. He quickly swallowed it, then raised his wrist in satisfaction, looked at his watch, and said, "It's already 8:15. "Yeah," Victor McNally nodded and pulled 2 chairs together with Bill Olson to sit down. He said, "We came over at 7 o'clock. We saw that you were sleeping soundly, so we didn't wake you up." "Oh, then you must have already been to the assembly plant." Jeff Klebel took another bite of the sandwich and said, "Last night was really terrible. An equipment robot malfunctioned and was only fixed at 4 o'clock in the morning. Today, I must have a good talk with Hamada from Epson about this. If he can't give me a satisfactory answer, they can forget about getting the order of 100 equipment robots from Malaysia." Victor McNally and Bill Olson looked at the young man in his early 30s in front of them who became energetic again after eating a few bites of the sandwich. They were a little envious. 3 months ago, when they saw Jeff Klebel for the first time, both of them doubted whether this young man, who was energetic but had a somewhat jumpy personality, was competent enough to manage the supply chain and product production of Firefly Electronics. However, they no longer had any scruples like before. Under Jeff Kleibel's management, in just 3 months, Firefly Electronics' component supply chain and product production line had undergone a complete transformation. Bill Olson listened to Jeff Kleibel's complaints and smiled. "Jeff, that's not what we need to focus on today." "Of course." Jeff Kleibel nodded and said, "Amazon opens pre-sales at 10 o'clock. There's still an hour and 40 minutes left." Although they decided to open the purchase today, it would still take some time for Firefly's physical distribution to be released. In this case, if they wanted to test the actual market demand of Firefly after 3 months of hunger marketing, Amazon's online store sales data was undoubtedly a very good way to test it. Therefore, Amazon would open pre-sales of Firefly at 10 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast. After the user placed the order online, Amazon would arrange for the delivery within the next 7 to 15 days. Victor Mike Nelly saw Jeff Kleibel's relaxed expression and said, "Aren't you nervous at all?" "Why should I be nervous? Also, the two of you don't seem to be nervous." Jeff Kleibel smiled and looked at the two of them. He said, "In the first half of the year, the PC sales in North America reached 14.3 million units. This year's PC sales for the whole year is likely to reach 30 million units. These consumers who buy PC are the potential consumers of Firefly. According to this standard, Firefly's potential sales can reach at least 30 million units, which is equivalent to 2.5 million units per month. Even if the factory in Malaysia completes production, our production capacity will only reach 1 million units per month. We can't even satisfy the North American market, let alone the larger overseas market." Victor Mike Nelly looked at Jeff Kleibel wolfing down his breakfast. He stood up and said, "All right, since that's the case, let's go out for a walk. The air outside is good." "Of course, I want to read today's newspaper." Jeff Kleibel said, "Speaking of which, today is Friday. Last week's box office should be out. Guess how much the box office of our Boss movie will be this week?" Bill Olson smiled and said, "Unfortunately, I've already seen it." "There's no need to guess, it's..." Jeff Kleibel immediately raised a finger and said, "Stop, don't tell me. I'll see it myself." Haha. The three of them chatted and laughed as they left Jeff Kleibel's office and walked out. Los Angeles, Santa Monica. In the restaurant, Amy Pascal's husband, Bernard Weintraub, looked at the Hollywood Reporter in his hand and shook his head. "Unbelievable, really unbelievable. The drop is only 34%. It's lower than all the analysts predicted. Based on this trend, the North American box office might even exceed $350 million US. Amy Pascal was sitting on the other side of the table with a newspaper spread out beside her. In the second week of its release, the drop in the box office of Casino Royale was lower than many people expected. It only dropped 34% and earned $77.55 million US. The total box office had reached $195 million US. Affected by Casino Royale, the box office of Ice Age, which was originally predicted to reach $60 million US in its first week, was unfortunately stuck at $57.23 million US. The other new film, Jedi Cop 2, was even more affected. It only made US $23.15 million at the box office in its first week, which was US $12 million less than New Line Cinema's initial estimate of US $35 million. Moreover, the film did not even get third place in the weekly box office. Instead, it fell behind Finding Nemo in its fourth week of release. As for Batman and Robin, which was released a week before Casino Royale, it was now a nightmare for Warner Brothers. Due to its poor reputation, after earning $59.47 million US in its first week, the box office of Batman and Robin fell 65% in its second week, earning only $20.81 million US. But that wasn't the end. The industry originally thought that the drop in the box office of Batman and Robin would start to narrow in its third week, but due to the impact of Casino Royale, the box office of Batman and Robin plunged 61% in its third week, leaving it with a pitiful $8.11 million US. After 3 weeks of release, although the box office of Batman and Robin had reached $88.39 million US, based on the current drop, if the box office was cut in half again next week, the box office would be less than $4 million US, and the final box office would only be around $95 million. In the end, if Warner Brothers wanted the box office to exceed $100 million, they would have to pay for it themselves. Batman and Robin had a total investment of $125 million, plus a publicity budget of $50 million, which was equivalent to Casino Royale's. Even if the global box office exceeded $200 million, Warner Brothers would only be able to recoup about $90 million. The film's reputation would completely collapse, and the income from videotapes and TV broadcast rights would also be greatly reduced. All in all, Warner Brothers' direct losses on this project could reach $80 million. But that wasn't the most important thing. The more serious consequence was that the Batman brand was completely ruined this time. It would be difficult for Warner Brothers to restart this superhero series for at least 8 to 10 years. Looking at the box office statistics in the newspaper, Amy Pascal thought about these things and replied, "So, what did you say last week? The continuous impact of bad movies will stimulate the market's hunger for high-grossing commercial movies." You're right, a lot of people are also feeling a little incredulous. Bernard Weintraub nodded and said, "So, the next 007 should be released right away, right?" Hearing her husband mention this, Amy Pascal's hand, which was spreading jam on the bread, paused. She smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid it won't be that easy." "That's true." Bernard Weintraub smiled and said, "According to Williams' personality, he definitely won't continue to film the next 007. It will take a lot of effort to find a director who can take over this series. Williams has already set up such a good situation. It would be a pity if the next sequel's director isn't good enough and causes the series to be frustrated. The key isn't the director." Amy Pascal shook her head and said, "The problem is with Brosnan." "About the salary?" Amy Pascal nodded and said, "This is very troublesome now. You should know about Mr. and Mrs. Smith, right?" "Of course." Amy Pascal explained, "Before Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Pierce could barely be considered a B-list actor. In order to participate in the mainstream blockbuster Mr. and Mrs. Smith, he signed a 3-film package contract with Columbia Pictures, which stipulated that the salary increase for each film could not exceed 50%. In Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Pierce's salary was $3 million. Then, under Eric's push, in order to let Pierce play Bond, the option contract was transferred to MGM. Because the box office of Mr. and Mrs. Smith was very good, in GoldenEye, although Pierce's salary was slightly relaxed, it was only $5 million. Next is Casino Royale. His salary is $7 million. After listening to his wife's description, Bernard Weintraub also understood. According to the salary standards of Hollywood stars, after Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Pierce Brosnan's net worth should have reached $10 million. But due to the restrictions of the contract, he took a low salary for 2 films in a row. Now, the global box office of Casino Royale was close to $1 billion, which pushed the 007 series to unprecedented glory. Brosnan just happened to complete the original 3-film contract. Although everyone knew that the huge success of Casino Royale was basically due to Eric, this did not prevent Brosnan from asking for an exorbitant salary for the next sequel. Bernard Weintraub put down the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help but ask curiously, "How much does he want this time?" Amy Pascal said, $20 million plus 20% of the global box office dividends. There were all kinds of box office sharing rules signed by Hollywood superstars and studios. Bernard Weintraub didn't quite understand, so he continued to ask, "What are the specific rules?" $20 million is very simple. 20% of the global box office dividends is 20% of the remaining profits after the production and distribution costs are deducted. According to Casino Royale's global box office budget of $1 billion, we'll get about $400 million. After deducting the total cost of $165 million, the profit will be $235 million. Pierce wants 20% of the profit. Bernard Weintraub did a simple calculation and couldn't help but gasp, if the next sequel can reach the level of Casino Royale, it will be about $70 million. TSK, he really dares to ask for this. Amy Pascal also smiled a little helplessly and said, "According to the Agent Movie Universe storyline planned by the company, the next 007 will still be a high point of the entire series. Even if the box office doesn't reach 1 billion worldwide, it won't be far from it. Bernard Weintraub said, then what do you plan to do? Amy Pascal shrugged and said, continue to negotiate. It's definitely impossible to get such a high salary. Eric's original rule was that if they wanted to split the profits, the fixed salary could not exceed $10 million. It was said that Cameron and Firefly's Spider-Man contract did not break this limit, and MGM would definitely follow suit. It depends on whether Pierce chooses to take $20 million directly or $10 million plus a share. After all, even if it's a share, we definitely can't give him 20%. Also, it's not like we don't have any bargaining chips. Oh, what is it? Amy Pascal said, Pierce signed a package contract with Columbia Pictures for 3 movies. Similarly, the 007 movie contract with MGM is also for 3 movies. Although there is no limit to the salary for the last movie, if he doesn't complete this movie contract, he can't take on other movies. If there is a stalemate, it won't be good for anyone. Bernard Weintraub said again, but even so, after the next movie, the agent movie universe shouldn't be over yet, right? Yes. Amy Pascal remembered Eric's memo last month and said, we have also been discussing this problem recently. There must be a solution. Seattle. In the large conference room at Amazon's headquarters, several executives sat around the conference table and whispered. The wall screen in front of the conference room displayed a series of back-end transaction data for the Firefly player. There were only 5 minutes left until 10 o'clock, and the most eye-catching sales number on the screen was still 0. Jeff Bezos spoke on the phone with a vice president who was responsible for the logistics of the Firefly player in San Francisco. He then hurriedly opened the conference room door and walked in. He sat down in his seat and looked at the big screen on the wall with anticipation. The other senior executives who had been whispering also quieted down, leaving only 2 administrative secretaries who were tiptoeing around to distribute a document. Just like the day 3 months ago when they implemented hunger marketing, today was still a very important day for Amazon. From April until now, Amazon not only gained a lot of attention with the hunger marketing strategy for the Firefly player, but the popularity of the website, the number of registrations, and the sales amount all increased significantly. Before this, the company's first quarter turnover was only $87 million, which was already very impressive for an e-commerce website that was established less than 3 years ago. But in the second quarter, relying on the popularity brought by the marketing strategy for the Firefly player, Amazon's turnover skyrocketed by 77% in 3 months, reaching $154 million. Amazon was responsible for the distribution of 150,000 Firefly players, which contributed nearly $45 million in revenue. Jeff Bezos had always been a very conceited person, but this time, he couldn't help but admire Eric's stroke of genius in the online marketing of the Firefly player. Amazon had already begun IPO negotiations with Morgan Stanley a few months ago. The official listing date was set to be January of next year. In March, Firefly Investments invested another $100 million in Amazon in exchange for a third 5% stake. At that time, the company's valuation was only $2 billion. But now, with the continued rise of the Nasdaq, and more importantly, the explosive growth of Amazon's business in the second quarter, Wall Street's valuation of Amazon doubled to $4 billion in 6 months. Although the outbreak of the economic crisis in Southeast Asia might have a certain impact on the Nasdaq, Jeff Bezos was quite optimistic. In fact, if Amazon could maintain its current high growth rate, the company's future IPO stock price could double compared to its current valuation. The hunger marketing strategy against Firefly would undoubtedly greatly help the company's development. If possible, Jeff Bezos really hoped that the hunger marketing for the Firefly player would continue until the end of the year, but he also understood that going too far was as bad as falling short. Although hunger marketing could greatly increase the attention and popularity of the website in a short period of time, if users were unable to purchase a product for a long time, their original expectations would gradually turn into disappointment and even disgust. Neither Firefly Electronics nor Amazon wanted to see this happen. Jeff Bezos was thinking about these issues in a trance until the administrative secretary gently patted him on the shoulder. The time on the big screen was already 9:59. Everyone in the conference room put down whatever they were doing and focused on the big screen in front of them. There was no special prompt, nor was there any dramatic scene. Once it was 10 o'clock, the simple yet eye-catching number on the big screen began to jump rapidly. In the last rush before the sale, 5,000 Fireflyer players were sold out in only 37 seconds. However, this time, although the pre-sale was open, the Fireflyer player sales on the screen still broke through the 5,000 unit mark in just 1 minute. It wasn't until 7 minutes later that the pre-sale sales reached 20,000 units that the speed of the transaction slowed down. However, this was only relative. The sales number on the screen was still increasing at a rate of more than 10 units per second. After the first expansion of the Fireflyer player production capacity, Amazon still got a third of the sales share, which was 150,000 units. Based on the sales performance of the previous few months, although it was still expected that the Fireflyer would remain in high demand for a long time to come, Amazon's previous forecast of 150,000 units should be enough to meet the orders of online users. After all, e-commerce was still emerging. Most consumers still preferred to buy electronic products from brick-and-mortar stores. Although the price of the Fireflyer in brick-and-mortar stores was generally $30 higher than Amazon's in the past 3 months, it didn't hinder the enthusiasm of brick-and-mortar store users at all. Therefore, as time passed, at 10:52, when the transaction volume on the big screen exceeded 50,000 units, Jeff Bezos' original joy dissipated. He gradually calmed down and gradually realized that there might be a problem somewhere. On the surface, it seemed like a good thing that the Fireflyer had sold out in less than an hour. However, if the supply that they had prepared for a month was sold out in a day or even a few hours, then what could Amazon use to supply its customers? While Jeff Bezos was still trying to figure out what was going on, he jumped up and waved his arms, shouting at everyone in the conference room, "Stop! Hurry up and F***king stop! We can't sell it anymore." The sensation caused by the Spice Girls selection was beyond imagination, but Eric's days in London weren't affected. Naturally, he wouldn't waste his energy participating in the early stages of the selection. Simon Fuller was in charge of this work. He would only participate in the final stages of the selection process. Christina stayed in London for a week and returned to Los Angeles. Barry Weiss, the president of Firefly Records, hoped to take advantage of the popularity brought by Casino Royale to release another single for Christina to promote her debut album next year. Although Eric didn't have any substantial work plans in the near future, he didn't completely ignore the outside world. In addition to the North American summer box office, Eric continued to pay attention to the various affairs of Firefly, such as MGM's acquisition of E! Entertainment and Rainbow Media's equity acquisition, the 007 project team's salary negotiation with Brosnan, Chris's foreign exchange operations in Southeast Asia, the next phase of the Fireflyer sales plan, etc. He also took the time to go to Cambridge in North London and Nokia's headquarters in Finland to check on the progress of ARM's chip development and Nokia's operations. Although he was far away from North America and the women weren't around, his days were still fulfilling. Due to the time difference, it was still daytime in North America, but night had already fallen in London. Although the 007 series had long been incorporated by Hollywood, most of the British media still treated it as a British film. Therefore, perhaps because Casino Royale's reputation and box office in North America and even the world's film market both exploded, it aroused some of the British people's pride. The film's UK box office dropped even lower than North America's, only 33%. The box office was still as high as £14.27 million, which was equivalent to $21.4 million. In 2 weeks, the UK box office of Casino Royale had reached £35.57 million, $53.36 million. Based on the current box office trend, the film's final UK box office would exceed £60 million, $90 million. Although it couldn't compare with the $79.93 million, $119 million of Titanic, which was finally released last month, it would undoubtedly take second place in the UK box office history. A movie party was taking place in a private club in London's West End. It was hosted by the famous British working title film company. At the after-party of the London premiere of Casino Royale, Eric had met a female producer named Alison Owen from Working Title. After seeing Cate Blanchett's performance in Casino Royale, Alison Owen wanted to invite her to star in a film that the company was preparing. Since Cate had signed an option contract with Firefly in advance, she had to get Firefly's permission. Eric happened to be in London, so the script was sent to Eric. Coincidentally, the film turned out to be Elizabeth, a biopic about Queen Elizabeth I of England. Elizabeth was the first film that Cate Blanchett was nominated for an Oscar for Best Actress. Moreover, Elizabeth was released in the same year as Shakespeare's Love, and both were Oscar favorites. However, compared to Shakespeare's Love, which was controlled by Mike Mira, the result of Elizabeth could be imagined. Since it could be an Oscar favorite, Elizabeth naturally wouldn't be too bad. Cate Blanchett also liked the role, so Eric didn't object. The final result of the discussion was that the film would be co-financed by Working Title and New Line, and New Line would be responsible for the global distribution of the film except for the United Kingdom. In the course of several communications around Elizabeth, Eric gradually became familiar with the person in charge of Working Title, so he attended the party today. Eric, I heard that you are recently selecting a band. Can you reveal in advance, what are you going to surprise everyone this time? In the crowded hall, Eric stood with a glass of red wine and chatted with the other three people. The president of Working Title Company, Eric Fina, asked. Yes, another Eric. In fact, in the West, there was really no creativity in naming. The probability of meeting someone with the same name in public was similar to the probability of meeting the same type of car when driving out. Since it is a surprise, of course, we have to wait until the last moment to know. However, I can reveal in advance. Eric had a smile on his face, and gradually lowered his voice to whet the appetite of the few people, and then said, "This is a girl group." The other three people were stunned, and then they laughed. 19 Entertainment's public recruitment information clearly stated that young girls between the ages of 18 and 23 were required, so it was naturally impossible for others. Eric Fina also shook his head with a smile and said, "So, Eric, Firefly is going to develop the record business in Europe, right?" Eric shook his head and said, "It's just some ideas now. I still plan to test the water first. After all, Firefly is not good in the music field." Actually, Eric Fina continued, the record industry is similar to the structure of Hollywood film companies. Firefly wants to expand in this field, and the method is very simple. Eric raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard what the other party said. Just now, everyone was still discussing the development of British film. Eric Fina suddenly changed the topic to the selection of the Spice Girl group. Eric already felt a little strange. At this time, he clearly felt that Eric Fina should be hinting at something. As he was thinking, there was a warm greeting next to him. "Hi, Eric, good evening." Eric turned around and saw Barbara Broccoli in a black evening dress walking over with a smile. He smiled and nodded in response, carefully holding the wine glass and hugging her. The British film industry was only so big. As the producer of the James Bond series, Barbara Broccoli's appearance here was not surprising. After hugging Eric, Barbara Broccoli nodded to the others and then asked, "So, what is everyone talking about?" Eric Fina replied with a smile, "Of course it's Casino Royale." "Barbara, you did really well this time." "Hey, Eric is here." "If you say that, I'll be ashamed." Haha. There was another burst of laughter. After chatting for a while, Barbara Broccoli noticed that there was no female companion beside Eric. She joked, "Eric, I didn't expect you to come alone tonight. Do you want me to dance with you?" Eric reached out his hand. "Of course, it would be my pleasure." Barbara Broccoli was just joking. Seeing Eric reach out his hand, she did not refuse. She handed the red wine in her hand to the waiter next to her, nodded to the others, and followed Eric to the dance floor. Feeling Eric's arm around her waist, Barbara Broccoli also put her arm over, but she whispered in Eric's ear, "First of all, Eric, even if you can't find a girl today, you can't provoke me." Accompanied by the music, Eric gently danced with Barbara Broccoli and said, "Barbara, what you said really hurts me." "Haha, I'm just giving you a heads up in advance. You're not my type." "Oh, it seems that I'm too handsome." "You like the rough type?" "No, you're too old. I like younger ones." "Alright, another one of my hearts is broken. However, if I remember correctly, you are more Barbara Broccoli did not wait for Eric to finish and immediately interrupted. Hey, Eric, don't be so rude. Oh, sorry. Eric quickly stopped talking and said, by the way, Barbara, I have something to ask you. Are you familiar with Eric Fina? It's okay. You know, the British Circle is only so big. Then, do you know which record company he's related to? Barbara Broccoli thought for a while, shook her head, and then seemed to understand something. She smiled and said, I don't know which record company Eric Fina is related to, but Working Title is related to a record company. It's a big relationship. Eric probably understood something and continued to ask, which record company? Polygram, the record company headquartered in the Netherlands. I remember that it was about 1992. Polygram invested in Working Title and became the largest shareholder of this film company. At that time, one of the founders of Working Title, I think his name was Tim Bevan. He left the company because he was dissatisfied with the other partner's deal. Polygram then found Eric Finer to be the president until now. After Barbara Broccoli finished talking about some of the information she knew, she asked curiously, Eric, why are you asking about this? Eric was a little surprised. Although Firefly Electronics had launched the Fireflyer player and had been in contact with major record companies for online music sales, Eric actually did not pay much attention to the movements of the major record companies. He originally thought that Polygram had been acquired by other major record giants. In his memory, after 2000, he rarely heard the name Polygram. From what Barbara Broccoli said, it was clear that this had not happened yet. Sorting out the somewhat scattered information in his mind, Eric said, just now, before you came over to say hello, Eric Finer should have hinted to me that Polygram might be for sale. I haven't heard of this yet. Barbara Broccoli shook her head and said, however, this should be a good opportunity. Drew gave me a Fireflyer player a few days ago. I also think it's very good. It's just that there are too few songs in the music store. If you want to listen to a song, you have to buy a CD to copy it first. It's very troublesome. If you have Polygram, the content of songs in your online music store will definitely increase by a lot. Eric nodded and smiled, but he understood more in his heart. Since Barbara Broccoli could see the shortcomings of Yahoo Music Store in terms of content, Polygram would definitely notice this more easily. Although he was not clear about the current situation of Polygram, this was obviously the reason for Eric Finer's words just now. In fact, Eric had always hoped that through the large-scale promotion of MP3 music players, he could force the major record companies to take the initiative to seek cooperation with online music stores. However, the lack of content in the Yahoo Music Store was indeed a headache. After all, even if they didn't care about the survival of the entire recording industry, if users couldn't buy authentic music through the internet and were forced to turn to pirated music, MP3 players would definitely be under more and more pressure. After making up their minds to collect some information on the Polaroid, Eric and Barbara Broccoli chatted about other topics. However, before the song ended, Eric saw his assistant, Peter Ritchie, gesturing at him with a phone in his hand. Eric raised his chin towards Peter Ritchie and said, Sorry, Barbara, Peter might have something urgent to talk to me about. Of course it's fine. Barbara Broccoli smiled and shook her head. She released Eric and they left the dance floor together. Peter Ritchie waited for Eric to approach before he handed the phone over and said, Boss, it's a call from San Francisco. It's from Mr. Mike Nelly. You must answer it personally. Eric nodded, smiled at Barbara Broccoli again, took the phone, put it to his ear, and walked toward the banquet hall door. Although the call was from Victor Mike Nelly, the CEO of Firefly Electronics, it was related to Amazon. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening in London, but it was still afternoon in the western United States. It started with the pre-sale of Amazon's Fireflyer player in the morning. At 10 o'clock in the morning in the western United States, Amazon officially opened the pre-sale of the Fireflyer player to users. Unexpectedly, in just 52 minutes, the sales broke through the 50,000 unit mark. This data far exceeded Amazon's expectations. Jeff Bezos, who felt that there was a problem, decisively suspended the pre-sale. After some investigation, it turned out that the Fireflyer players in physical stores were generally $30 higher than the Amazon platform, and the price of the Fireflyer player on Amazon was still $299 after it was released for pre-sale. Therefore, many users who were obviously electronic retailers treated Amazon as the wholesale platform for the Firefly player. Some users were even crazy enough to order 1,000 units at once, and orders for 50 units or even 100 units were innumerable. The final statistics showed that out of the 50,000 units of pre-sale sales, there were less than 7,000 orders from ordinary customers. The rest were all large orders. In fact, before Amazon opened the pre-sale, it was not that they did not consider this problem. During the previous rush period, Amazon stipulated that each user could only buy 2 units at a time. However, Amazon's management generally felt that since Firefly Electronics' production capacity had greatly increased, the market demand for the Firefly player might not be so tight anymore. The physical retail price should gradually be reduced to the price of the online platform. Therefore, they did not limit the number of units that users could buy. The result of this was that after the pre-sale was opened, there were crazy orders. Obviously, the physical retailers had tasted the benefits of the Firefly player during the first few months of sales. Since they could not get enough supplies from Firefly Electronics, they began to look for other ways. It was not hard to imagine that during the rush period that Amazon implemented 3 months ago, there must have been traces of these people. Otherwise, it was unlikely that all 5,000 units of the Firefly player were sold out in less than a minute. After all, if they managed to get a Firefly player, they could earn at least $30 or more. This kind of business was very cost-effective. However, since the mistake had already happened, Amazon had to find a solution. Canceling those large orders was definitely out of the question. Although this group of users did not have a motive, since Amazon did not limit the number of units that they could buy in advance, they were not breaking the rules. Forcing the company's own mistakes onto the users would lead to lawsuits in the United States. It was impossible to win, and it would also damage the company's own reputation. The pre-sale was suspended for an hour. After Amazon added the restriction of 2 units per user, the transaction page was opened again. However, the 50,000 units that had been sold would definitely affect Amazon's continuous supply. Moreover, even if the restrictions were put in place, it was actually very simple to break this restriction. As long as one had enough patience and registered more accounts, it would be fine. The key to solving this matter was ultimately on Firefly Electronics. Therefore, Jeff Bezos flew from Seattle to San Francisco in a hurry to meet with Victor McNally. He introduced his own situation and hoped that Firefly Electronics would increase the monthly supply to Amazon by at least 50,000 units. Electronics retailers throughout the United States were waiting in line for Firefly Electronics to supply them. If they gave Amazon 50,000 units more, the physical retailers would definitely complain. Victor McNally naturally did not agree with Jeff Bezos' request. Bill Olson, who was a little impatient, even argued with Jeff Bezos. In the end, Jeff Bezos proposed to call Eric and let him decide. Seeing that Jeff Bezos was reluctant to leave San Francisco, Victor McNally had to call Eric in London. After a preliminary understanding of the ins and outs of the matter on the phone, Eric rushed back to his residence on Kensington Garden Avenue and held a video conference with Victor McNally, Jeff Bezos, and others who were far away in San Francisco. The discussion lasted until late at night. Under Eric's mediation, the two sides finally came up with a compromise. Amazon's supply would increase by 25,000 units, and the matter was barely resolved. In fact, Eric was also helpless in his heart. The technical content of the Firefly player was indeed not too high, but after all, it was a brand new electronic product. It could not be like CD players, mobile phones, and other electronic devices that had been around for many years. If necessary, as long as the right OEM was contacted, production could be achieved in just a few months. Because it was a brand new product, the Firefly player would not only be limited by the supply of components, but the assembly factory and production line of the product also needed to be built from scratch. In addition, there were various problems such as staff training. To achieve a production increase, the cycle was several times that of traditional electronic products. Although the problem between Firefly Electronics and Amazon was temporarily resolved through remote video conference, Eric did not want to continue to stay in London and decided to return to the United States in advance. There were indeed too many problems that needed to be solved personally. The Spice Girls selection was impossible to complete without 2 or 3 months. At that time, he just had to come back again. So, the next day, Eric boarded the Boeing 767 that Drew rented from ALC in Los Angeles. Because she was very satisfied with the trip to London, she signed a long-term lease contract with ALC and rented the Boeing 767. She planned to use it until her Boeing 747 was delivered. Although the monthly rent was as high as US $650,000 and did not include the cost of fuel for each flight, Eric did not object. Perhaps the monthly rent of US $650,000 was unaffordable for ordinary rich people, but this amount of money was nothing to him. After all, when the planned planes were delivered and the two private airports were built on the east and west coasts, the annual maintenance costs would be tens of millions of dollars. When Eric left the party last night, he asked Peter Ritchie to collect some information on the Polaroid. Although time was tight, Peter Ritchie sorted out a few documents about the Polaroid before Eric boarded the plane. The Boeing 767 took off from London's Heathrow Airport. After a short period of discomfort, the plane flew smoothly over the Atlantic Ocean. Eric sat next to the window of the luxurious suite in the cabin and flipped through the polygram information. Just like how he did not expect the working title film company to be backed by Polaroid Records, Eric did not expect Philips to be the controlling shareholder of Polaroid. His impression of Philips was basically a razor, and it seemed that there was also a DVD player and the like. However, after carefully reading the information, Eric realized that Philips was a very large company in the Netherlands. The company's business involved medical equipment, lighting equipment, home appliances, entertainment media, etc. It was a mini General Electric. In 1996, Philips' annual revenue was 108.5 billion Dutch guilders, which was close to US $37 billion. The purpose of Philips' involvement in the record industry was the same as Sony's, which was to promote their own music player products. In the early 1980s, Polaroid was jointly owned by Philips and Siemens of Germany. Then, Philips bought all of Polaroid's shares from Siemens in the late 1980s and listed it on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange. Currently, Philips still owns 75% of Polaroid's shares, and the other 15% were tradable shares. Based on the recent stock price, the market value of Polaroid was $9.7 billion US. When Eric saw this number, he had already given up the idea of buying Polaroid. It was not that he could not afford it, but it was not worth it. With a market value of $9.7 billion US, the final transaction would definitely be no less than $10 billion US. If Firefly wanted to take over, they could use a combination of funds and shares to easily take over the record company. However, if it was only for the rights to the songs in Polygram's hands, it was probably similar to Sony buying MGM to promote the Blu-ray format. A few years after Sony bought MGM, the era of streaming media came. Whether it was Sony's Blu-ray or Toshiba's HD, they became useless. Now, with the rise of the internet, the era of digital music had arrived in a few years. Also, according to Polaroid's 1996 annual financial report, the record company's annual operating revenue was $3.6 billion US, but the net profit was only $337.8 million US. Even if the record industry did not decline, it would take 30 years to recover the investment by spending $10 billion US to buy the company. Back in Hollywood, the first thing Eric needed to deal with was the contract between MGM and Pierce Brosnan. The success of Casino Royale not only brought in huge profits for MGM, but also helped MGM's market capitalization break through the $12 billion mark. At the same time, Pierce Brosnan, who played James Bond, asked for an exorbitant amount of money for the sequel. He asked for what was probably the first contract in Hollywood history that offered a base salary of $20 million plus a 20% share of the profits, and he was only willing to sign one movie at a time. Based on the box office of Casino Royale, the value of this contract was close to $70 million. In recent years, the average salary of a first-tier Hollywood superstar was less than $20 million. Such an offer was simply ridiculous, and MGM naturally wouldn't agree. Because of Eric's appearance, so far, the highest salary record for a Hollywood actor was still $50 million for Jack Nicholson in Batman, and that was a complete accident. Hollywood stars such as Tom Cruise and Mel Gibson, who both starred and participated in the production, often only received $20 to $30 million from each movie. Although the global box office of Casino Royale was close to $1 billion, everyone knew that the participation of Eric himself and the popularity of MGM's agent movie universe was the key to the success of the movie. Pierce Brosnan's importance was far less than imagined. With the release of Casino Royale, the first half of the first stage of MGM's agent movie universe was completed, and the worldview of the entire agent movie universe was completed. In the plan, the second half of the first stage of the agent movie universe still included 6 movies. Now, The Breaking Girls 3 had begun filming and was expected to be released in the summer of next year. Mission Impossible 3 was also in the early stages of intense preparation, and the release date was tentatively set at the end of next year. The contracts of the leading actors for these 2 movies had been confirmed in advance, and there would be no disputes for the time being. However, if the issue of Pierce Brosnan's salary could not be resolved properly, the other 4 films in the pipeline, Bond 19, Charlie's Angels 4, Mission Impossible 4 and Bond 20, would likely be delayed due to the long tug-of-war between MGM and the leading actors. Amy Pascal and Pierce Brosnan's agent had been talking for half a month. Perhaps MGM thought that they had grasped MGM's weakness, as they reluctantly agreed to reduce the profit-sharing clause to 15%. However, they had no intention of backing down on the fixed salary of $20 million. Eric didn't want a contract to drag on for a few months or even a year, so he decided to intervene personally. Brantwood Country Club Golf Course in Santa Monica. It wasn't far from Firefly Studios in Playa Vista. Since Amy happened to have a membership card to the club, she suggested that they meet there. Since they had rushed back to Los Angeles, and it was Monday, Eric and Katzenberg habitually had breakfast together. They hadn't finished discussing some matters, so they rushed over with him. On the golf course, Eric missed a shot again. He ignored the girls' heartless laughter and bent down to correct the golf ball on the ground. He said to Katzenberg beside him, "So, now you understand why I signed a long-term contract with Stewart and the others. If I don't do this, the situation we face in the future will definitely be worse than MGM. They are a group of superheroes who can destroy the Earth. When the time comes, they will all ask for sky-high salaries, and Firefly will become their workers." Katzenberg glanced at Drew and Amy Pascal, who were whispering nearby, and said, "I'm just curious, how are you going to solve it this time?" Eric placed the ball and swung it. He looked at the white shadow that flew far away this time, and strolled towards the landing point in the distance with Katzenberg. He didn't answer the question directly, but said, "Everyone should understand who the real master of Hollywood is." Katzenberg shook his head helplessly and said, "But, Eric, you will make more and more A-list superstars refuse to cooperate with us." "You still don't understand, Jeffrey," Eric said. "At least, at Firefly, the era of superstars has ended early. The next 20 years, or even longer, will be the era of technology and special effects. Firefly is brewing the Marvel Cinematic Universe, MGM is about to launch the Lord of the Rings series, and many other projects in the plan. Their selling points will be visual effects and the story itself. Although the participation of A-list stars will be icing on the cake, they are not necessary." Although Katzenberg didn't quite agree with Eric's words, he still nodded. He turned his head and looked at Drew and Amy, who were also playing basketball not far away, and said, "So, Eric, do you have a plan for your next movie? You know, everyone asked me to ask this." In recent days, although the suppression effect of Casino Royale on other movies had been greatly reduced in the third week of release, Forest of Mount Tai, the third movie of Firefly Group's Boway distribution system, still had a lukewarm start. Although the reviews were good, the film only grossed more than $16 million in the first 3 days, which was only half of MGM's Scream 2, which was released at the same time. Due to the gimmick of Rachel Weisz being killed at the beginning of the movie, Scream 2 grossed $32.92 million in the first 3 days. Based on the $24 million cost of Scream 2, MGM could fully recoup the cost in the first week. In comparison, on Firefly's side, the cost of Forest of Mount Tai was $55 million. Including Jedi Cop 2, which was hit by Casino Royale, and Prison in the Sky, which was also not very successful, Firefly's several live-action movies this year could almost be described as a failure. Although there was a new Final Destination 2 next, that movie could not be regarded as a mainstream movie. Therefore, even with Finding Nemo, which was enough to support the global box office for the entire summer, several senior executives of Firefly were still not happy, especially when Eric went to MGM to direct Casino Royale and achieved such dazzling results. The next movie. Eric pretended to be deep in thought and said, "When the girl group in England is established, I want to direct a music video first." A very interesting one. Katzenberg couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He wanted to yell, "Boss, can we do something serious?" In fact, if Eric was his subordinate and not his boss, Katzenberg would definitely have yelled at him with his fiery temper. Looking at Katzenberg's uncomfortable face, Eric smiled and comforted him. "Okay, Jeffrey, this kind of thing can't be rushed. You see, the global box office of Casino Royale will definitely reach 1 billion. Since I have already made 2 movies with 1 billion global box office, wouldn't it be better if the next movie can continue to maintain this level of box office?" Katzenberg couldn't help but imagine the scene described by Eric. He felt his facial muscles twitching again. He said, "You mean 3 consecutive movies with 1 billion global box office?" Eric nodded and said, "That's right. To be honest, I really want to surpass Jim's box office record, but I can't put my heart and soul into it like him, so I'll just have to win with quantity. If I can achieve a global box office of $1 billion for 3 consecutive movies, it should be considered a pioneering work." All right. Although Katzenberg felt that Eric's plan was a little unbelievable, he did not doubt Eric's ability to achieve such a miracle. However, as soon as he nodded, he immediately added, "However, Eric, you have to promise that the next movie will definitely belong to Firefly." "Of course, that's for sure." Eric nodded with a smile. He waved to Natasha, who was standing not far away, and changed the cue stick. He continued, "Also, I won't let everyone wait too long." The two chatted while playing. After a while, Drew and AI Me walked over with a middle-aged man in his 40s. AI Me was about to speak when the middle-aged man took the initiative to reach out and introduce himself. "Mr. Williams, hello, I'm Pierce's agent, Rick Kotzman." Eric shook hands with the other party politely and said, "I remember I said that I hope Pierce will come over in person." "I'm really sorry, Mr. Williams." Rick Kotzman looked embarrassed. There was no flaw in his expression. He said, "Pierce can't come because of an urgent matter. He also specifically asked me to apologize to you. In order to avoid being too stiff with the film company during the negotiation process, stars usually did not appear in person. This way, even if something happened, both sides could have some buffer room." Eric naturally knew the rules, so he was not angry. After Rick Kotzman greeted Katzenberg, he said, "In this case, let's be honest. MGM hopes to sign 4 contracts with Pierce at once, 2 for the main series and 2 for the crossover." When Eric said this, Rick Kotzman interrupted, "Mr. Williams, this won't do. We will only sign 1 contract with MGM each time." Eric glanced at Rick Kotzman and waited for the other party to shut up tactfully before continuing, "Out of the 4 contracts, I have 2 compensation plans here. First, the 2 main series will pay $20 million each, and the crossover will pay $15 million each, totaling $70 million. If Pierce is willing to choose this plan, MGM can pay the full amount in one go. Second, the base salary of all 4 films is $10 million. Pierce can get 10% of the box office profits from the main series, and 5% of the profits from the crossover." Rick Kotzman couldn't help but open his mouth several times, but he endured it. When Eric finished, he couldn't wait to shake his head and said, "Mr. Williams, this contract is too insincere. We won't agree. You know, Casino Royale can bring $1 billion in box office to MGM. Yes." Eric nodded and looked at Rick Kotzman with a faint smile. He said, "It seems that you also know this. It is Casino Royale that brings $1 billion in box office to MGM, not Pierce Brosnan." Rick Kotzman didn't expect his own words to trap himself, but he was used to this kind of scene. His expression didn't change at all, and he insisted, "But, compared to the profits that Pierce brings to MGM, I think we should get enough compensation." Eric held a cue in his hand and nodded in agreement. He said, "In this case, I recommend you to choose the second compensation plan. I think that Pierce will definitely get more." It is not impossible for him to get 100 million US dollars in the end. When Rick Kotzman heard the figure of 100 million US dollars, his heart couldn't help but jump. If that was the case, he could get 10 million US dollars as an agent. In the whole of Hollywood, there was no agent who could get a 10 million US dollars commission from a star. Even Michael Ovitz couldn't do this. However, after a short trance, Rick Kotzman quickly calmed down. At the same time, he understood another thing. Since Eric said such a thing, he must be confident in the box office of the next few films. In this case, MGM would not allow Pierce Brosnan to leave. Rick Kotzman was secretly proud that he had found another bargaining chip. He smiled and said, "Mr. Williams, I just said that Pierce will only sign a contract with MGM once, and the compensation just now is definitely not enough." "I think you misunderstood one thing, Rick." Eric shook his head and said, "I am not negotiating with you now. I am just informing you of my decision." Rick Kotzman was stunned. He looked at Drew and Amy next to him and shook his head with a smile. He said, "Mr. Williams, it seems that we can't reach any agreement today." Eric ignored Rick Kotzman's look at the girl and Amy and continued, "Of course, I don't have time to delay this matter for too long. Now go back and talk to Pierce. You have 1 day to think about it. At this time tomorrow, if MGM doesn't recover, we will release an announcement and start to choose a new Bond. Oh, by the way, forget about Pierce's remaining contract with MGM. Let's part on good terms." Rick Kotzman stared at Eric for a few seconds, then nodded decisively and said, "Well, in that case, I will tell Pierce." After that, Rick Kotzman didn't stay any longer. He nodded to the others and turned to walk out of the golf course. He was sure that MGM wouldn't easily replace Bond. He thought that Eric's words were just to force them to accept the contract, so he didn't hesitate to fight back. He believed that even if they didn't give a reply tomorrow, MGM wouldn't publicly replace Bond. After all, MGM's market value had just risen to $12 billion recently. This was completely stimulated by the box office success of Casino Royale. If MGM dared to kick Pierce out at this time, the stock price was likely to plummet. This was very unfavorable for MGM, who was about to finance the acquisition of several cable TV stations. After Rick Kotzman walked away, Katzenberg, who had been listening quietly, looked at Amy Pascal, who was worried, and asked, "Eric, isn't this a bit too much?" Eric gently swung his club and hit the small ball on the ground into a hole not far away. He shook his head and said, "I'm not betting anything. If Brosnan doesn't accept this contract, then forget it. If we choose to give in this time, Kevin Costner, Kate, and the other two will all ask for equal pay. When that time comes, the pay of an actor will be higher than the production cost, and a large portion of the profits will be taken away. Then, there will be no need for us to proceed with the whole plan. Instead of that, it's better to be tough now, so that others won't ask for too much." Moreover, compared to the other two series, the risk of replacing Bond is actually the least. After all, this series has already replaced several 007s. "Well, Amy, don't look like that, I'll continue to be the producer of Bond 19. Tell me, how are the negotiations with Basic Entertainment about Rainbow Media?" On the other side, Rick Kotzman separated from Eric and the others. He tried his best to suppress the urge to look back. He did not stop walking, but there was an inexplicable anger in his heart. Or perhaps, he did not know what kind of emotion it was. In short, when he walked out of the golf course, he even felt his body trembling slightly. $70 million US for a fixed salary and $40 million US for a base salary plus a share of the profits. Alright, this was indeed a huge sum of money. However, this was 4 movies. Perhaps alright, but they definitely did not dare to lose Pierce. Definitely. So firm in his belief, Rick Kotzman came to the parking lot and got into his gray Chevrolet. Pierce Brosnan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, immediately looked over expectantly. "Rick, how is it?" Shaking his head, Rick Kotzman suddenly decided not to tell Brosnan about Eric's conditions. Anyway, MGM definitely wouldn't dare to make an announcement tomorrow. If he said it, it might shake the confidence of his customers, so he said, "There's still no result. Pierre, let's go back to Century City first." Pierce Brosnan felt that his agent's expression was a little strange, so he asked, "What did Eric say?" Rick Kotzman calmly started the car and said, "It's still the same words. I hope you can reduce the salary." Well, he also played the emotional card. "Don't worry, I'll try my best to get in touch with Amy Pascal. This woman should be our breakthrough." Seeing that his agent had started the car, Pierce Brosnan had to stop asking. He originally planned to meet Eric with Rick Kotzman, but he was persuaded by his agent to stay in the car. Rick Kotzman had been his agent since he entered Hollywood. Over the years, the two had cooperated well, so Pierce Brosnan didn't suspect that he would hide anything from him. The next morning, at the Burbank headquarters of Firefly. As a fantasy film project that Disney Pictures would focus on in the next 10 years, Eric had already sent the first draft of Harry Potter back to Los Angeles in advance when he was in the UK and distributed it to several core executives of Firefly, hoping that they could understand the content of the novel in advance. At the same time, Eric had also personally communicated with Murdoch several times. HarperCollins, a publishing company under News Corporation, would release the first book in the series, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, in the UK, the US, Australia, and other English-speaking countries at the same time in early September. After gaining enough influence, they would continue to promote it to non-English-speaking countries. Firefly Group would also invest enough media resources to promote the novel. Although the film project would not be officially established until the Harry Potter novel had enough influence, because Katzenberg, Frank Wells, and others who had read the novel were very optimistic about the story, everyone agreed to hold a special meeting to discuss it and make a detailed film and theme park development plan in advance. Different from traditional fairy tales such as Snow White, Cinderella, and The Mermaid, the Harry Potter series has a great advantage that it is easier for people to feel immersed in it. The novel is set in real London, which can give readers the illusion that the story is happening around them, which can attract their interest to the story to the greatest extent. But at the same time, it also tells an interesting adventure in the magical world. Unlike the grotesque Alice in Wonderland, this story is much more approachable. That's because, ever since we were young, we've been surrounded by countless rumors about sorcerers and magic. In the conference room, Eric was briefly explaining why he was optimistic about the story when the door of the conference room was suddenly knocked a few times. His thoughts were interrupted, and Eric looked at the door with some displeasure. He saw his female assistant, Kelly Haynes, open the door apologetically and made an urgent gesture to him. Peter Ritchie had rushed to the FFM TV station. Before the new personal assistant was selected, Kelly temporarily took over the position. Eric nodded and motioned for everyone to wait. He walked to the door of the conference room and asked, "Kelly, what's wrong?" Kelly gave him the phone in her hand and explained, "Amy called." Eric put the phone to his ear and said hello. On the other side, Amy Pascal said something in an urgent tone. Eric frowned, but he didn't hesitate and said, "If that's the case, then do as I said yesterday. Call Yahoo and tell them to make an announcement. There's nothing to talk about, I'll explain to Barbara." Board of Directors? Heh, AI me, this is Hollywood, we have the final say. After you make the announcement, contact Kapoor and ask him to start looking for a new candidate for Bond. Kevin Costner seems to be from CAA as well. If that's the case, the script for Disc 3 needs to be adjusted to add more supporting roles to replace Ethan Hunt. That's all, I'm hanging up now. When Kelly heard the conversation between Eric and Amy, she could guess what had happened. She took the phone from Eric. Seeing that he was deep in thought, she asked carefully, "Eric, are you really going to replace Brosnan?" Eric organized his thoughts and nodded. "Yeah, you heard it too." Kelly's tone was obviously worried. "But won't the impact be too big?" "There will be an impact, but it's not as serious as you think. The Agent cinematic universe has been built, and now the audience's interest in the series itself is not much lower than the protagonists," Eric explained. Seeing that the worry on Kelly's face did not lessen at all, he smiled and said, "Think about it, now that I've agreed to Brosnan's salary, if we want to continue to complete the series, the other people's salaries will also increase. The production cost of the next few films may even be close to $200 million. In addition to the fixed salary, the profit share that the protagonists ask for is estimated to be no less than 30% of each film. In this case, even if the next 6 films all maintain a global box office of $1 billion, we won't have much profit. Moreover, this kind of expectation is unrealistic. If one of the films fails at the box office, the whole series will not be able to continue. Now, replacing Brosnan, who is the least risky, shows MGM's determination, and the other protagonists in the other 2 series will not be so fearless before they ask for too much. In fact, Eric had a deeper reason for making this decision. He just suddenly thought that perhaps this matter could be an opportunity. Because in the Firefly system, the traditional profit distribution rules of Hollywood were no longer suitable. Other than the Firefly system, the other major film companies were either listed companies or controlled by consortiums that did not have much control over Hollywood. This also led to the fact that when the major film companies launched a movie, the company's senior management and the project's main creative team would not consider the interests of shareholders and investors at all. Take Lethal Weapon 4, which was being produced by Warner Brothers, for example. The production company in charge of the production was Joe Silver's production company. The high budget of $140 million mainly came from the speculative hot money that had flocked to Hollywood in recent years. Therefore, Mel Gibson, as the lead actor of this film, which was expected to only earn $300 million at the global box office, received a sky-high salary of $30 million. The producer, Joe Silver, also received a base salary of $8 million plus a share of the box office in the later stages. The other main creators, such as the director, scriptwriter, and supporting actors, also received generous compensation. In the end, Warner Brothers would definitely not be able to earn a single cent from the box office. They could only hope for some profits from the DVD and TV broadcast rights in the later stages. Moreover, under Hollywood's special financial system, whether external investors would be able to recover their $140 million investment was another matter. It was even more impossible for them to make money. As far as Eric knew, Wall Street's film funds, which were responsible for guiding the hot money from Europe and Asia to invest in Hollywood films, had an average annual return of less than 10%, and losses were everywhere. In the end, as far as the entire project was concerned, Mel Gibson had made a lot of money, Joe Silver had also reaped a lot of benefits, the director, scriptwriter, and other main creators had also made money, and the senior management of Time Warner who was in charge of this project would definitely receive sufficient salary and bonuses. The box office of the film would also make Time Warner's revenue report more beautiful. Everyone was happy. Only Time Warner's shareholders and investors who provided the production budget for the film did not receive any benefits, because they did not belong to Hollywood and could not obtain their own share of the cake from Hollywood's profit chain. Due to the closed financial operation system, Firefly played the roles of shareholders and investors at the same time, the latter 2 roles that were excluded from Hollywood's profit chain. In the original spacetime, even 10 or 20 years later, although batches of spendthrifts continued to throw money into Hollywood, because they were unable to obtain enough power to change the rules, most of them returned after being cheated. Sony Pictures, which barely survived in Hollywood, was basically just an ATM machine for Hollywood stars like Will Smith and Adam Sandler, who were often on the lowest ranking list of Hollywood stars. Now, since he firmly controlled the 2 major Hollywood film companies and maintained a strong influence on the other film company, Fox, and had enough power to change the rules, Eric naturally could not allow this situation to continue. The first thing that needed to be changed was naturally the increasingly unreasonable high salary of Hollywood stars. Perhaps in the process of changing the rules, there would be a situation of self-destruction, but if he did not change and this situation continued to develop, not only would Firefly lose more and more of the profits that should have belonged to the film company, but at the same time, they would not be able to fundamentally gain control of Hollywood. As for stars, many people may have forgotten one thing. All the A-list stars in Hollywood were created by major film studios through film investment. What's more, Firefly's system, which focused on special effects films and animated films, was far less dependent on stars than other major film companies. The same morning, at the Sunset Tower Hotel in Beverly Hills, Pierce Brosnan was attending a new product exhibition of the Omega watch. He had recently won the endorsement of the Swiss watch brand. After the regular process of product exhibition, it was time for the media question and answer session. The topic naturally could not escape from Casino Royale and the next 007. Regarding the plot of Bond 19, I haven't seen the script yet, and even if I see the script, I can't disclose it at will. Haha, let's ask some other questions. On the simple stage, Brosnan and the host sat in simple armchairs, holding a microphone, with a smile on their faces, and answered the reporters' questions gracefully and skillfully. Although the contract for the sequel was still in the process of negotiation, he never thought that he would give up this role, even if he had to make some concessions in the end. After all, since his first appearance on the big screen in 1980, he had worked hard for more than 10 years to reach the peak of his career today. How could he give up? What's more, he was about to turn 45 years old. Although the career of a male star in Hollywood was far longer than that of a female star, at his current age, there were not many mainstream blockbuster roles that were suitable for him other than Bond. After answering a question, the host next to Brosnan was about to choose the next questioner. Suddenly, at least 10 cell phones in the conference hall rang abruptly. The rather monotonous and even ear-piercing ringtones instantly filled the hall. Brosnan was startled, and the host was even more embarrassed. Holding the microphone, he forced a joke and said, "Well, maybe the Martians are attacking Earth, but before Earth is destroyed, let's finish this press conference first, shall we?" Amidst a burst of laughter, the reporters whose phones rang off the stage took the initiative to turn off their phones. However, the other staff members in the hall did not have such scruples. They all stepped aside to answer the phone. Therefore, as soon as the host picked the next questioner and handed the microphone over, Brosnan's public relations manager, Sarah Lindert, rushed to the stage in a panic. Ignoring the shocked looks of the others, she quickly whispered a few words in Brosnan's ear. Immediately, Brosnan stood up. Although he immediately realized that he had lost his composure, Brosnan did not care about anything else. He simply apologized and left the stage in a hurry. At this time, the group of reporters in the audience also realized that the phone call just now must have something to do with Brosnan, and something big must have happened, so they took out their phones again and called back. In the corridor outside the conference hall, Brosnan quickly walked to the elevator. Paul Darrach, the president of Omega North America, who also received a phone call, followed him and asked quickly, "Pierce, what the hell is going on? If you don't want to play Bond anymore, you shouldn't have signed the contract with us. This is simply fraud. We have the right to cancel the contract and ask for compensation." Brosnan walked into the elevator with his public relations manager, pressed a few buttons frantically, and said to Paul Darrach, who was chasing after him, with an equally embarrassed expression, "I'm sorry, Paul, I don't even know what happened now. Can you give me some time?" Paul Darrach still wanted to ask, but he noticed that Brosnan was also confused, so he had to say, "Okay, but you have to give me an answer as soon as possible." Brosnan nodded and reached out to press the elevator button a few more times. Suddenly, he remembered something. Before the elevator door closed, he pulled his public relations manager out of the elevator and said, "Sarah, call Rick, immediately." "Okay. Okay." Sarah Lindert quickly took out her phone from her bag and handed Brosnan's phone to her. In order to avoid being disturbed at the event just now, she had been saving Brosnan's phone for him. However, as soon as she took out the phones, the two phones rang almost at the same time. Perhaps the situation was not chaotic enough, but before the two could answer the phone, the group of reporters who were originally at the Omega event site had already rushed out frantically. "Mr. Brosnan, is the announcement just released by Yahoo true? Pierce, did you really turn down a $100 million package contract with MGM? Pierce, you seem to have just received this news. Is there any secret behind this? Move. Sorry, we can't comment on this matter for the time being. Everyone, please move aside. We will give the media an answer as soon as possible." Half an hour later, Brosnan finally arrived at the headquarters of CAA in Century City with his public relations manager. At this time, the announcement that MGM had released through Yahoo, Brosnan has given up the role of 007. Bond 19 will be recasting had spread throughout Hollywood. CAA headquarters in Century City. Richard Lovett, the president of CAA, was no longer as calm as he used to be. He ignored the surprised gazes of the other employees and practically ran into the office building with his two assistants. He was still on the phone. "Pierre, calm down, calm down. It's not as bad as you think. I'm already downstairs. Yes, right away. With that, he rushed all the way to the elevator. Remembering that there was no cell phone signal in the elevator, Richard Lovett walked to the stairwell without hesitation. At the same time, he took the other phone from his assistant. This is Richard Lovett. Hi, Kevin. I know, something did happen. There must be some misunderstanding. Don't worry, I'm personally in charge of you. Don't you trust me? Okay, that's it, I'll treat you to a meal when you're free. Richard Lovett answered several calls along the way. He found himself habitually running to the floor where his office was located. He cursed loudly and glared at his two assistants who forgot to remind him. He then turned around and rushed downstairs. Richard Lovett was negotiating a movie project with the other party at the Warner headquarters in Burbank this morning. When he suddenly heard that MGM would give up on Brosnan and pick up 007, he even thought that someone was joking with him. With the box office of Casino Royale going straight to $1 billion worldwide, there would definitely be some twists and turns in the salary negotiation between MGM and Brosnan. However, no one in Hollywood would believe that the two sides would fall out. It wasn't until his assistant showed him a copy of the Yahoo article that Richard Lovett believed it was true. But then, another piece of news came, which made him jump up from his chair in the Warner office and rush out. It turned out that Pierce Brosnan himself had no idea beforehand that MGM had given up on Brosnan and picked up 007 instead. It was Brosnan's agent, Rick Kotzman, who had made the decision without informing Brosnan at all. He had privately rejected the contract offered by MGM, which could have been worth up to $100 million. Oh my God, $100 million. The total amount that CAA earned for its thousands of clients every year was only about $1 billion. Rick Kotzman had ruined nearly 10% of CAA's annual income. Moreover, if they only lost this contract, although it would be a pity, the situation wouldn't be too bad. The worst part of this matter was that Rick Kotzman made the decision to reject this sky-high contract without consulting his client at all. If word of this got out, it would definitely severely damage CAA's reputation in the eyes of its clients. In the brokerage industry, if a brokerage company lost the trust of its clients and caused a large loss of clients, it wouldn't be far from bankruptcy. But in fact, all kinds of speculations about this matter had now spread throughout Hollywood. On the way back to the company headquarters from Burbank, Richard Lovett had received 7 or 8 calls from important clients asking about this matter. If they couldn't handle this crisis well, CAA's competitors wouldn't let go of this opportunity to poach them. When Michael Ovitz left 3 years ago, CAA had already gone through a turbulence and suffered a great loss. The company had just gotten back on track in the past 2 years and definitely couldn't withstand another major shock. After climbing to the 12th floor and rushing down, Richard Lovett wiped the sweat off his forehead and finally arrived at the 9th floor where Brosnan's agent, Rick Kotzman, was. Through the open office area, Richard Lovett immediately saw Rick Kotzman walking towards him with a tissue covering the corner of his eye. Brosnan was nowhere to be seen. Seeing Richard Lovett, Rick Kotzman quickened his pace and walked over with an apologetic face. Richard, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. Before he could finish, Rick Kotzman felt Richard Lovett reach out and grab him by the neck and drag him to the glass wall. Rick Kotzman was a head taller than Richard Lovett, but he also knew how much trouble he had caused. At this time, in the face of his boss's violent actions, he did not dare to resist at all. He was dragged over like a little chick who had accepted his fate. The other CAA employees in the office area were even more silent. They all consciously looked away and stayed far away. Rick, I don't want to hear you say sorry now. Richard Lovett came to the glass wall and continued to use force to push Rick Kotzman's head in front of him. He leaned close to his ear and quickly said in a dark tone, Listen, I know about the little tricks you played in the negotiation of the Coca-Cola advertising contract last time. I also know that you took a $100,000 rebate when you introduced the spokesperson for Johnson & Johnson. Also, you just bought a mansion in Beverly Hills and have a $3 million loan to repay. So, what you have to do now is find a place and hide yourself. In the next month, if I hear anything about you or you take the initiative to contact the media, trust me, I'll bankrupt you and send you to prison. And your wife who is a model for Sports Illustrated and your daughter who is about to go to Stan University. Without your financial support, they're nothing. I'll send them all to the dirtiest strip club in Los Angeles. Do you understand? Very well, now, get out of here. Richard Lovett's face was ferocious. He pushed Rick Kotzman away and suddenly thought of something. He grabbed Rick Kotzman and said, "One more thing, Mr. Kotzman, you're fired." Richard Lovett told his assistant to call security to drag the defeated Rick Kotzman out. He raised his hand and rubbed his stiff face a few times. He put down his hand and the ferocious expression was replaced by a friendly smile. Richard Lovett looked at the glass wall not far away and exhaled. He pushed open the door of Rick Kotzman's office and walked in. Although it had been cleaned up, the office still looked a little messy. The landline phone on the desk had disappeared, the oil painting on the wall had lost its glass frame, and there were some glass shards on the floor. A large piece of the blinds that blocked the outside of the office area had been pulled down and was drooping casually. One could imagine what had just happened in this office. Another important partner of the company, David O'Connor, was sitting at the desk with Pierce Brosnan, comforting each other. Pierce Brosnan's public relations manager, Sarah Lindert, was standing by the window and making a phone call. Seeing Richard Kotzman walk in, Brosnan immediately stood up. He lost his usual gentlemanly demeanor and said loudly, "Richard, you have to give me an explanation. I was fired from the Bond crew. The funny thing is that I didn't know anything." "I know, Pierre, I'm sorry, I'm very, very sorry." Richard Lovett put his arm around Brosnan's shoulder and said, "I've called Amy Pascal from MGM. This is just a misunderstanding. Really, they just want to lower your salary. You know, film companies like to play these dirty tricks. Trust me, I'll definitely get the Bond contract that belongs to you. Now, let's go to my office and discuss what to do next." Brosnan impatiently shook off Richard Lovett's arm and said, "I don't want to listen to your perfunctory words. If you can't solve this matter as soon as possible, I'll contact the next agency right away. Of course, I swear, from now on, I'll be personally responsible for all your affairs." Richard Lovett, who was shaken off by Brosnan, was not angry at all. He still had a smile on his face and said, "Let's go to my office first, Pierre. I'll show you something. After you see it, you'll know that MGM won't dare to shake you off." "Okay." Brosnan nodded reluctantly and immediately said, "And, from now on, I have to be present for all the negotiations. You can't make any decisions behind my back. I promise, I won't hide anything from you. Even if you want to know the color of my wife's underwear, I can tell you. It's white, and I've secretly worn it." Seeing that Brosnan's tone had softened, Richard Lovett breathed a sigh of relief and continued to tell dirty jokes to liven up the atmosphere. He eagerly opened the office door and even bowed and gestured for Brosnan to leave. After Brosnan left the office, Richard Lovett pointed at Sarah Lindert, gave David O'Connor a quick look, and then followed him out. The two of them had just spoken on the phone, so David O'Connor naturally understood Richard Lovett's intention. In fact, he was so eager to coax Brosnan out of the office to create an opportunity for him to interact with Sarah Lindert. Sarah Lindert was also a very shrewd woman. She didn't rush to follow them out. Instead, she hung up the phone and stood there, smiling at David O'Connor. Although Brosnan was in a fit of anger and wouldn't notice that his public relations manager was lagging behind, David O'Connor didn't dare to waste time and went straight to the point. "Sarah, you have to help us this time." Sarah Lindert shook her head and said, "David, you've really gone too far this time. I'm afraid I can't help much. Pierce will fire me too. Two clients of the same level as Pierce." David O'Connor ignored Sarah Lindert's words and directly stated his price. "You just have to ensure that the news that Pierce is completely unaware of MGM's offer won't be leaked out. You don't have to do anything else." The most crucial part of this storm was that Rick Kotzman had concealed MGM's offer from Brosnan. Sarah Lindert also knew that if this matter was leaked out, it would have a very bad impact on CAA. She didn't say anything and just shook four fingers. David O'Connor didn't hesitate. "Deal." Sarah Lindert didn't stop there. She said, "How can I be sure that you'll fulfill your promise after this matter is over? You know that we'll do what we say." David O'Connor gritted his teeth. He knew that the situation was urgent and couldn't be delayed because of this small matter. He hesitated for a moment and said, "You can find a recording pen." "I'll repeat what I said just now." "Then it's settled." Sarah Linder nodded with a smile. She didn't look for a recording pen. She just shook the latest Motorola phone in her hand. Obviously, she had already made a recording just now. David O'Connor cursed in his heart, but the smile on his face didn't change. He said, "Then, let's go up now." Sarah Linder didn't care what David O'Connor thought of her. She smiled and walked out of the office with him. She said, "You'll definitely make Rick Kotzman shut up, right?" "But what about Pierce?" David O'Connor said, "Richard will persuade him." In the president's office of CAA, Richard Lovett was showing Pierce Brosnan a stock chart on the computer monitor. "Pierce, look. The opening price of MGM Pictures today was $28.37, but here, after MGM announced that they were going to replace Bond, it took a sharp turn. Now, MGM's share price has fallen to $27.49, a drop of 3.1%. This is equivalent to MGM's market value falling from $12.34 billion to $11.958 billion. In just 1 hour, MGM's market value has evaporated by $400 million. This is all because of the announcement that they are going to replace you. And I'm sure that if MGM doesn't take any remedial measures, the company's share price will fall by at least 3% this afternoon. The market value of MGM has evaporated by $800 million in a day. MGM's shareholders will never allow this to continue. The only thing they can do to stop the share price from falling is to invite you back." After hearing Richard Lovett's explanation, Brosnan relaxed a little. However, he still asked, "So, what should we do now? Do we just wait for the news?" "Of course not. I'll continue to keep in touch with Amy Pascal from MGM. Of course, I'll tell you the results of any communication as soon as possible," Richard Lovett said. His eyes flashed, and his tone became more sincere. "However, Pierre, during this time, I need you to cooperate with me and remain silent, to MGM, to the media, and to everyone else. This way, I can fight for your benefits as much as possible. Well, especially the fact that Rick hid it from you. I've already fired that bastard, and I promise you that he will never appear in the agent business again. But this must not be leaked, because it will put all of us in a passive position. Do you understand?" Pierce Brosnan originally thought that if he had no choice, he would leak the news that he knew nothing about MGM's offer. This way, he might be able to get the 007 film contract back. However, after being led by Richard Lovett, although he felt that something was wrong, he still felt that maybe he really shouldn't leak the news that would put him in a passive position. So, he nodded cooperatively. "Very good." Richard Lovett heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He nodded with a friendly smile and said, "Then, drink your coffee first. I'll go talk to Amy Pascal on the phone." Richard Lovett was busy dealing with CAA's possible trust crisis. Just a few kilometers away, the MGM headquarters in Century City was also restless. It had only been an hour since the announcement that the 007 series would choose a new lead actor. A group of fans had already gathered outside the MGM headquarters, holding up all kinds of signs to protest MGM's decision to replace Pierce Brosnan. Another group of reporters from major media outlets also waited outside the MGM headquarters, hoping to get more information. In order to avoid any accidents, Amy Pascal had to send most of the company's security guards outside the building to maintain order. MGM's stock price, which had been soaring due to the box office success of Casino Royale, suddenly began to fall with the announcement. Due to the continuous acquisitions of entertainment TV stations, the investment in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and the possible equity deal with Rainbow Media, MGM, which had been running low on funds, had launched a new round of debt financing. The sudden drop in the company's stock price was definitely not good news. Within an hour of the announcement, the cell phones of several senior executives at MGM were flooded with calls from various parties. One of the company's board of directors had even flown over from New York to Los Angeles and requested for an emergency board meeting to discuss the matter of replacing Brosnan. After MGM completed the last stock increase, Drew's shareholding had fallen to 33.5%, and LTD's shareholding had also fallen to 8.4%. Vivendi, which had participated in the acquisition of MGM, held 16.8% of the shares, several European film funds held 15.1%, and the remaining 26% of the shares were all tradable shares. Vivendi and several other film funds were naturally united because they were all from Europe. Although they were destined to not be able to gain control of MGM, MGM's management couldn't completely ignore their influence. The director, Pierre Telek, who had come from New York, was the spokesperson of Vivendi and several other film funds on the MGM board of directors. There were a total of 7 people on the MGM board of directors. In addition to the 4 external independent directors hired according to the regulations of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, the other 3 were Drew, Amy Pascal, and Pierre Telek. He was the CEO of the Havas Group's American branch of Vivendi's advertising and media giant. At the end of a corridor at the MGM headquarters, Amy Pascal, who was standing by the window, hung up the phone with Richard Lovett. She looked relieved. She handed the phone to her assistant and asked her to help her answer any calls that might come in. She pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in. In the conference room, Drew, Frank Marcheso, and John Kerry were discussing the casting plan for the Lord of the Rings trilogy with Peter Jackson. In the past 2 years, Peter Jackson had only directed a low-budget thriller as practice. Most of his energy was still focused on the preparation of the Lord of the Rings series. Not only had he completed all the pre-production work of the movie, but he also spent 3 months in the Australian branch of the Digital Domain in the first half of this year to understand the production process of the CG special effects in detail. Now, the entire The Lord of the Rings trilogy could be said to be completely imprinted in Peter Jackson's mind. As long as he got the budget and officially started production, he was 100% confident that he could perfectly present Thor King's legendary epic on the big screen. Seeing Amy Pascal walk in, Peter Jackson couldn't help but pause. Of course, he knew what happened at MGM today. Frank Marcheso and John Kerry looked over at the same time. When they completed the acquisition of MGM, the 2 of them didn't choose to leave the company, considering that this veteran film giant might rise again with the support of Firefly Group. Now, it proved that their choice was correct. However, today's incident really caught them off guard. They still couldn't believe that Eric really decided to give up on Brosnan. Although they had turned off their phones, the continuous ringing of the phone still lingered in their minds. Although Drew also looked up, she didn't look worried like the others. As long as this was Eric's decision, she didn't care even if MGM went bankrupt. However, the girl still took the initiative to ask, "Amy, who is it this time?" "Richard Lovett," Amy replied and sat down next to the girl. She continued, "Richard just hinted to me that Brosnan's agent, Rick Kotzman, acted on his own initiative. Richard has already fired Kotzman. Drew, they want to talk again." Although they heard some rumors, because Richard Lovett tried his best to cover it up, no one in Hollywood knew the ins and outs of Rick Kotzman's private rejection of the 007 contract. Drew naturally thought that Amy's hint from Richard Lovett was an excuse. In fact, this might be what Richard Lovett wanted to see. However, Drew obviously didn't care about this. He only said, "They rejected it as they wanted, and now they want to talk again. Are they playing with us?" "Drew, I think there might be some misunderstanding. Even if Pierce didn't agree to Eric's offer, he wouldn't have rejected it so directly." Amy continued to persuade, "Also, giving up on Brosnan won't do us any good. We're about to go into debt financing. Morgan Stanley has already called. They think that if we replace Brosnan, it might affect the market's enthusiasm for investing in MGM bonds." The girl blinked and spread her hands. "Why don't you discuss it with Eric?" "I'm just a puppet. There's a rumor that Brosnan seems to be completely unaware of your offer. When you were in the meeting this morning, Amy called again and said that CAA wants to talk again." It was already noon in the cafeteria of Firefly's Burbank headquarters. Kelly and Eric sat together for lunch and talked about what happened in the morning. Eric finished a mouthful of spaghetti and looked up. "Do you believe that Brosnan really didn't know?" Kelly thought for a moment and said, "I think that even if it's true, CAA will make it sound fake. After all, CAA will be in big trouble if they hide something so important from their clients. No star wants an agent who likes to make decisions on their own to manage their affairs. However, I don't think CAA's agent is stupid enough to hide this from Brosnan." This is a $70 million contract. So? So, this is probably fake news released by CAA. They just want to find an excuse to salvage the situation. Eric smiled and didn't say anything. He changed the topic and said, "So, have you picked someone to be my new personal assistant?" Kelly actually wanted to ask Eric what he was thinking, but seeing that he changed the topic, she could only say, "There's someone very suitable, but I don't think I should send her to a bad guy like you." "Oh, it seems like you'd rather do it yourself," Eric teased. He looked at Kelly's blushing face and smiled. "Are you talking about Carolyn?" Kelly nodded and said, "I've talked to Carolyn. She's quite willing. However, Eric, Carolyn is really a good girl. Don't hurt her." Eric thought for a moment and felt that he couldn't guarantee anything. "So," he said, "how about we find someone else?" Kelly rolled her eyes at Eric and said gently, "Eric, I can tell that Carolyn really wants to be by your side. So, if you don't want to do it, you should talk to her personally. It's best if you can get her to change jobs. You know what I mean." Eric hesitated for a moment and nodded solemnly. "Okay, I'll find some time in the next 2 days." As he said that, Eric's phone rang. He picked it up and said hello. After listening to the other party say a few words, Eric sneered and said, "Amy, do you think it's still 10 years ago when those agents can barge into the office of a film company's executive? Okay, if they're really sincere, don't think about the contract. It's still yesterday's contract for 4 films, $60 million US. The contract will be signed tomorrow morning. I don't care if Pierce really didn't know about it. Even if he did, it's his own mistake. This is your last chance." "Pierre Telek? I don't know this person, and I'm not interested. You can just send him away. I'm going to San Francisco in the afternoon. That's all. If there's nothing else, don't call me again." Kelly watched Eric hang up the phone and throw it aside. She couldn't help but remind him, "Eric, Pierre Telek is the spokesperson for MGM's European shareholders." "I know." Kelly paused for a moment and said, "Then why are you? Those who don't care can just pretend that they don't know." Eric shrugged and looked at Kelly's stunned expression. He sighed and said, "Perhaps everyone now thinks that I'm being a little stubborn, right?" Kelly noticed the faint loneliness in Eric's expression. She subconsciously shook her head, but then she gently nodded her head. Eric just shook his head again and said, "From everything that happened today, you, Amy, and a lot of people around you, even the media, are firmly trapped in the existing shackles of Hollywood's existing rules. Everyone seems to think that since Casino Royale's box office is so good, as the male lead, Brosnan should be paid $100 million US. But I never thought that way, and I don't think Brosnan is worth that price. There was no shortage of actors in Hollywood. Even if I offered a fixed weekly salary to recruit 007, there would still be a line from Malibu all the way to Burbank to get this job. So, from today onwards, no, from yesterday onwards, I will slowly tell everyone that nothing is taken for granted. If you want something to be taken for granted, then go back to the era of big studios. At that time, everyone also thought it was natural for actors to receive a fixed weekly salary." Kelly quietly looked at Eric, who was becoming more and more determined. She gradually understood something and said softly, "But, it's very difficult." "Look," Eric put down his cutlery and waved his hand in the air. He said, "Now that I own half of Hollywood, I will definitely own all of Hollywood in the future. Since that's the case, it's not difficult. F*CK, F*CK, F*CK. At CAA's headquarters, Richard Lovett almost jumped up and cursed a few times. He slammed the phone in his hand on the floor and the broken parts flew everywhere. He took a deep breath and immediately roared, "Peter, get me a new phone." An assistant opened the door with trembling hands and handed over a new phone. Richard Lovett took the phone, pressed a few buttons, and then slammed it on the floor. He shouted at the door, "Peter, you can get out now." Eric, "Oh, no, I don't want to hear that name again in my life." You can get out too. Is there anyone alive? Get me a phone with an address book." Dozens of seconds later, just as Richard Lovett was about to kick the office door, the door finally opened again. A woman with a frightened face pushed the door open with a phone in her hand. Mr. Lovett, here you go. Richard Lovett grabbed the phone and quickly found an address book. It's urgent this time, you have to help me. I remember you know Pierre Truck, the director of MGM. Of course, about Pierce's contract with MGM. I know that this was decided by Williams himself, but we have to try. I heard that Pierre is already in Los Angeles. Can you help me contact him? I want to see him after he gets off the plane. Thank you very much. Oh, Lena wants to go to the opening party of the Titanic exhibition hall. No problem, absolutely no problem. I'll get someone to send a few tickets to your house this afternoon. Of course, I still owe you a favor. I won't forget it even in my next life. Okay, I'll definitely repay you in this life, haha. Laughing heartily, Richard Lovett hung up the phone and called his partner, David O'Connor. Lowering his voice, he said, "Buddy, we're in trouble. We don't have time to explain so much now. What you need to do is immediately arrange for people to contact all the newspapers. In today's evening papers, there must be articles about Brosnan purposely claiming that he didn't know about MGM's pay conditions in order to salvage the contract. The more, the better. Do you understand? That's all. I have to rush to the airport now. Also, watch over him, feed him, coax him, and buy as much time as possible." Eric ended the call with Amy Pascal at noon and flew to San Francisco in the afternoon. In addition to visiting the Fireflyer assembly plant, Eric was most concerned about the research and development progress of several products in Firefly Electronics' plan. For any high-tech company, product marketing was important, but technology and patent reserves were the foundation of a high-tech company's ultimate survival. Therefore, Eric specifically asked Victor Mike Nelly to introduce the research and development results of Firefly Electronics in the past few months. Although the first-generation Fireflyer player was quite popular, there were still many areas that could be improved in terms of battery durability, storage capacity, audio decoding, and so on. The reason why Eric had always let Victor Mike Nelly, who was mainly in charge of technology research and development, be the CEO of Firefly Electronics was also to subtly express his fundamental attitude towards Firefly Electronics' business strategy. It was already 7:00 in the evening when they returned to Los Angeles. Eric took Kelly off the plane and just left Santa Monica Airport in a car. He planned to take Kelly home first before returning to the Pointy Corner Manor when the phone in his pocket rang. Kelly sat next to Eric and listened to him chat with the other party for a while before hanging up. She asked, "Is it Eric or MGM?" Eric put away his phone and nodded. Pierre Truck refused to leave and is still wasting time in Century City. He said he must see me today. Why don't we go over and take a look? I can go there myself. I'll take you home first. After sending Kelly back to her residence in the North District of Santa Monica, Eric ordered the driver to turn around and head to the MGM headquarters in Century City. The MGM headquarters was a building shrouded in tempered glass. It was located on a street not far from the intersection of Santa Monica Boulevard and Wilshire Boulevard in Century City. After circling Santa Monica, Eric took a car to Century City. The sky was already dark and the shops on both sides of the street began to light up with colorful lights. As soon as the car turned into the street where the MGM headquarters was located, Eric heard a faint noise. Looking out through the front window, he saw a crowd holding all kinds of slogans and shouting something in front of the MGM building. It almost completely blocked the entire street. The driver automatically slowed down the car and turned to look at Eric questioningly. Eric stared at the crowd for a few seconds and sneered. Real fans would usually only come over during working hours to express their wishes. Now that it was obviously after work hours, according to common sense, most of the employees at MGM headquarters had already gone home after work. Who were they protesting for at this time? Did some people think that he would sell the Secret Agent cinematic universe just because the fans were unhappy, just like in The Matrix? Retracting his gaze, Eric instructed, "Don't worry about them. Just drive into the underground parking lot." In front of the building, the crowd noticed a black car turning into the street and consciously made way for it. However, the media reporters who had been waiting there noticed the eye-catching Rolls-Royce logo in front of the car. They keenly realized something and gathered around. Some people even boldly stood in front of the car and raised their cameras, trying to confirm the identity of the passenger in the car through the front window. However, they were quickly pulled away by the security guards who rushed out from inside the building. The Rolls-Royce smoothly drove into the side alley of the building and into the underground parking lot. Eric took the elevator to the top floor of the office building. He hugged the girl who came out to greet him and nodded at Amy Pascal. Without saying anything, he went straight to a conference room and pushed the door open to walk in. In the empty conference room, there was only a middle-aged man who had already stood up. He was about 50 years old, wearing a black suit and rimless glasses. He looked gentle and elegant. It must be Pierre Telek. Have a seat, Mr. Telek. Eric did not intend to greet him, nor did he deliberately walk to the head of the conference table. He casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Looking at him, he said, "So, you wanted to see me?" Although he was also in a high position in Vivendi Group, Pierre Telek still felt a faint sense of oppression when facing Eric. The ignorant were fearless. On the other hand, after being in the workplace for many years, Pierre Telek could better understand how much power this young man had in his hands. However, thinking of the instructions from the higher-ups of Vivendi and Richard Lovett's promise, Pierre Telek tried hard to maintain his imposing manner. He sat down calmly and said, "Yes, Mr. Williams, I think we should talk." Eric looked at him and said calmly, "And then?" Pierre Telek looked at Drew and Amy, who sat down next to Eric. He straightened his body and said in a serious tone, "Mr. Williams, we are very grateful for the changes you have brought to MGM, but we also hope that you will not continue to interfere with the management of MGM. For MGM, you are just an outsider after all. As the second largest shareholder of MGM, we ask the management to immediately retract the decision to replace Pierce Brosnan. This will only destroy the entire Agent movie universe. Although we will never deny that you were the one who built the Agent movie universe, we will not allow you to destroy it." Eric tapped his fingers on the smooth conference table and nodded slightly. "Continue. Since you are here, does Vivendi have any other opinions on MGM's management?" Pierre Telek felt that Eric was putting on an act, but he did not back down. He continued, "Of course, Vivendi does not approve of MGM's continuous purchase of entertainment TV stations, a one-time investment of $300 million to launch the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and the acquisition of shares of Rainbow Media. This company has just recovered. In order to complete these plans, they issued a large number of corporate bonds. It is very likely that MGM will be dragged into the mire of debt again. We hope that the management can gradually realize these plans with a more stable plan." Eric waited for a moment to make sure that Pierre Telek had finished speaking. He nodded again and said, "Well, in that case, Mr. Telek, I will tell you how to solve this matter. First of all, as the second largest shareholder of MGM, Vivendi only has 16% of the voting rights. Even if the other European shareholders stand on Vivendi's side, you only have 31% of the voting rights. This is not enough to decide anything. So, you have three choices. First, find a way to become the controlling shareholder of MGM. Then you can replace the company's board of directors and management. You can implement any decision you want. Second, be the second largest shareholder and accept all the decisions made by MGM's board of directors and management. Third, if you can't stand being ignored, you can choose to sell your MGM shares. I can arrange funds to take over your shares at any time. So, are there any other questions?" Pierre Telek already had the urge to flip the table when Eric spoke halfway. He felt that Eric was completely playing with him. He forced himself to endure until Eric finished speaking. Pierre Telek slowly said, "Mr. Williams, are you playing with me?" Oh, Eric seemed to suddenly remember something. He patted his forehead and said, "I almost forgot, I'm just an outsider. So, if you want to hear it, I can ask Drew or Amy to repeat what I just said. They should be considered insiders, right?" Pierre Telek turned to look at the girl and Amy. "Miss Bellymore, Miss Pascal, are you really willing to let Williams destroy everything?" Amy's expression was a bit hesitant. She turned to look at the two people next to her and noticed Eric smiling at her. Her heart trembled and she looked away. She made up her mind and said to Pierre Telek, "Mr. Telek, Eric's decision is the management's decision. If you think it's necessary, we can call the board of directors to vote. The 4 independent directors of MGM were all selected under Eric's instructions. Pierre Telek didn't need to think to know which side they would stand on. Pierre Telek realized that he was destined to return empty-handed. He clenched his fists on the table and didn't know what to say. Eric didn't want to continue wasting time with Pierre Telek. He patted the girl next to him and said, "Let's go. You haven't had dinner yet, right?" The girl came over like a kitten. She held onto Eric's arm and stood up with him. "Amy, you entertain Mr. Telek," Eric said to Amy Pascal. He turned to look at Pierre Telek. The smile on his face didn't change. He just restrained his expression and said coldly, "Speaking of which, Mr. Telek, what you just said is very reasonable. MGM should be more stable. So, Firefly will invest in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. MGM only needs to be responsible for the distribution." Pierre Telek was still in a daze, but Amy looked over in surprise. In fact, Amy also felt that investing $300 million in the Lord of the Rings trilogy was too risky. She had hoped that Firefly would participate in the investment. However, she didn't expect that Eric would suddenly take away the entire project and only leave MGM with the distribution rights. However, after noticing that Eric glanced at her again, Amy suddenly realized that Eric might have done this to warn her. Perhaps his performance today was indeed too overcautious and indecisive. Even though he didn't have any shares in MGM, the entire Hollywood knew that this big film company had always been under Eric's control. Amy was also the head of one of the 7 major companies. She knew that she had far more autonomy from Eric than Shirley Lansing of Paramount. This was originally a sign of Eric's trust in her. However, if she continued to worry about losing Brosnan because of the 007 series, she would soon lose Eric's trust. After secretly reflecting on herself, Amy no longer hesitated. She got up and sent Eric and Drew off. She then turned to Pierre Telek, who was still sitting on the other side of the conference table, and said, "Mr. Telek, it's a bit late. Do you need me to arrange a car to take you to the hotel?" When Pierre came back to his senses, he realized that Eric and Drew had already left. He suddenly had some expectations and said to Amy, "Ms. Pascal, how about we have dinner together and talk?" Amy politely shook her head and didn't find any excuses. She just refused. "Sorry, Mr. Telek. If you don't need a car, I'll take you downstairs." When they arrived at the parking lot, Eric sent his driver and bodyguards away. He and the girl got into her Land Rover and left the MGM headquarters together. After discussing where to eat next, the girl came over softly. "Eric, how about I transfer the MGM shares back to you?" Eric chuckled and said, "The shares in your hands are estimated to cost US $4 billion. I can't afford it. I've already consulted a lawyer. There's a way to do it without spending a single cent." Eric didn't wait for the girl to continue. He reached out and hugged her. The girl intimately sat on Eric's lap and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Eric held the girl's baby face and said seriously, "Drew, can I trust you?" "Yes, yes, yes." The girl nodded repeatedly. "Actually, it's very difficult to find someone you can entrust everything to in your life. Most people will never meet someone like that," Eric said seriously. He leaned over and kissed the girl's little mouth. "I'm lucky to have met someone like that. So, help me look after MGM. Don't worry about what others think, and don't always let me make the decision. If anyone dares to have any ideas, just pick up the bottle and hit them on the head like you used to." "Yes, yes." The girl nodded and hummed a few times. Her body seemed to soften a little. She was completely attached to Eric. Her little hands were restlessly rubbing Eric. She whispered, "Eric, I suddenly want to do it in the car." Eric hugged the girl's waist. He felt like he was hugging a kitten that was suddenly aroused. He said, "Well, we seem to be talking about business. Also, I quite like this car. Don't dirty it. You know, my obsession with cleanliness seems to be getting worse." The girl giggled but ignored him. She reached out and pulled Eric's shirt. She also instructed the twins to drive the car to the nearby 405 highway. Century City, CAA headquarters. Richard Lovett had been anxiously waiting for news from Pierre Truck, which was the last chance to make Eric change his mind. In addition to the celebrity agency business, Michael Ovitz had been expanding CAA's business since the 1980s. CAA had been in charge of advertising for many large companies. Similar to the packaging of film and television contracts, these advertising projects generally provided one-stop services such as finding a spokesperson for the company's products, contacting advertising companies, and producing advertisements. Pierre Trucks Havas Group happened to be one of the largest advertising and media companies in the world. Richard Lovett stopped Pierre Telek at the Los Angeles International Airport and promised him a cooperation. He hoped that Pierre Telek could help persuade MGM to change their decision. Pierre Telek had originally come to stop MGM from replacing Brosnan, but he didn't expect to receive such an unexpected reward. Naturally, the two sides hit it off. She couldn't help but look at her watch again. It was almost 8 o'clock. Just as Richard Lovett was considering whether he should take the initiative to call and ask, his phone finally rang. Richard Lovett picked it up without hesitation. He heard the other party's voice clearly and went straight to the point. "Pierre, what's the result?" Richard Lovett forced himself to wait for the other party to finish speaking. His last glimmer of hope was shattered. He subconsciously made a gesture of throwing a grenade, but in the end, he didn't throw the brand new phone in his hand. Richard Lovett slowly retracted his arm and held the phone in his palm. He put his hands together and stood behind his desk. He quickly thought about how to deal with Pierce Brosnan. The office door was knocked twice, and David O'Connor pushed the door open. When he saw Richard Lovett's posture, he paused and said, "Richard, we probably can't stop him. Pierre said that if there's no news, he plans to go back today. How's it going on your end?" Richard Lovett slowly exhaled, shook his head, and said, "I'll talk to Pierre in person later." David O'Connor immediately understood the outcome of the matter. He didn't say anything else, nodded, and left. After spending a day at the CAA headquarters, Pierce Brosnan gradually realized something as he looked at the night sky outside the window. After David O'Connor left, he looked at the public relations manager, Sarah Lindolt, who had been by his side the whole time, and asked, "Sarah, should I call Pascal or Williams personally?" Sarah Lindolt looked at her client with some pity in her heart, who had been kept in the dark all this time. If she really wanted to make this call, this morning would be the best time. Now, Richard Lovett must have arranged everything. Even if she made the call, it would be useless. Although she was by Brosnan's side, she had actually been in contact with the outside world. Judging from the current situation, it was likely that things were worse than she had imagined. Perhaps she would also lose this client. Fortunately, David O'Connor had already promised to introduce her to 4 clients of the same level as Brosnan. Even if she lost Brosnan, it wouldn't be too much of a pity. With the recording, David O'Connor definitely wouldn't dare to go back on his word. Just as she was about to comfort Brosnan, the office door was pushed open. Richard Lovett walked in with a serious expression. He patted Brosnan's shoulder and asked him to sit down. He pulled out a chair and sat across from Brosnan. "Pierre, I did my best. MGM has agreed to sign a new contract with you." Before Brosnan could rejoice, he realized that Richard Lovett was talking about a new contract, not a new negotiation. "Richard, you mean the same conditions as yesterday?" Brosnan suddenly realized that until now, he still didn't know what kind of remuneration Eric had offered him yesterday. Yesterday, Rick Kotzman hadn't told him the details. This morning, when he found out that he was suddenly fired from the 007 crew, his first reaction when he rushed to CAA's headquarters was to punch Rick Kotzman in the face. Naturally, the two of them didn't have any communication. Although he had already seen the announcement made by MGM on Yahoo's homepage, this kind of announcement definitely didn't mention the exact terms of his remuneration with MGM. It only revealed the general concept of a multi-billion-dollar package contract. Richard Lovett shook his head and said, "No, Pierre. MGM's current conditions are 2007 series at $20 million each, 2 Agent Movie Universe series at $10 million each, and 4 package contracts for a total of $60 million. After hearing this, Brosnan's expression changed. A few days ago, Rick Kotzman had analyzed for him that with the current momentum of the box office of Casino Royale, he could at least get $40 million each for the sequels. Now, the total of $60 million for the 4 movies was only $15 million on average, less than half of the original estimate. The contract that was supposed to be worth $160 million had now become $60 million. Brosnan naturally blamed all of this on Rick Kotzman and CAA. At the same time, he realized that he must have completely lost any bargaining power. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Brosnan asked patiently, "Didn't the Yahoo announcement say $100 million? Why is it so much less?" Richard Lovett shook his head and explained patiently, "There was no such thing as a $100 million contract. MGM was just exaggerating. Yesterday, Williams offered $70 million for the 4 movies and a similar sharing plan. You know, Williams is a stubborn bastard. We rejected him once. Now that we want to sign a new contract, he will definitely lower your remuneration." So, the sharing plan was cancelled. No, that's not right. Before Richard Lovett could finish, Brosnan couldn't hold it in anymore. He stood up and pointed at Richard Lovett. "It's not we, it's you. It's you bastards who rejected the MGM contract on your own accord. That's why we're in this situation now. It's all you bastards who ruined everything." Richard Lovett followed Brosnan and stood up. Still in a good mood, he said, "Pierre, calm down." "Calm down? Why the F***ck should I calm down?" Brosnan glared at Richard Lovett and raised his voice again. At the same time, he grabbed the chair behind him and smashed it against the window not far away. The hard-tempered glass did not shatter, but some of the decorations on the windowsill fell with the chair, making a crackling sound. "This is all your fault. You have to give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will expose everything you bastards have done to the media." Although Brosnan was showing signs of exploding, Richard Lovett tried his best not to fall out with him. He continued to comfort him. "Pierre, don't be like this. I admit that we may have done some things wrong, but this won't help. You know, MGM only gave us one night. If you still reject the contract tomorrow morning, it means that you will completely lose the role. Think about it, $60 million. How many stars in Hollywood can earn $60 million in their lifetime? 100 million. This money should have been at least 100 million, but you lost 40 million. There was never 100 million, 70 million. Williams claimed a few years ago that he would suppress the pay of Hollywood stars. That's what he's doing now. I used almost all of CAA's connections today to make him give up on the decision to replace you. It's only $10 million less. No matter what, I won't sign such a contract. Also, I will announce what CAA did tomorrow. Just wait for your reputation to be ruined." After being scolded, Richard Lovett was also a little angry. He said loudly, "Be realistic, Pierre. If you give up on Bond, do you think anyone will be willing to spend $20 million to hire you? No, that's absolutely impossible. Your image has already been set. It will be difficult for the audience to accept your role outside of 007. Also, you know, The Lion King 2, right? That animated film originally had the same global box office potential as Finding Nemo, but because of Firefly and Fox's joint boycott, its box office was only half of Finding Nemo. So, what's more, considering the pressure from Firefly, most film companies won't even invite you to act in movies. Your career in Hollywood is basically over. Even if I'm done, I'll drag CAA down with me. I'll sue you." "Huh, sue us? Do you know what's in the newspapers now?" Pierce Brosnan deliberately claimed to know nothing about MGM's pay conditions in order to save 007's contract. "Everyone now thinks that you are deliberately pretending to be kept in the dark. If you sue again, you will only be treated as a flustered and exasperated joke." Brosnan paused for a moment, before he suddenly grabbed Richard Lovett's collar and pressed him against the wall. "You did it, didn't you? You must have done it. Let go, you lunatic." Although Richard Lovett was pressed against the wall, he still looked righteous. He waved his arms and shouted, "In order to help you get the contract back, I almost knelt down in front of all the people in Los Angeles. Do you think I have time for such boring things? This is just MGM showing off to you." Richard Lovett shouted himself hoarse with an expression of grievance that could not be concealed. Brosnan stared at him for a few seconds and gradually lowered his raised fist. However, he was unwilling to let go of him just like that. The two men were in a stalemate for a moment before Sarah Lint, who had been carefully hiding at the side, suggested, "Richard, how about this? Didn't MGM only lower the salary by $10 million? Maybe CAA can voluntarily give up the 10% commission in this contract to make up for Pierre's loss." Richard Lovett, whose collar was still tightly gripped, panted heavily. He glanced at Brosnan, his eyes still filled with unwillingness. After a while, he said, "Okay, I agree." Brosnan finally let go of Richard Lovett's collar. However, he still said coldly, "You shouldn't have taken a single cent, Sarah, let's go." With that, Brosnan left the office without looking back. Sarah Lindell waved triumphantly at Richard Lovett, then hurried out after him. *TCH. Looking at Sarah Lint's leaving figure, Richard Lovett cursed fiercely. He slid down the wall and sat on the floor. Pulling open his collar, he pulled off the crooked tie and threw it aside, heaving a sigh of relief. A moment later, David O'Connor walked in. He looked at Richard Lovett, who was sitting at the foot of the wall. He walked over and squatted down in front of him. He took out a cigarette from the pack in his pocket and lit it for him. He then asked, "Done?" Richard Lovett smoked half of the cigarette in one breath and nodded. He glanced at the mess by the window and suddenly cursed in a low voice, "Damn Hollywood." Just as Richard Lovett had predicted, MGM's stock price fell 6.8% on Tuesday after the news of Brosnan's replacement. Since MGM did not take any remedial measures, the market value of MGM had fallen from its peak of $12.3 billion to $11.5 billion by the end of the day. Early Wednesday morning, when the major newspapers in North America were discussing whether MGM's stock price would fall again today, the reporters who had been waiting at the MGM headquarters in Century City suddenly broke the news. At around 9:20 a.m. local time in Los Angeles, Pierce Brosnan, who played James Bond, suddenly appeared in Century City and rushed into the MGM headquarters under the escort of a group of assistants and bodyguards. The relevant photos appeared on the Yahoo portal homepage almost at the same time. Under such circumstances, even a fool could guess that there was a major turnaround in Brosnan's replacement. Although MGM still did not announce any news to the public, on the New York Stock Exchange on the East Coast, MGM's stock price, which had fallen again since the opening of the day, suddenly rose rapidly. In just half an hour, MGM's market value returned to $12 billion. Then, at 10 o'clock, MGM finally released another announcement through the Yahoo portal, but the content had nothing to do with the Agent cinematic universe that the media and fans were paying close attention to. The announcement stated that in order to alleviate cash flow and minimize investment risks, MGM had decided to transfer the production rights of the Lord of the Rings trilogy to Firefly Pictures. The company only retained the global distribution rights of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. As soon as the news came out, MGM's rapidly rising stock price suddenly stopped and even showed a short arc of decline. The rumor that MGM was going to produce the Lord of the Rings trilogy in one go had not stopped for the past 2 years. Recently, there had been frequent rumors in the industry that the project had entered the preliminary stage of substantial preparation. Rookie director, $300 million budget, nameless producer, huge risk. These words that were very unfavorable for the entire project often appeared in the analysis articles of major media outlets. Many media outlets also speculated that if Eric Williams, who controlled MGM behind the scenes, was really optimistic about the project, he would definitely let Firefly Pictures participate in the investment. But if Firefly did not participate at all, then the project was likely to be a gamble that even Eric himself was not sure about. Therefore, the sudden announcement caught everyone off guard. Firefly did not choose to participate in the production of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Instead, she took over the entire project. In the end, MGM could only get about 15% of the worldwide box office of the Lord of the Rings series. The lucrative videotape/DVD distribution, TV broadcast rights, and peripheral products obviously had nothing to do with MGM. Until the final dust settled, even the most well-informed media couldn't straighten out the various power struggles that happened inside and outside MGM in the past few days. However, this did not prevent them from speculating about the meaning of this announcement. Very quickly, the boldest and most serious guess was published and quickly appeared on Yahoo's trending list. MGM and Williams have parted ways. After MGM announced Brosnan's replacement yesterday, the inside story was quickly leaked. The person who made the decision was Eric Williams himself. After that, MGM's share price fell by 6.8%. MGM's European shareholder spokesperson, Pierre Telek, rushed from New York to Los Angeles to contact MGM's management. Then, following this train of thought, MGM's European shareholders would definitely not tolerate the impact of Brosnan's replacement on MGM's share price. Although the outside world speculated that Drew Barrymore, who held the largest proportion of MGM's shares, was Eric Williams' puppet, there was no substantial evidence to prove this. Eric Williams was involved with MGM's shares. He only indirectly controlled 8.4% of MGM's shares through the Ltd Group. If Drew Barrymore and MGM senior management were dissatisfied with Eric Williams' decision, and if Pierre Telek represented the European shareholders' support, it was not impossible for the major shareholders to unite and fall out with Williams and completely break free from his control. Then, this morning, Brosnan stepped into MGM's headquarters again, and MGM gave up on the risky The Lord of the Rings trilogy. All these signs seemed to go against Eric Williams' will. With this speculation, it was completely reasonable that MGM and Eric Williams would break off completely and go their separate ways. Due to the various speculations caused by MGM's transfer of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the share price fluctuated in a very unstable state for the next hour. As the core of the agent movie universe, Pierce Brosnan was undoubtedly important. This could be seen from the huge drop in MGM's share price yesterday. However, if the company's investors were asked to choose between Eric Williams and Pierce Brosnan, most people would not hesitate too much. Everyone knew that MGM's recovery in recent years was entirely due to Eric Williams alone. The projects that had brought huge profits to MGM in recent years, including the Agent Movie Universe series, the Night at the Museum series, the Resident Evil series, and so on, were all led by Eric. Perhaps these projects had entered a stable period of profit, but investors with a little bit of rationality would not think that Eric Williams was no longer important. After all, although it had begun to recover, MGM was still the weakest of the 7 major film companies. The profitability that supported the company's development was still limited to the traditional film business. It was far less deep-rooted than the other major media companies that had integrated into large media groups. If they completely lost the support of the Firefly Group, or even if they were suppressed by the Firefly Group after the two sides fell out, the impact on MGM would be countless times more serious than if they lost Pierce Brosnan. Therefore, when the news of MGM and Eric's complete break gradually spread and was accepted by more and more people, the situation suddenly changed. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, the New York Stock Exchange on the East Coast was only an hour and a half away from the close of the day. But in this short hour and a half, MGM's stock price curve was like a shot put under the gravitational force of gravity. Under the rapid rotation, when the closing time came, MGM's stock price finally stopped at $22.82. Not only did it completely offset the boost brought by Pierce Brosnan's re-entry into MGM's headquarters, but it also fell by a shocking 13.7% compared to the opening price of $26.45. The overall market value of MGM fell back to the $10 billion range, leaving only $9.92 billion. After tossing and turning all night, he occasionally thought that at worst, he would just break up with MGM. But when the sky brightened, Pierce Brosnan finally decided to accept MGM's terms of remuneration from his newly acquired Beverly Hills mansion overlooking Los Angeles in the morning. Richard Lovett was actually right. If he lost 007, everything that he had worked hard for over 10 years in Hollywood, fame, glory, money, would all vanish. Furthermore, because he had completely fallen out with them, he might even be blacklisted by Firefly, MGM, and even Fox. Then, he would basically be unable to continue to establish himself in Hollywood. However, although they decided to compromise on the remuneration, both Brosnan himself and Richard Lovett, who personally came to take charge of the negotiations, showed an attitude of haggling over every detail, such as personal treatment on set, whether to cooperate with MGM for advertising, the extent of dangerous actions during filming, and other detailed terms, such as personal treatment on set. whether to cooperate with MGM for advertising, and the extent of dangerous actions during filming, etc. MGM did not argue over details such as treatment on set, but they did not back down on terms that might affect the quality of the film. The two sides went back and forth in the MGM conference room all day, and the contract was finally finalized when night fell. During this period, the news of MGM's stock price falling again naturally could not be hidden from anyone present, and it was inevitable that there would be a commotion within the company. After understanding the details of the matter, Drew, who was sitting at the conference table and personally participating in the negotiations, had the attitude of allowing the stock price to fall, and even stopped Amy from releasing some clarification information. This was not only because she knew better than anyone that the external rumors were completely false, but as long as there was an appropriate clarification, MGM's stock price would definitely rise again. Moreover, the girl was even happy to see this situation. Just a rumor that Eric might break with MGM could cause MGM's stock price to fall, and this also allowed many people who had different thoughts to completely see Eric's influence and importance to MGM. Last night, after confiding in Eric, the girl decided to go all out to help Eric hold MGM in the palm of his hand, but she did not intend to give the impression that Eric's influence on MGM would be reduced because of this. However, the girl also knew the principle of 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 when to stop. She allowed MGM's stock price to go up and down like a roller coaster all day, and some people were sufficiently stimulated. That night, MGM began to take action to recover the decline of the stock price. After officially signing the contract with Brosnan, MGM announced the news on the Yahoo portal that night. Once the news came out, the 4 films were packed together for $60 million. Once the news came out, it once again shocked everyone. Obviously, this was not because the average salary of $15 million per film was too high, but because it was too low. For most Hollywood stars, an average salary of $15 million per film might be unattainable. However, compared to the expected box office of Casino Royale and the huge income that the entire agent movie universe would bring to MGM, as the core lead, Brosnan's $60 million package contract for 4 films was a complete cabbage price. Before this, many media outlets had speculated that Pierce Brosnan's next contract with MGM would have a salary of no less than $60 million per film. After the initial shock, some people began to realize that, if the contract was real, MGM had won the pay dispute with Pierce Brosnan, and it was a massive, insane victory. In that case, would Eric Williams, who had led the charge to suppress Brosnan's salary and even replaced him, really break up with MGM completely, as most media outlets had speculated? After all, without Eric Williams's strong insistence, MGM might not have been able to get Brosnan to sign a 4-film contract, let alone $60 million, even if it was $160 million. Moreover, this victory had a very positive impact on the overall development of the next stage of MGM's agent movie universe. Whether it was the Breaking Girls trio or Kevin Costner of Mission Impossible, when negotiating with MGM, they would not be able to appear confident. Amidst the chaotic comments and speculation, the next day, MGM gave the media and the public an answer in another way. MGM was about to launch a new racing movie series, The Fast and the Furious. The movie would be written and produced by Eric himself. At the same time, if the movie received a good market response, MGM would incorporate this series into the agent movie universe in the future. MGM released this news through Yahoo at 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time. While the market was still processing the information contained in this news, at 9:30 Eastern Time, just before the New York Stock Exchange opened, the CEO of Vivendi's Havas Group in the United States, Pierre Truck, announced to the public that due to work reasons, he would be resigning from the board of directors of MGM. The successor would be jointly elected by the management of MGM and the major shareholders. At this time, even the slowest people realized that Eric had not lost control of MGM from the beginning to the end. Not only did he forcefully dominate the salary negotiations between MGM and Brosnan, but he also mercilessly expelled Pierre Truck, the spokesperson of the European shareholders who had tried to interfere with MGM's management, from the MGM board of directors. Although they still did not quite understand why Eric transferred the huge risk of the Lord of the Rings trilogy to Firefly Pictures, this did not prevent the capital market from rekindling their confidence in MGM. After all, investors always valued profits the most. Although Eric's recent aggressive actions caused turbulence in MGM, there was no doubt that these measures were undoubtedly very beneficial to MGM's development. Therefore, on Thursday, MGM's stock price rebounded strongly to a high of $27, and its market value reached $11.74 billion. Then, on Friday, due to the week of news about Pierce Brosnan's possible replacement, the popularity of Casino Royale rose again. A large number of movie fans went to the cinema to remember Pierce Brosnan, who was about to leave. In the end, in the third week of its release, the box office of Casino Royale narrowed again to only 32%, earning $52.73 million. The three-week total box office had reached $247 million. Although it did not exceed the $263 million box office of Finding Nemo in the fifth week of its release. However, compared to the same period of release of Finding Nemo, the box office of Casino Royale in the third week was $8 million higher. In this way, the North American box office of Casino Royale was bound to exceed Finding Nemo. Some analysts even raised the final estimate of the North American box office of Casino Royale to $370 million, and the industry generally expected the North American box office of Finding Nemo to be within $330 million. After the box office data was released, there was further good news along with the various good news from yesterday. It caused MGM's stock price to break through the $30 mark on Friday and finally stopped at $30.37. Based on MGM's total share capital of 435 million shares, the market value of MGM had reached $13.2 billion by the end of the week. Early on Saturday morning, Michael Eisner drove to Burbank Universal Studios. After more than 3 months of preparation, the Titanic theme exhibition hall in Firefly Cineplex officially opened today. In some interviews, senior executives of the Firefly Group repeatedly understated that this was just a test of the theme park project by Firefly Studios, and even more like an image project for the company. But Universal did not dare to take it lightly. Universal Studios, which was run by Universal Pictures Group, originally did not have a strong competitive relationship with Disneyland, which now belonged to Firefly. One was mainly for adult tourists, while the other was for children's dreamland. But now, the opening of the Titanic theme exhibition hall indicated that Firefly Group had officially begun to develop a theme park project for adult tourists over the age of 18. Although Universal Studios had a deep heritage of more than 30 years, in terms of theme park operations, Firefly Group, which took Disney as its own, was obviously not inferior to Universal. What's more, in recent years, Firefly Group had continuously developed a large number of popular movies, which would also provide a rich theme for its development of the Universal Studios Park project. In this regard, Universal Pictures was completely incomparable to the other party. According to the information obtained in advance, as early as a week ago, the limited 20,000 tickets for the Titanic theme exhibition hall had been sold out on the opening day, and the tickets for the following week were basically sold out. Obviously, this project had already shown signs of being popular before it opened for business. Although with the gradual decline of Titanic worldwide, the popularity of the film would slowly cool down. In a few months, if Firefly Studios only relied on the Titanic theme exhibition hall, it would be considered good if the number of visitors per day could reach 2,000 or 3,000. However, as long as the senior management of Firefly Group was not stupid, they would definitely take advantage of the success of the Titanic theme exhibition to expand other movie-themed projects to maintain the popularity of Firefly Studios. At that time, Firefly Studios would also gradually develop into a direct competitor to Universal Studios in terms of customers. Michael Eisner took the vice president of the group who was in charge of the operation of the theme park and walked around the park. He also asked about the ticket booking situation for the next few days. When the park officially opened at 8:30 p.m., he looked at the tourists pouring into the cinema and relaxed a little. However, he then gathered the management of the theme park and held an impromptu meeting on the development of new projects in the studio to deal with the competition from Firefly Studios. This went on until noon, when the CEO of the parent company, Seagram Group, Edgar Bronfman, called. The two parties agreed to have lunch together at a restaurant in the studio. Half an hour later, Edgar Bronfman arrived and warmly hugged Michael Eisner, who came out to greet him. Together, they walked into a restaurant in the studio. After chatting for a while about the opening of the Titanic exhibition hall, Edgar Bronfman changed the topic to the movie. "So, how was the box office of Air Force One on the first day?" "I've been busy this morning, so I haven't seen the data report yet." Air Force One was Universal Pictures' summer release this year, starring Harrison Ford. This project originally belonged to Sony Pictures, but Sony had invested all its resources on Godzilla, so Universal took the opportunity to snatch it away. Michael Eisner was both excited and a little scared about this movie because he had almost scheduled the release of the movie on Independence Day, along with Jedi Cop 2 and Ice Age. If he had done that, Casino Royale, which had only been released for a week, would have crushed Air Force One like Jedi Cop 2. The box office on the first day is close to 12 million, so it should be able to reach more than 55 million in the first week, Michael Eisner said, then added with a smile, "There won't be any popular movies in the next few weeks." Based on the reputation of Air Force One, this movie should be able to go on a long run. It shouldn't be a problem to get 150 million at the box office in North America. Edgar Bronfman also nodded with satisfaction. The production cost of Air Force One was $85 million. If North America could get $150 million, the production cost would almost be recovered, and the movie would be profitable at the box office. However, when he thought about what he read in the newspaper yesterday, the box office of Casino Royale was still as high as $52 million in the third week. Edgar Bronfman's satisfaction suddenly disappeared. Although he had just arrived in Los Angeles from Canada yesterday, Edgar Bronfman was still very clear about what had happened at MGM in the past week. Edgar Bronfman was full of envy when he thought of Eric Williams' powerful influence in the whole incident, even though he didn't appear in front of the stage at all. This was also the reason why he finally made up his mind to come to Los Angeles. Noticing the change in Edgar Bronfman's expression, Michael Eisner immediately realized what Edgar Bronfman was thinking. His originally good mood suddenly became a lot worse. There was really nothing to rejoice about in this matter. Perhaps compared to Sony and Warner Brothers, Worldwide's situation was much better. However, Michael Eisner was never the kind of person who liked to compare himself with other people. As a very traditional American movie, even if Air Force One was successful in North America, the overseas box office would not be very good. Even if the movie could get $300 million globally, it would not be as good as the North American box office of Casino Royale, let alone the global box office of Casino Royale. Casino Royale had only been released for 3 weeks, and the North American box office had reached $247 million. At the same time, the overseas box office performance of the movie was even stronger. In the first week, Casino Royale opened in 36 countries at the same time, and it won $136 million at the overseas box office. The overseas box office dropped only 27% the next week, and the movie earned $98 million. The overseas box office also reached $68.5 million in the last week. In 3 weeks, Casino Royale earned $303 million in the overseas market. The movie was expected to be released at the same time in North America, and the overseas box office of Casino Royale could easily reach more than $450 million. Although the release of Casino Royale was synchronized in many countries, many overseas countries deliberately scheduled Casino Royale after the summer break to protect their own film market. That meant that Casino Royale would be released on a larger scale after September. By then, Casino Royale could easily earn another $200 to $300 million at the overseas box office. This meant that before the end of the year, Casino Royale could break the $1 billion global box office mark. It would become the second movie in Eric Williams' career to break the $1 billion global box office mark. $1 billion. In comparison, Air Force One was not worth mentioning at all. Michael Eisner took a sip of the soda water that the waiter brought over. He then threw away these depressing thoughts and said to Edgar Bronfman, "Ed, do you still remember the Scorpion King that we are currently working on? The special effects movie that was derived from the Mummy series?" "Of course." Edgar Bronfman nodded and said, "Why, is there a problem?" "No." Michael Eisner shook his head and said, "I've been thinking about this for the past few weeks. Since MGM can make an Agent universe, maybe we can make a Mummy universe around Egyptian mythology?" Edgar Bronfman paused for a second and immediately nodded. He said, "That's a good idea, why not? By the way, do you have a detailed plan now?" "I haven't figured it out yet, but yeah, it's almost there." Michael Eisner was a little vague. In fact, he already had a plan in mind, but it wasn't that simple to implement. The main problem was still the main actors. After the success of the 2 consecutive Mummy series, all the actors asked for a significant increase in their pay. The 2 main actors and actresses had already discussed it and asked for a high price of $20 million plus a share of the profits. Universal definitely couldn't afford it. Therefore, the salary negotiations for the 3rd film had been in a deadlock. The Mummy series was the only project that Universal had been able to bring in stable and generous profits in recent years. Michael Eisner believed that he definitely did not have the confidence that Eric had when it came to breaking up with Pierce Brosnan. Therefore, this matter had dragged on until now and had not been resolved. If the lead actors could not resolve it, the so-called Mummy universe would definitely be out of the question. Edgar Bronfman didn't realize the problem Michael Eisner was facing. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his plan was feasible, so he said, "How about this, I happen to be in Los Angeles for a while, so we can take some time to discuss it together." Michael Eisner nodded and asked curiously, "You're staying in Los Angeles for a while? Is there something important?" "Yeah, I just met with Doug Morris this morning." "Speaking of which, maybe you can give me some advice on this matter." Doug Morris was the CEO of Universal Records, and Michael Eisner often dealt with him. He asked, "About the record company?" "It's like this," Edgar Bronfman was just about to speak when the waiter served their lunch. He paused for a moment and waited for the waiter to leave before continuing, "I plan to continue to increase the proportion of Seagram's media business. Coincidentally, there's news from Europe that Philips is interested in selling Polygram records. I think this may be a good opportunity to further expand Seagram's record business." Michael Eisner, who had already picked up his utensils and was about to eat, frowned slightly when he heard Edgar Bronfman say this. He put down his utensils and said seriously, "Ed, I don't think this is a good idea. You must know about the Firefly player from Firefly Electronics, right? Now everyone is talking about the possibility that online digital music may impact physical records. If this trend is true, buying Polygram now is equivalent to taking over a big burden at a high price." "I don't think so." Edgar Bronfman shook his head and said with a smile, "Michael, in this regard, I should be considered to know more than you. In the past few decades, from vinyl records to cassette players, and then to CD records a few years ago, although there were always people who said that the new media might affect record sales, in fact, this situation has never happened. The record industry as a whole is still thriving. The reason why there are so many rumors this time is actually very simple. It's just that the Japanese electronics manufacturers are worried that the Firefly player will affect their market position in the traditional portable player field, so they created so many alarmist remarks." Michael Eisner didn't know much about the record industry. Listening to Edgar Bronfman's clear and logical explanation, he understood that he had actually made up his mind. He originally didn't intend to persuade him, but after thinking about it, he said, "I think that if Polygram wants to find a buyer, Firefly Group should be more suitable. They want to promote the Firefly player, and they definitely can't do it without enough music copyrights. So, Ed, maybe you can wait a little longer. If Firefly Group isn't interested in this matter at all, Seagram better be careful." Speaking of this, Edgar Bronfman deliberately looked around, lowered his voice, and said, "I just happened to hear some news. Williams went to the UK last time and had already contacted Polygram. Although there is no news yet, you should also know that if there is really any news in the media, then Firefly must have almost reached an agreement with Philips, and there won't be a chance for us to make a move." Michael Eisner was stunned, and asked in a cautious tone, "Ed, where did you get the news? Aren't you afraid that Polygram deliberately revealed it to you?" "Haha, don't worry, it wasn't easy for me to find out. The source of the news definitely has nothing to do with Polygram. What I need to do now is to reach an agreement with Philips in advance before Firefly officially makes a move." After Edgar Bronfman finished speaking, he smiled proudly. Michael Eisner smiled in agreement, and asked, "Then, how much does it cost to buy Polygram?" "Around $10 billion, Edgar Bronfman said. I plan to sell off the rest of the company's beverage business. Oh right, you definitely need to cooperate on your side, and then Seagram Group will issue another $5 billion of bonds. That should be enough. The total scale of the Seagram Group was around $30 billion. Due to continuous expansion in recent years, the media industry, including Universal Pictures and Universal Records, already accounted for more than 70% of the total market value of Seagram Group. If they bought Polygram, Seagram Group would probably completely transform into a media company. However, Michael Eisner realized that after buying Polygram, half of the entire Seagram Group's industry would be in the recording business. Now, they had to issue another $5 billion of bonds, which would further increase the debt ratio of the Seagram Group. If the recording industry really went downhill with the rise of digital music as the media analyzed, Seagram Group would face a very bad situation in the future. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the first day of business for the Titanic exhibition hall ended. According to preliminary statistics, in addition to the $100,000 income from the 20,000 tickets, the souvenir shops, restaurants, bars, and other consumer items in the park also earned $570,000 on the first day. In other words, the entire theme exhibition hall earned $670,000 for the day. If this popularity could be maintained, the exhibition hall's annual operating income would exceed $200 million. Firefly had invested less than $15 million in the entire exhibition hall. Of course, it was unrealistic to expect the Titanic-themed exhibition hall to maintain this level of popularity. Because it was a single movie-themed project, the ticket price for the venue was only $5, less than 1/10 of the price of Universal Studios. However, with such a good start, it was only logical to continue to expand the scale of Firefly's theme park. As night fell, although the movie-related exhibition areas on the ship were closed, places such as restaurants and bars would be open until late at night. The ship's banquet hall would also host various parties in the future. In order to celebrate the opening of the Titanic theme exhibition hall, Firefly held a grand celebration party on the ship today. Eric originally didn't want to join in the fun, but he was dragged along by Wendy. The problem now is that the north of the studio is the Verona Canal, the south is the densely populated residential area, and the west is Lincoln Avenue. If the theme park wants to expand, it can only expand to the east. That way, it will be connected to the Titanic exhibition hall. However, the east has gradually developed into a residential area in recent years. If news of our expansion gets out, the residents in the east will definitely raise the price. This is not unprecedented. When Disney World was built in Orlando, they encountered this problem. At that time, due to the plan being leaked in advance, the price of the land was raised several times. On the top deck of the ship, Katzenberg and Eric leaned against the railing together, looking at the revelers around the ship and discussing the expansion of the studio. Eric turned and looked to the east. In the night, compared to the desolation when Firefly was first built, there were indeed large areas of lights there now. When they first bought the land under their feet, it was basically according to the price of a wasteland. In order to promote Firefly to be located in their own tax zone, Priavesta gave them a lot of discounts. But now, if Cineplex wanted to expand into the residential area in the east, it would definitely not be able to sell at the same price as before. Furthermore, considering Firefly Group's current strong capital strength, no one would let go of the opportunity to make a fortune. Retracting his gaze and continuing to lean on the railing, Eric pointed to the dark area west of Lincoln Avenue. Jeffrey, what about over there? Katzenberg looked in the direction Eric pointed and said, I've also asked people to collect information over there. West of Lincoln Avenue to the seaside, there are about 160 hectares of vacant land. It's even larger than the movie theater. However, if they bought it for the development of a theme park, the Titanic exhibition hall and some other sightseeing projects planned to be opened in the studio would be divided into two by Lincoln Avenue. Moreover, even if we don't consider the dividing factor of Lincoln Avenue, the straight-line distance from the Titanic exhibition hall to the seaside beach is more than 4 kilometers. Tourists won't be willing to travel so far back and forth. Eric thought for a moment and said, Jeffrey, first contact the Priavesta government to buy the land in the west and let the theme park team try to plan it. Even if it doesn't work, we can still build a large parking lot in the west. A theme park can't do without a spacious parking lot. Katzenberg nodded. Buying the 160 hectares of land in the west would not cause any financial pressure to Firefly Group. Eric, what about the east? Let's go together. Buy as much as we can, but we can't be spendthrifts. If the residents ask for too much, then forget it. At this point, Eric added, in addition, we can also get people to spread the false news that the theme park will be built in the west. That way, it should be easier to buy the land. In the crowded banquet hall of the big ship, Melanie Gleason had just left to get 2 cocktails when she saw 2 boys chatting with Carolyn. She quickened her pace and directly inserted herself between Carolyn and the 2 boys. She stared at them with a bit of shrewdness and said, "Hey, guys, my sister is only 12 years old. You'd better stay away from her." Although the 2 boys were a little dissatisfied, they did not dare to make trouble here. They looked at the petite girl who was like a doll with nostalgia and reluctantly walked away. Perhaps infected by the lively atmosphere around, Carolyn's face was a little rosy. She took the cocktail from Melanie's hand, but was a little dissatisfied. She said, "Melanie, I'm not that young. Didn't you say I was 14 years old last time? Little bastards these days are getting more and more daring. 14 years old is no longer useful." Melanie moved over and kissed Carolyn's little face in a roguish manner. Seeing the girl shrink her neck back, Melanie said with a smile, "Let's go. We'll walk around first. After that, we'll meet Mr. Boss that you've been thinking about day and night." "You're embarrassing me again," Carolyn protested. Looking around with regret, she said, "It's a pity that Rachel has returned to the UK. Otherwise, she would definitely come today. You should think about yourself first." Melanie said, "Do you really plan to stay by Eric's side?" I feel that this is a good opportunity," Carolyn said, her long eyelashes drooping down. Her tone was indescribably sad as she said, "Moreover, just like Peter, after working by Eric's side for a period of time, I'll probably have to go work somewhere else." Melanie sighed. She knew that this girl was actually very clear about a lot of things. Although Carolyn seemed to always have the appearance of a delicate little doll, and Melanie would always use the excuse that she was underage to help her stop people from hitting on her. However, in reality, she was already 26 years old this year. In the end, it was impossible for her to be the little girl who had just left the ivory tower. Reaching out, Melanie carefully hugged Carolyn in her arms and said, "That's it then. In any case, every girl who wants to grow up will have to meet a few bastards." Carolyn patted Melanie lightly and said, "You're teasing him with lines from Eric's movies again. He's not a bastard." "Yes, yes," Melanie echoed. Recalling some of the interesting things that Rachel had told her, she smiled and continued, "He's a bad guy." Carolyn immediately blushed and said, "You're so annoying. Rachel even told you this." Eric and Katzenberg talked about the expansion of the movie theater and entertained some of the more important guests. Noticing that Carolyn and Melanie had already arrived at the top deck, Eric waved for the girls to come over. Melanie pushed Carolyn, and the girl walked over alone and politely greeted, "Good evening, Eric." "You too." Eric smiled and looked at Carolyn's knee-length corset dress with a waist and praised, "You're really beautiful tonight." "Thank you." Carolyn nodded and looked at Eric lying on the railing in a relaxed manner. She took a step forward and stood beside Eric, looking at the night scene in the distance. After thinking about it for a few days, Eric completely made up his mind. Looking at Carolyn, who was standing beside him obediently, he was not in a hurry to get to the point. Instead, he casually chatted, "So, how have you been recently?" "Very good," Carolyn said. She instinctively wanted to stay by Eric's side for a while, so she took the initiative to find a topic and said, "My aunt came to Los Angeles to see me last week." Eric suddenly felt something flash in his mind. "Your aunt?" "Yes, it was the first time I saw her." "Eric, have you forgotten? When we met at Harvard that year, I showed you her photo." Eric suddenly remembered. At the same time, another figure appeared in his mind. It was the woman in the black shirt he had met at the London premiere of Casino Royale. A few years ago, when they had met at Harvard, Carolyn had shown him a photo of her aunt. Although the lighting in the corridor was rather dim at that time, after Carolyn's reminder, Eric was 100% sure that the woman in the photo was Carolyn's aunt. However, Why would she appear at the premiere of Casino Royale? He remembered that Carolyn had said a few years ago that her aunt had mentioned him in a letter. Now that he thought about it, it was possible that she had specially rushed over to see her niece's boyfriend. This kind of thing was in line with some of the customs in his previous life. However, when he carefully recalled the woman's expression at that time, Eric had an indescribable feeling that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Then, Carolyn, do you have your aunt's photo on you right now? Carolyn did not understand why Eric had asked this, but she nodded. She took out a wallet from her handbag and flipped through it twice before showing it to Eric. Here, I took this photo with my aunt on the Walk of Fame last week. Eric took the girl's wallet and sized up the woman in the photo who was intimately hugging Carolyn. Once again, a completely inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. After struggling for a while, he was still unable to pinpoint exactly what had gone wrong. Carolyn saw that Eric had been staring at the photo for a long time. She recalled that the t-shirt she had worn that day was a little too short, and seemed to have revealed a portion of her waist. Her face turned slightly red. She wanted to take the wallet back, but was too embarrassed to do so. She could only try to find something to say. But, Eric, I feel that your eyes are very similar to my aunt's. Carolyn's completely unintentional words were like a bolt of lightning that cleaved through Eric's chaotic thoughts. He only felt his hand loosen, and the girl's exquisite pink wallet fell to the ground. If a woman was only looking for a boyfriend for her niece, she would definitely not reveal such an apologetic expression. However, if he followed a certain line of thought, many details seemed to make sense. Furthermore, Eric finally understood that the strange feeling he had in his heart was called déjà vu. After the wallet fell, Eric instantly recovered from his shock. He hurriedly apologized to the girl, and instructed a waiter on the lower deck to throw the wallet up. He caught it and handed it to the girl. I'm really sorry. I accidentally dropped it. It's fine. Carolyn shook her head and placed the wallet back into her bag. Raising her head, she saw that Eric was sizing her up again. She gave a shy smile and said, Eric, what's the matter? Oh, it's nothing. Eric said as he stretched out his hand and pinched Carolyn's shoulder. There's a strand of hair here. Yeah. Carolyn was just about to nod her head when she felt something tighten on her head. She tilted her head along with Eric's strength. Seeing Eric casually retract his hand and casually reach it into his trouser pocket, the girl wrinkled her little nose in dissatisfaction. Eric, you're really bad. Eric looked at the girl's angry yet cute expression. After hesitating for a while, he gestured to Melanie who was standing not far away. After waiting for her to come over, he said, How about this, Melanie? In the future, you and Carolyn can follow me by my side. Carolyn and Melanie immediately looked at each other in dismay. In fact, Melanie already had such thoughts. However, she was also clear that she could not stay by Carolyn's side forever. Furthermore, if Eric needed two assistants at the same time, in terms of ability and experience, it would probably not be her turn. Eric did not explain further. Seeing that the two girls did not object, he said, Then it's settled. I'll ask Kelly to arrange it for you next week. Go and have fun first. I still have some things to do. After the two girls left, Eric leaned against the railing and silently finished a glass of red wine. He left the top deck and found Katzenberg, who was discussing the early preparations for Spider-Man with Cameron. The two of them went to an office in the cabin together. Eric handed Katzenberg a paper bag that was simply folded with a napkin and said, Jeffrey, do me a favor. Also, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Katzenberg saw Eric's serious expression and nodded solemnly. He took the paper bag, but there was a puzzled look in his eyes. Eric took the initiative to explain. There are 2 strands of hair inside. I need you to find someone to do a relationship test. Katzenberg obviously did not understand the term Eric was talking about. Relationship test? It's a DNA test. Get someone to check if the owners of these 2 strands of hair are cousins. Katzenberg immediately understood when Eric said this. Although he was more and more curious, Katzenberg also knew that Eric had given him this kind of private matter out of trust. Thus, he resisted the urge to get to the bottom of it. He took out his wallet and carefully put away the paper bag. He nodded and said, Don't worry, Eric. I'll get someone to do it right away. I'll give you the results on Monday. Both Eric and Katzenberg hoped that the expansion of the Firefly theme park project could be carried out quietly. However, many things were destined to be difficult to achieve. On the second day of the opening of the Titanic theme exhibition hall, there was a lot of news in the media that Firefly Group was going to build a theme park on the basis of Prevista Studios. There was even a very professional analysis of the most likely expansion plan of Firefly Studios to the east. Later, the staff who had been secretly in contact with the residents on the east side of Firefly Studios for some time reported that the residents who had almost agreed to sell the real estate all backed out. Although most of them were willing to continue the negotiations, without exception, they all raised the price to an unacceptable price. Some residents even offered a sky-high price of $1 million for a property worth less than $100,000. In this situation, it was obvious that someone was behind it. As for who it was even easier to guess. On the other hand, the plan to buy the 160 hectares of land west of Lincoln Avenue was unusually smooth. As soon as Firefly Group proposed it, the Prevista district government agreed. The price was only 50% higher than when Firefly bought the studio. It was not hard to imagine that Prevista could not wait for Firefly Group to build a theme park in its own city. After all, if a large-scale theme park thrived, not only could it pay hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes for the local area every year, but it could also create a lot of jobs. In the United States, taxes and jobs were basically the indicators to judge the political performance of the various levels of governance. From the federal president to the mayor of a small town, if they wanted to win the support of the voters, they could not escape from these two indicators. Due to the disruption, the expansion plan to the east was not feasible in the short term. The management could only try their best to let the theme park design team plan the land west of Lincoln Avenue and try to come up with a more feasible plan. On Saturday night, Eric secretly handed his and Carolyn's hair to Katzenberg. Katzenberg had promised to give the results to Eric on Monday. However, the next day, Katzenberg called apologetically and said that the cousin DNA test requested by Eric was more difficult. It might take 3 days to get an accurate result. This continued until Wednesday of the second week. Early in the morning, Katzenberg came to Eric's office in Firefly Studios with a thick stack of appraisal reports. In order to keep it a secret, I specially asked someone to send it to San Francisco for a test. Katzenberg took out the test report from the document bag and placed it in front of Eric. He continued, "The report was just sent this morning. On the phone, the doctor in charge of the test told me that they compared all 46 chromosomes in the 2 samples one by one and selected 9 chromosomes that matched preliminarily for further testing. Among the 50 DNA loci of the 9 chromosomes, only one locus was different, and the match was 98%. Then, they took another 50 DNA loci for testing, and this time, all of them matched." Katzenberg's meaning was obvious. Seeing that Eric was already focused on reading the report, she didn't say anything else. She greeted him softly and left his office quietly. The entire appraisal report was more than 20 pages long, and the content was far more detailed than what Katzenberg had said. There were also many more professional comparison photos. Eric quietly flipped through the report. When he saw the positive conclusion on the last page, he was silent for a while. He got up and walked to the shredder. He stuffed the report in his hand and the craft paper bag into the shredder. To be fair, Eric had no interest in the past of this body. If it weren't for Carolyn, even if he had noticed something, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to verify it. After sorting out some of the details in his mind, Eric realized that perhaps the woman didn't have any intention of acknowledging him. This was actually for the best. As he was staring at a pile of paper in a daze, the office door was knocked twice. Eric responded and turned around. Carolyn walked in with a stack of documents. She noticed that Eric was standing next to the shredder and looking at her with a strange expression on his face. She was puzzled and asked, "Eric, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Eric shook his head and made a habitual joke. "I'm not used to it. I almost thought that a primary school student had invaded my office." Carolyn wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. She ignored Eric's teasing and placed a few folders on Eric's desk. She said, "These are all for you to sign today." In addition, Ms. Pascal called. The negotiations between MGM and Rainbow Media have come to a conclusion. She wants to make an appointment to talk to you. Call her now and ask her to come over. Eric sat down behind his desk and said, also, I forgot to say yesterday. Book a table at the restaurant on the ship at noon. I want to treat someone to a meal. Okay. Carolyn nodded. After confirming that Eric didn't have any other instructions, she turned and left the office. Listening to the sound of the door closing, Eric took out a pen from the pen holder and held it in his hand. He then opened the first document. This was the next phase of the Clover Fund's purchase plan. At the end of July, the currency and financial market in Thailand was already in chaos. After the international currency speculators sucked the marrow out of Thailand, they had already turned their attention to the second piece of meat in Southeast Asia, the Indonesian rupiah. Due to the large-scale outbreak of the financial crisis in Southeast Asia, the Nasdaq index in North America had also fluctuated quite frequently in the past month. The originally rapid upward trend had temporarily slowed down. Although there were more pessimistic comments about the Nasdaq market, Eric understood that this was the last opportunity for the Clover Fund to buy IT stocks at a lower price. Therefore, in the next 3 months, Eric asked people to draft a stock investment plan of up to $1.5 billion. This also led to the original $2 billion stock investment plan for this year to eventually increase to $3 billion or even more. However, in recent years, the overall performance of the Firefly Group had increased. Coupled with the unexpectedly large profits brought to Firefly by popular movies such as Titanic and Finding Nemo, although this plan was criticized by the other shareholders and executives of the group, there was not much opposition. Eric carefully read the purchase plan. Looking at the list of popular high-tech companies, he suddenly remembered Larry Ellison, who he hadn't heard from for a long time. He didn't know how Larry Ellison's plan to acquire Apple was going. Eric picked up his phone and called him. Although Larry Ellison's tone was friendly, when it came to the acquisition of Apple, Eric noticed that Larry Ellison was a bit evasive. After hanging up the phone, Eric thought for a while and shook his head with a smile. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed Carolyn's number. However, Melanie picked up the phone. He didn't mind and ordered, "Get someone to check on the progress of Larry Ellison's acquisition of Apple." Rainbow Media's assets mainly include the wholly owned Bravo channel, the New York Sports channel with a 70% stake, the Orlando WRBW channel with a 50% stake, the Fuse Music channel with a 45% stake, and the Playboy channel with a 30% stake. Through asset evaluation, the total market value of this company is about $1.8 billion. Basic Cable Company insists on selling up to 30% of its shares to MGM at a price of $600 million. At the same time, we will also get the operating rights of the Bravo channel. In the office, Amy Pascal, who came from Century City, reported to Eric the final results of the negotiations with Basic Cable Company. Eric looked at the preliminary proposed transaction plan in his hand and felt as if something strange had sneaked in. He looked up and asked Amy with a smile, "Playboy channel?" Amy resisted the urge to roll her eyes at Eric and explained, "This is a paid cable channel created by Basic Cable Company in 1986 in cooperation with the Playboy Group. It mainly provides adult programs such as erotic movies." "Oh, okay," Eric nodded and did not continue the topic that could easily embarrass a woman. He said, "That's it then. However, forget about the other TV stations. After the transaction is completed, you should persuade the management of Rainbow Media to sell the shares of the Playboy channel as soon as possible." Amy hesitated and said, "Eric, the profitability of the Playboy channel is still very good. Moreover, Rainbow Media only holds shares. The operating rights of the TV stations have always been with the Playboy Group. It won't have any impact on us." "You may be mistaken, Amy. I'm not asking you to sell the shares of the Playboy channel for the sake of the company's reputation. Now that there are more and more adult content for free on the internet, the physical erotic industry will definitely decline in the next few years. If we don't sell it now, this asset will definitely shrink significantly in the future." "Well, I'll remember this," Amy nodded and continued, "There's also the issue of bonds. We have reached an agreement with Morgan Stanley. They will assist MGM to issue $500 million of corporate bonds next month. At present, many foundations, including State Street Worldwide, have expressed their intention to subscribe. Our financing scale is not large, so it will definitely go smoothly. Although she said this, Amy looked at Eric with more complicated emotions in her eyes. MGM's initial plan was to raise $1 billion in bonds. However, because Eric took away the production rights of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and the global sales of Casino Royale brought a lot of cash flow to MGM. In the end, the company only needed to issue half of the bonds for the expansion of the television business. Although the outside world was generally optimistic about MGM's stable expansion strategy and most media praised MGM's decision to give up the high-risk The Lord of the Rings trilogy, Amy vaguely felt that losing the rights to the Lord of the Rings trilogy, as well as the film and television rights to Thor King's other two works, The Hobbit and The Silmarillion, would definitely be a heavy loss for MGM. Amy was even certain that Eric did this as a punishment for the wavering attitude of MGM's shareholders and management during the Pierce Brosnan incident. However, it wasn't until the first movie of the Lord of the Rings series was released that she understood the severity of the punishment. Eric more or less felt the change in Amy's eyes, but he was too lazy to think about it. He closed the transaction plan in his hand and continued, "Since you've taken down 2 television stations at once, have you thought about a detailed business strategy?" "Yes," Amy replied. Entertainment and Bravo's original market positioning overlap. My plan is to clearly differentiate the content positioning of the 2 television stations. Entertainment focuses on entertainment and fashion programs. The audience is determined to be around 18 years old, so the content needs to be more avant-garde. In this regard, I think the idea of the Beverly Girls reality show is very good. In addition, the management has already started to prepare an entertainment news channel that specializes in broadcasting entertainment and fashion news. We also plan to continue with this plan. As for Bravo, we plan to focus on the housewife audience. In this regard, Bravo has already laid a good foundation. What we need to do is to continue to develop suitable television programs and consolidate Bravo's market position in this audience. Housewife, Eric repeated the word Amy just said. The name of a TV series almost instantly appeared in his mind, Desperate Housewives. For a TV station that catered to housewives, Desperate Housewives was practically tailor-made. The reason why ABC TV station became more and more known as a women's station was mainly due to the high ratings of Desperate Housewives. Now, Firefly Group already had Lifetime TV, which was aimed at elite urban women. Now, they had Bravo TV, which was aimed at housewives. Eric would definitely not allow ABC to develop in the direction of a women's channel. If that was the case, it would be perfect to place the killer weapon, Desperate Housewives, in Bravo. Amy didn't hear the word Eric said clearly, so she asked in confusion, "Eric, what did you just say?" Eric came back to his senses and shook his head. He didn't plan to say this idea for the time being. "I just came up with some ideas and it's not mature yet. I'll tell you guys in a few days. You should focus on taking over the integration of the 2 TV stations." In the past, he only watched a few episodes of Desperate Housewives intermittently. It was unrealistic to want to replicate the entire story. The only thing he could do was to rewrite the script based on the general idea of the TV series. However, if he did that, it would be difficult to predict whether it would be popular with the audience. However, this was actually good. After all, if the original version of Desperate Housewives was broadcast on Bravo, which was far inferior to ABC, it would be a pity. Now, it was equivalent to making a new TV series. It didn't matter if it succeeded or failed. Amy nodded. She was about to leave when she remembered something and said, "By the way, Eric, about Beverly Girls, Ms. Zana has already chosen 4 girls and the script is almost finished. Do you want to take a look at it?" Eric opened his schedule on the computer monitor and looked at it. He nodded and said, "If I'm free in the next few days, I'll get someone to call her." After sending Amy off, Eric made an appointment with Peter Jackson at noon to have lunch at the restaurant on the Titanic. Peter Jackson had been preparing for The Lord of the Rings series for so many years and was finally about to enter the official production stage. He didn't expect to suddenly encounter a change in the producer. Recently, he had been very nervous and was afraid that the project would mysteriously fail again. Eric naturally wouldn't allow this to happen. For this reason, he personally came out to appease Peter. Other than the upcoming Final Destination 2, Firefly Group had no other films to release during the summer. Eric's energy began to turn to other projects in the company. Iron Man was scheduled to start filming early next year and casting had recently begun. Although the preparation for Spider-Man was very slow, casting had also begun. Although there were no less than 10 films in various stages of production under the Firefly Group, Eric originally only needed to pay attention to the 2 groundbreaking works in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. However, since the Lord of the Rings trilogy was brought over, Eric had to allocate a lot of energy to this project. The Lord of the Rings trilogy used less than $300 million to pry a huge box office of $3 billion worldwide. The return was even higher than Titanic, so Eric naturally needed to treat it with caution. In order to make the whole project run more smoothly, while transferring the production rights to Firefly, Eric also poached the production team that had been initially established at MGM to continue to cooperate with Peter Jackson in the preparation of the movie. The biggest difficulty in the early stages of the Lord of the Rings trilogy was actually the casting. Due to the grand story background, there were also a lot of characters in the trilogy, which meant that the plan to invite well-known actors to participate was basically impossible. Although Eric was very optimistic about this project, he did not take the initiative to increase the budget for it. Therefore, most of the roles in the movie would be second- or third-tier newcomers. Although there was no shortage of actors in Hollywood, it was not so easy to pick out the right candidate in the vast sea of people. Apart from asking for the roles of the Elven Queen and Princess Arwen, which he planned to give to Nicole and Diane Kruger, Eric did not intend to interfere too much with the casting. He only set a budget limit for Peter Jackson's salary and left the tedious matters to him. The casting of the Lord of the Rings trilogy was easy to handle. The advantage of having many roles meant that even if 1 or 2 failed in the casting, it would not affect the quality of the entire movie. After his 16th birthday, Stuart Runkle also agreed to sign a 6-film contract with Marvel, leaving only Iron Man. After rejecting Tom Cruise, Marvel Entertainment CEO Avi Allard took a fancy to Matthew McConaughey. This male star's bohemian temperament was indeed in line with the image of Iron Man. However, after consecutively starring in 7 Deadly Sins and Chrono Trigger, Matthew McConaughey had been promoted to a Hollywood A-lister and was not willing to sign a long-term contract with Marvel. Eric still inexplicably did not like this male star, so he did not continue to talk to him. Therefore, as a major production with a production cost of more than $100 million, the casting of the male lead, which was usually limited to a very small circle, eventually became an audition for all Hollywood actors. Although Firefly's harsh long-term contract conditions were inevitably ridiculed by some media and even evolved into a pessimistic view of the prospects of the entire project, as Eric said during the Brosnan incident, the line of people who wanted to get this role could still be lined up from Malibu to Burbank. Firefly Studios. It was the last day of July, and today happened to be Friday. Xianxia drove into Firefly Studios and parked the car in the parking lot, but she was not in a hurry to get out of the car. She took out a makeup mirror and carefully touched her makeup before opening the door. She got the news last Wednesday that Eric would take time to read the script of Beverly Girls. She did not expect to hear the news more than a week later. However, she did not dare to have any complaints in her heart. Recently, due to the box office explosion of Casino Royale, followed by the replacement of Brosnan, Eric's personal influence in Hollywood had further risen to an unattainable level. For such a big shot, Xianxia, who was instinctively in awe of power, felt that even if she had to wait for a month, it did not seem to be a big deal. As long as she could maintain a relationship with him, it was enough to let her hold her head high in her small circle. During this period of time, her life was indeed very glorious. For the Beverly Girls project, she moved back to Los Angeles with her family. She originally thought that some of her old friends would be estranged because she had been away for a few years, but when they learned that she would be supervising the reality show that Eric Williams had personally conceived, those people all rushed over one by one, much more enthusiastic than when she had been in Los Angeles. She went all the way to Eric's office door and politely greeted the outer secretary. The other party asked her to wait for a while, so Xianxia sat in the outer reception room. Don't blame me for not reminding you one last time, Bridget. Once you get this role, everyone may have to call you Little Pepper when they see you in the future. After a while, Eric's office door opened, and a man and a woman walked out. The man was naturally Eric, and the woman was Bridget Fonda, who was once the heroine of Ghost. Xianxia remembered that since Ghost, the other party did not seem to have any outstanding works in recent years. However, faintly listening to Eric's tone, she seemed to be getting an important role again. Moreover, it was an important role that could change an actor's impression in the hearts of the audience. She could not help but feel a little envious. She had also fantasized about becoming an actress, but unfortunately, she never had such an opportunity. Bridget Fonda also noticed Xianxia sitting in the reception room. She nodded at her and said a few words to Eric before leaving. Eric watched Bridget Fonda leave, then waved at Xianxia. Sorry, Miss Jenna, I've kept you waiting. Please come with me. It's okay. Actually, I just arrived too, Xianxia quickly echoed, picked up her bag and walked over. After instructing his secretary to make 2 cups of coffee, Eric walked into the office with Xianxia. Under Eric's gesture, Xianxia sat on the opposite side of the desk. Seeing him sit opposite her, she lowered her head and started reading a document in front of her. She suddenly felt a little restrained. Eric just called her Ms. Jenna, which was not the same as the last time they met. Although she guessed that Eric probably did not notice these details, she did not know if she should call Eric by his name. The secretary brought in 2 cups of coffee and Xianxia thanked him. Seeing that Eric was still thinking, she thought for a while and took out the script of Beverly Girls from her bag and pressed it on her lap. She smiled and said, Eric, how have you been? After a busy week, the female lead of Iron Man was first confirmed today and it finally fell to Bridget Fonda. Although Ghost once pushed Bridget Fonda to the position of a Hollywood A-list actress, that was 7 years ago. In recent years, although Bridget Fonda had never been short of film offers, because she had not seen a hit film like Ghost, her popularity began to decline gradually. Therefore, she finally decided to accept the role of Pepper in Iron Man. The former female lead of Ghost was cast as Iron Man's assistant, Little Pepper. It could be said that both sides had what they needed. Bridget Fonda could regain her position with this big-budget movie, and Firefly could also make up for the lack of an actress. It was certainly impossible to choose the male lead of Iron Man from an A-list superstar. In order to make up for the lack of popularity of the male lead, Eric planned to follow Marvel's previous approach and put more effort into the supporting roles. Many of the supporting roles in Marvel movies were one-off, especially the villains. Therefore, by doing this, there was no need to worry about any trouble in the sequel. In addition to Bridget Fonda playing Pepper, the villain of the first Iron Man movie, Eric still planned to invite Jeff Bridges. Although Jeff Bridges had waited until 2010 to win an Oscar in the original Spacetime, just like Al Pacino, he now had 3 Oscar nominations. It could be said that he was a real actor. Moreover, Eric happened to find out that the anti-genre classic Murder Green Toad, which gave Jeff Bridges the title of supervisor, had just finished filming in the first half of this year. It would probably be released next year. By then, Jeff Bridges' popularity would definitely rise to another level. Just as he was thinking about these things, Eric heard Xianxia's voice and came back to his senses. He looked up at her and smiled, saying, You must have heard about it recently. It's a mess. Chrissy smiled in agreement and complimented, You don't know how many people envy your messy life. With that said, Chrissy handed the script of Beverly Girls to Eric. This is the script of Beverly Girls that we made. There's also the personal information of the 4 girls in it. Take a look first. Unlike competitive reality shows, the script of a lifestyle reality show did not have complicated settings. It only listed in detail what the reality show actors had to do in each episode or season. In fact, it was similar to a schedule. Eric browsed through the personal information of the girls and then opened the script. However, halfway through, Eric could not help but shake his head. This won't do. Chrissy did not expect Eric to say no before reading the script. She was a little nervous and asked, Eric, is there a problem? In the script, the girls flaunt their luxurious lives too frequently. Although this excessive flaunting will attract a lot of people's interest in the short term, it won't last long. After watching a few episodes, if the audience feels that it's too far away from their lives, they will slowly lose interest. Therefore, if you want to make this reality show go on for a long time, you have to grasp the sense of distance between the show and the audience. In terms of content, you have to satisfy the audience's desire to pry into the upper class, but also give them the feeling that these people's lives are actually not that big of a deal. Chrissy listened carefully and understood a little. She probed, "You mean, I should add more details about the daily lives of these girls?" "That's about it, but it can't be too mediocre. Make the details more exquisite. Maybe you can put more effort into the dressing of the girls. If you can make the dressing of these girls a hot topic for young girls to discuss or even follow, this show will have one more important element that can attract the audience, especially the female audience, for a long time." Chrissy nodded in agreement and asked, "Eric, is there anything else?" Eric tried his best to recall the memories of the reality show in his mind and said, "The horse-catching element should be reduced. At least in the first season, there shouldn't be any violent conflicts. First, let the girls get together. Of course, they can't be harmonious, otherwise, there won't be anything interesting. Also, since these girls are participating in the reality show, they mainly want to become famous and won't care too much about the pay. Therefore, you can discuss with MGM and tailor a promotion plan for them. The increase in the girls' fame can also promote the popularity of the reality show. Of course, if they leave after one season, the media resources we invested will be wasted. Therefore, it's best to sign a few more contracts at once. Eric, it's true that they want to become famous. However, although these girls are rich, $40,000 for a season is still a lot for them. I've already signed 3 contracts for them." Eric found himself falling into the mindset of why not eat minced meat again. Thinking about it carefully, with his current net worth, it was impossible for him to not care about hundreds of millions of USD. Similarly, in Beverly Hills, even if one's net worth was in the tens of millions, $40,000 was not a small amount of income, not to mention a few young girls in their 20s who had just entered society. Chrissy Jenna did not know what Eric was thinking. She just continued to talk about revising the script. After about an hour, they were almost done talking. Chrissy Jenna felt that Eric had the intention to send them off, so she invited again, "Eric, we recently moved back to Los Angeles and are planning to hold a housewarming party. Are you free?" Eric shook his head without thinking. He only valued Chrissy Jenna's potential in producing reality shows and did not intend to get involved with this family too much. "Recently, I've been so busy that I can't spare any time." "It's only at night, it won't affect work," Chrissy Jenna said tirelessly. She did not hesitate to change her strategy and said, "Also, Kim really hopes that you can go. Kohler and the others are so envious of the graffiti you took for her." At the end of the night, the group of girls took photos of each other. Eric only remembered that he pressed a Williams handprint on Kim Kardashian's waist. This was the standard for all girls. Other than that, there was no other connection. However, he was not bored enough to expose the little lie that Kim Kardashian made up for vanity. He just shook his head and said, "I really don't have the energy. These days, after work, I just want to go home and sleep." Chrissy Jenna was sure that Eric would not agree to this and was very disappointed. If they could invite Eric to attend the party, they would definitely be in the limelight in their own social circle. Knowing that there was no hope in this matter, Chrissy Jenna still did not give up. She said, "In this case, Eric, if you have time, you can ask Kim out to play. It's still summer vacation." Eric was a little disgusted by Chrissy Jenna's unscrupulous act of promoting her daughter. However, when he thought about what she did in the original Spacetime, he quickly felt relieved. This was a woman who had no bottom line for fame and fortune. Looking at her hopeful eyes, Eric's eyes had some banter. He said, "Maybe you know that I'm actually not interested in young girls. I prefer mature women." Chrissy Jenna opened her mouth in surprise. She felt Eric's unceremonious gaze sizing her up. She suddenly wondered if Eric Williams asked her to produce this reality show because of her. She did hear that this young super-rich man had some kind of complex. She recalled how she had repeatedly interrogated her daughter. This task had indeed suddenly fallen upon her. Her daughter had not even mentioned her in front of Eric. Then, he must have seen her somewhere before, which was why he had set his sights on her. Over the years, she had appeared on some television programs. Thinking that she understood the ins and outs of the matter, Xianxia had almost no hesitation or resistance in her heart. With her character, if she could climb up to a big shot like Eric, it was not a big deal to give up everything she had. The woman pretended to be reserved for a moment. Then, she said with some reluctance, Eric, if you want, you can call me in private. Eric had thought of many reactions from Xianxia. She might be angry, or she might be righteous. At least on the surface, she would be righteous. However, he did not expect this woman to be so straightforward. Looking up and down at the woman's well-maintained body in a black professional suit, Eric inevitably had some evil thoughts in his mind. He said, "What if I want it now?" Xianxia looked around and said hesitantly, "Here, is it appropriate?" Eric crossed his legs and gave her a look that said, "Come if you want." He had no intention of giving her any other choice. "I prefer to be here." Xianxia finally hesitated for a moment. However, she remembered that she did not have any bargaining chips in front of Eric. She could only try her best to satisfy this young man so that she could gain more. So, she got up and turned around the desk. She walked to Eric's side in a shy manner. She glanced around and bent down on Eric's wide desk. Eric looked at the plump woman in front of him who was waiting to be played with. He reached out and slapped the plump woman who was tightly wrapped in a black dress. He said while the woman was moaning in pain, "Who told you to do this? Kneel over here." After being slapped by Eric, the woman became more obedient. She quickly got up and bent down in front of Eric with a flattering smile. Eric saw that the woman was about to reach out after kneeling, so he lifted his foot and gently kicked her. He said, "Not here. Go under the desk." Okay. When it was almost time to get off work, Peter Ritchie rushed over from Century City. He greeted some acquaintances and came to Eric's office. Just as he was about to say something to the secretary outside, the door of Eric's office opened. Carolyn and Melanie walked out together and happened to see Peter Ritchie. Melanie Gleason noticed the guilty expression on Peter Ritchie's face and asked suspiciously, "Peter, we are about to get off work. Why are you here?" "It's about the FFM TV station. Boss asked me to come over," Peter Ritchie said and greeted Carolyn and pointed to the office door. Melanie Gleason and Carolyn moved aside to let Peter Ritchie in. He knocked on the door twice and walked in. Melanie turned to Carolyn and said, "There must be something strange. My father always had this expression when he secretly smoked." Carolyn smiled and pulled Melanie. "Let's go. Peter should be here for work." I guess it's about the stupid things between stinky men. That's why he's hiding it from us." Melanie muttered and looked at the secretary sitting behind the desk outside. Her and Carolyn's offices were next door, so it was impossible for them to know things all the time like this secretary. Melanie leaned over and asked in a gossipy manner, "Mia, do you know why Peter is here?" The secretary named Mia smiled and shook her head. She knew that a woman had entered the boss's office and didn't come out for the whole afternoon, but she definitely couldn't tell anyone about this. Her position was far inferior to Carolyn and Melanie's. She only assisted in some daily tasks such as answering phone calls and pouring tea. She often didn't see the boss for 10 days or half a month. However, this position was not easy to get. She cherished her job more than the two girls in front of her who were said to have a good relationship with the boss. Melanie couldn't get any information from Mia, so she could only leave with Carolyn. She didn't forget to say to Carolyn, "It must be similar to what I've guessed. Carolyn, I'll teach you how to distinguish a man's expression later." Eric didn't expect his female assistant to have such sharp intuition. After the ridiculous incident in the afternoon, it was definitely not convenient for Carolyn or Melanie to deal with the aftermath. Therefore, he could only ask his former assistant to save the day. Eric took a small box from Peter's hand and chatted with him for a while about the work of FFM TV station. After sending him away, he pushed the door open and walked into the bedroom next to the office. Although he basically didn't rest here, the office was very well equipped in all aspects. The woman on the big bed was still sleeping with a thin blanket. Eric took a glass of water and walked to the bedside. The woman woke up when she heard his movements. Eric opened the small box left by Peter Ritchie and took out a plate of pills. After looking at them, he pressed one of them to the woman's lips and said, "Open your mouth." Xianxia also knew what pill Eric handed over. She took the glass of water and swallowed the pill. She smiled and opened her mouth for Eric to check before asking, "Eric, what time is it now?" Eric picked up the woman's clothes and put them beside the bed. He said, "It's 5 o'clock. Get dressed. You should go back." He went to New York to record a show. "It's fine even if I don't go tonight," Xianxia said in an expectant tone. Seeing that Eric didn't respond, she was a little disappointed. However, she mustered up her courage and said in a teasing tone, "Eric, if you want in the future, you can call me anytime. When Kendall and Kelly grow up, you won't have any left." Eric was a little embarrassed. He took another pill and stuffed it into the woman's mouth. He said, "Don't play any tricks. Just focus on Beverly Girls. If the ratings are good, I'll give you another project next year. If you mess it up, you'll have to be a housewife in the future." Xianxia saw that Eric was a little annoyed. She wanted to laugh, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. Hearing that Eric might have a new project for her next year, she was a little more excited. Her efforts were worth it. She obediently swallowed the pill in her mouth and got up to put on her clothes. The new project that Eric was talking about was another reality show called Charming Wives. Initially, he was inspired by Xianxia's Beverly Girls reality show. This series happened to belong to Bravo. Since she was a housewife, Xianxia might be able to operate it more smoothly than Beverly Girls. However, after MGM took over the Bravo channel, it would take some time to make adjustments in various aspects. This matter didn't need to be rushed. After sending Xianxia off, Eric immediately went to Firefly Cineplex and rushed to a restaurant in Venice Beach. He had an appointment with Larry Ellison tonight to talk about the acquisition of Apple. It was also annoying to talk about it. After getting the $300 million investment promise from Eric, Larry Ellison began to raise funds in the name of Firefly Investments' participation in the acquisition of Apple. Firefly Investments' investment vision in the IT industry over the years was obvious to everyone. Therefore, when they heard that Firefly Investments would also participate in the acquisition of Apple, some of the capital forces that were originally indifferent to this matter began to relax. When Eric asked last week, Larry Ellison had raised more than $2.5 billion. Now the market value of Apple was only $2 billion. Even if the acquisition premium was higher, this amount of money was probably enough. However, with the money in hand, Larry Ellison had the idea of abandoning Firefly Investments. Eric was sure that this matter must be the result of Jobs' instigation. Eric refused Jobs' request for patent authorization of the MP3 player last time, which made Jobs lose face. He was a very, very vengeful guy. Eric had an indifferent attitude toward the acquisition of Apple. He had made so many arrangements in advance. If he still couldn't monopolize the future smartphone era, he would just admit that he was unlucky. However, Eric wouldn't allow others to use the name of Firefly Investments to pull in investments and dump him. "Eric, I haven't seen you in a while. You've been doing well recently. I've been hearing your name every day in San Francisco." Larry Ellison greeted him as soon as he walked into the restaurant. He gave Eric a warm hug. Eric let go of the unshaven Larry Ellison and smiled. "You've been doing well too. I heard that you've raised a large sum of money recently. What are you planning to do?" "Hey, Eric." Larry Ellison brought Eric to a seat and couldn't wait to explain. "You must have heard some random gossip. Look, I rushed over from San Francisco as soon as you called. If I didn't call you, you would have bought Apple before coming to see me, right?" Eric said sarcastically. He took the menu from the waiter and looked at it. "Misunderstanding, this must be a misunderstanding." Larry Ellison immediately denied. "I had to take care of the company and fly back and forth between the East and West Coasts. That's why I neglected you." Eric ordered a dinner and closed the menu. He looked up at Larry Ellison and smiled. "If you're really busy, I can understand. I heard that the competition between Oracle and Informix has been very fierce recently. Have they removed the billboard they set up outside the Oracle building?" In Eric's original memories, Oracle was basically in a state where it was the dominant force. But now, Oracle was far from Microsoft's position in the desktop operating system market. In North America, there were two database software companies that were comparable to Oracle. They were Informix and Sybase. Sybase also operated a server business in addition to database software. Like Oracle, Informix focused on the database software market. The competition between the two was extremely fierce. Informix even bought a billboard outside the Oracle headquarters with the slogan "A dinosaur crawled here." Eric didn't know what this was about, but he knew that it was definitely not something good. Recently, seeing that the funds raised were enough to buy Apple, Larry Ellison did have the idea of leaving Firefly and buying Apple alone. In addition to the encouragement of his friend Steve Jobs, he also knew that if Firefly was involved, even if it only held 10% of the shares, it would have as much say as he, the founder of the acquisition. If he could get rid of Firefly, the control of Apple would be completely in his and Steve Jobs' hands after the acquisition. However, Eric's words made Larry Ellison's hair stand on end. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to think that Eric was just teasing him when he mentioned Informix's billboard. Under Firefly investments, whether it was Yahoo, AOL, or the recently rising Amazon, they were all super big customers that any database software company had to fight for. What's more, Yahoo also controlled the Yahoo Technology Alliance, which had become the rule maker on the internet. This kind of influence could not be underestimated. Eric mentioned Informix on purpose. The warning could not be more obvious. Now was the most critical moment in the competition between Oracle and Informix. If all of Firefly's internet companies were to side with Informix, the originally evenly matched situation between the two database companies would immediately be broken. Database software companies and operating system software companies were actually similar in some aspects. If the two sides widened the gap, due to the influence of the Matthew effect, the advantage of the leading party would only become more and more obvious. The result of the lagging party was obvious from the current situation of Apple Computer. Larry Ellison was a very arrogant person, which was known by the entire Silicon Valley. However, he was definitely not the kind of person who would show his arrogance in front of anyone. Otherwise, Oracle wouldn't have developed to its current scale. At this time, in front of this young man, he had lost all of his arrogance. He even had a sense of powerlessness, as if his fate was in the hands of this young man. Larry Ellison raised his hand and touched his forehead. He didn't dare to be perfunctory anymore. He said seriously, "Eric, okay, this is my fault. However, now that the acquisition negotiations have just begun, I promise that I won't hide anything from Firefly. If you're worried, you can send someone to join the negotiation team." Eric shrugged and said, "Larry, I've said before that I'm not interested in acquiring Apple. I just think that Jobs is a very interesting guy, so I'm involved in this matter. After the acquisition is completed, I won't interfere with the management of Apple. This will be an ordinary equity investment. But if you dare to trick me, I don't mind putting this rotten apple on top of your Oracle." "Eric, don't worry, this will never happen again." Larry Ellison felt that there was something wrong with the grammar of Eric's last sentence, but he didn't point it out. He just realized that Eric didn't intend to hold on to this matter, so he grinned and agreed. Eric glanced at this guy and suddenly realized that to be friends with Jobs, these two guys had something in common, which was that they were both assholes. Eric suddenly had some thoughts in his mind, and he said, "Larry, you don't think this is over, right?" Eric, what else do you want?" Larry Ellison, who had already relaxed, became vigilant again. Eric didn't want to talk nonsense with this guy. He said, "Do you know that Firefly has been preparing for Iron Man recently?" Larry Ellison froze for a moment and realized something. He said excitedly, "Eric, you want me to play Tony Stark?" "No problem, absolutely no problem. I also think I'm quite suitable." "Well, we can discuss the pay." Eric glanced around and didn't find a suitable guy to knock on the hairy face opposite him. He could only say in annoyance, "There's no Tony Stark." "Do you want to be Tony Stark's driver?" "Don't do that, Eric. Even if you want me to play the villain, I'll lose face as a driver." Larry Ellison seemed to have suddenly gone crazy and started to bargain. "Okay, then I'll be the driver. I'll get someone to inform you of the shooting schedule." Eric knocked on the table and made a decision. Larry Ellison thought that Eric was going to say something that would catch him off guard. When he heard that it was just a guest role in a movie, he didn't have any scruples and nodded in agreement. He even deliberately made a few jokes. However, Eric obviously wasn't done. He continued, "However, that's not what I was talking about. Iron Man is a sci-fi movie. It's very suitable for technology companies to implant it. So, Oracle should also participate. I'll charge you $5 million USD for the implant." Larry Ellison's face immediately turned sour. Oracle's annual advertising budget was less than $100 million US. $5 million USD for a movie was a huge number. "Eric, this is extortion. Can you give me a discount? How about 500,000 USD? Yahoo plans to build a large data center on the East and West Coasts and in Europe next year. I can consider giving the database software order for these projects to Informix. 3 million USD. Eric, you have to know that as a CEO, my decisions have to be approved by the board of directors. 3 million USD is the most I can promise. Amazon will be listed at the end of the year. They will definitely need to expand their infrastructure. As an e-commerce company, database software." Larry Ellison slammed the table and interrupted Eric. 5 million USD. Deal. Oh, and I'll charge you $1 for the guest role as Tony Stark's driver. Hollywood doesn't allow people to work for free. However, you have to sign 3 contracts first. Larry Ellison's face fell and he nodded. Okay. Eric nodded with satisfaction and added, "Also, this meal is on you." He didn't hesitate to extort a sum of money from Larry Ellison as a punishment for trying to trick him. After dinner, Eric wanted to return to the Sharp Corner Manor. The girl called to say that the roles in Fast and Furious had been settled. Eric asked the driver to drive to Beverly Hills. When he arrived at the girl's mansion in Trussdale Manor, Eric found that Gwyneth Paltrow was also there. Holding Eric's arm, the girl sat down on the couch and said, "Eric, Kate is very interested in the role of Dominic's sister, Mia. What do you think?" In the original version, the role of the male lead sister had been played by Jordana Brewster. Eric remembered that the Latina girl's appearance when she was young could be described as perfect. However, for some reason, her shelf life was so short that she didn't look as good after she turned 20. As this thought flashed through his mind, Eric looked at Gwyneth Paltrow. Due to the changes in Hollywood history, even if Shakespeare's Love hadn't been filmed yet, it definitely wouldn't be easy for Gwyneth Paltrow to become a movie queen again. However, she was a second-generation heiress in Hollywood, after all. Eric was very curious why she was interested in a role like Mia, which didn't seem important at all. "Gwyneth, I'm sure you've read the script. The role of Mia is just a vase. There's not much room for you to show off. It just makes you more familiar in front of the audience." Gwyneth Paltrow looked at how Drew was clinging to Eric. She was envious, but her expression was a little bitter. She said, "I also want a role that suits me better. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find one." After saying that, Gwyneth Paltrow looked at Eric hopefully. For the past 2 years, she had been acting in 3 or 4 movies every year. The frequency of her appearances was enough to make those Hollywood newcomers go crazy with jealousy. However, her family's connections couldn't help her get any big roles, and the movies she acted in didn't attract much attention either. Last year, she had finally worked with Mike Mira on a novel adaptation of Emma. She had wanted to try her strategy of getting an Oscar, but in the end, she didn't even get a Golden Globe nomination. Therefore, at the suggestion of her agent, Gwyneth Paltrow decided to change her strategy and increase her chances of appearing in big movies. This way, she could increase her popularity as soon as possible. Coincidentally, MGM was planning to launch the Fast and Furious series. Considering that it was a work written by Eric himself, Gwyneth Paltrow took the initiative to ask Drew to try out for one of the roles. Before this, although the two had been as close as sisters on the surface, Gwyneth Paltrow had never used Drew's relationship in a movie. Living in Hollywood, she also understood that favors could be used once or twice, but it wouldn't work if it was used too often. Even with her family's connections, at most, she could only get the female lead role in some low-budget independent movies. If she wanted to rise up, she had to rely on her work. Gwyneth Paltrow naturally understood when Eric said, that Mia's role didn't have much room for her to show off. However, Eric also underestimated the sensation that this movie that he had personally written would cause in Hollywood. This was an extension of the Secret Agent Cinematic Universe series. With the current influence of the Secret Agent Cinematic Universe in Hollywood, even a vase role under this series was enough to attract the attention of many A-list female stars. Eric saw the hope in Gwyneth Paltrow's eyes, and her expression looked like she would jump at him if he said a word. He smiled. Compared to the ordinary actors struggling in Hollywood, she already had resources that no one could compare to. Eric wouldn't be moved by her little pitiful expression. He said, "This requires opportunity. You're the same age as Drew. There's no need to rush. Maybe you'll find a suitable role soon. Well, if you're interested in Mia's role, you can give it a try." Gwyneth Paltrow was very disappointed. She wanted to refute Eric's slip of the tongue. She was actually a few years older than Drew. She was already 25 this year. However, looking at the girl's delicate face, she would definitely say something like that. Drew smiled and blinked his eyes. He didn't point out the mistake in Eric's words. He said, "Oh right, Eric, I've already found the two actors you mentioned. Well, they're called Paul Walker and Van Diesel, right?" Amy and I looked at them together. Paul Walker is still alright, but the one called Van Diesel is simply a block of wood. After Drew finished speaking, he said something to the twins who were watching television in the living room. Natasha quickly brought a document over and passed it to Eric. Seeing Eric open it, the girl said, "There's also a videotape of the audition. Do you want to take a look?" Eric opened the document and looked at Paul Walker and Van Diesel's information. The two of them had been in Hollywood for a few years and weren't considered newcomers. In order to avoid the trouble of casting, Eric simply asked the girl to find the two of them. "You can watch the video tomorrow." However, when choosing actors for a movie, it's never about the best acting skills. The most important thing is that they are suitable. Otherwise, Robert De Niro and Meryl Streep would become the most popular stars in Hollywood. Early in the morning, perhaps because she had stayed over at Drew's house last night, Gwyneth Paltrow woke up an hour or two earlier than usual. When she arrived at the dining room, she saw that Eric was already sitting at the dining table and eating breakfast. After saying good morning to Eric, Gwyneth Paltrow asked the twins to prepare breakfast for her. Then, she sat opposite Eric, glanced at the newspaper in his hand, and asked, "Eric, Drew isn't up yet?" Eric nodded and said, "Yeah, why are you up so early?" "It's already 7. "I don't have the habit of sleeping in," Gwyneth said without any guilty expression. She looked at the glass of milk in Eric's hand, and her eyes flashed. Then, she said, "Eric, I'm a little thirsty. Can I have your glass of milk first?" Eric smiled and pushed the glass next to him over. He then asked Natasha to prepare another glass for him, and continued to read his newspaper. Gwyneth took a sip of the milk and smacked her lips. She recalled the discussion between Drew and Eric last night. She looked up and asked, "Eric, are you really planning to buy 4 private jets at once?" "Yeah, why?" Gwyneth shrunk her neck. This time, it was not an act. When she heard Drew and Eric discussing the plan to buy 4 private jets last night, Gwyneth did not know what to feel. She came from a good family, but the number of times she had taken a private jet since she was young could be counted on one hand. Eric wanted to buy 4 private jets at once, and he also wanted to build private airports on the east and west coasts. She had never thought that such a thing would happen to her. However, when she thought about Eric's net worth, which was at the top of the Forbes list, Gwyneth felt that such a thing was only natural. However, the envy she had for Drew increased a little. How good would it be if such a thing happened to her? "I just think that, can we use it all up?" If you want to use it, you can borrow it from Drew." Gwyneth blinked and unconsciously leaned forward. She regretted not sitting next to Eric just now. She said coquettishly, "Can't I borrow it from you?" "Sure." "Then, it's a deal." Gwyneth immediately seized the opportunity and said, "However, I don't have your phone number yet. Can you give me one? The private kind." This time Eric shook his head gently and rejected her. "If you want to contact me, just look for Drew." I was just saying that I could borrow it from you." Gwyneth pouted unhappily and took another sip of milk. She even deliberately licked the corner of her mouth teasingly. Unfortunately, Eric did not even look at her. Seeing that Eric was unmoved, Gwyneth was about to continue her efforts when the lass floated into the dining room in a daze. She was barefooted, wearing a tank top and shorts. She looked sleepy as she dragged a chair to Eric's side. She yawned and leaned lazily on Eric's shoulder. Feeling uncomfortable, her small body quickly tilted over. Gwyneth saw the doting smile on Eric's face and the fact that he deliberately reached out to hold the lass's body to prevent her from hitting the edge of the table. She almost had the urge to roar in her heart. "You little b***tch, why don't you just sleep away?" On the other side of the table, the lass hugged Eric's arm in a daze. She moaned a few times before saying, "Eric, get Natasha to prepare the car. We'll go to Ventura later." Eric lowered his head and said softly, "Why don't you eat something first and sleep on the way later?" "Oh, I haven't brushed my teeth." "I'm not eating." "Heh, then go brush your teeth." "I still want to take a shower." A small, fair arm stretched out from under the table and pulled Eric's collar. She said coquettishly, "Eric, carry me there." Eric had a helpless look on his face, but he put down the newspaper in his hand, reached out to carry the lass in his arms, and left the dining room. Gwyneth felt like she was being ignored the entire time. She was so angry that she wanted to throw the glass of milk in front of her. Natasha walked in with a salad and politely placed the plate in front of her. Gwyneth subconsciously wanted to find fault with them, but when she thought of how these two quiet Russian girls used to hit the sandbags in the gym, she swallowed her words. She felt wronged for some reason. After half an hour, Eric and Drew walked into the dining room again, chatting and laughing. Both of them had changed their clothes. Who knew if they took the opportunity to do something naughty again? Gwyneth put on a smile on her face and deliberately winked at Drew mockingly. Then, she pretended to ask casually, "Drew, is building the private airport in Ventura too far away from Los Angeles?" Ventura was a small city north of Los Angeles, about 100 kilometers away from Los Angeles. Gwyneth had heard Eric and Drew talking about building the private airport in Ventura last night. Drew was a lot more energetic than before. He said, "I want to build the airport in Los Angeles too, but the runway for a Boeing 747 needs to be at least 3 kilometers long. I've been running around Los Angeles for a long time, but I couldn't find a suitable place, so I can only go to Ventura. However, it's less than 50 kilometers away from the Point Manor." "It's not that far. The Point Manor is about 50 kilometers away from the Los Angeles International Airport. By the way, Kate, it's the weekend today. Do you want to come with us? Ventura is very suitable for a weekend vacation. Eric and I plan to buy a small manor or something there." Although they had agreed to go home for lunch, Gwyneth nodded without hesitation. "Sure." Her eyes were still darting between Eric and Drew. She smiled and said, "As long as you don't mind me being a third wheel." The girl immediately said, "Then you can ask your boyfriend to come along. We plan to stay in Ventura for 2 days and come back on Monday." Gwyneth subconsciously glanced at Eric. She smiled and shook her head. "I don't have one now. Why don't you lend me your boyfriend?" "Hee, I'm not lending him." The girl smiled and shook her head. She even held Eric's arm and said, "But you can come and snatch him. He'll belong to whoever snatches him." After breakfast, Eric called a group of bodyguards over. The group set off from Beverly Hills. They passed through downtown Los Angeles and went north along California Highway 1. After more than an hour, they entered another residential area. Eric sat in the middle of Drew's Land Rover Range Rover. The girl sat on the side facing the sea. They passed by Oxnard City, which was south of Ventura. She pointed regretfully at a large area surrounded by barbed wire. "What a pity. If only we could build the airport here." Eric only smiled. Gwyneth, who was sitting on the other side of Eric, leaned over. She leaned against Eric and looked out. She asked curiously, "Why not build it here?" "I think it's quite suitable here too. Summer clothes were especially thin." Eric felt Gwyneth's soft body deliberately leaning against him. He was too lazy to avoid her. He smiled and explained, "This is the Magoo Naval Base." "Hee, that definitely won't work." Queenie smiled, but she did not move her body away. She continued, if that's the case, can we build the private airport nearby? I remember that there's a no-fly zone near the military base, right? No problem. Before Eric could answer, Drew said, I've already consulted a lawyer. Also, Oxnard has 2 civilian airports. The one in the north is less than 10 kilometers from here. If there's a no-fly zone, these 2 airports won't be able to exist. They chatted along the way as they passed through Oxnard. Soon, they arrived at Ventura City, which was close to the north. Eric and the group first stayed at a private resort in Ventura City. Then, they went with an official from Ventura City to the location that Drew had chosen to build the airport. The plot of land was next to a dry river in the south of Ventura City. Eric and Drew got out of the car together and saw that it was still farmland in front of them. The official from Ventura City, Jack Wilson, also got out of the car. He brought Eric and the group along a simple cement road through the farmland. He explained, Mr. Williams, look, the Ventura Harbor is in the south. If you have a yacht, you can dock it there. Oh, the plot of land that needs to be built is here. 3 kilometers to the west and 1 kilometer to the south from here, that's a total of 300 hectares of land. Miss Bellymore said that this airport needs to be able to dock 10 planes. This plot of land is definitely enough. Of course, if you want to build 2 cross-shaped runways, you'll have to extend them to the north by at least 500 meters. But I don't think that's necessary. The 2 civilian airports in Oxnard have 1 runway too. Eric nodded and asked the girl beside him, are we building 1 runway or 2? The girl grinned and extended 2 fingers. The plot of land in Chengdao has already been chosen. Just 2 runways. Miss Bellymore, this place can't be compared to Chengdao, Jack Wilson interrupted with a smile. We're in a densely populated area. If you want to draw a bigger plot of land, not only will you have to spend more money, but the review will also take longer. After all, if we go further north, we'll be near the residential area. If you want to build it, you'll have to get the consent of the people first. If the distance to where we are is just right, you won't have to hold a hearing. You can also start the construction as soon as possible. Eric felt that he had been troubled by the land issue recently. Looking at the large plot of land in the north of the road, he didn't think too much about it. He planned to take down as much land as possible to avoid the predicament of Firefly Studios in the future. So he said, if it's possible, let's build 2 runways. We're not in a hurry. If we can extend them to the north by 1 kilometer, we can take down 600 hectares of land. Since Eric had decided, Jack Wilson smiled and nodded. He only said, in this case, Mr. Williams, it'll take at least a year to start the construction of this airport. Eric smiled and asked, Jack, don't you want me to buy as much land as possible? This can contribute more taxes to Ventura, right? Jack Wilson nodded. There was some shrewdness in his eyes. He said, of course. However, these taxes have nothing to do with me. I'm only responsible for providing you with the most reasonable suggestions. They chatted and laughed as they walked around the surrounding land for half an hour. Jack Wilson explained to Eric in detail all the things that needed to be paid attention to when building a private airport. When it was close to noon, everyone returned to Ventura together. As a small city that mainly focused on leisure, there were hundreds of yachts of various sizes docked in Ventura's harbor. After finishing their business, everyone rented a yacht and went out to sea in the afternoon. The white yacht drifted leisurely on the sea more than 10 kilometers away from the coastline. Eric wore beach pants and sunglasses as he lay on the deck and basked in the sun. When he saw the twins turn off the engine and drop the anchor, he sat up and asked with a smile, I didn't know you guys knew how to drive a yacht. By the way, do you know how to fly a plane? The 2 girls smiled shyly and sat down next to Drew meekly. One of them nodded and said, helicopter, yes. The girl next to Eric also got up and hugged Eric's arm. She giggled and said, Eric, they know everything. Maybe they're agents sent by the KGB to lure you. Eric knocked the girl's head and looked at the twins. He joked, they really do look alike. So beautiful. Tell me what you plan to do. As long as you don't kill me, I'll try my best to cooperate. The twins still smiled shyly and shook their heads. No, master. The boss sent us to learn. Gwyneth, who had already sat up on the other side of Eric, felt that she was being ignored again. She put down the juice in her hand and took the initiative to find a topic. Eric, didn't you say you wanted to buy 4 private jets? Why did Jack Wilson say it was more than 10? Eric explained, it's definitely a waste to build a private airport with only 4 private jets. There are some other people who will buy them together. Gwyneth was still a little curious. Who? Eric did not answer. He smiled and said, you can buy them too. Just store them here. Gwyneth's eyes were filled with yearning, but she shook her head regretfully. She looked at Eric with some inexplicable hope and said, I can't even afford a good car now, let alone a private jet. When you become a big star in the future, you'll be able to afford it. Who knows when that will happen? Also, even if I want to buy one, I definitely can't afford a Boeing. Gwyneth looked enviously at Drew, who was whispering to the twins. She then said, Eric, buying 1,500 acres of land here, oh, that's 600 hectares of land. It should be very expensive, right? Eric liked to use hectares as a unit of area. The official name Jack Wilson in the morning had purposely gone along with his habit. Gwyneth was obviously influenced by their conversation in the morning, so she purposely changed the unit of area from acres to hectares. If it was Los Angeles, it would be very expensive. It's different here. If it's just land, it won't exceed $20 million. Although the land that Drew wanted was near Ventura City, it was just farmland. It could not be that expensive. Jeffrey had only spent $7 million to buy a 2,000-acre farm in Maryland. The most expensive part of building a private airport was actually the later operations and maintenance. After the weekend, they returned to Los Angeles from Ventura. Eric instructed Kelly to pick out a team from the assistant's office to follow up on the construction of private airports on the east and west coasts, as well as the purchase of 2 Boeing 747-402 Gulfstream V airliners. Eric himself focused on the casting of several movies and the expansion of Firefly Studios. Due to the intensive casting of Iron Man, Spider-Man, The Lord of the Rings trilogy, and the Fast and Furious series, the demand for actors in these heavyweight films covered almost all ages in Hollywood. In addition, the Firefly system had shown brilliantly in recent years, allowing many unknown actors to become Hollywood superstars. Therefore, although the Pierce Brosnan incident had just happened, causing many big names in Hollywood to complain about the stinginess of the Firefly system, Hollywood was still very lively recently. Actors who wanted to get roles in these series were doing their best. So, even though The X-Files is over, you still have contact with Brad Pitt? At the Pointy Corner Manor, Eric and Famke Johnson were making breakfast together in the dining room. When he heard her talk to him about Brad Pitt wanting to play Tony Stark, he asked with a half-teasing smile. After The X-Files ended, Famke did not take on any film contracts in the past 6 months. Instead, she traveled around and did charity work. She had just returned to Los Angeles and had been living at the Pointy Corner Manor recently. Xianxia called me, Famke Johnson explained. Seeing Eric's confused face, she smiled and said, Xianxia Cody is Pitt's agent. You should have seen her before. After working together for so many years, we get along quite well, so I helped her pass a message to you. Eric vaguely remembered Xianxia Cody. She seemed to be quite capable and had even joined ICM. However, he had not seen her for many years. After so many years, their positions in Hollywood were now worlds apart. Eric no longer had any prejudice against Brad Pitt, or rather, he did not have any feelings at all. After bringing the breakfast into the dining room and sitting down at the table, Eric calmly analyzed, Brad Pitt's acting is not bad, but his image is not suitable for Tony Stark. After thinking about it, Eric smiled inexplicably and said, however, there's another role that I can let him try, Thor. But if he wants this role, he'll have to wait patiently. The Thor movie will only start after Spider-Man and Iron Man are released. In history, Marvel had once hoped that Brad Pitt could play Thor. However, at that time, Brad Pitt had already begun to transform into a director and producer. This kind of comic character change did not have much appeal to him, so the two sides did not reach a cooperation. However, it was different now. Due to Eric's intervention, although Brad Pitt had gained a lot of fame with his role as the male lead in The X-Files, after the series ended, he would become a newcomer in the film industry. Moreover, due to the influence of the X-Files, his development in the film industry would definitely not be as smooth as before. However, Brad Pitt was indeed a good candidate to play Thor. The Thor movie would only start in about 2 years. At that time, the influence of the X-Files would begin to dissipate. Famke Johnson nodded and said, "Then I'll reply to Xianxia like this. Oh right, and you, how's the X-Men comic I gave you going?" "It's very interesting. I really like the role of Jean Grey," Famke Johnson said. "When do you plan to shoot X-Men?" "I haven't heard anything about it." "You'll have to wait for another 2 or 3 years, Eric explained. "My plan is to first open up the Marvel Cinematic Universe through the Spider-Man and Iron Man movies. This way, the project will be much easier to push forward. You can shoot a few movies in the next 2 years to get a feel for it. Filming a TV series is always different from filming a movie. In that case, I'll be going back to the Netherlands soon. My sister is preparing a movie and wants me to play a role." Speaking of which, Famke Johnson had 3 sisters in his family. The other 2 were a director and an actress, but both of them were developing their careers in Europe. When Eric heard Famke's words, he reluctantly advised, "You just came back and you're leaving again? If it's you, let your sister come to Hollywood to develop her career." Famke Johnson said, "My sister's temper is much stronger than mine. She also knows about my relationship with you, so she won't come over." Eric smiled and said, "Looks like I'm lucky to have caught the weakest of you sisters." Famke Johnson rolled her eyes at Eric and said, "It's all because you're an asshole." Eric smiled proudly and finished his breakfast in 2 or 3 bites. He reached out to hug Famke and show her his asshole side. He felt her curl up one of her long legs to block his attack. He conveniently hugged the long leg that poked out of her shorts and said with a smile, "Okay, I'm going to work. Come, give me a kiss." Famke helplessly turned her face to the side and let Eric kiss her. With a smile on her lips, she pretended to be dissatisfied and muttered, "I'll buy a ticket back to the Netherlands today." Eric kissed Famke's lips and lowered his head to kiss her seductive long leg. Hearing the girl's ticklish laughter, he said, "No, I recently rented a Boeing 767. When do you plan to leave?" "I'll get someone to send you." After being busy for more than half a month, the audition for the male lead of Iron Man had entered the second round. The audition list had been reduced from the initial selection of hundreds to 50. Eric also planned to participate in the next few rounds of auditions. However, when Eric rushed to Firefly Studios, Katzenberg also rushed over with several theme park designers. It turned out that the design team responsible for the development of the Firefly Studios theme park project had already come up with a plan to develop a theme park on the western part of Lincoln Avenue. Because the residents in the eastern part of the park were waiting for a good price, the studio could not expand to the east in the short term. The company could only focus on developing the western part of Lincoln Avenue. "Mr. Williams, look, we can build a bridge on Lincoln Avenue to connect the 2 movie parks. In addition, in order to connect the Titanic theme exhibition area to the western park without affecting the daily operations of the studio and other areas, we can open an exclusive passage on the edge of the eastern park and set up some movie themes in this passage to add interest and prevent tourists from feeling bored on the way." Eric looked at the design slides and listened to the other party's general explanation. He shook his head and said, "It still won't work. No one likes to walk a kilometer in a corridor. What's more, the Eastern Park should also be part of the theme park tour. Then we can open a few doors in the area that is open for sightseeing." "I'm not talking about the doors, but I feel that the idea of an exclusive passage doesn't work in the first place. It will make people feel claustrophobic. If you have experienced it, you will definitely know how bad this feeling is," Eric said. He got up and walked to the slide projector. He asked the secretary who operated the slides to switch a few pictures. Then, he stopped at the design of a bridge across Lincoln Avenue. After staring at the drawing for a while, Eric raised his hand and drew a long line in the air. He said, "How about this? We can raise and extend this bridge and build an aerial corridor connecting the Titanic Exhibition Hall and the Western Park. What do you think?" Katzenberg's eyes lit up when he heard Eric's words. He also stood up and walked over. He nodded and said, "I think this idea is very good. Most of the Eastern Park is not suitable for tourists, but if there is such an aerial corridor, they can visit the entire park from above. This is much better than the idea of a ground passage. Several designers also came over. One of them said, however, such an aerial corridor will definitely be very expensive, right? Eric shook his head and said to the designer, Gary, let's not consider the cost first. Think about it. Not far from our south is the Los Angeles International Airport that handles 60 million passengers a year. Although most of the passengers at the airport take the 405 freeway in the west, as long as 1/5 of them pass through Lincoln Avenue, that is 12 million people. If this aerial corridor is built and becomes a landmark building on Lincoln Avenue, it is equivalent to advertising Firefly Studios in front of 12 million tourists from all over the world for free every year. This effect is definitely comparable to a bridge that is only for tourists to pass safely. The designer named Gary nodded. He raised his hand and drew a line between the eastern and western parks. He said, Mr. Williams, if we don't consider the construction cost, we can make this corridor span the entire eastern and western parks. Not only will it be symmetrical, but it will also be more beautiful. At the same time, the 4-kilometer-long aerial corridor will also be more visually stunning. After Gary finished speaking, the others also put forward their own ideas. Eric had many spectacular aerial corridors in his memory. He had also walked some high-altitude plank roads in his previous life. The design of these suspended corridors had left a deep impression on Eric. Now, since there was such an opportunity and he had enough financial strength, Eric naturally wanted to build a sky corridor that belonged to him, just like the Freedom City Villa in Malibu. Everyone discussed for more than half an hour, and the idea was basically finalized. However, the concept could be endless, but to get a feasible plan, the theme park designers needed to make detailed plans, such as what form the aerial corridor would take, what materials would be used, how high would it be built, and so on. After sending the designers away, Eric and Katzenberg went to another office building in the studio. The audition for the male lead of Iron Man was held here. Because he had informed them in advance that they didn't have to wait for him, the members of the Iron Man team had already begun the audition. Eric and Katzenberg nodded and greeted a group of actors waiting in the corridor. They pushed the door open and entered the audition room. A white man in his 30s was performing a scene with the cooperation of the staff. When he saw Eric and Katzenberg coming in, he couldn't help but pause. He didn't know if he should continue. Mr. Rockwell, you can continue. Eric smiled and nodded to the other party. Sam Rockwell didn't expect Eric to recognize him. He quickly responded with a smile, found the feeling, and then gestured to the female assistant who was reading the lines. Eric nodded to director Joss Whedon and the others. He didn't sit behind the audition table. He just pulled a chair and sat down with Katzenberg. He took a stack of actor information from an assistant and looked up to watch Sam Rockwell's performance. Sam Rockwell was personally selected by Eric as one of the last 50 candidates. In history, Sam Rockwell participated in the audition for the male lead of Iron Man, but he didn't get the role. In the end, he played the villain Justin Hammer in Iron Man 2. The main villain of Iron Man 2 was Whip, so Sam Rockwell's performance wasn't too eye-catching. However, the Justin Hammer he played was indeed very similar to Robert Downey Jr. in some details. Eric happened to remember this, so he arranged for the other party to participate in this round of auditions. However, during the audition process, although he specifically mentioned a few things, Sam Rockwell's audition effect was difficult to satisfy Eric. He felt that something was missing. In the end, Eric had a flash of inspiration. He instructed the staff to find a pair of black-rimmed glasses for Sam Rockwell to wear. Sam Rockwell's temperament suddenly reached Eric's effect. He changed from his original image of a street ruffian to an overbearing CEO with a smirk on his face. Unfortunately, Tony Stark definitely couldn't wear glasses. After Sam Rockwell left, everyone realized Eric's special attitude towards him just now. They looked over, obviously asking for Eric's opinion. Eric shook his head regretfully. His acting is good, but if he doesn't wear glasses, he won't be able to support the temperament that Tony Stark needs. He definitely won't be able to wear glasses. Call the next one. Joss Whedon and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They felt the same as Eric. However, everyone knew that Eric often made unexpected decisions, so they were a little worried. If Eric leaned toward Sam Rockwell, it wouldn't be a good thing. After a week of auditions and eliminations, the candidates for the lead actor in Iron Man were reduced from the final 50 to 10. In order to select Tony Stark from the final 10 people, several creatives of the crew began to hold frequent meetings to discuss it. David, this won't do. I need you to do it again. Remember, Tony Stark's pride is engraved in his bones, and he doesn't need to deliberately show it on the surface. So, you need to speak more matter-of-factly. For the remaining 10 candidates, the crew no longer held a centralized audition. Instead, they held in-depth discussions and auditions with the candidates one by one, and gradually eliminated them. This way, the most suitable candidate could be selected more carefully. In a conference room in the studio, Eric patiently explained his views on Tony Stark to David Duchovny, who had participated in the discussion today. David Duchovny was originally supposed to be the male lead of the X-Files, but due to the changes in history, he was still just a small character in various independent movies or TV shows. Eric didn't feel much about David Duchovny's performance in the X-Files, but he really liked his other work, California Crush. In California Crush, David Duchovny played the down-and-out writer Hank Moody, who shuttled between all kinds of beautiful women, left a deep impression on people. After Eric finished speaking, David Duchovny, who was sitting on the sofa opposite him, thought for a moment and said, "Then, Eric, I'll try again." Eric turned his head and was about to instruct the staff next to him to give David Duchovny lines, when he noticed that everyone, including Joss Whedon, was looking at him strangely. This was obviously not the first time, but recently, Eric had been feeling that the atmosphere around him was a little strange. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but explode. "I'm warning you, if you dare look at me with such admiration all day long, I'll dock your pay." "Sally, run through the scene with David again." Several people sitting around the sofa chuckled. The production assistant named Sally picked up the script and looked at David Duchovny. After getting confirmation, she began to recite the lines of Kristen, the reporter from Vanity Fair magazine in Iron Man. "Some people say that you're the modern Da Vinci. What do you think?" "Nonsense, I'm not a painter." "What about the other nickname, Death Merchant?" "That's not bad," David Duchovny replied. "Let me guess. Berkeley?" "Actually, Brown University." "Well, Miss Brown, this world is not perfect, but we have no choice. I promise you, if there comes a day when I don't need to use weapons to exchange for peace, I will change my profession and go to Good Children's Hospital." Just as the two were about to continue, Eric interrupted, "Stop, it still doesn't work. David, you should speak faster. Also, this scene can't be too casual." Anyway, think about it again. If it doesn't work, we'll change to the next scene." After a brief hesitation, David Duchovny asked, "Eric, can you demonstrate it for me?" Eric had not been able to find the right adjective for a moment, but when he heard David Duchovny's words, he nodded without thinking too much. He turned to the production assistant and said, "Sally, let's start with that scene." As Eric spoke, he didn't see Joss Whedon excitedly gesture to the cameraman behind him. The cameraman naturally turned the camera to Eric. Sally noticed Joss Whedon's little gesture behind Eric, but pretended not to notice. She lowered her eyes and looked at the script in her hand. She raised her head and read, "Mr. Stark, you've rehearsed this sentence many times, right?" Eric didn't need to read the lines at all. Whether it was the recent auditions or the memories in his mind, Eric was familiar with the entire script. Similarly, no one knew better than him what kind of effect he wanted. After quickly sorting out his thoughts, Eric replied naturally, "I say it in the mirror every night before I go to bed." Sally nodded. "I can tell." With a cynical smile on his face, Eric stared at Sally and said, "I hope you can see it with your own eyes." Under Eric's natural and invasive gaze, Sally suddenly felt her face heat up. She dodged and stuttered a little. Although she was also very familiar with the script, she still mispronounced her lines. "Mr. Williams, I hope you can be a little more serious." Eric was speechless. Haha. Everyone in the room couldn't help but laugh. Realizing her mistake, Sally's face quickly turned red. She couldn't have felt more embarrassed. She raised the script in front of her and ran to the bathroom next door. Looking at the girls fleeing action, everyone's heartless laughter grew louder. After a while, Eric clapped his hands and said, "Okay, everyone, let's continue. Skip this part and switch to the part where Tony Stark and Colonel Rhodes are on the plane." Since Eric said that, everyone stopped laughing and continued their discussion. When it was almost evening, after seeing David Duchovny off, Eric was about to discuss the effect of David Duchovny's performance today with Joss Whedon and the others, when Joss Whedon said, "Eric, it's almost time to get off work. How about we go for a drink?" Eric was puzzled. "Huh? I mean, there are a few good bars in Venice Beach," Joss Whedon said. "Also, I want to talk to you about something else." "Actually, that's what everyone wants." Looking at Joss Whedon's expression, Eric nodded. "Okay, let's call it a day." Due to the rise of Firefly Studios, Venice Beach near Praia Vista had become a popular gathering place for Hollywood filmmakers in recent years. Many restaurants, cafes, bars, and other leisure places had also sprung up. When he followed Joss Whedon to a bar called Light, Eric suddenly realized that he hadn't had such an experience in a long time. It just so happened that it was time to get off work. Although night had not yet fallen, the bar was already bustling with activity. Eric wore sunglasses and followed Joss Whedon into the bar. He watched as Joss Whedon greeted the boss familiarly and asked for a relatively remote booth in the corner of the bar. The two of them sat down together. After ordering a glass of beer from the waiter who followed them, Joss Whedon asked, "Eric, what would you like to drink?" Eric felt that the scantily clad waitress in front of him was staring at him, so he simply took off his sunglasses and raised a finger at the girl who was staring at him with wide eyes. He then smiled and said, "I'll have a glass of beer too." Okay. The waitress nodded in surprise, turned around, and left in a hurry. But after a while, she came back with 2 glasses of beer. She had obviously touched up her makeup, and had even taken off the somewhat exaggerated earrings on her ears. After placing the beers in front of Eric and Joss Whedon, the girl did not leave. Instead, she boldly asked, "Mr. Williams, can I take a picture with you?" Eric smiled and shook his head. "I'm sorry, miss." The waitress was not discouraged. She took out a business card from the pocket of her short jacket and stuffed it into his hand. "Mr. Williams, this is my number. Give me a call." After saying that, the waitress did not give Eric a chance to refuse. She turned around and left, swaying her slender waist. Eric picked up the business card and looked at it. He said, "Jenny." I think it's better to call her Jennifer." "I like the name Jennifer." Joss Whedon laughed and said, "Call her over now and ask her to change her name. I don't think that girl will refuse. I'm not in the mood for such boring things." Eric shook his head and placed the business card on the table. He looked at Joss Whedon and said, "So, Joss, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Eric, who do you think fits your requirements the most among the candidates we auditioned recently?" Eric smiled and picked up the business card on the table again. He said, "I'm guessing that's not what you want to talk about tonight, right?" Joss Whedon shrugged and said, "Eric, I'm sure you've realized how everyone has been feeling recently." "Huh? All of us feel that you're the one who knows the role of Tony Stark the best. You know more than all the other candidates we've been through during this period. In the past few weeks, you've been repeatedly instructing these actors on how to act, what kind of expression they should use, and what kind of tone they should use." Eric raised his head. "You want me to play Tony Stark too?" Joss Whedon nodded. "I've already discussed it with Mr. Katzenberg and Mr. Allard in private. They all think that this plan is feasible." Eric hesitated for a moment. Thinking of the recent additions, he was indeed dissatisfied with all the candidates. In fact, when he recalled Robert Downey's performance in the movie, Eric felt that many of his details were not satisfactory. "Joss, you have to know that I'm already a producer. If I take on the role of the lead actor, you may be sidelined at any time as the director. If you can make this movie more perfect, I won't have a problem even if you want me to quit the cast," Joss Whedon said without hesitation. "Eric, I'm also a fan of Iron Man comics, so I really hope that this movie can have the most suitable male lead. I haven't even participated in an audition. Although I know what kind of Tony Stark I want, are you sure that I can act well?" Joss Whedon smiled and said, "Eric, I think you don't even need to act. You just need to be yourself. Just look at how Sally and you reacted to the lines in the afternoon. Sally never blushed in front of the other actors. As a playboy, Tony Stark must be able to have a strong attraction to women. Besides, I've been secretly observing you for a month. A lot of your words and actions are very similar to the Tony Stark we want. Eric unconsciously folded the business card in his hand into a paper airplane. Hearing Joss Whedon's words, he raised his head and said, "Okay, let's choose from these 10 people first." Joss Whedon felt that Eric's tone had softened, so he did not hesitate to continue. "Eric, I know you're very busy, but you should also know that the filming of Iron Man won't take up too much of your time. The planned filming cycle is 4 months. If the schedule is tight, you only need to stay on set for less than 2 months, and most of that can be done in the studio in Los Angeles. Even if it's overseas scenes, we only need to rush to the neighboring state of Nevada." "That's not the point, Joss," Eric said. "In the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, Iron Man needs to appear in more than one movie, but the entire series." Joss Whedon said, "But that's even less of a problem. Eric, except for a few Iron Man films, you'll definitely appear in fewer scenes in the other crossovers. Maybe you won't even need a month. Moreover, we're making an Iron Man film, and the average cycle is 2 years, so you can take 2 months out of every 2 years. I think this shouldn't be a problem for you at all, right? Looks like you've decided to let me do it personally?" Joss Whedon smiled and said, "Eric, to be honest, have you really never thought of playing the role yourself?" Eric's eyes flashed and he said, "I've thought of playing the role of Hugh Hefner, but I don't know if he's collected 2,000 girlfriends yet." "Haha, that's the tone." Joss Whedon laughed and said, "Tony Stark's tone. Okay, I'll think about it. I'll give you an answer tomorrow, the day after tomorrow." Eric threw the small paper airplane in his hand at Joss Whedon. He used a little more force, but the airplane flew past the barrier and into a nearby cubicle. Then, a girl's soft cry could be heard. Joss Whedon knew Eric had changed his mind and was about to continue persuading him when 2 petite girls walked over angrily. One of the girls in a black dress was still holding the paper airplane in her hand. There were water stains on it, and it had probably flown into a wine glass or something. The 2 girls were about to criticize Eric when they recognized him at a glance. Their angry expressions immediately disappeared, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say and just stood there like 2 little quails. With a smile on his face, Eric looked at the 2 girls with great interest. He raised his hand and pointed at Joss Whedon. "This guy was the one who threw the thing. Don't blame me." The girl in the black dress standing on the left was the first to react. She hurriedly said, Sorry, Mr. Williams, we're fine." With that, the girl in the black dress was about to pull her companion away. However, Eric looked at the girl who was slightly taller and still had some baby fat on her face. He said, "Sarah, right? I happen to remember your name. Sarah Michelle Gellar, the little girl in Thriller on a Small Island. You've already grown so big." With that, Eric looked at the other girl and asked knowingly, "What's your name?" "Ah, it's me." The girl in the black dress did not expect Eric to know her friend. She hurriedly said, "My name is Jennifer Love Hewitt." "Oh, another Jennifer. I like a girl named Jennifer. Can I buy you a glass of wine?" Joss Whedon watched Eric chatting with the 2 girls in full swing, making the 2 girls giggle from time to time. He felt both helpless and a little envious. Although the 2 girls were very sophisticated and glanced at him from time to time, seemingly worried that he would be left out, their eyes and thoughts were almost completely focused on Eric at this time. With the unparalleled power in Hollywood in his hands and being so young, Eric's attraction to women was like a bright light that tempted moths in the dark. Knowing that it was definitely impossible to talk about business tonight, Joss Whedon did not intend to continue to stay here as a foil. Taking advantage of the gap in their conversation, he said, "Eric, think about that matter carefully. I happen to have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Eric stopped talking and laughing with the 2 girls, got up and said, "Don't worry, I'll think about it carefully." Joss Whedon looked at the petite Jennifer Love Hewitt who had just sat next to him and took the initiative to make way for him. He thought about it, and before he left, he made a gesture on his chest without leaving a trace. Eric naturally understood that Joss Whedon was reminding him to pay attention to the age of the 2 girls. Both Sarah and Jennifer were less than 1.6 meters tall, which was relatively rare in Hollywood where hot girls ran rampant. Joss Whedon inevitably felt that the two girls were still underage. He smiled knowingly and gave Joss Whedon a knowing look. He watched him leave and looked at Jennifer Love Hewitt, who had taken Joss Whedon's seat and was sitting opposite him. He smiled and said, "Where were we just now?" "The Victoria's Secret Angels. Sarah and I are very curious. How can they maintain their figures so well? It can be said to be perfect. This is really not easy. Not to mention other things, you may not know, but many of the Victoria's Secret Angels basically eat less in the week or two before the annual big show in order to maintain their figures." As she was sitting next to Eric, Sarah Michelle Gellar happened to notice Joss Whedon's gesture. She had entered Hollywood at a very young age, so she naturally understood what the secret signals used by these men meant. Thinking of what might happen next, Sarah Michelle Gellar's face became a little hot. When she heard Eric's words, she asked, "Won't you feel hungry if you don't eat?" "They can only endure the hunger. So, you two don't have to envy them, and you don't have to think about becoming Victoria's Secret Angel." Jennifer Love Hewitt stuck out her tongue and said, "Even if we wanted to, we couldn't. We're too short." Being short is actually an advantage for you guys. Many Victoria's Secret Angels who want to enter Hollywood are rejected because they are too tall, Eric said. Then, he asked curiously, "By the way, what films have you guys been filming recently?" Jennifer Love Hewitt's eyes lit up, but she immediately calmed down. She pretended to be casual and said, "Sarah and I just attended an audition for a movie this afternoon. I don't know if we can get the role." Sitting opposite her, Eric naturally noticed the change in Jennifer Love Hewitt's eyes. He looked at Sarah next to him, and then looked at Jennifer opposite him. He smiled and said, "You two are too similar. Height, face, and even temperament are similar. Even if you two are not competing for the same role, the crew will only keep one of you." Then what should we do?" Jennifer Love Hewitt glanced at Sarah next to Eric and said worriedly. She actually knew this, so she and Sarah weren't very close friends. It was just that the two of them had a lot of similarities in their personalities, so they could get along well with each other. Eric shrugged and said, "This can't be helped." Jennifer Love Hewitt mustered up her courage and looked at Eric eagerly. She said, "Eric, can't even you? That's an MGM movie." Eric raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh, what's the name of the movie?" "They haven't finalized the name yet. They're still calling it according to the original novel. It sounds very long. It's called I Know What You Did Last Summer." Eric thought for a while and said, "Kevin Williamson's script?" "Yes." Jennifer Love Hewitt nodded and said, "Eric, you know the script too?" In his memory, I Know What You Did Last Summer was from Sony Columbia. However, Kevin Williamson sold 5 scripts to MGM for $500,000. There were 3 Scream in the plan. Before the contract was completed, he could not provide scripts to other film companies. In recent years, due to the success of Scream, Kevin Williamson could be said to be the most popular teen horror screenwriter in Hollywood. MGM also gave Kevin Williamson an extra bonus. The cooperation between the two sides had always been pleasant. However, I Know What You Did Last Summer, a horror film similar to Scream, would not cost more than $20 million at most. Even within the Firefly Group, Eric rarely intervened in films that cost less than $20 million, let alone this MGM movie. "I don't know, it's just a guess." Eric shook his head truthfully and said, "However, such a movie is actually very suitable for you." Seeing that Eric was talking to Jennifer Love Hewitt most of the time, Sarah Michelle Gellar calmed down her chaotic thoughts and took the initiative to say, "Eric, I heard that Firefly is casting for Spider-Man, right?" Eric turned his head and looked at Sarah. "Oh, are you interested in Gwen Stacy?" Sarah Michelle Gellar avoided Eric's gaze, but she still nodded frankly and said, "Actually, I admire director Cameron very much. I watched his Titanic 5 times. I will be angry if you praise other directors in front of me." Sarah shook her head quickly and said, No, Eric, you are actually better." Jennifer Love Hewitt did not expect Sarah to take the initiative to mention Spider-Man. In fact, this was what she had been thinking about just now. Thinking about the popularity of the heroine of Titanic, Rachel Weisz, the heroine of Cameron's new film, Gwen Stacy, was definitely the dream role of all women of the right age in Hollywood. Jennifer smiled proudly and said, "Eric, I also think that you are actually better. My agent said that it is a miracle to produce a movie with a global box office of more than $2 billion US. But it is even more miraculous to produce two movies with a global box office of more than $1 billion US twice in a row." Eric smiled and said, "To be honest, I can assure you that only actors who have never worked with Jim would feel the way you do. If you've worked with him before, you probably won't want to act in his movies for the rest of your lives." Sarah Michelle Gellar was a little skeptical. She said, "I also heard that he is very fierce on set, but it shouldn't be that serious, right?" Speaking of which, Eric glanced at the two girls with a smile on his face, but his expression was still serious. He said, "I happen to have a videotape of Jim shooting Titanic at home. You can't see it outside. Do you want to take a look at it?" The two girls' faces suddenly blushed together. They looked at each other and moved away at the same time. They were actually looking forward to tonight, but they didn't know which one of them Eric would invite. They didn't expect that Eric would invite both of them at the same time. Because they were both child stars, even if they had been exposed to many things in Hollywood for many years, they still felt that this was unacceptable. Eric smiled, picked up the sunglasses hanging on his collar, and put them on. He said, "Okay, I'm just kidding. I have to go. See you next time." The two girls who were in a daze looked at each other at the same time. Jennifer Love Hewitt was obviously more decisive. She was 2 years younger than Sarah, so her development in Hollywood was not as good as Sarah's. If she let go of this opportunity, she could imagine that she would only be suppressed by Sarah, who was more famous than her in the future. Standing up with Eric, Jennifer Love Hewitt said, "Eric, then, I actually want to go and take a look too." Sitting next to Eric, Sarah also stood up at this time. Her eyes flashed as she noticed the smug look on Jennifer's face. She suddenly had some competitive thoughts in her heart. She naturally took Eric's arm next to her, smiled sweetly, and said, "Eric, I'll go too." After leaving the bar, the two girls got into Eric's car together. When the car arrived at the Sharp Corner Manor and followed Eric into the Shell Villa, the two girls began to feel at a loss again. As the three of them entered, the lights in the villa's hall automatically lit up. Eric looked at the two girls behind him with hesitant expressions and said, "You don't have to change your shoes. Just come in." Sarah and Jennifer wanted to roll their eyes in their hearts. They didn't look like they were considering whether to change their shoes or not. Eric said and walked towards the kitchen. The two girls looked at each other and could only carefully follow. Although their hearts were in a mess, their eyes still couldn't help but look at the luxurious villa. It was inevitable that some unrealistic fantasies would arise in their hearts. Following Eric to the kitchen, Jennifer Love Hewitt saw Eric standing next to the open refrigerator. She was the first to let go of the scruples in her heart. Being in this luxurious villa made her more directly and deeply understand Eric's identity and influence in Hollywood. For such a big shot, even if he wanted the two of them at once, it seemed to be a matter of course. Walking over quietly, Jennifer Love Hewitt whispered, "Eric, can I drink some more wine?" Eric took out a box of juice from the refrigerator and stuffed it into the girl's hand. He then handed another box to Sarah and said, "It's a little late now, don't drink anymore. Let's go, I'll take you to see a movie. To be honest, I haven't watched a movie quietly for a long time." Sarah had just removed the straw from the juice box. When she heard Eric's words, she raised her head and asked in confusion, "Eric, didn't you say, let us watch Director Cameron's highlights from the set?" "Oh, what's so good about the scene of Jim roaring on the set?" Eric took some snacks and drinks and put them on a tray. He closed the refrigerator door and said, "Come with me. How about a horror movie? It's definitely scarier than the scene of Jim going crazy." The two girls looked at each other again. Sarah took the initiative to take the tray from Eric's hand and followed him out of the kitchen with a red face. They walked through the spacious hall to the other side in their high heels. After entering the private screening room, Jennifer whispered again, "It's so big here. It's so tiring to walk." Eric turned on the lights and joked, "Then do you want to stay here for a while? It's a lot of exercise, it's good for keeping your figure." Sarah put down the tray and wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, she stopped herself. "Then, what movie do you want to watch?" If you really want to see Jim's highlights from the set, there are really some here, Eric said as he led the two girls into the room next to him that was filled with all kinds of movie copies. The two girls looked at the several large bookshelves that reached the ceiling, which were densely packed with videotapes, DVDs, and even film copies. They looked through the room for a while in amazement. After a few minutes, Jennifer took out a film copy from a shelf. Eric, this is The Exorcist. I've always wanted to watch this movie, but unfortunately, I've never dared to. Then The Exorcist it is. Eric walked over and took the film copy from Jennifer. He said, actually, I haven't watched it yet. Sarah walked over and smiled. Don't tell me you're scared too? Eric shrugged and said, you'll know when you see it. Even so, Eric still underestimated the horror of William Friedkin's super horror movie. Not long after the movie started, the two girls squeezed on the sofa with Eric screamed in fear. Eric himself felt his scalp go numb from time to time. Finally, when the girl possessed by the evil spirit turned her head 180 degrees, Eric picked up the remote control next to him and the screening room suddenly turned completely dark. The sudden darkness made the two girls, who were already in a state of fear, scream again. Sarah was the first to react. Her voice was still trembling. Eric, what's wrong? Is there a power outage? I turned it off. After a short silence, the two girls leaning on Eric laughed at the same time. Ha ha, so you're scared too. Hee hee, I'm dying of laughter. Eric, you actually want to scare us with a horror movie. Feeling the two bodies still sticking to him without any scruples, Eric hugged them and warned, don't laugh, I'm angry. Haha, the laughter continued for a moment, but the two girls' laughter soon changed as Eric moved in the dark. Eric, oh, don't be like this. Be gentle, my clothes are going to be torn. Well, the button, it's in front. Perhaps it was the darkness, but the two girls, who were already mentally prepared, did not resist. Soon, a series of imaginative voices sounded in the dark screening room. The faint morning light shone into the master bedroom in Free City. Eric was the first to wake up. He gently stroked the smooth skin of the girl in his arms, but he was thinking about Iron Man. In the script, after Tony Stark had sex with Kristen, a reporter from Vanity Fair, not only would he avoid her the next morning, but he would also feel awkward when they met again. This was definitely not the reaction of a playboy who had slept with all the cover girls of fashion magazines throughout the year. Well, it had to be changed. Staring at the ceiling and quietly pondering the details of the script for a while, Eric couldn't help but laugh silently. Alright, then I'll do it myself. At the pace of an average of one movie every 2 years, the schedule was indeed very easy to arrange. No longer dwelling on the problem, Eric felt the girl leaning against his chest, who had originally been breathing calmly, become rapid. Looking down, the girl's eyes were still closed, as if she didn't intend to wake up. Eric smiled and his hand began to slide down. Jennifer Love Hewitt, who had wanted to continue pretending to be asleep, suddenly trembled. She clamped her legs together and looked up with a blush on her face. Eric, you're so naughty. Eric hugged Jennifer and felt her soft and tender body pressed against him. When girls say that, they usually want men to be naughty. Jennifer Love Hewitt weakly pressed down on Eric's mischievous hand and said unhappily, why don't you bully Sarah? She must be pretending to be asleep too. Eric turned his head to look at the girl on the other side, who was probably also pretending to be asleep. He rolled over with a smile and pressed Jennifer under his body. No hurry, it's still early. Neither of you can escape. After breakfast and seeing the two girls off, Eric called Joss Whedon and asked him to cancel the audition for the male lead in Iron Man. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Eric arrived at Firefly Studios. Bridget Fonda, who had been confirmed to play Pepper, was also there. She was so surprised that her jaw almost fell off when she heard that Eric was going to play Tony Stark himself. It would definitely be ugly for a beauty to lose her chin, so Eric reached out and lifted Bridget Fonda's chin to make her shut up. He smiled and said, let's go. We'll go to the audition first. It's still not certain if we'll succeed. Bridget Fonda was very dissatisfied with Eric's actions, but the shock in her heart couldn't be calmed down in a short time. She obediently followed the crowd into an audition room. After a busy morning, Eric and Bridget Fonda performed most of Iron Man's scenes with Tony Stark and Pepper. In the end, everyone, including Katzenberg, Frank Wells, and the other Firefly executives who had been notified to join in the fun, unanimously felt that Tony Stark was simply tailor-made for Eric. During the audition process, Bridget Fonda, as a professional actress, sometimes couldn't even keep up with Eric's performance. After lunch, everyone gathered in the conference room again. Eric, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at everyone and said, "In that case, let's discuss what to do next." Frank Wells and the others had already gone back to work, but Katzenberg didn't leave. He said, "Eric, I think that in order to ensure the success of Iron Man, you should reduce your exposure as much as possible. This way, you can avoid the impact of your inherent identity on your screen image to the greatest extent." "That's not a problem." Eric nodded. He didn't like to appear in the spotlight. It was better to be the mastermind behind the scenes. "Then, about me playing Tony Stark, let's wait until next year before the start of filming to announce it." Everyone nodded in agreement. It was now August 23rd, and the North American summer vacation was coming to an end. But at the same time, the most popular live-action blockbuster of the summer, Casino Royale, was also in its 9th week of release. Although this week, the expected box office of Casino Royale was less than $4 million and the film had entered the final stage in North America, after 8 weeks of screening, the North American box office of Casino Royale had accumulated to more than $363 million, which was almost the same as the $370 million estimated by most box office agencies. At the same time, the overseas box office of Casino Royale had also exceeded $470 million, and the global box office had accumulated to $830 million. With the arrival of the second stage of the overseas intensive screening of Casino Royale in September, it was only a matter of time before the global box office exceeded $1 billion. It could be said that Casino Royale was almost 100% locked in as the box office champion of 1997. Due to the influence of Casino Royale, even though Eric didn't like to appear in public, his presence in the hearts of the public had been very strong recently. In this case, it was naturally not appropriate to immediately announce the news that he would play Tony Stark. It was not unreasonable for most Hollywood stars to habitually keep a low profile. If the media exposure was too frequent, when the audience saw them on the big screen, it might be difficult for them to have a sense of identity with the character. After discussing the media operation surrounding Eric's participation in Iron Man, they naturally couldn't escape the issue of remuneration. Although Pierce Brosnan had caused a stir over the remuneration of 007's sequel, Eric himself was actually the one who received the most remuneration in the entire Casino Royale project team. His salary contract was a base salary of $8 million and a 10% share of the global box office. Although the share of the box office this time wasn't calculated according to the actual global box office, but rather 10% of the studio's share of the global box office that MGM received from the global box office, Eric's final remuneration would not be less than $50 million, given that Casino Royale's global box office was going to hit $1 billion worldwide. Of course, in the entire Hollywood, perhaps no one would think that Eric shouldn't be paid so much. Strictly speaking, Eric actually took the initiative to lower his remuneration standards. After all, if it was other Hollywood directors who made a movie with a global box office of $1 billion, they definitely wouldn't stop until they took $100 million. Now, Eric was going to change his identity to play Tony Stark. If they were serious, the remuneration was really difficult to calculate. Whether it was MGM or Firefly, although the control was firmly in the hands of Eric, the equity didn't completely belong to Eric alone. Therefore, even if he was shooting his own company's movie, his own interests and the company's interests still had to be clearly divided. Otherwise, he would inevitably encounter some unnecessary entanglements in the future. Eric naturally wouldn't waste too much time on this issue. He just signed a newcomer's contract according to the salary plan drawn up by Marvel Pictures in advance and took $500,000 symbolically. As for the future, Eric also set the maximum salary of $20 million. This was the highest salary set by the Marvel system for its actors. It was related to the long-term plan of the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, so Eric naturally wouldn't take the initiative to break this limit. At the end of the day's meeting, when Eric and Katzenberg had dinner, he handed him another document that he had taken the time to write today. Katzenberg looked at the list in his hand and said, Garfield, Scooby-Doo, Teddy Bear, and Japanese horror movies. Eric, what do these mean? Copyright. Eric took a sip of red wine and said, I sorted it out in the past few days. You asked the copyright department to buy the copyright of the 3 animated toys, Garfield, Scooby-Doo, and Teddy Bear as soon as possible. I plan to make a live-action and animation mixed movie, just like Who Framed Roger Rabbit. However, this time, we will use 3D animation. As for Japanese-style horror films, I thought of this when I watched The Exorcist last night. Although teen horror films have become popular in recent years, films that can really bring fear to people will always be very popular. In this aspect, Japanese-style horror films are actually very good. So, send someone to Japan recently and collect some scripts for Japanese horror movies. I'll see if there are any that I'm interested in. In fact, this document was thought of by Eric when he was with Sarah and Jennifer last night. Speaking of which, not only were the 2 girls similar in height, appearance, and temperament, but even their stardom in the original spacetime was very similar. In addition to Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which brought Sarah Michelle Gellar more fame, the 2 girls starred in a series of teen horror movies in the late 1990s. Similarly, in the new millennium, one of them starred in Scooby-Doo, the other starred in Garfield, and then participated in several Japanese horror movies at the same time. These were all very good movies at the box office. Scooby-Doo and Garfield were already very classic cartoons. Teddy Bear was completely a bad taste that Eric came up with on the spur of the moment. He intended to ruin his childhood in advance. As for Japanese horror movies, in his memory, the most classic Japanese horror movies, such as Ring, Ju-on, and so on, had not appeared yet. Eric simply asked Katzenberg to cast a wide net and go to Japan to search for horror movie scripts. It should be easy to find a few classics. After listening to Eric's explanation, Katzenberg recalled that Drew had been searching for the copyright of the script everywhere and had even caused all the film companies in Hollywood to fight over it. The copyright of the script back then had almost become a blockbuster at the Hollywood box office. Carefully putting away the document in his hand, Katzenberg asked, Eric, these should not be considered mainstream film genres. Do you, have a list similar to Drew's collection of copyrights? Eric couldn't help but roll his eyes. He smiled and said, Jeffrey, my energy is limited. I can't put my mind on these things all day long. Moreover, the copyright projects in our hands are enough to develop the Marvel series for decades. There are also Transformers, The Lord of the Rings, and the upcoming Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. I dare say that any one of these is almost enough for a film company to eat for 8 to 10 years. Katzenberg grinned and said, Of course, but the more good projects there are, the better. Well, I will get someone to contact the copyright holders as soon as possible. Which of the 3 live-action animated movies do you plan to produce first? I personally participated in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. This type of movie needs to be prepared for a long time in advance. Eric only had some general impressions of Scooby-Doo and Garfield. The one he had really watched was Teddy Bear. However, he had some experience. Sequels of this type of movie were usually relatively poor at the box office because the audience would easily lose interest after watching the first movie. Then Teddy Bear. After thinking about it, Eric smiled and said to Katzenberg, Buy the copyright first, and I will come up with a rough plan. After leaving the Sharp Corner Manor, Sarah Michelle Gellar and Jennifer Love Hewitt had been thinking for the next few days that perhaps the night with Eric was a dream. At least, the thrill was very good. Eric Williams even personally made breakfast for them. They naturally wanted to get something from Eric, but this kind of thing usually couldn't be said too straightforwardly. They also heard that many girls in Hollywood slept with directors or producers but still got nothing. They wanted to calm themselves down as much as possible and treat it as a dream. However, on the 3rd day, they still received good news. They received a notification from their agent that the 2 heroines of I Know What You Did Last Summer fell on them. Remembering that Eric said that the 2 of them were not suitable to appear in the same movie, the two girls naturally felt that this matter must be the result of Eric's intervention. But then, the two girls felt an inexplicable sense of loss in their hearts. Perhaps, after getting these two roles, Eric would definitely not have any contact with them in the future. After all, it was a deal. But this time, the two girls guessed wrong. Eric devoted the following days to the audition for the supporting role in Iron Man and unconsciously forgot about this matter. He thought about giving the two heroines of Garfield and Scooby-Doo to Jennifer and Sarah again in the future, but this was completely from the perspective that the two of them were really suitable for these films. Although there was never a shortage of crew members in Hollywood who used their roles to make certain transactions, Eric never had this kind of thought. After all, in order for a movie to be successful, this kind of self-control was necessary. If a movie's casting wasn't good, it would lose millions of dollars. Anyone who was slightly more rational in Hollywood would understand this. No woman was worth that much money. On September 5, with the release of Warner Brothers' action film Gun Down starring Steven Seagal, the 1997 summer officially came to an end. Overall, the start of the summer was tragic. Crushed by Finding Nemo and Casino Royale, two blockbusters with box office potential of more than $300 million, the other big-budget films released in June were almost completely wiped out. Even The Lion King 2, which barely exceeded $200 million in North American box office by Paramount Pictures, could not be considered a success. However, in July, the chaos in the film market began to calm down. Fox's Ice Age, MGM's Scream 2, Universal's Air Force One and other films all achieved very good box office results. Among them, the performance of Ice Age was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. This was not only because Ice Age finally grossed more than $176 million in North American box office at a cost of $59 million, but also because this 3D animated film was also the first animated feature film of Blue Sky Animation Studio. Although it was well known that Blue Sky Studio had received technical support from Firefly, it was still a great stimulus for other film companies to be able to receive good reviews in North America and triple the box office of its production cost as a first film. In addition to Casino Royale, this summer's most outstanding box office performance was The Lion King 2, Finding Nemo, and Ice Age, which were released one after another. Just these three animated films, the total summer box office was close to $600 million, which was almost a quarter of the total box office of the entire summer. Before the release of Ice Age, although several major Hollywood film companies began to establish their own animation film departments, due to the influence of the concept that 2D animation was monopolized by Disney and 3D animation was monopolized by Pixar, coupled with the long production cycle of animated films, these film companies felt that it was very difficult to produce a successful animated film. But now, whether it was the influence of Blue Sky Animation Studios' traditional thinking or driven by strong interests, the other major Hollywood film companies began to increase their investment in their animation departments. On the other hand, the fierce battle in June also made Hollywood realize that they could no longer adhere to the traditional practice of putting the key films before July 4, which would only cause very serious internal friction. The box office performance in the overseas market also further attracted Hollywood's attention. The two blockbusters of this year's box office were Finding Nemo and Casino Royale. Both of them had significantly exceeded the box office in the United States. While many media outlets were still exclaiming that Casino Royale had once again broken the box office record for the first week in North America, the film's box office in the first week had easily reached a high of $136 million. In its 13th week of release, Finding Nemo had accumulated a total of more than $330 million at the North American box office, and the overseas box office had also reached $390 million. At the same time, many overseas markets had yet to release the film, and there was still at least $200 million worth of box office potential to be tapped. It was far from the North American box office, which was already in its final stages. In September, the international box office of Titanic reached an amazing figure of $1,629. 6 million. The total global box office of the film also broke through an unprecedented $2.23 billion. The 1948 Paramount Act and the subsequent rise of the television industry almost ended the American film industry during the golden age of Hollywood. But in recent years, with Hollywood movies frequently creating box office miracles around the world, the entire Hollywood gradually realized that another new golden age was coming for the American film industry. Moreover, this was an era accompanied by the rapid development of high-tech and economic globalization. If you couldn't keep up with these changes, you were destined to face the fate of being eliminated again. Among these changes, the biggest change was undoubtedly the rapid integration of several major media groups in North America. It had to be said that this was actually a very ironic thing. The Paramount Act in the past was to prevent a monopoly giant from having a negative impact on the entire industry. But the result of this move was a heavy blow to the American film industry. In recent years, the Paramount Act had only existed in name, and several major media giants had even reached out to the cinema industry, which was originally banned, but Hollywood had shown a rapid recovery because of this. With the end of the summer, Hollywood once again began two major events related to the integration of media groups. Viacom acquired the CBS network, and Seagram acquired the European music giant Polygram Group. Viacom's acquisition of CBS was almost a well-known matter in Hollywood. Since the 1980s, Sam Leigh-Sherdong had been expanding Viacom's television business non-stop. Firefly and News Corporation jointly suppressed the publicity of The Lion King 2, causing the 2D animated film with a potential of $300 million in North American box office to stop at $200 million. This further stimulated Leigh-Sherdong, who finally made up his mind to start the acquisition of CBS. Eric was very happy to see Viacom acquire CBS. The North American public television network had already shown signs of decline. In recent years, more and more cable TV stations had been taking away a large amount of market share. At the same time, due to the impact of the new technology wave, the market value of CBS also inflated several times. It could be said that at this time, even without the memory of his previous life, Eric could determine that this public television network would become a big burden for Viacom. However, Seagram's acquisition of Polygram was beyond Eric's expectations. This matter was exposed when a reporter from a European newspaper happened to take a photo of Seagram's CEO, Edgar Bronfman, meeting with Polygram executives. When Seagram acquired Universal's parent company, MCA, it already owned Universal Records, which was very powerful in North America. If it acquired Polygram, the largest record company in Europe, Universal Records' strength would far surpass the other top record companies in the world. Okay, I'll send a plane to pick you up in Brisbane, but don't be too ostentatious. Also, shouldn't you kiss? Well, good girl, but I think I kissed your feet, again. Haha, okay, stop messing around. In the conference room of Firefly Studios, Eric put his feet on the desk and leaned back in the boss chair. He was on the phone with Miranda Kerr, who was far away in Australia. The office door was pushed open and Elizabeth walked in without knocking. Well, that's it then. I have a guest. I'll hang up first, bye. Elizabeth suspiciously glanced at Eric's face as he hung up the phone in a hurry. She didn't find anything unusual, so she curled her lips and sat across from him. She picked up a pile of documents on Eric's desk and flipped through them. Putting the phone on the desk, Eric sat up straight and looked at Elizabeth, who was flipping through a thick stack of documents. Are you blatantly being a commercial spy? Elizabeth didn't even raise her head and said, I'm not going to hold you accountable for talking on the phone with those little foxes. How dare you be so self-righteous? I've been planning to make self-righteousness my motto recently. Eric smiled as he took out a pencil from the pen holder and corrected a script in front of him. The script in his hand was Desperate Housewives, which he happened to remember a few days ago. Eric spent a few hours writing a simple script idea and then threw it to the original screenwriter of Desperate Housewives, Mark Chelly. Mark Chelly was just a very inconspicuous person in Hollywood, so he was naturally conscientious. He quickly wrote the complete story outline for the first season and the script for the first 3 episodes. Just as he wrote a few lines on the script of Desperate Housewives, Elizabeth, who was sitting across from him, burst out laughing. Eric raised his head and said, "You're very scary. What if you scare me into writing a horror movie script? I'll have to spend a lot of effort to write it." Elizabeth tossed the stack of documents back onto the desk, leaving only one folder. She waved it, unable to suppress the smile on her face, and said, the script of Teddy Bear is really too vulgar. Who wrote it? Eric pointed at himself with the pencil and said, recently, I've been bursting with inspiration. I can't stop myself. Why Elizabeth subconsciously rolled her eyes, waved the folder in her hand, and said, I want it. Come over here and lie on the desk. I'll give it to you. Bah, you bastard. Nothing good ever comes out of your head. No wonder you wrote such a vulgar script. Why Elizabeth picked up a small ornament next to the monitor and threw it at Eric. Eric reached out and caught the Resident Evil Ida Wong figurine with the crossbow. He carefully put it away and said, this is a limited edition. If you break it, I can only put you on the desk as compensation. Why Elizabeth snorted again and waved the teddy bear script in her hand. She didn't mention the matter of asking for it anymore. She only said, teddy bears are a plush toy that many children like. If you write such nonsense, will the copyright owner be willing? Generally, when the copyright owner is unwilling, I think there are only two reasons. One is that they didn't give enough money, and the other is that they didn't give enough money. Eric said with a smile, anyway, Firefly has already signed the copyright agreement with them. How we write the script has nothing to do with them. Humph, I don't even need to think to know that they must have been deceived by you. They must think that you want to make Teddy Bear into a Disney-style children's story. If they knew in advance that the script would be so vulgar, they probably wouldn't have sold it even if they were beaten to death. Eric smiled and said, that's not necessarily the case. It still depends on whether they give enough money. However, when this movie is produced, it will definitely be R-rated. Children won't be able to watch it at all, so it won't affect them much. Okay, what's the matter? Don't tell me you suddenly missed me so much that you ran over here. If I remember correctly, we just met the night before yesterday? Who would miss you? Elizabeth pouted and took out a folder from her handbag. This is the script for Shrek that Chris Wedge and the others have just completed. Help me take a look. Eric reached out and took it. He opened it and said, why didn't you send it directly to my email? Wouldn't it be more convenient? Everyone is in a hurry. Who knows when you will reply if I send it over by email? I don't plan to leave this afternoon. Help me finish reading it and give me your suggestions. That's all. Okay. Eric smiled and nodded. Then help me make a cup of coffee first. Add a piece of sugar and more milk. Elizabeth pretended to grab the Ada Wong figurine before standing up and walking out of Eric's office. After a while, she placed the coffee in front of Eric and said, didn't you say that Seagram wants to buy the polygram? Don't you feel anything at all? Eric twirled the pencil in his hand and asked casually, what do I feel? If I say yes, have you ever thought of snatching the polygram? Recently, there have been more comments attacking the Firefly player for condoning music piracy. I only know that Firefly Records' performance will increase by more than 50% this year. Although digital music only accounts for 10% of the revenue, they are smart enough to know where the industry's development trend is in the future. When it comes to new technology, forcefully blocking it will only lead to self-destruction. Perhaps Siemens wants to sell the polygram now because they are considering the rise of digital music in the next few years. Then Seagram is an idiot. Can't they see this? It's not about being an idiot. Edgar Bronfman was able to snatch the position of CEO from his family. I don't think he's too stupid. Of course, I don't think he's too smart either. It's just that, like Lei Sherdong, many people only see the short-term benefits in front of them and don't want to think too far ahead. Elizabeth nodded thoughtfully and said with a smile, you're thinking very far ahead. Firefly hasn't expanded in the past 2 years. I'm afraid the annual growth rate will drop very soon. Eric wrote another line on the script in his hand and continued, even if Firefly's performance stops growing, it's enough for the other Hollywood studios to catch up for a few years. Moreover, it's not certain if it will stop growing. It's not like you don't know about the economic bubble in the past few years. Firefly isn't a listed company and can't enjoy too much of the dividends from the bubble. Therefore, expanding now is not a wise thing to do. After 2 years, when the bubble bursts, it'll be time for Firefly to show its strength. Then what do you think of Seagram's acquisition of the polygram? Eric remembered that in the original spacetime, the media companies had been integrated. Only the global media group was still changing owners after entering the new century. He said, I can only say that once Seagram completes the acquisition of the Polygram, this company will become a hot potato in the future. Whoever takes it will be unlucky. In history, after Seagram acquired Polygram, the company had to sell itself to the French Vivendi Group a few years later because the company could not bear the high debt and the overall decline of the recording industry. Vivendi Group took over Seagram and ended up with a huge loss in less than 2 years. They sold all of their entertainment business to General Electric. General Electric integrated the original NBC network with them to form the NBC Universal Group, which covered television, film, music, and other businesses. However, a few years later, General Electric sold NBC Universal to Comcast. It could be said that the former NBC Universal Group was still changing owners frequently even when other media groups had gradually stabilized. Edgar Bronfman's bad move to acquire Polygram Records was definitely indispensable. After listening to Eric's analysis, Elizabeth said, So, you've decided not to expand the recording industry? Firefly Records is enough for Firefly. According to the current development trend, in 4 or 5 years, the Firefly player may bring more profits to Firefly Electronics than the total annual profits of the entire recording industry. If we increase the proportion of the group's recording business, Firefly Electronics will have to consider balancing the interests of all sides. This will hinder the development of Firefly Electronics. Elizabeth nodded in understanding and smiled. Oh, I thought you guys liked the bigger the better. Eric looked up and glanced at Elizabeth's chest and said regretfully, Of course, the bigger the better. Unfortunately, reality is too cruel. I'm going to hit you. Hurry up and show me the script. Elizabeth raised her small fist in anger. However, after a few seconds, she leaned over the desk and whispered, Hey, how much money did you make in Southeast Asia this time? After the loss of the Thai baht in July, the currencies of Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore, and other Southeast Asian countries all plummeted in August. Among them, the Indonesian rupiah depreciated even more than the Thai baht. Now, a lot of foreign exchange contracts have not been settled. If we only count the profits on paper, it should be about $600 million US. Chris has already started to build Korean won. When the time comes, we can make another profit. Eric said and looked at Elizabeth. What about you? Eric did not hide the operation of the Southeast Asian currencies from the people around him. He even deliberately encouraged Elizabeth to participate. However, they did not gather together as it would be too conspicuous. Eric did not want the governments of various countries in Southeast Asia to take turns finding trouble with Firefly Group. Elizabeth also knew how much capital Eric had invested. She said in surprise, How did you guys earn so much? I borrowed $100 million from my dad and pooled some money together with Julia. We had a total of $150 million, but we only made less than $80 million. $80 million US is already not bad. You guys entered the market a little late, and the profit is more than 50%. This means that the trader you found is still very capable. Eric flipped another page of the script in front of him, raised his head, and said, From what you said, you have already recovered all the funds? Yes, many people say that the Southeast Asian currency will rebound soon, so Julia and I don't dare to continue. However, there shouldn't be too much of a possibility for Korean won to plummet. Why are you betting on this? Eric smiled. Apart from Japan, Korea is the fattest fish in Southeast Asia. Do you think everyone will let it go? Maybe, but Julia and I have already bought all the $80 million into stocks. We can't go back even if we want to. Elizabeth shrugged and said with a smile, Yes, by the way, we also ordered a Boeing 747-400. If the Nasdaq index doesn't continue to rise like you said, you will have to pay for it. Eric said helplessly, 2 is enough for everyone. Why buy so many? I don't care. Of those 2, one is yours, one is Drew's. Of course, Julia and I will have one too. Anyway, it's just $80 million. Elizabeth showed a little unruly expression and said, If we can't pay the balance, I will give Julia to Boeing. You can go and redeem it. The Nasdaq index was far from reaching its limit. It would not be a problem for it to rise a few times in the future. Eric was not worried that the $80 million they invested now would not be enough to pay for a Boeing 747. He just said in a bad mood, "You might as well give yourself to Boeing." As they chatted and occasionally bickered, Eric went through the script of Shrek in detail and changed some details according to his memory. When it was almost time to get off work, Eric handed the script to Elizabeth and said, "That's all for now. I will go to New York in 2 days. I will personally go to Blue Sky Studio and take a look at the settings and storyboards they came up with." Elizabeth put the script away and asked curiously, "What are you going to do in New York?" "This year's Victoria's Secret fashion show will start after Fashion Week. They asked me to go and take a look. There are some other trivial matters. I will stay in New York for a few days and then fly to London." Eric tidied up the documents on the table and stuffed them into the safe. He picked up the landline on the table and said hello to Carolyn and the rest. He got up and said, "Let's go and eat." Elizabeth picked up her bag and held Eric's arm as they walked out of the office. She thought of something and asked, "Then you don't have time for the Emmy Awards?" Eric shook his head and said, "There's no hurry. I will leave after the Emmy Awards." In September, with the arrival of the autumn TV series, the most important TV show awards in the United States, the Emmy Awards, would be held during this time. Eric did not pay much attention to the Emmy Awards in the past. However, as the Firefly TV business expanded, he began to put more effort into this aspect. After a fruitful summer, the TV shows under the Firefly Group also shone in this year's Emmy Awards. Whether it was TVB's Friends, Emergency Room Story, Survivor, or cable TV's City to Prosperity, Project Runway, and other shows, they all received a large number of nominations. Under the management of Harvey Weinstein, FFM's Machida family received 16 nominations and became the most dazzling new star in this year's Emmy Awards. The Emmy Awards ceremony was held on September 8 at the City Hall in Pasadena, northeast of Los Angeles. This was a 20-year tradition of the Emmy Awards. The Emmy Awards started early and the entire ceremony only lasted 2 hours. When the ceremony ended, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening in the western United States. In the end, Machida family won 7 awards in the drama category, including Best Drama Series, Best Actor, and Best Actress with 16 nominations. It was the biggest winner of this year's Emmy Awards. The celebration party was held at the Sunset Tower Hotel on Sunset Boulevard. Eric did not attend the Emmy Awards ceremony in person. He only came to Firefly's celebration party after the ceremony ended. Although FFM TV was under the management of Harvey Weinstein, the control was still in Firefly's hands. Therefore, the celebration party for Machida family was not separated. When he walked into the banquet hall, Harvey Weinstein was the first to greet him. He hugged Eric and teased him, "Hey, Eric, you came alone again tonight?" Eric was used to attending all kinds of events alone. It was not the first time he heard Harvey's teasing. However, when he heard Harvey's words, Eric suddenly remembered something. He subconsciously scanned the banquet hall. Before Eric could discover anything, Robert Iger, and Sweeney, and the others who came from New York came over and blocked Eric's view. Eric could only smile and greet them one by one. How long would it take to forget someone? The real answer was that it was impossible as long as you were alive. The only thing she could do was to make herself not care. The last time was when she secretly gave him a tie. She did not sign it, so she did not get a response. She cried the whole night and decided to forget that guy. For 6 years, although they lived in the same city, she had always tried to make herself and him as 2 parallel lines. She thought that she would slowly become indifferent. However, he did appear at the Emmy Awards celebration party, which she originally thought he would not attend. Thus, she became absent-minded all of a sudden. She couldn't help but look in his direction. She saw him being surrounded by people, talking and laughing with others, weaving in and out of the crowd to socialize, and seeing him walking towards her. "Hi, Anne." Eric greeted the rest of the cast of Friends before turning to Jennifer Aniston. However, his eyes curiously glanced at the tall man standing next to Jennifer Aniston. He was naturally a little disappointed, but also a little curious. He vaguely remembered that this person seemed to have appeared in a movie before, but he could not recall it at the moment. "Jenny, it's Jenny." who abbreviates someone's last name as a nickname. You used to get it wrong all the time. Seeing his casual look, Jennifer Aniston also wanted to act more natural. She looked straight at him and raised her free left hand. However, she did not dare to reach out because she remembered that her boyfriend was next to her. Therefore, she instinctively raised her hand and grabbed his arm. Well, I have a boyfriend too, you guy. She thought this in her heart, but her outstretched arm grabbed nothing. She turned her head and happened to see the man next to her deliberately dodge. His expression was obviously guilty, as if he wanted to draw a line between them. She was stunned for a few seconds, and a strong sense of grievance suddenly surged up. Coward, bastard, traitor, coward, why am I so unlucky? She wanted to pour the glass of champagne in her hand over, but suddenly she lost all her strength. The glass fell to the ground, and she squatted on the ground and cried. It was a mess. The sudden change of events made the entire hall suddenly quiet down. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. The man standing next to Jennifer Aniston also woke up at this time. He apologized to Eric, but he stood there helplessly. Go, don't stay here anymore. Eric glanced at the man and ignored him. He handed the glass of champagne in his hand to the person next to him. He squatted down and looked at the girl who buried her head and cried unscrupulously. He reached out and carried her out of the banquet hall. Robert Iger followed and looked at Jennifer Aniston, who was curled up in Eric's arms, and whispered, Eric, what's going on? Eric did not answer, but said, you arrange it, I don't want to see a word about this in the newspaper tomorrow. Robert Iger had a headache. It was not easy to cover up such a big commotion. However, he noticed that Eric's expression did not leave any room for negotiation, so he still forced himself to say, okay. When they came to the parking lot, he asked the bodyguards to get out of the car. Eric put the girl in the passenger seat and personally drove away from the Sunset Tower Hotel. After a while, the girl, who was curled up in the leather seat, finally stopped crying, but she did not dare to look up. She asked in a low voice, where are you taking me? I'll take you home. Where do you live now? I'm not going back. Okay. Eric responded and continued to drive. There was another silence. Jennifer Aniston's chin was on her knees, and she quietly looked at the lights passing by outside the car window. She suddenly said, this is Bel Air. Eric also looked out. The Bel Air community was also a wealthy area comparable to Beverly Hills. Diamonds, brilliant, and Bel Air. Chick softly recited the lyrics of Young and Beautiful and said, it's this Bel Air. Eric nodded, yeah. I really don't know how a hateful guy like you can write such a good song. Maybe I copied it. The girl snorted and said, how can someone who can write such a song let you copy it? Well, this process is a bit sci-fi. You're going to start talking nonsense again. Did I often talk nonsense before? Who knows, I almost forgot all about it. You jumped out again. My public relations manager is probably going crazy now. The girl obviously didn't hear his instructions to Robert Iger, and Eric didn't explain. He nodded and said, well, my mind is full of news headlines. Why don't we discuss it and take the initiative to occupy the headlines? Jennifer Aniston turned her head and looked at Eric in the driver's seat. She opened her mouth, hesitated, and said, when you started talking nonsense, I knew it was okay. Now that you've recovered, I'll take you home. Is a woman like me very troublesome? Eric shook his head, it's not troublesome at all. If I want, there's a 90% chance that I can coax you to bed again tonight. Jennifer Aniston stared at Eric angrily, be careful, I'll die with you. Are you hungry? This turn of events was a bit sudden. The girl blinked her eyes. She was inexplicably relieved that he still knew to ask her this kind of question, so she nodded honestly, hungry. Well, that's good. People in a hungry state have very weak willpower. So, you don't have the courage to die with me now. The girl blinked her eyes again and shouted, stop the car. Eric helplessly drove the car to the side of the road, looked at the scattered street lights on the side of the road, and said, this is not a residential area. It's dangerous to park here. Maybe we'll encounter a perverted murderer. But the girl didn't care. As soon as the car stopped, she rushed over. Her fist smashed Eric's body a few times, and then she unwillingly opened her mouth and bit Eric's shoulder. I'm now, bite you to death. Mulholland Road almost traversed the entire Santa Monica Mountains. 2 luxury cars were quietly parked on the side of the road between the top of the mountain and the tip of Malibu. It was already early in the morning. At the top of a hill near the road, Eric was lying on a camping mat. He rested his head on his arm and looked at the sky gradually turning from gray to blue. The surroundings were empty and quiet. Although there was a meadow below, the ground was not flat. Jennifer Aniston, who was in his arms, instinctively looked for a more comfortable place, so she rubbed most of her body against him in her sleep. Jennifer Aniston's public breakdown last night made Eric feel very guilty, so he did his best to let her vent the anger accumulated over the past few years. He was pinched and bitten by her in the car and driven to wander on the long Mulholland Road. It was already late at night when they arrived at the top of Malibu Mountain. Eric wanted to drive back to the Sharp Corner Manor, but the girl said she wanted to stay at the top of the mountain to watch the sunrise. Eric naturally agreed, so he asked the bodyguard to go back and get some camping equipment and food, and accompanied the girl to climb to the top of the mountain. After crying and complaining that she was tired, Jennifer Aniston reluctantly stayed up until 2 in the morning and fell asleep. Perhaps it was tempted by the smell of last night's food, a little squirrel jumped out of the nearby bushes, picked up a small piece of chocolate and greedily ate it. After eating it in 2 or 3 bites, it naturally wanted more, so it sniffed its little nose and dug into a bag of snacks. Eric was just quietly watching the little guy steal food, but he didn't expect the little guy to be so arrogant and make a noise in the bag. Worried that Jennifer Aniston would be woken up, Eric carefully reached out and gently flicked the little guy's big furry tail. The frightened little guy suddenly jumped forward, making a bigger noise. It got out of the bag and ran away in a panic for a long time before it stopped and cautiously looked back at Eric. It was obviously unwilling to leave. The sudden movement in the tranquil atmosphere woke the chick up. After a short moment of confusion, she recalled everything. She remembered how she had tormented Eric last night and suddenly regretted it. Was she too willful, not daring to raise her head to look at Eric's reaction? Jennifer Aniston's small hand reached out from the blanket wrapped around them. She slid her hand under Eric's shirt collar and touched the shoulder that she had bitten last night. She could clearly feel the blood on her fingertips and even the scabs formed after the blood flowed out. Eric naturally reached out and hugged the girl's slender waist. The silk dress from last night was still on her body, and it felt very smooth to the touch. Although he joked last night that he had a 90% chance of coaxing the girl back to bed, Eric didn't do anything. However, feeling the movement of the chick, Eric habitually teased, "What's wrong? You just woke up and you can't wait to take advantage of me?" Jennifer Aniston's fingertip movement paused, but she didn't withdraw her hand. She moved her body and lay on top of Eric's body. Her face was stuck on his chest. Listening to the strong heartbeat, she murmured, "Eric, I don't know what to do." "If you don't know what to do, then put it aside and do what you can do." Jennifer Aniston wrinkled her nose. "Do you say this kind of brainwashing words to all the women around you?" "No, I'm actually very lazy." You didn't even bother to look for me for 6 years. I thought you didn't want to see me again in your life. You're just quibbling." I don't think so." That tie, oh, I remember that day I received 7 ties, it should be 7, maybe 8. The chick was speechless for a moment and bitterly said, "I really want to bite you again." The golden sun slowly spread on the 2 of them. Eric's palm gently rubbed the chick's slender waist and said, "It's already dawn. Let's go down the mountain. You can slowly bite me when we get home." Jennifer Aniston suddenly remembered something. She looked around and moved Eric's wrist to look at the watch. "It's already 7 o'clock. Where are we? I still have to shoot today." With the arrival of the autumn, the new season of Friends had already started shooting. Eric naturally knew about this. He gently patted Jennifer Aniston and said, "It doesn't matter, the boss of the production company and the TV station are here. It would be a waste if you don't use such a powerful excuse. I don't want to do this, but, last night I was like that, they. The chick muttered in her mouth and slumped on Eric's body again. Eric continued to hug the soft body of the chick and said with a smile, "Yeah, what should I do? How about I build a cabin here, and you can live here in seclusion in the future? You have so much money now, but you only want to build a cabin? You're too stingy. The chick rubbed her body and bargained, at least it should be a castle, like Hearst Castle. Hearst Castle was built for 30 years. Old William Hearst didn't finish building it until he died. Are you sure you can wait that long? Of course, I'm very patient. But I don't have that kind of patience. Eric smiled and turned over with Jennifer Aniston in his arms. He kissed her sweet face a few times and said, "Okay, let's go. I told them last night, no one dares to say anything." Suddenly pressed down by Eric, Jennifer Aniston whispered twice in response to Eric's kiss. She unconsciously reached out and hugged his waist. You, if you can be more focused, you will be the most perfect man in the world. Why can't you be more focused? Eric leaned down again and kissed the chick's lips. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to think so highly of me. However, there is no such thing as a perfect person in this world." Eric paused as he said this. He put away his joking expression and said, "Moreover, you may already know that I have 2 children now." Jennifer Aniston nodded sadly. She forced a smile and mocked, "Of course I know. I also know that you named your daughter Hawaii. It's really, really messy. Only a father like you would give such a messy name to a child. What's wrong with Hawaii? I think it's quite good." It's not good at all. In the future, Jennifer Aniston immediately stopped speaking. She avoided his eyes and her face became red. Eric couldn't help but want to take a bite. Eric smiled and nodded, "Of course, when we have children in the future, I will definitely let you name them." Who wants to give birth to your children?" Jennifer Aniston reached out her small hand and pushed Eric's head away. She said shyly, "After what happened last night, do you think you can still find another man?" "You egomaniac," Jennifer Aniston glared at Eric with dissatisfaction. However, when she thought of what happened last night, she suddenly became sad again. She hugged Eric tightly and murmured, in the future, you can't bully me anymore." "Well, I promise. And you are not allowed to make me sad again." "No problem. You are not allowed to bring other women to me." "Okay. You are not allowed to talk about us to others." "Definitely. You are not allowed to touch other women." Come on, let's renegotiate from you, this guy." Jennifer Aniston raised her small fist and punched Eric. In the blink of an eye, she took the initiative to kiss Eric and said, "Okay, you bastard, I didn't say the last one. Let's go down the mountain, I have to go shoot." "I was serious. How about you rest for a few days? I will take you to New York to watch the Fashion Week and buy some beautiful clothes." "No, the crew has already started work. Even if you don't care about the money, I can't let everyone wait for me." Seeing the girl's insistence, Eric had to give up. He stood up and walked down the mountain with her. The things left here would naturally be cleaned up by the bodyguards. After leaving the Emmy celebration party last night, Eric directly turned off his mobile phone. He went down the mountain and had breakfast with Jennifer Aniston. After sending her off, Eric turned on his phone again and it showed a long list of missed calls. Although Robert Iger and the others arranged for there to be no news about last night's incident in today's newspaper, the people around Eric obviously knew what they should and shouldn't know. After returning a few simple calls, Eric put this matter aside and began his day's work step by step. Machida won the Emmy Awards ceremony last night. Although it was inevitable that today's media would report about the brothers Wayne and Stan manipulating the Emmy Awards, because of the excellent quality of Machida, these comments did not cause much of a stir. FFM-TV took this opportunity to announce that their second self-produced drama, Prison, would be broadcast soon. At the same time, they also started the release of Machida on video and DVD. In September, the summer vacation for North America's primary and secondary school students came to an end. However, because North America did not have a unified summer vacation, each school's start time was different. Miranda Kerr returned to Australia during the summer vacation, and school was about to start. Eric couldn't stand the girl's coquettish behavior, so he sent the Boeing 767 to Brisbane to pick her up and return to Los Angeles. He planned to fly to New York after the Boeing 767 returned to Los Angeles. Eric received a call from Larry Ellison from San Francisco. The acquisition negotiations with the Apple board of directors were in the final stage. The other party wanted him to personally attend the final negotiation meeting, so Eric had to leave for San Francisco. In San Jose, south of San Francisco, Eric took his entourage out of the San Jose airport. Larry Ellison, who was waiting outside, greeted him. Larry Ellison put his arm around Eric's shoulder and did not talk about the acquisition of Apple. Instead, he asked, "Eric, why is there no news about the male lead in Iron Man? I've been waiting to see which guy is lucky enough to have me as his driver." Eric ignored the guy's arrogant tone. He got into the car brought by Larry Ellison and said, "You'll know when the shooting starts next year." "Hey, I spent $5 million US. If the role you choose is not good, I have the right to refuse to do the advertising." The two cars left the parking lot one after another. Eric suddenly regretted not kicking the guy into the car behind him. He shook his head and said, "No, Larry, you don't have the right. The contract has been signed." Larry Ellison really wanted to show his face in a Hollywood blockbuster, but he was still a little sad that the $5 million US that Eric took from him was gone. His face twitched and he changed the topic. He said, "Apple's chairman, Ed Woolard, and CEO, Jill Amelio, are waiting for us at the Apple headquarters in Palo Alto. Steve is also there. The price we finally agreed on is a 15% premium over the recent week's average share price. The transaction amount is $45 billion US. Eric roughly calculated in his mind. The price was not high, so he nodded and said, "Since you guys have already discussed it, why did you ask me to come over? I think you can call Chris. My shares will still be under Firefly Investments. I called, Hansen seems to be very busy, and," Larry Ellison rubbed his hands and said, "he said that there are some things that you can do better." Eric heard Larry Ellison's tone and had a hunch that they did not call him over for anything good. Sure enough, when he arrived at the Apple headquarters, Steve Jobs, who had obviously entered the state of mind in advance, bluntly asked Eric to reopen the licensing of ARM technology to Apple. He also took out a large stack of documents to prove that Firefly Electronics had violated the contract by forcing Apple to give up the ARM chip technology during the acquisition of ARM. In order to develop the mobile chip for the Newton tablet computer, Apple deliberately injected $5 million US into ARM and became one of the major shareholders of ARM. After Firefly Electronics acquired ARM, ARM gradually withdrew or stopped licensing ARM chip technology to the outside world. After a few years of operation, only Nokia, Qualcomm, and Firefly Electronics, as the parent company, were left with the licensing of ARM chip technology. In the conference room, Eric flipped through the pile of documents in front of him with a half-smile and looked at Steve Jobs. "Steve, you asked me to come over just for this trivial matter?" "Of course not." Steve Jobs glanced around the conference room and pointed to the 7 or 8 Apple directors around him. "I want all of them to resign after the deal is over, and you have to promise not to interfere in any of Apple's affairs." Eric noticed that everyone looked at Steve Jobs as if he was crazy, and then looked at him for help. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You asked me to back you up and get rid of these people, and then you want to kick me out of the decision-making team. Do you think this is reasonable?" Steve Jobs said with a face full of righteousness, "This is my condition for returning to Apple." Eric shrugged, looked at everyone, and said, "In that case, you can all resign." Apple CEO Ed Woolard was a little agitated. "Eric, you can't do this." With a smile on his face, Eric put his hands on the wide conference table and said in a somewhat joking tone, "As you can see, it's not fun to work with a crazy person. Apple may go bankrupt one day, and then you will leave in an even more embarrassing situation. So, take the opportunity to leave now. This way, you won't lose a single cent of your compensation." The decision to sell Apple as a whole had been approved by the shareholders' meeting. Although they were still Apple directors, they could not mess up the deal in order to keep their positions. Although the leader of the acquisition of Apple was Larry Ellison on the surface, many of the capital forces involved in the investment were involved because of Firefly's investment in Apple. As the core of Firefly's system, Eric's words were definitely more powerful than Larry Ellison and Steve Jobs combined. Everyone thought that Eric would come and stop Jobs' messy actions. They did not expect him to react this way, and the last glimmer of hope in their hearts was shattered. However, several of the directors also felt that what Eric said was very reasonable. Although there was still some reluctance in their expressions, they still nodded in agreement. Several other people looked at the situation and reluctantly agreed. When Steve Jobs heard that Eric would fulfill his request and let all the existing board members resign, his expression did not relax. He was still a little aggressive. Then, Eric, what about the licensing of the ARM architecture? Eric knew very well what kind of person Steve Jobs was. This kind of person had a strong desire for control. If you responded to his emotions, you would be unknowingly influenced by him. Eric relaxed in his office chair and shook his head. Steve, I can't agree to this request. However, as a shareholder of Apple, if Apple needs to use ARM chips in the future, Firefly Electronics will naturally not refuse. The ARM chip technology was related to Eric's layout for the entire smartphone era in the future. Eric planned to let Qualcomm, Yahoo, Firefly Electronics, and Nokia form the strategic structure of manufacturers such as Intel, Microsoft, and IBM to completely monopolize the entire smartphone industry chain. In order to complete this layout, it was necessary to prevent ARM technology from spreading everywhere like in the original universe. If the ARM mobile chips in the Firefly system could reach Intel's dominant position in the PC chip market, even if Apple wanted to make smartphones in the future, it would have to purchase chips from manufacturers in the Firefly system. In history, the reason why Apple's mobile phone occupied more than 90% of the smartphone market's profits was not only because of its high-end products, but also because of the fierce internal competition under the Android platform. This was the main reason why manufacturers using this system were not profitable. As long as the Firefly system could master the core chip technology and operating system and achieve a monopoly position in the smartphone market in advance, it could avoid the recurrence of fierce competition or limit the competition to the manufacturers at the bottom of the chain. In this way, the Firefly system could safely enjoy the richest and most stable pieces of meat in the smartphone industry. Steve Jobs was still a little unforgiving. Eric, if you refuse to open the ARM licensing to Apple, Apple will sue based on the evidence we have in our hands. In the conference room, when they heard Steve Jobs' words, everyone looked at Jobs strangely. Even Larry Ellison, who was sitting next to Eric, could not help but give a look to his friend. Eric had simply kicked out all the original board members of Apple, which had helped them solve the biggest obstacle to controlling Apple. Now, they were still fixated on such a small matter. Wasn't this looking for trouble? Larry Ellison could not help but feel that Jobs was being unappreciative of what he was doing. Whether you want to sue or not, that's your business, Eric said nonchalantly. But, Steve, if I were you, I wouldn't waste time on this kind of thing. What you should be thinking about now is how to bring Apple back to life. In addition, Eric looked at the members of Apple's original board of directors and said, although they have left, the new board of directors, Firefly Investment still wants its seat and corresponding voting rights. There is no room for negotiation. Don't threaten me with words like this as your condition for taking over Apple. Steve, to be honest, I don't care if you are willing to take over Apple again. On the contrary, everyone knows that in this meeting room, the one who cares about Apple the most is you. Now, do you have any other questions? Steve Jobs' face was cloudy for a while. When everyone thought he was going to go berserk, Jobs stared at Eric and said again, Apple doesn't have enough liquidity on its books. I need $300 million. Larry raised a total of $2.5 billion. After buying Apple, there is still $50 million left. I will inform everyone that this money does not need to be returned to the investors. Firefly Investment will make up another $50 million. I will give you $100 million first. The release of Yahoo's software on operating systems other than the Windows platform has been delayed, and it is very imperfect. I want the Apple operating system to be treated the same as Microsoft. I can't guarantee that Yahoo's software will be synchronized with Microsoft's on the Apple operating system, but I will instruct them to improve the imperfect areas. Anything else? Steve Jobs thought for a while and shook his head. That's it then. I have to go to Oakland to take a look. I'll leave first, Eric said, nodded to the others, got up, and walked out of the meeting room. Larry Ellison gave Jobs a look. Seeing that he did not move, he reluctantly got up and sent Eric away. In the meeting room, the others also got up and prepared to leave. Jobs was still sitting in his chair like a wooden sculpture. He watched Eric's figure disappear with a complicated look in his eyes. With the rise of Silicon Valley, a large number of billionaires who relied on high-tech industries to accumulate hundreds of millions of assets emerged. Atherton, northwest of Palo Alto, gradually became one of the most well-known wealthy areas in San Francisco. Near evening, in a mansion in the Atherton community with lush trees and pleasant scenery, Carolyn politely sent several cleaning company employees away. Back in the living room, Melanie was standing in front of a fax machine receiving information from Los Angeles, but her eyes were fixed on a long solid wood table next to her. "May, what are you looking at?" Carolyn came over and helped Melanie sort out the information. At the same time, she curiously followed Melanie's gaze and looked at the table. "You see," Melanie pointed to the long table and said, "most of the decorations in this house are warm colors. Although this table is pale yellow in color, it looks more like a cool color." Carolyn was even more puzzled. "What's wrong?" "I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Didn't our boss say that because his obsession with cleanliness was getting worse and worse, he didn't want to stay in hotels anymore, so he bought this house?" "Cleanliness is actually a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder," Melanie said. "Think about it. Won't he be very uncomfortable when he sees this table?" Carolyn smiled and said, "Eric isn't such a harsh person. This has nothing to do with whether the boss is harsh or not. This is an illness. Didn't someone say that the boss is very similar to Howard Hughes in the past? Howard Hughes' obsession with cleanliness was getting worse and worse due to his obsessive-compulsive disorder. In the end, he couldn't even eat and slowly died." Carolyn's face suddenly showed a worried look. She walked around the table and said, "It shouldn't be that serious, right?" Melanie smiled and walked over. She pointed to a spot next to the fruit plate on the table and said, "This table may not be much, but you see, there's a scratch here. Although it's only a short scratch, it's very obvious. Hee, when the boss comes back, I'll point it out to him. After that, we'll be able to enjoy his restless appearance." Carolyn picked up the fruit plate and placed it on top of the scratch. After that, she raised her small face and said to Melanie, "May, you're not allowed to tease Eric like that." Melanie looked at the fruit plate that had left the center of the table and a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She nodded and said, "Okay, I won't say anything. However, I'm helping you vent your anger. That fellow clearly doesn't want to take responsibility for you, but he still keeps you by his side. He's really too hateful." Carolyn organized the information in her hands and shook her head. I don't want Eric to take responsibility for me. I'm not a child." Poor little Carolyn." Melanie walked over and hugged Carolyn. After that, the two of them organized the documents that had just been sent over from Los Angeles. These were all personal resumes. After Melanie and Carolyn left Eric's assistant office and became his personal assistants, the two girls' original positions had become vacant and needed to be filled up. The two girls organized and bound more than a dozen personal resumes together at the table. Melanie suddenly took out one of them and stared at the photo on the resume. She clicked her tongue and said, "This is really beautiful. Carolyn, for your own consideration, I suggest that you secretly throw this resume away." Carolyn helplessly snatched the resume from Melanie's hands and said with dissatisfaction, "May, we can't do that. It's very unprofessional." Carolyn said as she lowered her head and looked at the resume. It was a girl named Marissa Meyer. Although it was only a photo, she still looked very beautiful. "Oh, she's only an undergraduate student in the computer science department at Stan University. She probably doesn't meet Eric's requirements." Melanie knew that this girl wouldn't allow her to mess around, but she still picked up the resume and stuffed it at the bottom of the pile of information. Then she said, "Ms. Haynes personally interviewed her. If she doesn't meet the requirements, do you think she can appear here?" Carolyn didn't stop Melanie's little action this time. The two of them organized the information together, and the sound of a car engine could be heard outside. The two girls came out together. Eric was already looking at the mansion with great interest. This mansion, which covered an area of about 1 hectare, was bought by Eric recently. On the one hand, with the development of Firefly Electronics and other companies, he would frequently come to San Francisco in the future, and he needed a place to stay. On the other hand, Eric really didn't like to stay in hotels more and more. His current wealth was enough to support him to buy a house anywhere he was interested in, so he had this mansion. Melanie greeted Eric and took a few bodyguards to a small villa on the west side of the manor that was dedicated to the security personnel. After briefly introducing them, Melanie returned to the main villa and walked into the living room. She saw Carolyn coming out of the kitchen with a pot of coffee in her hand. Eric was sitting leisurely on the sofa with his legs crossed and flipping through a document. Eric looked up at Melanie and asked, "Have you arranged it?" Melanie nodded and glanced at the long table on the west side of the living room. The stack of resumes was still on it. She rolled her eyes and said as if nothing had happened, "Eric, Los Angeles just sent the resumes of the applicants for the assistant office position. Do you want to take a look at them now?" Eric took a cup of coffee from Carolyn and looked at where Melanie was pointing. He felt that it was more convenient to read the information at the long table, so he nodded, got up and walked over. Carolyn looked at the mischievous expression on Melanie's face and felt helpless. She didn't even put down the coffee pot she was holding and hurriedly followed after her. Eric sat down at the long table and was about to pick up the stack of resumes. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the fruit plate on the table. He felt that it was a little crooked, so he naturally reached out and pushed the fruit plate to the center of the table. Melanie noticed Eric's action and almost laughed out loud. Carolyn glared at Melanie and was about to say something to divert Eric's attention, but she noticed that his gaze fell on the small scratch. Eric stared at the scratch for a long time and said it didn't matter 100 times in his heart. In the end, he couldn't help but raise his head. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed that Melanie hadn't had time to retract her smile. Eric seemed to understand something and pointed at the scratch and asked, "Did you do it?" Melanie quickly shook her head, "Of course not, it was there originally. Didn't I order the furniture here to be replaced with new ones? How could there be a flaw?" Melanie couldn't help but feel guilty when she was stared at by Eric. She moved to Carolyn's side and continued to shake her head, "I don't know either." Eric looked at the place where he was sitting before and retracted his gaze. His gaze fell on the fruit platter and swept across the resume in front of him. "Then it must be you who did it. You dare to tease the boss, you have a lot of guts." Carolyn felt that Melanie was about to run away and quickly explained for her, "Eric, this scratch was originally there. I was the one who moved the fruit platter over." Eric roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter at this moment and said, "Okay then. Melanie, call someone to send a new table over. Also, the cost of the table will be deducted from your salary." Melanie opened her mouth and suddenly had the urge to cry in her heart. How could the furniture in this mansion be cheap? Just this table alone might cost a few months of her salary. Carolyn just happened to see the purchase budget of all the furniture in this mansion and naturally knew that the price of this seemingly simple table imported from Germany was somewhat outrageous. Therefore, she pleaded for Melanie, "Eric, don't be like this, okay? This table is very expensive." Hearing the pleading in Carolyn's tone, Eric looked at Melanie who wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't scare her anymore and smiled. However, he didn't continue to sit there. He picked up the stack of documents and stood up, saying to Melanie, "Okay, I'll let you off this time. If you dare to tease me again, I'll definitely deduct a few months of your salary." Hearing this, Melanie heaved a huge sigh of relief. Although she had always complained about injustice for Carolyn in private, in reality, due to Eric's increasing wealth and power, Melanie was extremely respectful towards her boss from the depths of her heart. Compared to the simple-minded Carolyn, she possessed much more life experience. Therefore, she was more clear about what Eric's current power and status represented in this society. This time, Melanie couldn't help but start to reflect on herself. She swore that she wouldn't have such thoughts in the future. After all, in her heart, she actually cared more than Carolyn about this job with rich rewards and broad prospects. Eric sat back on the sofa and didn't mention the table again. Melanie naturally wouldn't take the initiative to mention it either. She walked over and said, "Eric, it's already 6 o'clock. If there's nothing else, Carolyn and I will go to the hotel." "Why go to the hotel? Just stay here. We'll fly directly to New York tomorrow morning. There's no need to run back and forth." After Eric finished speaking, he didn't hear any response from the two women. He raised his head and saw Carolyn's blushing face. Melanie's expression was also a little unnatural. He couldn't help but laugh. Eric said again, "Don't worry, I won't harass you. However, if you two dare to attack me at night, I will resist." Melanie listened to Eric's joke and also chuckled. She walked over and squeezed with Carolyn on the single sofa. She hugged her petite body and said, "Eric, maybe someone wants to be harassed by you." "No way." As soon as Melanie's voice fell, Carolyn refuted without being pressed. Eric and Melanie laughed at the same time. Carolyn even buried her face in Melanie's arms. "Okay, don't bully Carolyn." After a moment, Eric took the initiative to withdraw his smile and said to Melanie, "Is the sales for the first week of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone out?" Last week, relying on the strong global distribution ability of the News Corporation's HarperCollins publishing house, the first book in the Harry Potter series, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, was released in the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada, Australia, and other major English-speaking countries. In order to make this novel famous as soon as possible, the Firefly Group specially made a set of publicity plans according to the movie distribution model. A month before the novel was officially released, various aspects of the pre-promotion had already been launched. With the official release of the novel, the entire Firefly Group's television, movies, internet, magazines, newspapers, and other media channels spared no effort in promoting Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Melanie hugged Carolyn, who was still unable to restrain her shyness, before replying, "I just had a call with HarperCollins this afternoon. The results are still being calculated, and the detailed figures will only be out the day after tomorrow. However, from the initial feedback, the sales volume for the first week should not be less than 100,000 copies worldwide." Eric nodded in satisfaction, but he was not too excited. In his memory, the last book in the Harry Potter series, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, sold a terrifying 11 million copies worldwide within 24 hours. Compared to that, the current opening was nothing. Melanie was a little curious about Eric's calm performance. "Eric, the global sales in the first week exceeded 100,000 copies. With this kind of sales data, Harry Potter is enough to enter the bestseller list in most countries. Are you still not satisfied?" Eric shook his head and said, "Of course I am. However, I feel that this novel is still far from reaching its limit. How many copies of this novel do you think we can sell?" "I can't guess. I'm not a prophet." Eric finished reading another resume and put it aside. He glanced at the name of the last resume and a smile appeared on his face. Melanie did not notice the subtle changes in Eric. After thinking for a while, she could not help but say, "Actually, there are many times when I feel that you are really like a prophet. Just like this Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. You seem to know in advance that it will be successful. That's why you have invested so much resources in promoting it." Eric looked at Marissa Meyer's resume and nodded, "You should keep this matter to yourself. Don't spread it out. I will silence you." Hee. Melanie laughed and patted Carolyn's back, saying, "There is one more person here who already knows. What do you plan to do?" Carolyn finally sat up from Melanie's embrace. Her face was still red, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Eric, before dodging his gaze. Eric did not continue to tease Carolyn after Melanie's words. He finished reading Marissa Meyer's resume and said, "She will be the one. Call Kelly and ask her to arrange the employment procedures for this young lady named Marissa Meyer." It was only then that Melanie noticed that Eric was holding the resume that she had purposely stuffed at the bottom of the stack. She opened her mouth, but when she recalled the scratch on the table, she didn't dare to reveal any other strange expressions. She took the resume from Eric and thought for a moment before saying, "Eric, don't you have to interview her personally? She is a graduate of Stanford University. She might still be in Palo Alto." Stanford University was next to the wealthy district of Atherton. Eric only remembered it when he heard Melanie's reminder, so he nodded and said, "Call her and ask. If she is in Palo Alto, ask her to come over for breakfast tomorrow morning. If she is not, ask her to go to Los Angeles for work." As they were talking, Eric's phone rang. He picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID. He got up and said to Melanie, "I want to take a shower later. Help me prepare some hot water." Also, I will leave dinner to you. If you don't know how to cook, you can call for takeout. Looking at Eric walking to the backyard to pick up the phone, Melanie held Carolyn's face and looked at her. She said in a pitiful tone, "Sigh, I really have the life of a maid. He doesn't seem to want you to prepare the bath water for him." Carolyn blushed again and took Melanie's hand away. She got up and pulled her, saying, "Let's go. Let's go together. I can help you." It was already evening on the west coast of the United States. In Brisbane on the east coast of Australia, it was not even 2 o'clock in the afternoon. On the road to the Brisbane airport, John Cole, who was driving his daughter to the airport, was very angry at this time. Or rather, since his daughter returned to Brisbane for the summer vacation, John Cole had been in an inexplicable anger for the past 3 months when he saw her wearing clothes, jewelry, and expensive daily necessities that he could not afford no matter what. Now, he finally could not help but explode. He almost slapped the steering wheel of the white Toyota and shouted at the rearview mirror, "So, Eric Williams specially sent a plane to pick you up." Why did he send a plane to pick you up? She was about to leave Australia, and Miranda Kerr finally did not want to put up with her father anymore. This summer vacation, the father and daughter had broken out in small conflicts more than once. "So," she said bluntly, "Eric likes me." If they were not on the highway, John Cole would have stepped on the brakes. How could he not have guessed these things? It was just that his daughter did not say it out loud, so he could not lose his temper. Do you know how old you are now? He is committing a crime. I want to sue him." "Go ahead and sue him. In any case, I will not stand on your side." Miranda Kerr did not show any weakness and retorted, "Who knows, maybe the United States federal court will not even accept your lawsuit." John Cole slapped the steering wheel again and shouted, "Don't forget, I am your father. If I don't allow it, don't even think about going anywhere. My legs are on my body. I can go wherever I want to go." Listening to the father and daughter arguing more and more fiercely, Thales Cole, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, quickly patted his husband's shoulder to appease him. He looked at his daughter in the back seat and complained, "Miranda, since Mr. Williams sent a plane to pick you up, why didn't you say so earlier? Your father was afraid that you would be uncomfortable on the plane and specially bought you a first-class ticket. If you refund the ticket now, the handling fee will be very expensive." Miranda Kerr originally just wanted to surprise her parents. Hearing her mother say this, she said indifferently, "Mom, it's only a few $100 Australian. If it's gone, it's gone." John Cole snorted coldly. "That's right. If it's gone, it's gone. Anyway, today, no, you will not be able to leave Brisbane in the future. We will go back later. Then you better break my legs first. Otherwise, if I run out, I will never come back. Then I will break your legs. Do you think I won't dare?" Miranda Kerr noticed her father's fierce gaze in the rearview mirror and shrunk her neck. She pulled her mother's hand in the front seat and shook it. "Mom, look at him. John, don't scare the child like that." John Cole immediately vented his anger on his wife. "It's all your fault. You spoiled her. I didn't agree to let her go to Los Angeles. Now look at her. She is so young and she is already someone else's mistress." Miranda Kerr was dissatisfied again. "Hey, Eric is not married. Maybe I will become his wife in the future. Who would be willing to marry a crazy girl like you?" "Dad, I know. You are jealous." There was a moment of silence in the car. John Cole slapped the steering wheel hard again. He made up his mind that when they reached the airport, he must smash Eric Williams' so-called private plane to pieces and then bring his daughter back. The Brisbane airport was next to the city by the sea. A few minutes later, the Toyota car stopped in the parking lot outside the airport. John Cole was determined to make a scene. He watched his wife take out his daughter's luggage from the trunk. He did not stop her, but he did not have any intention of helping either. Miranda Kerr had just taken out her Chanel girl's handbag when she saw a man and a woman walking towards them. When the other party got closer, Miranda finally saw that it was her assistant, Claire Graney. Back then, ICM had asked Claire to accompany her to the Bahamas for filming, and she had been acting as her personal assistant. After recognizing the other party, Miranda ran over enthusiastically. Hi, Claire, why are you here? Claire Grain hugged Miranda and said with a smile, Mr. Williams called me to come with him. Oh, this is the captain of our plane, Mr. Paul Conies. Hello, Mr. Conies. Miranda smiled sweetly and reached out her hand to the tall middle-aged man. The middle-aged man gently shook Miranda's small hand and nodded with a smile. Just call me Paul, Miss Kerr. Okay, Paul. Well, this is my mother, Thales Cole, and this is my father, John Cole. Miranda introduced them to each other enthusiastically. There was no trace of the argument she had with her father just now. This girl was actually very smart. If her father really did not let her leave Brisbane today, it would definitely be very troublesome. Therefore, according to her father's personality, she decisively changed her strategy. Sure enough, when Paul Cones and Claire Graney extended their hands to John Cole politely and respectfully, John Cole, who was about to blow his top, immediately calmed down. He couldn't help but shake hands with them. After exchanging greetings, Paul Conies said to Miranda, So, Miss Kerr, the plane is ready. Shall we go? Hearing Paul Conies' words, John Cole immediately reacted. Just as he was about to say something, Miranda, who noticed the expression on her father's face, spoke first. Paul, can we take off a little later? I want to take my parents to see the plane. Paul Conies still had a faint smile on his face. He nodded and said, Of course, Mr. Cole, Ms. Cole, please come with me. Seeing Claire take the initiative to take Miranda's suitcase from her hands, Thales Cole was worried that her husband would do something out of line. She stepped forward and held his arm, whispering, Let's go, John. Don't make a fool of yourself. John Cole's impulse to smash the plane had dissipated by a lot. He pretended to helplessly glare at his wife before reluctantly walking forward. Through the VIP channel, coupled with the fact that it was a private plane, the security check process was much simpler. A few minutes later, everyone entered the airport. John Cole looked at the huge figure of the Boeing 767 in front of him and then glanced around. The Brisbane airport was not big. Among the more than 10 planes parked around, only 2 or 3 planes were larger than this behemoth that was close to 50 meters in length. Miranda Kerr's eyes shone brightly. Like an excited little bird, she pulled her mother up the gangway and quickly disappeared from the cabin. The captain, Paul Conies, saw that John Cole did not follow, so he took the initiative to stay and politely introduced the other crew members to John Cole. John Cole mechanically shook hands with everyone. In the end, he could not help but ask, Paul, this plane is here to pick up Miranda? As an ordinary middle-class person, John Cole knew that most private planes were small planes that were a few meters or more than 10 meters long. It was the first time he saw a Boeing that was only 1 grade smaller than the largest wide-body plane as a private plane. He also did not think that this kind of thing would be related to his daughter. Paul Conies still politely nodded and said, Yes, John, is there a problem? John Cole lowered his voice a little guiltily, a flight from Los Angeles like this, probably, costs a lot, right? If it's a single rental, a round trip from Los Angeles costs $500,000. John Cole suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. His body even involuntarily shrank a little. $500,000, that was nearly 700,000 Australian dollars. He had never seen so much money in his life. The thought of stopping his daughter from going to Los Angeles had completely disappeared without a trace. John Cole could not help but think that it would be great if the $500,000 could be turned into cash. His family could buy a house, a good car, and even a yacht. Now, it was just a trip to Los Angeles. What a waste. This prodigal daughter. In the early morning in Atherton, although the dense trees on both sides of the road were abnormally active, it still gave people a sense of tranquility. Marissa Meyer parked the car on the side of the road, confirmed the address, and pushed the door open to get out. She woke up before 5 o'clock today and spent more than an hour carefully preparing for this morning's meeting. Through this period of understanding, she knew that Eric Williams was a very freewheeling person in many aspects. Since the other party called her to come over for breakfast, Marissa Meyer was already certain in her heart that she probably got the job. This month's efforts were not in vain. A month ago, she learned that Eric Williams' assistant office needed to recruit a new assistant, and she immediately had an idea. Since high school, she had planned her future. At the beginning, she gave up law school, which her parents were more optimistic about, and stubbornly chose computer science. In addition to her own interests, she also noticed the vast prospects of the rapid development of the IT industry. Originally, she did not plan to enter the workplace in advance. Although she received a bachelor's degree in computer science from a well-known federal university like Stanford University, she knew that now that she entered the workplace, she could only start from a basic programmer. Even if she was lucky, it would probably take 8 to 10 years before she could become a high-level company executive. But if she could get a position in Eric Williams' assistant office, everything would be different. 2 months ago, she saw from the Yahoo portal that Eric Williams' former assistant, Peter Ritchie, was the deputy general manager of the advertising and marketing department of FFM TV station. Before that, another former assistant of Eric Williams, Alan Fissman, was now the vice president of ABC Group. Judging from these two examples, as long as she could enter Eric Williams' assistant office and get the attention of the other party, then in a few years, she would definitely be able to easily get a middle management position in a company with the Firefly system. At the same time, her promotion speed would definitely be faster than other managers. In this regard, even if she continued to get a master's degree from Stanford University, and then started from a higher starting point as a senior engineer, to get the same position was not achievable in 3 to 5 years. Therefore, although the recruitment notice required candidates to have a master's degree or above, Marissa Mayer still decided to give it a try. Not only did she carefully prepare her own resume, but she also got handwritten recommendation letters from several well-known professors at Stanford University. However, although she was full of confidence, when she sent out her resume for the first time, because her education did not meet the requirements, she quickly received a rejection call. She was not discouraged, and after some effort, a week later, through a professor at the school, she contacted Peter Ritchie, who happened to be the professor's favorite student. Under the professor's recommendation, Peter Ritchie promised to help her submit her resume to the head of Eric Williams' assistant office, Kelly Haynes. Perhaps moved by her persistence, Kelly Haynes gave her an opportunity for an interview. She also successfully passed the interview and entered the final round of candidates. As the only undergraduate on the candidate list, plus some guesses about Eric Williams' personality, she believed that she would definitely be able to attract the attention of the other party. Reality did not let her down. The only thing that made her hesitate was that Eric Williams was known to be a playboy. She was still very confident in her appearance. If the other party asked her to go on a date, she did not know whether she should agree or refuse, or whether she should properly catch the other party's appetite. Forget it, I'll think about it when the time comes. Looking down at her clothes again, because the other party invited her to have breakfast together, Marissa Mayer did not dress too formally. She wore a camel-colored close-fitting woolen sweater, a pair of white trousers, and a pair of black stilettos on her feet. She looked capable, but there was no lack of sexiness. Looking up at the mansion in front of her, Marissa Mayer's eyes were filled with envy. She could not help but begin to calculate in her heart, if she wanted to buy this mansion, what kind of position would she need to reach? Thinking of this, she reached out and pressed the doorbell. A moment later, she saw a very petite girl turn out of the mansion's small path and walk to the front door. This was a delicate doll-like girl, only a little more than 1.5 meters in height. She also wore a woolen sweater and casual trousers, but the color was different. Marissa Mayer was just glad that the two of them did not wear the same clothes, but her face suddenly became a little uncomfortable. This girl should definitely not be an adult. She looked at most 13 or 14 years old. Marissa Mayer did not want to touch on these rich people's private matters. "Hello, Miss Mayer. Eric is already waiting for you." Carolyn opened the door to let Marissa Mayer in and politely greeted her. Noticing the unnatural expression on Marissa Mayer's face, Carolyn immediately felt a little embarrassed. This was not the first time she had encountered such a situation, so she could easily guess Marissa Mayer's thoughts. Not wanting others to misunderstand Eric, Carolyn took the initiative to introduce herself. "I am Eric's assistant, Carolyn Wilson." The doubts in Marissa Mayer's heart did not dissipate, but she realized that she had lost her composure. She quickly put away her expression and smiled as she shook hands with Carolyn. "Hello, Miss Wilson. Just call me Carolyn." Please come with me. Breakfast will be ready soon. You can chat with Eric first. Carolyn led Mayer into the courtyard. The two of them entered the villa together, and Carolyn brought Marissa Meyer to the entrance of the gym. Eric, Miss Mayer is here. Marissa Meyer saw a man wearing a sports singlet and shorts on the treadmill diagonally opposite them. She gently waved her hand. Carolyn gestured for her to enter. Please, Miss Mayer. Marissa Meyer placed her bag on the table at the entrance and walked into the spacious gym. She turned her head to look at Carolyn, who nodded at her with a smile and turned to leave. Marissa Meyer walked up to Eric alone. When she thought of the achievements of the man in front of her that others might not be able to achieve in their lifetime, she could not help but feel restrained. However, she did not forget that this was actually an interview. She quickly thought about what kind of tricky questions the other party might ask. Well, he might make her stand beside him for 10 minutes to test her patience. When she thought of this possibility, Marissa Meyer could not help but straighten her back and relax her expression. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile to make herself appear more confident. Eric was obviously not a strict interviewer. When he noticed Mayer walking up to him, he nodded at her and pressed the button in front of him a few times. The treadmill slowly came to a stop. Marissa Meyer saw Eric coming down from the treadmill, drenched in sweat. She glanced at the towel on the shelf next to him and naturally reached out to take it and handed it to him. Thank you. Eric took the towel and thanked her. He wiped the sweat off his face and looked at the woman in front of him at the same time. Eric did not have much information about Marissa Meyer in his original memory. He only knew that she had two identities, a female executive at Google and the CEO of Yahoo. But that was enough. In this world dominated by men, as a woman who could become the head of a top 500 company in the world, her ability was absolutely outstanding. She was definitely more than enough to be his office assistant. After reading Marissa Meyer's resume yesterday, Eric knew more about her. She was a female top student who had been the top student since she was a child. Kelly's evaluation of Marissa Meyer in the interview was also very high. She was calm, persistent, meticulous, and good at communicating. Well, she was also very controlling and aggressive. These two characteristics could not be considered as shortcomings. After simply wiping his sweat, Eric hung the towel around his neck and nodded at Mayer, who was looking at him without avoiding his eyes. You are very beautiful. Mayer was originally waiting for Eric's possible questions. When she saw him looking at her, she was somewhat surprised. But she did not hesitate and responded with a smile. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Williams. Although she said this, Mayer was a little disappointed. He did not hire her just for her appearance, right? This was not a good thing. She did not want to be treated as a vase like the petite girl just now. She did not know much about Carolyn, although she was often described as having a Barbie doll face. She did not think that the petite girl who looked like a doll had any ability to work. But in the blink of an eye, she made up her mind. In any case, she would get this job first. If Eric Williams did not pay attention to her talent, she could still change jobs. Working as an assistant in Eric Williams' office would be a very good experience. She would not have to worry about not being able to find a good job. Eric praised Mayer and walked out of the gym. Mayer took the initiative to follow him. When they came to the living room, Eric said to Mayer, "Sit for a while. I will go take a shower." Marissa Meyer nodded and watched Eric go up the stairs to the second floor. She went to the sofa and sat down, curiously looking at the villa. Her mind calmed down. Not far away, the conversation in the kitchen fell into her ears. She did not hear anything clearly and was not too curious. She began to think about Eric's actions just now. This guy who was about to become her boss was not harsh, not tricky, and was polite. Although most people would behave like this when they first met, she was still very confident that she could distinguish whether a person's words and actions were pretentious or genuine. Therefore, he should be easy to get along with. But, he directly praised her for being beautiful. He was definitely a playboy. But, his body was really good. She felt that she was a little wrong and quickly put away her thoughts. Carolyn came out of the kitchen again. Mayer took the initiative to stand up and pointed in the direction of the kitchen. "Carolyn, is there anything I can help you with?" thank you, but breakfast is ready. Carolyn looked around and asked, where is Eric? Marissa Meyer pointed to the stairs. He finished exercising and went to take a shower. Oh, then let's go to the dining room first. I will introduce you to Melanie. She is also Eric's assistant. Eric took a simple shower, changed his clothes and went downstairs. In the dining room, the three girls were already chatting enthusiastically. What are you talking about? Eric asked curiously as he sat down at the table with a smile. Nothing. Carolyn, who was closest to Eric, shook her head and stood up together with Melanie. One went to the kitchen to bring breakfast, while the other placed today's newspaper in front of Eric. Marissa Meyer was still surprised when she heard that Carolyn and Melanie were both graduates of Harvard Business School. Seeing that they had become two little maids in the blink of an eye, she also quickly stood up. Seeing that Eric's eyes fell on the newspaper and didn't say anything, she consciously followed Melanie to the kitchen to help bring breakfast. Carrying a small basket of bread, she followed Melanie out. Meyer saw that she and Carolyn stood on both sides of Eric, one on the left and one on the right, one on the right. One was pouring milk, while the other was poking fried eggs. They seemed to have a tacit understanding. She suddenly began to feel nervous in her heart. She wouldn't have to do these trivial things in the future, right? Although she thought so in her heart, she felt that she had already involuntarily moved closer. She picked up the bread and put a piece of bread in front of Eric's plate. She also asked, Mr. Williams, is one enough? Eric had just opened the in his hand. When he heard Meyer's question, he looked up at both sides and said, you all sit down, I can do it myself. Melanie put a fried egg on Eric's plate. When she heard Eric's words, she couldn't help but curse in her heart, hypocritical boss, we have already done it, and you want to do it yourself. You are too insincere. Of course, she only dared to think so. Looking at Carolyn's satisfied little face when she was busy with these things, she suddenly felt even more resentful. Eric quickly browsed through but he didn't find any important news. He put the newspaper aside and took a sip of milk. He looked at Meyer and said, I saw on your resume yesterday that you have already received a postgraduate admission letter in the field of artificial intelligence? Except for the details just now, the atmosphere in the restaurant was very relaxed. Marissa Meyer didn't act too formal and nodded naturally, yes. Then finish it, Eric nodded and said. When he noticed the disappointment in Meyer's eyes, he smiled and added, I mean, while taking care of this job, I hope you can get a master's degree at the same time. Is there a problem? Most American universities accepted on-the-job postgraduate students. Although Marissa Meyer didn't know much about Stan's information in this regard, when she heard that she had received the job of assistant in Eric's office, she nodded without hesitation and said, no problem, but Mr. Williams, I think I am now qualified for the upcoming job. Is there a need to continue to study as a postgraduate? Eric nodded and said, if it's other majors, it may not be necessary, but in the field of artificial intelligence, I still hope you can accumulate more knowledge in this area. Speaking of artificial intelligence, perhaps most people's first thought was robots. But this was not the case. Artificial intelligence was just a branch of computer science. Among them, internet search engines happened to be a practical application of artificial intelligence that was closely related to the lives of ordinary people. In recent years, under Eric's special attention, Yahoo had not given up the development of more intelligent search engine technology. Because the search engine carried by the Yahoo portal itself was very good, pure search engine companies such as InfoSeek that should have appeared in the original spacetime did not appear. Even the AOL portal was embedded with the Yahoo search engine. In the plan, after 2000, Eric would gradually promote Yahoo from a comprehensive portal to a search engine service provider. Now, since Marissa Meyer took the initiative to come to his door, Eric naturally would not let her stay in his assistant's office. The best place for her in the future was naturally Yahoo. The IT industry was very different from the media industry. The media industry valued work experience and creativity more. Even if a person did not go to college, they could still become a senior executive of a large media group. But in the IT industry, if you did not have enough knowledge, it was basically impossible to be a senior executive of a Silicon Valley technology company. Eric briefly explained the reason for letting her continue to be a graduate student, and Marissa Meyer had no objections. However, after eating breakfast and leaving Eric's mansion in Atherton, Marissa Meyer felt that everything she experienced this morning was a bit strange. Thinking back carefully, throughout the whole process, Eric gave her the feeling that he knew her. She did not feel any sense of strangeness from Eric. Instead, she felt a bit of inexplicable familiarity. But she was 100% sure that she had never seen him before, and it was unlikely that Eric had seen her before. Thinking about it carefully, Marissa Meyer could only count it as the unique charisma of a person like Eric Williams. He was able to create such a huge economic empire at such a young age, so he naturally had something different from ordinary people. Eric had ordered the plane to pick up Miranda in Brisbane yesterday to divert to San Francisco so that it would be convenient for him to fly directly to New York. After breakfast, he received a call saying that the Boeing 767 would land at the San Jose International Airport at 8:30 a.m. It was almost time, so he left Atherton with the two women and his bodyguard and directly rushed to the airport. During the 14-hour non-stop flight from Brisbane to San Francisco, Miranda was in a state of excitement. After the plane took off from Brisbane, Miranda kept walking around the plane like a kitten declaring its territory. She visited every place, including the screening room, the conference room, the study room, the bathroom, the living room, the bar. Until she secretly drank a small glass of very strong whiskey and felt sleepy, the girl went into the bedroom of the presidential suite with a red face and fell asleep. The plane landed on the runway of the San Jose International Airport with slight bumps. Miranda's assistant, Claire, knocked on the door several times but did not get a response. She worriedly barged in and saw the girl who was still sleeping soundly on the big bed. Eric had planned to send Miranda back to Los Angeles and enter the airport, but after hearing Claire's report, he had to get on the plane first, intending to wake this lazy cat up. Miranda felt someone patting her and woke up in a daze. When she saw that it was Eric, she smiled sweetly and hugged him. Eric looked at the girl who was only wearing a singlet and hot pants. She kicked off the blanket and wrapped her two long legs around him like a koala. He smiled and patted her little butt, saying, "Get up, everyone is looking at you." Miranda looked around and saw Claire standing behind Eric, holding her clothes. However, there were two young women standing at the door. The girl who was as petite as a doll immediately made her feel a sense of crisis. She pointed at Carolyn and Melanie, asking, "Eric, who are they?" Eric smiled and introduced, "Carolyn and Melanie, they are my new assistants." Miranda noticed that when Carolyn looked over, there was a faint resentment on her doll-like face. She felt a sense of superiority in her heart. She looked at Carolyn and said, "Carolyn, I'm thirsty. Can you get me a glass of water?" Carolyn stared blankly for a moment, the resentment on her face becoming even more apparent. She pursed her thin lips, her eyes sparkling as she turned towards Eric. Eric had brought Carolyn by his side so that she could slowly see his life and gradually dispel her feelings for him. At this moment, Eric noticed the resentment and disappointment on her little face. He immediately felt some heartache. Without the slightest hesitation, he slapped Miranda's butt again. He deliberately increased the strength and said, "If you want to drink water, get Claire to pour it for you. In the future, you are not allowed to order my assistants around." The few people in the bedroom could clearly feel the change in Eric's mood. Claire did not wait for Eric's instructions and put down the clothes in her hands and left the bedroom. Miranda was even more dissatisfied with Carolyn and Melanie in her heart. However, a pitiful expression appeared on her face. "Eric, I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again. You hit me so hard." Eric ignored the girl's expression and turned to the two girls at the door, saying, "Carolyn, Melanie, you two go and rest. You don't need to come over." Melanie nodded, reached out to pull Carolyn, and turned to leave. Eric retracted his gaze and said to Miranda, "Okay, change your clothes. The weather in California is starting to get cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. I asked Carter to prepare a car to send you back to Los Angeles." Miranda immediately hugged Eric's waist coquettishly. "Eric, school will start in a week. Can I go to New York with you? I want to go to Fashion Week. I'm going for work." "I don't have time to take care of you," Eric said as he took the girls' clothes from the table. "I don't need you to take care of me. I can stay at Giselle's place. I'll come back after I'm done with Fashion Week." Miranda didn't take the clothes as she pleaded. She didn't forget to rub her slender body against Eric's body. Unable to resist the girl's pleading, Eric could only nod and agree. He took the glass of water from Claire, who came back, and handed it to Miranda. He instructed Claire to get the crew ready to take off. Then he asked Miranda, who was in his arms, "Are you close to Giselle?" Miranda drank a few mouthfuls of water and casually put the glass on the table next to her. She blinked her eyes shrewdly and said, "Not close. But if you ask, they definitely can't refuse, right?" "Oh, aren't you afraid of asking for a snub?" "I'm not afraid. If they don't treat me well, I'll complain to you." Miranda was very fearless. After saying that, she suddenly blinked her eyelashes and leaned over. "Eric, can I use this plane often in the future?" Eric pressed down on the girl's restless waist, but his big hand couldn't help but slowly stroke down. He shook his head and smiled. "That won't do. This plane is for everyone's work. We can't let you mess around. In a few years, when the few planes I bought are delivered, you can use it as you wish." Miranda cheered excitedly and leaned over to kiss Eric's face. She even reached down and unbuttoned her little hot pants. She leaned over and whispered into his ear, "Eric, touch it. Is my skin better?" The Boeing 767 was refueled at the San Jose International Airport. Soon, it took off again and rushed to New York. After the plane stabilized in the air, Melanie unfastened her seat belt in the lounge located in the middle of the plane. Looking towards Carolyn, who still had a somewhat gloomy expression on her face, she said, "Okay, Carolyn. Now you understand, right? He's a bastard. It's not worth it to feel sad over a fellow like him." "No, I'm not sad." Carolyn shook her head. Her eyes were still a little blank. She said, I just. Melanie simply pulled Carolyn up and said, "Let's go. I just saw a bar on the plane. Let's go and have a drink." Carolyn obediently followed Melanie and stood up. She muttered, Don't tell me you don't understand why boss is interested in other girls and is indifferent towards you?" Carolyn's face immediately turned red. However, she lowered her little head and did not refute. Melanie brought Carolyn to the bar. She did not hold back and picked out a bottle of expensive red wine from the wine cabinet. She opened it and sat down beside the bar counter. Carolyn said, "However, to be honest, he's really very good to you. Even a blind person can see that. Just now, that little bitch wanted to order you around, but was immediately stopped by him." Carolyn wrinkled her brows and said, "Melanie, don't call others that. It's very impolite." Melanie placed 2 wine glasses in front of the two and said, "Okay, let's change the way we call each other. How about the little beach? The beach by the sea?" Carolyn could not help but pat Melanie's arm and said, "Isn't that the same?" Melanie did not mind Carolyn's little actions at all. She smiled and said, "Okay, let's go back to the previous topic. Why is he so good to you, but has no interest in men and women?" Carolyn raised her little face, waiting for Melanie to continue speaking. Melanie kept her in suspense. She raised the wine glass and took a sip of red wine. Only then did she faintly say, "According to my analysis, there are 2 possible reasons." "Huh?" First, Melanie raised a finger and said, "He's gay." Carolyn immediately shook her head. "That's not the case." Melanie also smiled. She extended her hand and pinched Carolyn's little chin. She said, "Of course I know that. If Eric Williams is gay, then there are no normal men in this world. Therefore, there is only the second possibility." "Oh?" Melanie put up a second finger and said with certainty, "He treats you as his daughter." Carolyn immediately opened her eyes wide. Her face was as red as the red wine in front of them. How is that possible?" Melanie, on the other hand, was very certain of her own opinion. She analyzed, "Hey, after being together for so long, you must know better than me that Eric's mental age is much more mature than his physical age. Sometimes, he's just like an old man. Old men like little girls. Your personality is so pure, and you're so small. Oh, you're also very smart and obedient. You're basically in line with the image of a perfect daughter in an old man's heart." Carolyn blinked her eyes and stared blankly for a moment. Only then did she retort, "He has a daughter called Hawaii." "This, I know. There's no rule that says that a father can only have one daughter. Melanie immediately shook her head. She also knew that Eric already had a son and a daughter. This was not a secret in the circle. However, in the blink of an eye, Melanie caught a crucial piece of information from Carolyn's words. That, Xianxia. Hawaii. Is that his daughter's name? Carolyn nodded. Eric had mentioned it to her by chance before. It was the first time Melanie had heard the name of Eric's daughter. After pondering for a while, she couldn't help but laugh. What a reckless guy. He actually gave his daughter such a strange name. Hee, how nice it would be to call her Carolyn. Carolyn's face, which had just recovered a little, suddenly turned red again. She got up and walked out of the bar. She said, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. More than 4 hours later, the Boeing 767 arrived at the East Coast. However, it did not land at JFK International Airport, which was close to the center of New York. Instead, it landed at MacArthur Airport in the middle of Long Island. It was very close to East Hampton. When he returned to New York, he definitely had to stay with his woman and child for a few days. When the plane landed, it was drizzling in Long Island. The East Coast was not like California where it was spring all year round. It was already autumn, and the rainy days were a little cooler. I have already called Giselle. You can go directly to their residence on Madison Avenue. I will go to Manhattan in 2 days. Eric stood next to a car that had come to pick him up. He said a few words to Miranda and sent her and the assistant named Claire to the same car. After the girl left, Eric turned to Carolyn and Melanie beside him. Carolyn looked at him with a strange expression. Eric thought that she was still bothered by the matter between him and Miranda, so he didn't take it to heart. However, he noticed that Carolyn was still only wearing a thin, close-fitting woolen sweater. He asked with concern, Where's your coat? It's a little cold here. Put it on. Carolyn shook her head subconsciously and took a step back. She avoided Eric's gaze and said, I'm not cold. Melanie, who was next to her, suddenly showed a proud smile. See, I was right. Then get in the car first. Eric had asked the ABC headquarters to send 3 cars over in advance. He reached out and opened the door of another black Mercedes-Benz and said to Carolyn. Carolyn hesitated for a moment, but she still got into the car obediently. However, she still avoided Eric's gaze. Eric took a bunch of keys from the driver sent by ABC and handed it to Melanie. This is the key to my residence on 6th Avenue. You and Carolyn can live there first. Consider it as a work benefit. You don't have to work these 2 days. You can take her around Manhattan. Melanie had no intention of being courteous with Eric. Taking the keys from his hands, she said, Thank you, Eric. Okay. She paused for a moment, before adding, I'll take good care of Carolyn. Eric naturally couldn't know what the 2 girls were thinking. Watching them leave in the car, he sighed slightly. However, he thought that it was good to let Carolyn slowly let go of her feelings for him. For a few days in a row, the weather in Chengdu was gloomy, and it was drizzling non-stop. Back in East Hampton, Eric couldn't help but feel lazy, maybe because of the family atmosphere, or maybe because of the weather. Last night, he read Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone to the 3 kids until late at night. When he returned to the bedroom, he was in the mood to cuddle with the 2 women again. When he fell asleep, it was already past 2 in the morning. He was woken up by Joanna once in a daze. He decided not to eat breakfast and planned to stay in bed for a while. He vaguely heard the sound of a car engine and people talking in the front yard. He turned over and wanted to sleep for a while more, but the bedroom door was pushed open. He half opened his eyes and looked. He thought it was Joanna, but then he heard the sound of leather boots tapping on the floor. Joanna wouldn't wear high heels at home, let alone such hard-soled leather boots. The smell of a different perfume came. Feeling that the woman was squatting by his bed, as if she was looking for something, Eric reached out and grabbed a magazine next to his pillow and slapped it. Eva Pakula didn't know that Eric had woken up. She had picked up the foundation brush on the dresser and planned to tickle Eric. She was startled when Eric suddenly slapped her. Eric, why did you hit me? Eric knocked Eva's head again and scolded her. What kind of crazy girl would barge into her brother-in-law's bedroom so early in the morning? get out. Wow, damn it. You're only 1 year older than me, but you talk like an old man. Besides, it's already 10:30. It's not morning. Eva Pakula snatched the magazine from Eric's hand and threw it aside. But she didn't intend to leave. Half squatting on the edge of the bed, she asked in a gossipy tone, "Eric, did you really ban the angels of Victoria's Secret from dating Leonardo DiCaprio?" Eric didn't know what to say about this careless sister-in-law. He was only wearing a pair of shorts under the blanket, and it was inconvenient for him to get out of bed like this. He could only say perfunctorily, "Since you already know, it should be true." Eva Pakula chuckled and said sneakily, "Do you know what they call you in private now?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know." Eva Pakula originally wanted to keep Eric in suspense, but seeing that he was completely uninterested, she could only take the initiative to say, "They are now calling you jealous daddy in private, the jealous daddy who doesn't allow his daughter to fall in love with a boy, hee hee. It's very appropriate. A daughter should be lacy. What's the point of dating?" Eric nodded in satisfaction. He picked up the pillow next to him and slapped it. "Now, get out." "Oh, I'll tell my sister later that you're planning to make Xianxia a lesbian." Eva Pakula snatched the pillow and hit Eric a few times in retaliation. Then, she got up. "Also, I came here with Emily and the rest. Everyone is waiting for you downstairs. Hurry up and get up." As she said this, Eva rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she smiled mischievously and reached out to pull Eric's blanket. However, not only did she fail to pull the blanket away, but she was also pulled onto the bed by Eric, who was already on guard. Then, she was slapped hard on the butt. A crisp slap sounded in the bedroom. Eva, whose prank didn't succeed, jumped up from the bed. She rubbed her butt and was about to say something when Eric said first, "If you don't get out, I'm going to tell everyone that you're planning to molest me." "Bah, it's obviously you," Eva spat with a red face. Her tall leather boots stomped on the wooden floor and she ran out like a drum. Eric got dressed, washed up, and went downstairs. Chris and Emily were chatting with Joanna and the rest in the living room. Emily Brighton was only 2 months away from her due date. However, she still hadn't put down the management work of the Ltd group. It seemed that she had no intention of taking maternity leave at all. Everyone exchanged a few simple greetings. Emily couldn't wait to talk to Eric about the preparations for this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show. This year was the 4th edition of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. After several years of construction, the Victoria's Secret fashion show had now become a veritable Super Bowl of the fashion industry. After the first edition created a miracle of 46 million viewers, although the ratings began to decline, the highest number of viewers for the second and third edition still exceeded 30 million. Driven by the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the entire Ltd group had maintained an annual growth rate of more than 20% in recent years. This figure might not be a big deal in the emerging IT industry. However, in the traditional fashion industry, an annual growth rate of more than 20% was absolutely a miracle. On the other hand, the market share of Victoria's Secret lingerie brand had increased from the initial 10% to 33% in the second quarter of this year. The overall annual turnover of the Ltd group had also risen from about $3 billion after the completion of the acquisition and integration of various aspects to nearly $6 billion. It had almost doubled in 3 years. Recently, the market value of the Ltd group had reached a high of $10.6 billion, which was about 3 times the market value after the completion of the acquisition. According to your original suggestion, the Victoria's Secret fashion show needs several hot topics for publicity operations every year. Next year is the last edition of the show for Cindy, Linda, and Christy. The plan for the year after is the Millennium Fantasy Bra. This year is quite difficult. We plan to focus on a few guest singers. Celine Dion, Backstreet Boys, and Elton John have all accepted the invitation. They have already started to choose songs. Emily introduced the preparations for this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show and looked up at Eric. "I heard that you're building a girl group in the UK. Can they make it in time to perform in November?" Eric shook his head and said, "Even if they can make it in time, it's not possible. I hope they can develop in Europe first. Besides, Celine Dion, Do you think she's suitable for the stage of Victoria's Secret? Of course. Emily nodded without hesitation and said confidently, just use My Heart Will Go On. We've already designed a set of shipwreck themes. The live performance may not be very good, but after post-editing, the picture will definitely be very beautiful when broadcast on TV. The Victoria's Secret fashion show was mainly aimed at tens of millions of TV viewers. The film and television accompaniment was to let the music adapt to the camera, but on the other hand, to let the camera match the music, which was actually a music MV, was not too difficult to achieve. Eric pondered for a moment and also felt that it was not difficult to combine My Heart Will Go On with the Victoria's Secret fashion show to achieve the perfect TV picture effect. It would be fine to add some long-distance shots or slow-motion elements. In that case, you'd better find a better cinematographer. It's still Nicker. I've already talked to him, Emily said. She even joked, you're shooting fewer and fewer movies now. You can't be thinking that your exclusive cinematographer is also idle, right? He still has to earn money to support his family. Eric was a little surprised. He smiled and said, I originally wanted him to help me shoot the MV, but since that's the case, let him prepare for the Victoria's Secret fashion show with peace of mind. I'll just change the cinematographer. Heh, even if you don't want to, you have to. Don't even think about snatching him from me. Emily said and looked at the kitchen. Virginia and the rest were preparing lunch. She ignored Chris and asked, I heard that Helena and Leonardo are dating, and I wanted to take the opportunity to hype up this news. So, how did he provoke you? Eric spread his hands and said with a smile, of course you know, jealous daddy. That's it. Chris obviously did not know anything about this. He asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Emily glared at her husband. Don't ask about these things. Be careful not to be led astray by Eric. I'm warning you, I'm going to give birth soon. Chris looked innocent, but he was already used to Emily throwing tantrums for no reason after she got pregnant. He shrugged and said, okay, pretend I didn't ask. You guys continue talking. Emily only asked one question and did not mention it again. She paused and looked at Eric's expression. She continued, also, Eric, I plan to change 10 angels at once this year and add some new faces. This will also give people a sense of freshness. For the past few years, the models participating in every Victoria's Secret fashion show had been constantly changing. However, that was only because a small number of angels could not participate for various reasons. Emily suddenly wanted to change 10 models at once, which was equivalent to a quarter of the entire team. This was a little too big of a move. Eric suddenly understood why Emily called him a few days ago to discuss this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show. Although he did not interfere with the management of the LTD group, Eric still valued the Victoria's Secret fashion show very much. Emily also knew this, so if she wanted to change the Angel Corps, she must first get Eric's permission. The Victoria's Secret fashion show had been held 3 times. Eric did not think that the audience would lose their sense of freshness so quickly. After all, people preferred familiar faces, whether it was in movies, TV shows, or fashion shows. If some of the popular angels were replaced, it might even be counterproductive. Amy, you should know that changing so many people at once is like changing the protagonist in a movie or TV show. The risk is very high, right? I know that too. Emily had a helpless look on her face. But I feel that we have no choice but to do this. Eric, the first 3 shows were definitely the most popular ones in the Victoria's Secret fashion show. This also increased the fame of the models participating in these shows, and their value also rose. Even if you don't count the 5 signed spokespersons, the remaining models' average appearance fees have exceeded $100,000, which adds up to almost $4 million. Do you remember the initial pay you gave them? $5,000, a 20 times difference. Moreover, the salary is not the most important thing. As they become more famous, they will have more and more requests. This makes it more and more difficult for us to coordinate the allocation of resources in all aspects. These beautiful babes are all obedient in front of you, but once they become famous, they won't be polite to us. Eric heard some faint resentment in Emily's tone, but he was not too surprised. He had seen Cindy bossing the crew around on the set of America's Top Model. She was completely different from the obedient kitten in front of him. Thinking about it, there must be some angels with more arrogant tempers. Except for Eric himself, it was not easy for others to completely suppress this group of demons. After thinking for a while, Eric still did not agree to Emily's request. He said, "Let's not make such a big fuss. This time, we will replace 5. If you think it is necessary, we will replace 5 next year." Emily's face seemed a little unwilling, but she still nodded and said, "Okay." Eric saw something strange in Emily's expression and suddenly asked with a smile, "Don't tell me you're just looking for an excuse to suppress them. You didn't plan on replacing so many people in the first place, did you?" The 40 members of the Victoria's Secret Army might seem like a lot, but after years of high exposure, each of these beauties had amassed a sizable fan base. These fans would influence the people around them, and the brand awareness of Victoria's Secret would be even more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. As a shrewd businesswoman, Emily was obviously more aware than Eric of the potential impact of a big change in the Victoria's Secret core. Eric did not want to make a big fuss over the Victoria's Secret core, and she certainly did not want to do so either. The reason why she suggested a big change in the Victoria's Secret core was probably because she wanted to get an imperial sword from Eric to suppress the demons who had gone too far. Eric had already expressed his stance. If they did not listen to him, they would all scram. They might even be banned by the Firefly group. Emily was stunned for a moment, but she didn't deny it. She nodded and said, "I really do want to change some people. It's better if you agree, but if you don't, I hope you can warn them not to go overboard." "But..." Emily glanced at Eric teasingly and said, "I think you won't be willing. They're daughters, after all, and a group of beautiful daughters." Chris, who had been listening quietly, had just brought a cup of coffee to his mouth. When he heard Emily's words, he thought of the jealous daddy just now. After connecting the dots, he suddenly understood something. He immediately choked on his coffee and coughed repeatedly. "What are you doing?" Emily glanced at her husband with dissatisfaction and turned her body away in disgust. Eric also picked up the tissue on the coffee table and handed it over. Chris shook his head apologetically as he wiped the coffee stains on his shirt. However, he could not help but smile and said, Sorry, I have to go to the bathroom." Virginia happened to come out of the kitchen and saw this scene. She asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Chris choked on his coffee. Eric explained and asked, "Is lunch ready?" "Yes, let's go to the restaurant," Virginia said and walked over to help Emily up. Emily held Virginia's arm and stood up. She did not forget to say to Eric, taking advantage of the New York Fashion Week, "We just happened to hold an interview to select a few new angels. When do you plan to come to Manhattan? You can also help us take a look at the theme sets we designed." "I'll go tomorrow, but I have to go to Bayouan City in the north of Manhattan first. Blue Sky Studio is there. I have an appointment with them to watch the script presentation of a new 3D animation. There's a high-level meeting at ABC the day after tomorrow, so I can only make time after that." Eric left Long Island on September 14th. He first went to Bayouan City on the north side of Manhattan to discuss the production of Shrek with the Blue Sky Studio team. When he returned to Manhattan, he attended several consecutive ABC Group meetings and listened to the group's TV department executives report on the TV business in all aspects for the first half of the year. Last year, they signed an 8-year, $9 billion broadcasting contract with the American Football League. The group executives were originally worried that ESPN would suffer losses because of the huge broadcasting rights fee. But in fact, due to the monopoly of the broadcasting rights of the football game, which was the most popular sport in the United States, ESPN's cable TV share and advertising revenue had increased significantly this year. Just in the first 2 quarters, ESPN's net profit had exceeded $200 million. The net profit for the entire year might even reach $500 million. This was already equivalent to 1/6 of the entire Firefly Group's expected profit for 1997. Other than that, AE Cable Television Network, which was led by Lifetime TV, had also seen a significant increase in performance. AE shows like City on Fire, Project Runway, and America's Top Model not only continued to increase Lifetime TV's popularity, but they also continued to bring in profits for the company. Other cable TV stations, such as the Disney Channel, also developed very steadily. The only disappointing thing was that ABC's performance was much lower than the other cable TV departments. Due to the rise of cable TV stations, ABC's overall ratings also showed a significant decline. The overall trend of the TV industry in the future was that the TV audience would shift from wireless to cable. Although Eric could provide enough excellent programs for ABC, it was impossible for him to change the direction of the entire industry by himself. However, among the 4 major public TV networks, ABC's performance in all aspects was still firmly at the top. In order to sell themselves at a good price, CBS tried to improve their financial results in the second quarter of this year. But whether it was turnover or net profit, they couldn't compare to ABC. Thinking that the tug-of-war between Viacom and CBS Group had reached $33 billion, and the final deal was likely to exceed $35 billion, Eric couldn't help but gloat. The operation of the CBS network itself was barely satisfactory. Although the CBS Group also had some cable TV assets, none of them could compare with ESPN, which was now bringing rich profits to the Firefly Group. It was even worse than several TV stations under the AE network. On the contrary, Viacom's cable TV assets, such as MTV and Showtime, were the most valuable in Eric's view. Once this acquisition was completed, Viacom's life would definitely be difficult in the next few years. In private, Eric and Chris also discussed in detail the first stage of Firefly's investment in the Southeast Asian economic crisis. After statistics, the $700 million capital raised had increased to $1.3 billion. Except for the $300 million for the Korean won, the remaining $1 billion would be recovered. Due to Firefly's investment in Yahoo, AOL, Amazon, Firefly Electronics, Qualcomm, and other companies, they were still burning money like crazy. Coupled with the acquisition of Apple, the $1 billion was easily decided without much discussion. Although Chris and Emily also decided to buy a plane with Eric, they were not in a hurry to pay for it. On the other hand, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone had been on sale for more than half a month. After the global sales of 116,000 copies in the first week, the popularity of the novel increased in the second week and the weekly sales once again rushed to 150,000 copies. HarperCollins estimated that the overall sales of the novel in the remaining 4 months of the year would likely reach 3 million copies in several major English-speaking countries. Before this, there weren't many Hollywood adaptations of popular novels that could reach 3 million copies worldwide. Therefore, after the sales of the first week came out, Katzenberg couldn't wait to call Eric and ask if he could immediately start the preparation of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. However, Eric knew that the popularity of the Harry Potter series was far from completely exploding, so he naturally rejected Katzenberg's proposal. He planned to wait until the release of the second book in the series before starting the project. After these things were done, the New York Fashion Week was coming to an end. In the United Kingdom, under Eric's remote control, Simon Fuller had already selected several girls for the Spice Group. However, Eric couldn't rush to the United Kingdom immediately. There were still a few interviews for the Victoria's Secret Angel that required his personal participation. Of course, the main work had been completed, so he could relax for the next few days. In an apartment on the Upper East Side, it was only afternoon, but the curtains of the bedroom were drawn, and faint light seeped through the gaps. On the big bed, Cindy Crawford buried her face in the pillow and panted slightly for a while. She struggled her body but failed to break free from the man's body. She could only complain with a bit of ridicule, "Eric, could it be that the 2 little girls, Giselle and Alexandria, can't satisfy you? Why are you tormenting me?" Eric stroked Cindy's skin and said, "They've already gone to France. They're not as free as you are." The Paris Fashion Week was held at the end of the month. After Giselle and Alexandria finished the New York show, they hurried to Paris. Miranda was also driven back to Los Angeles by Eric. Due to the Fashion Week, Giselle and Alexandria, who were already famous in the fashion industry, were even busier than Eric. He still couldn't find a chance to eat the 2 little lambs. The desire that had accumulated over the past few days naturally burned on Cindy. "I've just finished this season of America's Top Model and participated in several shows. Next, I have to prepare for the Victoria's Secret show. I'm not free." Cindy twisted her body again and finally swam out from under Eric like a mermaid. She grabbed a piece of clothing and looked at it. It was Eric's shirt. She put it on and tiptoed to the desk by the window in the bedroom. She turned on a laptop on the desk and said, "Since you're here, help me check my stocks. These days, they've been going up and down, making me feel uneasy." Eric looked sideways at the woman fiddling with the laptop for a while. She walked back with a cable in her hand. He thought to himself that he should urge Firefly Electronics to speed up the development of Wi-Fi equipment next time. However, he smiled and said, "The stocks you bought must have risen a lot. Aren't you afraid that I'll be tempted by the money?" Cindy put the laptop on the bed and lay next to Eric. She glanced at him flirtatiously and said, "You should be the one who's worried, Mr. Biggest. Aren't you afraid that I'll be tempted by the money?" Eric pulled the blanket over the two of them. He pulled the laptop in front of him and skillfully operated it. He said, "Isn't it jealous, Daddy? How did it become Mr. Biggest?" Mr. Biggest was started by Candace. It's been a few years. Jealous Daddy was given to you by Linda recently. Speaking of which, Linda is also in Manhattan recently. Why don't you go and mess with her? There was a Mr. Big in Desire City. The Candace that Cindy was talking about should be the beautiful author of Desire City, Candace Bushnell. When Eric heard what Cindy said, he replied, "Didn't she find a boyfriend? I'm still a man of integrity. I won't ruin other people's relationships." That French businessman? They broke up a long time ago. Only a stupid person like Linda would think that he would marry her. Eric just smiled and didn't say anything. Except for a few women who were deeply involved with him, Eric treated the others as if they were flowers. This was good for both parties. Eric could enjoy the whole forest to his heart's content, and they could also live their own lives without any burden. Therefore, when he heard that Linda Evangelista had a boyfriend, Eric took the initiative to let go. His attitude towards other women was similar. Cindy also noticed Eric's thoughts. She smiled and said, "If Joanna or Virginia found a boyfriend, would you let go? They're the mothers of my children." "Of course, it's different." Cindy's eyes flashed. She said, "You seem to trust them a lot." "Of course." Eric nodded with a smile. He had been treating the two women as his wives all these years, and the three of them had already formed a tacit understanding. Although Eric only stayed in the Hamptons for 2 or 3 months a year, the 2 women and 3 children living together did not seem lonely at all. A few days ago, when Eric went back, Virginia teased him that the 2 women didn't need him anymore. They chatted casually and browsed the Yahoo homepage for a while. Eric opened the stock operating software on the desktop. Cindy reached out her hand and entered a string of passwords without hesitation. At the end of April, Cindy said that the value of her stocks was close to $50 million. Now, although there were still only 4 stocks, Microsoft, Cisco, AOL, and Intel, the total value of these stocks had reached $76.9 million. Altogether, the value of these stocks had increased by more than 50% in 5 months. Eric opened each stock with great interest and looked at the detailed stock charts. Among the 4 stocks, Microsoft stock had increased the most. This company's market value had increased from $120 billion at the beginning of the year to $177.3 billion now. Next was Cisco. Its market value had increased from $33 billion at the beginning of the year to $46.9 billion now. Eric did some calculations, and this meant that Firefly's 26% stake in Cisco had increased by $3.6 billion in 6 months. Next was AOL. Its market value had reached $19.3 billion. Compared to $15 billion at the beginning of the year, the increase was less than 30%. Lastly, Intel's market value had increased from $48.3 billion to $113.1 billion between 1996 and 1997. But since March this year, Intel's share prices had stopped increasing. In the last 2 months, Intel's share prices had fallen. Cindy saw Eric pausing on Intel's stock chart for a while and said, "I am worried about Intel. I had checked the data, and it seems that the sales of their chips this year did not meet expectations. AMD, IBM, and Motorola had all released new chips, and they had taken over Intel's market share. Eric, should I sell all my Intel shares? Many people only know about Intel and AMD. But in the 1990s, there were still many manufacturers producing CPU chips. Apple was using Motorola's Might chips. However, as the Wintel alliance grew stronger and stronger, most of the other brands were pushed out of the market, leaving only AMD hanging on by a thread. Eric shook his head and said, actually, in my opinion, Intel shares are the most valuable among these stocks. I remember that Intel's profits for the first half of this year were $2.5 billion. This is more than the other three companies combined. So, you are saying that I should keep them? Of course. Eric nodded and said, even if you don't sell them for the next 10 or 20 years, you can still get a few $100,000 dividends every year. Cindy thought for a while and said, I am not short of money now. So, you are saying that I can keep all these shares? Just follow what I taught you. Wait for Yahoo to get listed, and sell it all at once. This way, you can get back all the dividends you earned over the past few decades. When Cindy heard what Eric said, she guessed that some of these stocks were not worth holding for a long time. However, since Eric did not explain in detail, she did not ask any more questions. They fiddled with their laptops for a while, and it was already evening. The light in the bedroom dimmed. Cindy picked up the phone on the bedside table and looked at the time. It's almost 6 o'clock. The organizers of the Fashion Week will be holding a curtain call party at the Gramercy Hotel tonight. Eric did not have any plans for the night, so he nodded and said, yeah, let's go eat dinner first, then we will go. I am starving after being tortured by you for the whole afternoon. You are the one who is torturing me. Cindy rolled her eyes at Eric and turned on the lights. She was still wearing Eric's shirt as she walked to the walk-in closet. Women never changed their clothes quickly. After dinner, Eric and Cindy arrived at the Gracie Hotel. It was already past 8 o'clock, and the party had already started. To make matters worse, Cindy had left the invitation at home. In the elevator, Eric looked at Cindy, who was still rummaging through her bag. He smiled and said, do you think we can get in if we show our faces? Maybe the guards are face-blind. You have to make them believe that you are Eric Williams first. Cindy smiled and replied to Eric. She took out her phone from her bag and dialed a number when the elevator doors opened. After a few words, the two walked to the entrance of the banquet hall. An executive of the party organizer welcomed them warmly and led Eric and Cindy into the party. There were about 200 people in the spacious banquet hall, and the atmosphere of the party was very relaxed. Eric was no stranger to the fashion industry. Although he wasn't an executive like Anna Wintour, and he wasn't a big-name designer, he controlled the world's largest media company. Therefore, Eric's influence in the fashion industry was greater than anyone else in the banquet hall. Of course, Eric wasn't here to steal the limelight. After chatting with the guests that he was interested in for a while, Eric planned to hide on the dance floor with Cindy. However, as soon as Eric arrived at the dance floor, he saw a familiar Latin girl walking towards him with a smile. Eric didn't expect Penelope to show up today. He was a little surprised. He smiled and reached out his hand to the girl. Hi, Penny. I'm so happy to see you here. The girl's expression froze. She walked up to Eric and hugged him. Then, she explained, Eric, I'm not Penny. I'm Monica. A few years ago, one of the Cruz sisters was charming while the other was immature. It was still easy to distinguish them. However, looking at Monica Cruz, who was now 20 years old, Eric really didn't feel any difference between her and his sister. I'm really sorry, Monica. You're more beautiful than a few years ago. Eric looked at Monica Cruz and introduced her to Cindy beside him. Cindy, this is Monica Cruz, Penelope Cruz's sister. Look, don't they look alike? Yeah, I thought it was Penelope too. Cindy shook hands with Monica politely and glanced at Eric with a playful smile. You guys talk then. I happen to have something to talk to Anna about. After Cindy finished speaking, she secretly pinched Eric's arm before walking towards Anna Wintour, who was not far away. Since they were on the dance floor, Eric reached out to Monica. Dance with me? Okay. Monica nodded, stepped forward to hold Eric's arm, and walked towards the dance floor. Accompanied by light and slow music, Eric held Monica's waist and danced slowly. He also noticed that Monica didn't seem to want to talk about Penelope, so he asked about other things. "I haven't seen you for a few years. What have you been doing recently?" "I've been taking acting classes and acted in a few movies." Monica looked up at Eric with some anticipation in her eyes, but she was obviously not as bold as Penelope. Instead, her expression was timid. She started taking acting classes after high school. With her identity as Penelope's sister, it was easy for her to get some roles. However, there were not many important roles because the mainstream studios basically wanted her sister to act in the movies, not her sister who was far less famous. Therefore, there was no improvement in the past few years. Monica used to hope that her sister could help her, but after staying in Hollywood for a long time, she gradually understood that although her sister became an A-list actress in Hollywood with the role in Breakin' Beauties, as a Latina and not an American, Penelope actually had no say in Hollywood. Naturally, she couldn't help her much. Because the appearance of the two sisters was too similar, she gradually felt that her sister was on guard against her. In the past 6 months, her sister had more than once hinted that she wanted her to go back to Spain. Feeling Monica's expectant gaze, Eric smiled and said, "I see. Then I'll keep an eye out and see if there are any movies suitable for you." The girl in front of him appeared in Hollywood entirely because of him. Eric didn't know if the two sisters had a conflict. However, it didn't take much effort to pull the girl along. Hollywood was full of stars with brothers and sisters. It was more than enough to accommodate two Latina beauties. Monica Cruz's age and appearance also happened to be suitable for the teen movies that had been very popular in Hollywood in recent years. This genre was the focus of New Line Cinema's development. At the same time, there would be no conflict with Penelope's action films and art films. Eric's casual words made Monica Cruz very excited. She was still very aware of how powerful Eric's influence was in Hollywood. Her sister was promoted to her current status by Eric's movie. "Eric, are you serious? Don't lie to me." "Do I need to lie to you, little girl? However, I will give you the opportunity, but you have to grasp it yourself. If your acting skills in the audition room don't meet the requirements, you still won't get the role." Monica Cruz nodded excitedly. After studying acting for 2 years, she was still very confident in her acting skills. Hollywood always emphasized the talent of actors, but in fact, there were only a few who really relied on talent to make a name for themselves. Most of them still had to honestly attend acting classes. Thinking about it, Monica carefully leaned over and whispered, "Eric, I can go to your place tonight." Eric came here with Cindy tonight. Naturally, it was not appropriate for him to leave with other women. It would be too inconsiderate. Shaking his head, Eric smiled and said, "I will treat you to dinner when I have time, but not today." Monica didn't dare to pester him. After a dance, she left a string of phone numbers to Eric and the girl turned around and went to other places of the party. The next morning, Cindy Crawford was awakened by a ringtone. When she opened her eyes, she found that Eric was no longer around, but the ringtone came from the balcony. After being in a daze for a while, Cindy put on a nightgown and walked barefoot to the balcony. Eric was sitting at the round table on the balcony and had just hung up the phone. This apartment was close to the East River of Manhattan. New York, which had been gloomy for several days, finally cleared up today. The balcony was already covered with sunshine. However, the sunshine in autumn always seemed a little pale, giving people a feeling of powerlessness. Cindy hugged Eric from behind and kissed him on the cheek. Then, she asked curiously, "Who is it?" "Giselle." Eric touched Cindy's cheek and smiled. "She called to ask for connections. She wants to recommend one of her best friends to the Victoria's Secret stage." "Hee, you agreed?" Eric didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "What do you think of Xianxia Goff?" "Oh, I know her. She has a baby face and is very beautiful. Many people in the circle call her Lovely Baby." Cindy told him her impression of Xianxia Goff. Suddenly, she laughed again and said, "What an ambitious Brazilian girl." To be honest, Cindy felt that she might not have the courage to recommend her best friend to the Victoria's Secret stage. Giselle herself hadn't even entered Victoria's Secret yet, but she already had the idea of establishing her own circle. Eric also smiled and said, I like ambitious women. If there are too many mediocre people around, life will be too boring. If that's the case, it seems that I should be more ambitious, Cindy said. She noticed that her folding board was on Eric's lap. On the notebook, there were some sketches drawn with an eyebrow pencil. She curiously took it and looked at it. Then, she said casually, speaking of which, I thought you left me last night and left with that girl. Beautiful sisters. Yeah, but my sister isn't here. It's so disappointing. Eric threw the eyebrow pencil in his hand on the table in front of him and asked with a smile, do you have sisters? Yes, two, Chris and Danielle. Cindy glanced at Eric charmingly and said, but I will never bring them to you. Well, what are you drawing? A sketch of a scene. I plan to make a music video, a very interesting music video. Cindy didn't see anything interesting in the sketches in her hand. She asked, what's interesting about it? I don't see it. You'll know when it's done. Then I'll wait for your surprise. Cindy handed the notebook back to Eric and said, continue drawing. I'll go prepare breakfast. Eric took the notebook, picked up the eyebrow pencil, and began drawing again. The music video he wanted to make was Wannabe, which once made the Spice Girls famous. The rhythm of the song itself had the potential to be a brainwashing song, which was why it was so popular. However, the music video of Wannabe that used the one-take method also made Eric very interested. Due to the difficulty of shooting, one take was not widely used in movies. So far, the most famous one was Hitchcock's Rope. If one's ability to control the camera was not enough and forced to use the one-take method, the effect would definitely be very bad. However, it was still very refreshing to use it once or twice every now and then. Eric did not advocate the one-take method, but he liked some classic long-shot movies very much. In his memory, Birdman, which satirized the proliferation of Hollywood superhero movies, had a long shot that was as smooth as water. Eric enjoyed it very much. Eric casually drew the concept of Wannabe on the notebook, but in his heart, he was recalling the cameraman of Birdman, Emmanuel Lubezki's cameraman. A few days ago, he heard that Nickel had promised Emily to be the cameraman for this year's Victoria's Secret show. Eric originally planned to find another cameraman for Wannabe. However, at this time, he couldn't help but want to pick up the camera himself. After thinking about Birdman for a while, Eric still wanted more. He searched his mind for another movie, Gravity, with Emmanuel Lubezki as the cameraman. The 10-minute long shot at the beginning of Gravity was even more amazing. Eric carefully savored it and unconsciously had a long-lost impulse in his heart. This was the next step of his movie. After Jurassic Park and Casino Royale, Eric had been thinking about what his next movie should be. Although he could easily pick one or two movies that still had the potential of $1 billion at the global box office, those movies did not interest him too much. However, Gravity was different. Not only did this movie require a lot of new special effects technology, which was very challenging, but because it also had the potential of being a visual spectacle, this movie was also an opportunity to promote the reform of movie broadcasting. In his memory, around 2000, the North American film market was already saturated. In order to continue the stability of the North American box office, in addition to increasing ticket prices, Eric had been thinking about promoting the popularization of 3D and IMAX technology in advance. However, Avatar, which caused the 3D movie craze, was too difficult to produce. With the current level of special effects, it was impossible to achieve that kind of effect. However, Gravity did not have such limitations. It did not even require the introduction of a 3D camera in advance. This was because Gravity was originally a movie that had been converted from 2D to 3D, but it still received a lot of praise. Whether it was 3D or IMAX technology, they had been around for decades. In the past, they did not promote on a large scale because of technical reasons. The main reason was that there was no need to make a 3D version of traditional Hollywood movies. In recent years, with the rise of special effects blockbusters, there was a market for 3D and IMAX technology that provided a higher level of visual experience. However, Hollywood had always been very conservative. In history, before the appearance of Avatar, although Hollywood had always tried to use 3D and IMAX technology to produce movies, the people who were passionate about these technologies were basically directors who did not have a decisive say in Hollywood. In the absence of enough benefits, the upper echelons of Hollywood had always been very negative about promoting 3D and IMAX. According to tradition, if you wanted to make Hollywood change, you could only tempt it with benefits. But now, Eric did not have to take this bumpy old road. He could use the control he already had in Hollywood to force this change. At the same time, the Firefly system could also enjoy the most generous part of the benefits from this change. With this in mind, Eric turned a page in the notebook in front of him and began to think about his plan. The first thing to solve was naturally the cinema problem. In recent years, with the global rise of Hollywood, the UA and even Europe had once again become a trend of cinema construction. At present, the number of screens in North America was reaching saturation. Although the overall economic boom in the UA would increase the cost of Firefly's involvement in the cinema industry, the surge in the number of screens and the cruel internal competition would definitely make it difficult for some cinema chains to continue, providing enough opportunities for Firefly. Of course, this matter still needed to be investigated in detail before making a decision. However, the establishment of a high-end 3D or IMAX cinema chain under the control of Firefly was imperative. With the cinema, the next thing to solve was naturally the problem of film sources. According to the frequency of an average 3D film source per month, 12 3D films were needed in a year. Compared to the annual production of hundreds of thousands of films in Hollywood, 12 films seemed insignificant, but it was not an easy task to meet the conditions. After all, ordinary low-budget independent films had no value on 3D screens at all. No one was willing to spend millions to shoot a low-budget film and then spend millions to convert it to 3D. Therefore, in the early stage of the promotion of 3D technology, the film sources could only be selected from mainstream big-budget commercial films, and not all big-budget films were suitable for 3D. In history, the main reason why 3D movies only became popular after the release of Avatar in 2009 was because of the film source. Regardless of whether it was 3D or IMAX, it was impossible for the cinema chain to invest in high-end cinemas without the film source. On the other hand, without enough 3D and IMAX theaters, the producers were also unwilling to invest in the production of 3D and IMAX movies. This was simply a deadlock. Now, Eric could easily solve this deadlock. In the next few years, the three film companies in the Firefly system, Firefly, MGM, and Fox, had already launched projects. There were countless blockbuster films that could be converted into 3D sources. The Lord of the Rings trilogy, the James Bond series, the Thunderbolt series, the Spider-Man series, the Iron Man series, and so on. In addition, there were also animated films from Pixar, Disney, and Blue Sky Studios. These all had the potential to be converted into 3D sources. Therefore, the three major studios combined forces to provide enough film sources for a 3D and IMAX high-end cinema chain every year was definitely more than enough. In an office at ABC's headquarters in the Upper West Side, it was already past the time to get off work. Carolyn hung up a phone call, checked the information she had just written down, and began to sort out the various materials collected today with Melanie. A few days ago, after getting a memo from Eric, the two women suddenly became busy, so they specially asked for an office from ABC's headquarters to work in. Eric's new movie plan. The development plan for the 3D movie projection system. The feasibility evaluation of Firefly Group's involvement in the cinema industry. This was the content of Eric's memo. However, although Eric only wrote a few pages of the memo, it mobilized almost the entire Firefly Group. After directing 2 movies with global box office of $1 billion in a row, Eric's next film was the object of many people's close attention and expectations. What's more, this time Eric's goal was not only to pursue another global $1 billion, but also to bring a change to the traditional movie projection industry. Although 3D movies flourished for a while in the 70s and 80s, they basically only provided the audience with a sense of novelty and were not popularized among the general public. In the 1990s, the continuous emergence of Hollywood blockbusters even caused people's original interest in novelty to decrease a lot. In recent years, 3D movies have entered an unprecedented low. In many cities, old-fashioned 3D cinemas have even disappeared. Starting 2 years ago, Eric set up a special 3D transformation technology research and development department in the digital domain special effects company under Firefly and built a screening hall in Firefly Cineplex to test the transformation effect. In the past 2 years, a lot of experience had been accumulated in the digital domain. Firefly Group knew that Eric would promote 3D technology sooner or later. Now, the plan was finally officially launched. Although many people were worried because of the decline of 3D movies in recent years, in general, most of the executives of Firefly Group were still full of expectations for 3D movies out of their blind trust in Eric. What's more, Eric also planned to personally make a film dedicated to the promotion of 3D movies. Carolyn sorted out the information that she needed to bring back and stuffed it into the light blue canvas bag that she liked very much along with the laptop. She then left the ABC headquarters on 66th Street with Melanie and drove back to Eric's high-rise apartment at the entrance of 6th Avenue. After returning to their residence, Melanie noticed that Carolyn was still subconsciously looking around the house after opening the door. A look of disappointment immediately appeared in her eyes. She couldn't help but sigh. She felt that this scene was like a young wife who had worked hard all day, only to find that her idle husband had gone out to fool around again after returning home. Alright, although a certain fellow definitely wouldn't be doing nothing all day long, Melanie really couldn't find a more appropriate description. Melanie helped to take the bag off Carlo's shoulder and said comfortingly, "He's leaving for England tomorrow. Maybe he'll come back tonight. I'll call him and ask." Carolyn looked at Melanie walking towards the landline in the living room and quickly stopped her. "Melanie, there's no need. Eric might be busy with something. At this time, other than bringing a beautiful vase to a messy party, what else could he be busy with?" Melanie couldn't help but say as she remembered seeing a photo of Eric taking Cindy Crawford to New York Fashion Week in a magazine a few days ago. The mansion rental company that was responsible for taking care of a large number of properties under Eric's name was also under the jurisdiction of Eric's assistant office. Therefore, Melanie was very clear that when Eric came to New York, his favorite place to live was the high-rise mansion that they were currently in. Since Eric hadn't come back to live in the past few days and didn't let them arrange another residence for him, then he must have stayed at those women's houses. Thinking about it, he really was fooling around. Originally, she was a little angry as she dialed Eric's phone number. However, after the call was connected and she heard the familiar magnetic voice of the man on the other side, Melanie's anger immediately disappeared without a trace. Although her tone wasn't too respectful, she didn't dare to show any emotions. After experiencing the scare last time, in front of Eric, Melanie instinctively didn't dare to do anything out of line. "Eric, I'm Melanie. Well, we're leaving for England tomorrow. I want to ask if you have anything to prepare." "Okay, that's right, Melanie and I have organized a batch of information about the space movie, some books, and a lot of other documents from Los Angeles. We're now at the apartment on 6th Avenue. Do you want to take a look at it in advance?" "Okay, that's it, goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Melanie's face was full of disappointment. She looked at Carolyn, whose eyelashes were starting to droop, and a mischievous smile appeared on her face. She reached out and pinched Carolyn's small face, saying, "Boss said he'll be back later. Are you satisfied now?" Carolyn slapped Melanie's hand away and gave her a very harmless glare. She turned and walked towards the kitchen. "I'm going to prepare dinner." "Melanie, what do you want to eat?" "Anything. I just helped you a lot, so I won't be going to the kitchen tonight." Melanie lazily leaned on the sofa and kicked off her high heels. She picked up the remote control and was about to turn on the television. In the blink of an eye, she sat up and carefully placed the high heels beside the sofa. Only then did she lie down comfortably on the sofa again. In the LTD Group headquarters in Midtown, many people were still working. Today was the last day of the interview for the new Victoria's Secret Angel. Before Eric came to New York, Emily had already selected a group of models who were relatively famous in the past 2 years. Therefore, the process of selecting 5 of them was much simpler. Eric also added Xianxia Goff, who was recommended by Giselle, to the interview list. On the night of Alexander's birthday in April, Eric had already met this baby-faced supermodel. After the interview, Emily was also very satisfied with Xianxia Goff. She was officially one of the 5 new Victoria's Secret supermodels. After hanging up the phone call from Melanie, Eric returned to the studio filled with angel samples. Emily and several executives at LTD were discussing the next media marketing strategy with the 5 new supermodels and their agents. As the new angels, they naturally needed to use the next 2 months to promote and hype themselves up. Chris rushed to the LTD headquarters after work. He planned to wait for Emily to finish her work and take her home. This was specially requested by Emily, and she didn't hide her reason. She was pregnant, so naturally, she wanted to firmly tie her husband to her side and not give him any chance to make any mistakes. Chris and Emily were the kind of people who were full of their own ideas when it came to their careers. But in life, Chris was very accommodating to Emily. He was a very standard family man. Virginia especially envied Emily for this. Occasionally, she would complain to Emily in front of Eric about her hard life. Chris was sitting at the wide workbench and flipping through a fashion magazine. When he saw Eric come in, he asked with a bit of ridicule, "Which beauty is looking for you again?" Today's work was almost done, so Eric didn't return to his previous position. He sat down next to Chris and listened to the group of people around the workbench. He explained to Chris in a low voice, "My assistant. It's about work." Chris nodded and looked at his wife who was still talking opposite him. He said, "Aren't you going to England tomorrow? Let's have dinner together later?" Eric smiled and said, "I think it's best if you take Emily back home to rest. It's been more than 7 months, and she still hasn't stopped. If it were me, I would have tied her up at home and quietly nurtured the baby." Chris nodded in agreement, then shook his head and smiled. "I don't have the ability to deal with women like you. In that case, let's have dinner together next time. It'll probably be Thanksgiving when you come to New York. The little guy should be born by then. Isn't the estimated date of delivery in early November? I'll try my best to come by then." After chatting with Chris for a while, the meeting ended quickly. Everyone got up and left. Eric went to the parking lot with Chris and his wife. Just as he was about to get into his car, Chusi Goff got out of another car and ran to Eric. "Hey, Eric." Although Eric was a little surprised, he didn't want to be seen by others. He smiled and turned to Chusi Goff. "Get in the car first." Chusi Goff didn't hesitate. She bent down and got into the car. Eric got in the car and instructed the driver to start the car. He then asked the girl beside him, "Where do you live? Do you want me to send you back? I'm renting an apartment with someone else. It's a mess." "I don't want you to dislike it," Chusi Goff said. He didn't know if it was intentional or not, but she curled her long legs tight in her jeans and leaned closer to Eric. She looked at him with her beautiful amber eyes and said, "Eric, I haven't thanked you yet. Do you want me to treat you to dinner?" Eric looked at his watch. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. He thought it wouldn't be too late to go back after dinner, so he said, "I'll treat you. What do you want to eat?" Chusi Goff didn't refuse. She knew that a meal was nothing to Eric. She said, "If you're treating, then you can choose the place." Eric thought for a moment and instructed the driver to go to a restaurant that Cindy had brought him to before. "So, how was your last trip?" In the restaurant, after ordering dinner, Eric took the initiative to find a topic to talk about. Eric was naturally asking about the time when he was willing to send a group of girls on a trip around the world. Chusi Goff's face was still a little excited when she thought about it. "We went to Tokyo, Paris, London, Venice. Well. Anyway, there were a lot of places. It was the best trip I've ever taken in my life." As a model, although Chusi Goff often went abroad for work, her mentality when traveling and working were naturally different. Moreover, there was a private jet that they could command. This was an experience that she had never experienced before. As she said that, Chusi Goff thought about the night of Alexander's birthday. She stared at Eric boldly and asked, "Eric, will you play that kind of game again in the future?" Eric winked at Chusi Goff and said, "That's not for sure." They chatted casually as they finished dinner and drank a bottle of red wine. After leaving the restaurant, although Eric wasn't drunk at all, Chusi Goff's face was red. Although her amber eyes were still clear and bright, she leaned on him like a little bird. After getting in the car, Eric almost subconsciously wanted to instruct the driver to drive back to the apartment on 6th Avenue. Since the little sheep had taken the initiative to send herself to him, Eric naturally didn't plan to let her go. However, in the blink of an eye, Eric realized that Carolyn and Melanie were still living in that apartment. Recalling Carolyn's resentful gaze, Eric immediately dispelled the idea. He asked Chusi Goff, "Then, I'll send you back." Chusi Goff didn't expect Eric to still say that. She looked at him in a daze and the corner of her mouth curved as she said, "Eric, can I go to your place to take a look?" "Well, actually, it's mainly because I already have guests at home. It's not convenient to bring you back." Chusi Goff rolled her eyes and said, "We can go to Giselle's place. They're not in New York right now." Eric smiled and shook his head. "That's Giselle and Aile's home. The last time was Aile's birthday, so I sneaked in to wait for them to come home. It's not convenient to go now." Westerners were very particular about privacy. Although that mansion was his, since it was given to Giselle and Aile to live in, Eric wouldn't go there too often. "Then, if you don't mind, you can come to my place. I live in Greenwich Village." Eric hesitated for a moment. He still wanted to know what Chusi Goff's slim waist felt like. Thus, he nodded and asked Chusi Goff to tell the driver the address. He took out his phone and called Melanie to tell her that he wouldn't be going back tonight. The driver, who had already entered 6th Avenue, turned the car around and drove towards Greenwich Village. Manhattan wasn't that big. Although the traffic was a little heavy at night, it only took 10 minutes for the car to stop outside a red brick apartment in Greenwich Village. "I promised my roommate that we wouldn't bring the opposite sex home." Chusi Goff looked out the window before turning to Eric and saying, "The lights aren't on, which means that she hasn't come back yet. Let's sneak up and not let her find out." Eric naturally didn't have any objections. This kind of sneaky behavior was a novelty that he hadn't experienced in a long time. After getting out of the car, Chusi Goff walked up the steps in front of the apartment. She pressed the password beside the iron door a few times and opened the door. Then, she reached out her small hand and pulled Eric into the apartment. She walked briskly all the way to the 3rd floor where she lived. She took out the key and opened the door. The living room was dark. Eric thought that the girl would turn on the lights, but he only heard the sound of the door closing. Then, a soft and slender body pressed against him. Not long after Chusi Goff brought Eric into the apartment, there was the sound of a key unlocking the door again. The lights in the living room quickly came on. It was a tall girl in a long black dress. She was taller than Chusi Goff, standing at 180 centimeters. She had healthy tan skin and light red hair. There was a wild and untamed aura between her eyebrows. The girl threw the key into the big bowl on the shoe cabinet. Just as she was about to sit down and change out of her high heels, she noticed something strange in the apartment. There were several pieces of clothing scattered around the living room. She recognized the white cotton t-shirt and light blue jeans as her roommate's at a glance, but that was not the point. The point was, in addition to another pink bra, she also saw a man's jacket on the sofa's armrest. How could this guy do this? "We agreed in advance that we were not allowed to bring the opposite sex home." She threw off her high heels and angrily walked barefoot to Chusi Goff's door. She wanted to knock on the door, but when she got closer, she found that the door was left ajar. She listened carefully. The sound in the room seemed to be kissing. "TSK TSK TSK TSK. Well, I haven't had time to get down to business. This is the best. I can chase that man away. I don't want a strange man to spend the night in my apartment." She pushed the door open and barged in. She immediately froze. There was only a light yellow bedside lamp in the room. A man was comfortably sunk into the inflatable sofa by the window. Her roommate was kneeling on the carpet in front of the man. Her slender and white back and buttocks were exceptionally perfect. Her body belonged to the bodybuilding type, which was not very popular in the modeling circle. Therefore, she had always been envious of her roommate's figure. But the scene in front of her did not make her feel envious at all. She screamed awkwardly, covered her eyes, and left the room. Then, she shouted at the person in the room even more angrily, "Chusi, come out." She stared at the door angrily for a moment. In the end, she only heard a few chuckles. Then, the door was closed from the inside. There was also the sound of the door being locked. "Are they not going to bother with me?" This was too much. He stared in vain at the door for a moment, and then stepped forward and kicked it without any trace of politeness. He made up his mind to look for a new house the next day. She turned around unhappily, picked up the man's jacket, and threw it on the floor. She sat down on the sofa and continued to sulk for a while. 10 minutes later, she gradually calmed down and suddenly realized that she seemed to have seen the man in her roommate's room before. Although this feeling of déjà vu was very strong, the light in the room was too dim, and she had only caught a glimpse of it, so she couldn't remember it. Feeling a little hungry, she stopped thinking about it and went to the kitchen to cook herself a bowl of oatmeal. She turned on the TV and watched it while eating. After supper, the 2 episodes of the sitcom ended. She hugged a pillow and leaned against the sofa in boredom. She glanced at her roommate's door, but there was still no movement. It was only a few months ago that her friend had introduced her to Xianxia, mainly to share the rent. The modeling industry seemed glamorous, but other than the top ones, the rest of the models earned about the same amount of money as office workers, or even less stable. The 2 of them were under the same modeling agency. Although they weren't close friends, they still got along very well. However, it seemed that Xianxia had a boyfriend and would definitely appear here frequently in the future. She couldn't get used to this. Sigh, it seemed like she really had to look for a new house tomorrow. She just didn't know if it would be easy to find such a comfortable nest again. She picked up the remote control and changed a few channels, but there was nothing interesting. She looked at her watch and saw that it was already past 10 o'clock. Just as she was about to go to bed, Xianxia's bedroom door opened. She thought that Xianxia had come out and was about to criticize her, but she saw a man walk out of the room. If she didn't recognize him earlier, she didn't think she would be wrong this time. Her mouth was slightly open as she looked at the man with slightly wet hair. He had obviously just showered and was wearing a pink bathrobe that was a little small. She was stunned for a moment before she finally said, "You're Eric Williams?" Eric nodded and sat down on the single-seater sofa next to her. Seeing that his jacket was thrown on the ground, Eric was about to get up and pick it up, but the woman on the other side had already picked up the jacket in a hurry and carefully placed it on the armrest of the sofa. She smiled at Eric with a slightly awkward expression and couldn't help but sit up straight on the sofa. Eric also leaned on the sofa and didn't say anything. He quietly looked at the woman in front of him. From the moment she barged into Xianxia's bedroom, Eric recognized her. Xianxia had also revealed some information about her under his probing. The woman in front of him was the incomparably powerful female Terminator in Terminator 3, the actress who played TX, Christina Loken. If it weren't for the fact that he happened to know her and accidentally remembered something, Eric didn't plan to show up tonight. Christina Loken was being looked up and down by Eric. She felt a thin electric current constantly flowing up and down her body, and the fingertips on her knees felt a little numb. Although it was the first time they met, she knew a lot about Eric. He was the richest man in the world, a Hollywood mogul, the creator of the Victoria's Secret show, and the investor of many high-tech companies. Any one of these usually made her feel like she could only look at them from afar. Now, not only did all these titles appear on one person, but this person also appeared in front of her. She inexplicably suddenly thought of a guy named Aladdin. That magic lamp, or genie, what was his name again? With these thoughts in mind, she quickly realized that she should take the initiative, so she looked at Xianxia's door and said, Mr. Williams, how do you know Xianxia?" "At a party," Eric said. "A very interesting party. It's a pity that I didn't see you at that time. I just rented the apartment with Xianxia not long ago. We're not very familiar with each other." As she said this, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't introduced herself yet, so she said, "By the way, Mr. Williams, my name is Christina Loken." Eric smiled and said, "Your name is a little long." Christina Loken hurriedly said, "Then you can call me Summer. That's my middle name." "Mr. Williams, are you and Xianxia, dating?" Eric shook his head honestly and said, "Not really." As soon as Christina Loken asked this question, she felt that it was too stupid. Eric Williams was known to be a playboy. However, when she thought of this, her expression became a little unnatural, and she subconsciously glanced at Eric's bathrobe. As soon as he saw Christina Loken, Eric thought of MGM's recent preparations for The Fast and the Furious. In the original version, Michelle Rodriguez played the role of Van Diesel's girlfriend. Eric really didn't have any feelings for this actress. In the movie, she and Van Diesel appeared together, and there was no sense of a couple at all. Therefore, in the 6th season, the scene where Van Diesel risked his life for Michelle Rodriguez seemed very out of place. It would be more harmonious for Michelle Rodriguez to be paired with a beautiful woman. Eric had been paying attention to the casting of Firefly and MGM's recent few new movies. Among them, the role that Michelle Rodriguez once played, Rady, had not been confirmed. Eric had no intention of using Michelle Rodriguez again from the beginning, and the few actors selected by MGM did not satisfy him at all. Rady's role was a sexy, hot, and wild racing girl. Christina Loken, who had played an even more valiant TX robot, seemed very suitable. Christina Loken saw that Eric was still sizing her up, and her initial excitement gradually dissipated. Slowly, she became a little unnatural. What did Eric Williams mean by that look? He must have just done it with Xianxia. Could it be that he still wants me? After a while, Eric finally shook his head and said, "You know, you don't fit in a dress at all." "Yes." Christina Loken nodded subconsciously, then explained, "Actually, I went to a party, that's why the rumors spread like this." Eric's expression was a little teasing as he said, "Xianxia also said that you went to a party. I didn't expect you to come back so early." A certain person, who should have felt guilty, had a look of self-righteousness on his face. Thinking of the awkward scene just now, Christina Loken was embarrassed and avoided Eric's gaze. Christina Loken did not explain why she came back early. She just hesitated, looked up at Eric, and asked, "Mr. Williams, is Xianxia going to participate in this year's Victoria's Secret show?" "Yes." Eric nodded, smiled, and said, "So, I happen to have a more suitable role for you. Do you want it?" Christina Loken was stunned. She tried to recall, but still could not remember the name of the genie. But, maybe, Eric Williams was not a bad name. With these strange thoughts in her head, Christina Loken pinched the corner of her dress and made up her mind. She said, "Then, Mr. Williams, what should I do?" As she said this, her eyes drifted to the wooden floor under her feet. Why did men like that? There was no carpet here, so she probably could not wear short skirts in the next few days. Hot pants were definitely out of the question. But it was already autumn, so it was okay to not wear these. Well, maybe she could use a pillow. Because her body did not fit the mainstream aesthetic of the current modeling circle, she had been looking for opportunities to enter the film and television industry in recent years. She had even signed up for several acting classes. However, there were thousands of men and women with this idea, but only a few succeeded. Now, a great opportunity was in front of her, and she did not want to give it up. Anyway, Eric Williams was not an old man in his 50s or 60s. Sleeping with such a dazzling man was not unacceptable at all. Eric looked at Christina Loken, who was looking around, and smiled. "Let's stop joking. Also, just call me Eric. By the way, do you know how to drive?" "Of course." Christina nodded. "I got my driver's license when I was 16. "That's good. This role is a racer." Eric glanced at Christina again and suddenly changed the topic. "Forget it, skirts really don't suit you, especially this kind of loose dress. Go change." "Okay." Christina immediately stood up and asked, "Eric, what kind of clothes do you like? You've seen Terminator 2, right? The scene where Linda Hamilton held an AK in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Try it on like she was wearing a sports vest and black pants. The character I'm talking about will probably look like this." Christina listened carefully to Eric, nodded, and turned to walk to her room. Eric looked at the TV screen in the living room, picked up the remote control, and turned to ABC. After the primetime slot was the late-night David Letterman talk show. As it was the fall TV season, the guests today were all the leads of American TV shows in the fall. When Eric saw the female lead of Apocalyptic Angel appear, he remembered that Apocalyptic Angel, which was taking over the X-Files next week, was going to be broadcast on Fox. Although this sci-fi TV series had a niche audience, it was broadcast at the peak of Cameron's fame. With Fox's marketing resources, the ratings would definitely be much better than before. Christina changed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, she had already walked out of the bedroom. She was wearing a tank top that exposed her navel, black pants, and a pair of high-heeled leather boots. Although she was not as fierce as Linda Hamilton, she was more sexy. Untie your ponytail. I suggest that you don't. Tie a ponytail in the future, and try not to put your hair up. The shape of your face is not suitable for that. Also, go pick a pair of men's boots tomorrow and change into them for the audition. That will match the image of a racing woman I want. Christina obediently untied her ponytail and posed a few times under Eric's instructions. Seeing him nod in satisfaction, she sat down on the sofa again and carefully said, "Eric, I was just thinking that the movie you were talking about should be Fast and Furious that MGM is preparing, right?" "Yes, and I hope that you can play the role of the male lead's girlfriend, which is the female lead." Although Christina did not have no screen experience, she had only played a few small roles in low-budget independent films. Hearing Eric say that he wanted her to play the female lead of the MGM Cinematic Universe derivative series, she felt that it was a little unbelievable. "Eric, you really want me to play the female lead? You know, I'm the one who wrote the script. I think you match the image of the female lead very well, so I still hope that you can play the role. But there's a prerequisite. You have to pass the audition. I won't put someone who can't act at all into my movie. Eric, I have acting experience, and I've even participated in a training class. That's even better. You can go to Los Angeles tomorrow. I'll get someone to arrange an audition for you." After saying that, Eric felt that there was nothing else to do, so he got up and said, "It's late now. I'll go to bed first." Seeing that Eric got up and was about to walk back to Chu Si-goff's room, Christina bit her lip, took 2 steps forward, and gently tugged at Eric's bathrobe. When he stopped and looked over, she said in a low voice, "Mr. Williams, actually, I have an inflatable sofa like that in my room too." Eric sized up Christina's outfit and was suddenly a little worried that his taste would be similar to that of Cameron's. However, sensing the bold invitation in the girl's eyes, Eric nodded, but he looked around and said, "I think the living room is not bad either. Go and turn off the lights." Christina looked at the wooden floor under her feet again and obediently walked to the door. With a bang, the living room fell into darkness, leaving only a few rays of light that slipped in from the balcony. Eric left Chu Si-goff and Christina Locken's apartment early in the morning and returned to his residence on 6th Avenue. He was ready to fly to England with his 2 female assistants. However, probably because he stood the 2 girls up last night when he promised to go back, Eric found that Caroline and Melanie were actually giving him a cold shoulder. Although they did not deliberately ignore him, they spoke to him in a businesslike manner. Melanie was fine, but it was the first time Caroline showed such a state. Looking at her small face that was deliberately tense and always had a little guilty look, Eric felt a little strange, so he cooperated with the 2 girls and put on the airs of a boss. The private plane still took off from MacArthur Airport in the middle of Long Island. The plane entered the clouds and began a long journey of more than 10 hours. Caroline and Melanie casually flipped through the documents in the lounge in the middle of the plane until after lunch. Caroline finally couldn't help but look in the direction of the front cabin, where the luxury suite on the plane was. "Melanie, do you think we shouldn't neglect Eric? He is our boss after all." Melanie shook a script in her hand. It was Iron Man. "Carly, why do I feel that you are simply Tony Stark's little pepper, staying by his side, watching him mess around, and then cleaning up the mess for him?" Caroline had naturally read the script of Iron Man. These days, she would occasionally help Eric with his lines. In fact, she also felt that Eric was very similar to the guy in the script. Well, could it be that he wanted the female assistant to look like the little pepper in the script? However, it was really awkward to help him get rid of the woman after the ONS. Melanie looked at Caroline's flickering eyes and helplessly rolled up the thick script in her hand and knocked on her head. She said, "Okay, go to the front cabin and see your boss. I really don't know what to do with you." Caroline saw Melanie's extremely disappointed look and subconsciously shook her head. Then I won't go." Go. Melanie waved her hand again, then simply stood up. "Let's go, I'll accompany you." "But..." Caroline hesitated again. "What reason do we use to go there? A lot of things have happened in the past few days. Why would I need a reason?" With that said, Melanie pulled Caroline to the presidential suite in the front cabin. Although the space of the presidential suite was not big, the layout was very complete. After searching for a while, Melanie and Caroline finally found Eric in the study, completely engrossed in drawing something on an octavo. Without disturbing him immediately, the two women carefully sat down on the sofa next to him. They found that there were already a few drawings on the coffee table in front of them. Naturally, they curiously went over. At first glance, it felt like a concept art for a movie, but the style was extremely detailed. Be it the space station or the astronauts, everything was detailed. Even a few thin cables on the picture connected the two astronauts to the space station. The two women couldn't help but worry about the two astronauts in the picture who were obviously in danger. After carefully tasting the drawing in front of her, Melanie looked up at Eric. She really wanted to open the top drawing to see what the next few drawings were, but she was worried that the sound of paper flipping would disturb Eric. Caroline also raised her head, but she happened to meet Eric's gaze. She couldn't help but look away. "I was wondering why I smelled a girl's fragrance. It turned out to be you too." After listening to Eric's joke, Melanie couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought to herself, "I just admired you a little, but in the blink of an eye, you revealed your true nature." Caroline lowered her head with a blushing face. She pinched the corner of her clothes and wondered if she should use Melanie's perfume. She was actually not used to wearing perfume. Seeing that the two women didn't speak, Eric put down the pencil in his hand, turned his chair to face them, and said, "Well, I apologize first. I shouldn't have promised to go back last night, but I stood you guys up." Caroline shook her head subconsciously and didn't say anything. Melanie said, "Eric, you really should apologize. Carly specially prepared dinner for you last night." Melanie didn't say too much, but Eric could imagine Caroline's disappointed look, so he looked at the girl. Eric said again sincerely, "I'm sorry, Carly, I promise I won't do it again. And I'll prepare dinner today as compensation for last night." "No, it's okay, Eric." Caroline shook her head again. The trace of gloom between her brows from last night had disappeared without a trace. Melanie's face next to her became a little strange. Due to some preconceived notions, she felt that the scene in front of her was like an unreliable father coaxing his simple and silly daughter. "Hey, Daddy will never smoke again, Daddy will never drink again, Daddy will never go out and fool around again." Melanie didn't think this was her imagination at all because her own father often said similar words to her before. Of course, it basically didn't come true. Eric and Caroline were talking. Noticing the strange look on Melanie's face, he asked curiously, "May, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Melanie quickly put away her thoughts, shook her head, and pointed to the few paintings on the coffee table in front of her. "Eric, are these the scenes in Gravity?" Eric nodded, took the one that had just been completed on the desk, sat down on the sofa opposite the two women, and said, "How do you feel?" Melanie looked at the picture that Eric had just put down. It was a picture of a woman curled up in a space capsule like a baby. Melanie could even feel the extreme loneliness and despair of the woman in the picture. "It's great," Melanie said. She no longer had any scruples. Together with Caroline, she admired the several concept drawings drawn by Eric one by one. Then, she praised again, "Eric, if you draw more, you can probably open an art exhibition." "Oh, thank you," Eric responded with a smile. Melanie said again, "However, Eric, do you think these pictures can really be perfectly presented on the big screen now? Not to mention other things, it's not so easy to perfectly show the weightless scene. According to the concept in your memo, this movie basically takes place entirely in space. It's impossible to rent NASA's weightless simulation plane like Apollo 13 2 years ago. If it's suspended by wires, I think these scenes in the picture are even more impossible to achieve. It's absolutely impossible for actors to move freely in the state of wires. For an ordinary audience, after watching an outstanding movie, they would only judge the movie based on the actors' performances, the movie's lines, the story, and so on. However, for a director, the first thing they would consider was, how did such an awesome movie come to be? As a person who had always wanted to be a film director, the former Eric was naturally no exception. When he watched Gravity, Eric was excited. The first thing he considered was how the film director completed those tricky long shots, and how to solve the problems that could never be avoided in space movies such as weightlessness. In the era of the internet, where there was an explosion of information, it was naturally easy to figure out these questions. Hearing Melanie's question, Eric explained confidently, first of all, the feeling of weightlessness is roughly a feeling of floating completely without being pulled by force. Usually, because the cameraman must shoot these shots with feet on the ground, so to achieve this feeling of floating, they can only hang the actors on wires, or like Apollo 13, spend a lot of money to create a real weightless environment. Melanie and Caroline's faces were still a little blank. Obviously, they didn't quite understand, so they had to wait for Eric to continue. Eric also thought about it and said, however, people's visual perception is actually very easy to deceive. To achieve the feeling of weightlessness, you only need to adjust the relative displacement between the camera and the actor to give people a feeling that they are completely not pulled by gravity. In this way, you can simulate a realistic weightless environment. Melanie and Caroline were very smart. Melanie even raised her hands in front of her and slowly gestured a few times. She nodded and said, "That's indeed the case, but Eric, do you think there is a cameraman who can carry a camera weighing more than 30 pounds and change the lens at will?" As Melanie spoke, she even raised her right hand and moved it around her left hand at a tricky angle. Eric shook his head with a smile and said, "Of course not, but I didn't say that the cameraman would personally control the camera. By the way, have you seen an automotive equipment workshop?" The two women shook their heads together. Eric had to explain out of thin air, "You should have seen some sporadic news or pictures, right? I'm talking about the automatic robotic arms used in the assembly of cars. As far as I know, some precision robotic arms, after setting the trajectory, the final error will not even exceed 0.1 millimeter. So, to achieve the relative displacement simulation of weightlessness, I only need to find two of these precision robotic arms. After setting the relative displacement trajectory, one will operate the camera, and the other will support the actor to perform. Later, these robotic arms will be removed and combined with the CG scene. It will be a perfect space shot." Although they still couldn't imagine this kind of shooting method, Caroline and Melanie didn't doubt it. After all, among the three people present, Eric was the most professional. However, Caroline still asked curiously, "Eric, in this case, this movie is almost all CG, right?" Eric naturally knew why Caroline asked this. He nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, but many CG pictures are panoramic. In CG production, the more distant the panoramic, the lower the production cost is because they don't need too detailed modeling and rendering. So, the cost of this movie won't be too high. As long as some of the technical difficulties are solved, the production cost can easily be controlled to about $100 million. $100 million. Although it was still a high-cost production in 1997, and there were only a few movies that cost more than $100 million per year in Hollywood, for a top director like Eric who had produced two blockbusters with a box office of $1 billion in a row, even if he was not the boss of Firefly Group, there would still be film companies lining up to send him the money if he asked for a production budget of $200 million. After staying in Hollywood for a long time, Caroline and Melanie could naturally think of many problems that needed to be solved in order to make Gravity. However, after listening to Eric's explanation just now, they also believed that Eric could solve all these problems, so they stopped talking about this movie and changed the topic. "Eric, these days, Carly and I have looked at all the information of several major cinema chains in North America. We think that if it's just to promote 3D movies, Firefly is not suitable to enter the cinema industry with too much fanfare." "Well, what do you think?" Eric nodded and asked with a smile. Melanie looked at Caroline, whose eyes were sparkling. In fact, many of the ideas were brought up by this girl first. However, it was probably difficult for Caroline to change the shy and infatuated look in front of Eric. She had to say it herself, if Firefly enters the cinema industry, small cinema chains will definitely not be able to satisfy the company's appetite. The top 3 cinema chains in North America now have a total of more than 14,000 screens, and they are basically high-end cinemas in popular locations. Therefore, Firefly can only initiate an acquisition of these 3. However, once Firefly does this, it will definitely cause a strong backlash from other film companies in Hollywood. They will never let Firefly control thousands of screens in popular locations. Therefore, no matter if we initiate an acquisition of any of the top three, the possibility of passing the antitrust investigation under the joint opposition of other film companies is very slim. Eric thought for a moment and nodded. Is there anything else? Melanie continued, also, it's still about the promotion of 3D movies. I think we don't need to do this if it's just to promote 3D movies. Most of the cinemas under the top 3 cinema chains have more than 5 screens. It's impossible for us to buy them and convert all the screening halls into 3D screens. Therefore, I think, at least in the United States, we can adopt a cooperative approach. We can invest a sum of money in these big cinema chains, get some shares, and choose a batch of screening halls in the best locations to transform into 3D cinemas. As long as we have the 3D projection system and 3D conversion technology in our hands, for a long time in the future, we can not only realize our plan to promote 3D movies but also not cause antitrust problems. At the same time, we can also form a situation of monopolizing the 3D movie market in reality. Carolyn and Melanie basically brought all the information they had collected in the past few days on the plane. After listening to their suggestions, Eric asked them to bring the information again. The three of them discussed it in more detail. Due to the increasing prosperity of the North American film market in recent years, in 1997, the total number of screens in the major cinema chains in North America had exceeded 36,000 screens, which was almost an increase of 10,000 screens compared to 10 years ago. The large increase in the number of screens inevitably led to various problems such as market saturation and increased competition. Therefore, the small cinema chains that were not strong enough were annexed and integrated by the major cinema giants. So far, the top 3 cinema chains in North America, Regal Entertainment, AMC, and Cinemark, after years of expansion, had more than 14,000 screens with the highest commercial value in North America, becoming the 3 most competitive commercial cinema groups in the United States. Although the number of screens owned by other small cinema chains, art cinema chains, and local cinema chains still far exceeded the total number of these 3, these second- and third-rate cinema chains basically had various difficulties such as remote locations, outdated equipment, and insufficient film sources. They were completely unable to compete with the 3 cinema giants. If Firefly Group abandoned the 3 giants and launched an acquisition of other small cinema chains, it would be better to build a chain of cinemas from scratch. Even the top 3 cinema chains, due to excessive expansion over the years, more or less had various problems. Although Regal Entertainment, which ranked first, had more than 7,000 screens, its operating situation was the worst among the top 3, and it was even at risk of bankruptcy in the next few years. On the surface, Regal Entertainment seemed to be the best acquisition target for Firefly Group, but if Firefly Group really did so, and took more than 7,000 screens distributed in the prime locations of major cities in North America, all the film companies in the whole of Hollywood, except for Firefly Group, would probably be on tenterhooks. Although the number of screens in the other 2 companies was about 3,000 to 4,000, if Firefly Group wanted to intervene, it would still face anti-monopoly issues. In the study, Melanie showed Eric a document and said, "Eric, you see, the 3 major cinema entertainment groups have several sub-brands. For example, Regal Entertainment has 3 sub-brands, Regal Cinemas, Edwards Theaters, and United Artists Theaters. In fact, we can use this method of operating as a seed brand and cooperate with one of the top 3 cinema chains. I think the best option is Regal Entertainment." After it completed another big acquisition a few years ago, although the number of screens has increased to more than 7,000, due to the rising debt ratio and the chaotic management of the cinema chain, it has been losing money in the past 2 years. What we need to do is to select a group of screening halls from their cinema chain, and Firefly Group will adopt the mode of investment and shareholding to transform it into a sub-brand specializing in 3D movies. The biggest reason why Eric wanted to enter the cinema industry was that he hoped to promote 3D movies in advance, to find a new source of profit for Firefly Group. On the other hand, he also hoped to lead the promotion process. In history, the process of the popularization of 3D movies could only be described as chaotic. In the early stages of Avatar, many Hollywood blockbusters already had 3D versions. However, compared to the huge film market in North America, 3D movie sources had always been scarce. Without enough 3D movie sources, the number of 3D screens in North America naturally could not develop. The lack of 3D screens also limited the motivation of film companies to produce 3D versions of their films. After Avatar, driven by the huge profits, several major film companies in North America and major cinema chains began to produce 3D movies and rebuild 3D cinemas. This kind of swarming behavior naturally caused the quality of the 3D movie sources and the cinema's 3D projection system to be uneven. Most of the 3D movie sources and 3D cinemas were of very poor quality, which not only did the audience not further accept 3D movies, but also gradually developed an aversion to the movie model. As long as the 3D movie sources and the cinema projection system reached the standard, the visual experience of 3D movies was absolutely shocking. At the same time, it could also drive the audience, who were more and more inclined to watch movies on TV or online platforms, to re-enter the cinema. What Eric wanted to do now was to put the promotion of 3D movies on a positive track, and not let those overly profit-seeking cinema chains and film companies use low-quality projection systems and rough conversion film sources to gradually destroy this new film form. After patiently discussing with Melanie and Carolyn for a while, Eric finally said, "Then, let's call this sub-brand Real D." The two women showed a puzzled look. Real D? Eric nodded. Real D was actually the most popular 3D movie projection system in the original spacetime. The biggest problem with the projection of 3D movies was usually the brightness. Different from 2D movies, during the projection process, the 3D projector, the big screen, and the 3D glasses would cause the brightness of the movie to be greatly reduced. There was a special unit for the brightness of the movie screen called FL, foot-Lamberts. Traditional 2D movies could easily reach 14 FL because there were not too many attenuation factors, but after 3 attenuation 3D movies, the usual brightness was only about 4.5 FL. Many cinemas even deliberately reduced the brightness in order to prolong the life of the high-pressure xenon light bulb of the projector, which further reduced the brightness of the 3D movie, giving the audience a dark and bad feeling. In the face of the chaotic situation of the 3D movie market, the later Real D company not only developed a special Real D projection system, but also introduced a set of special Real D certification standards. The most important one was that the brightness of the 3D movie played in the cinema should not be less than 6 FL. What Eric wanted to do now was to establish a set of special 3D movie certification standards from the beginning. For this reason, he also inquired about the situation of the Real D company, but found that the company had not yet been established. In this case, Eric did not hesitate to use the name Real D. You can understand it as the meaning of Real 3D. Facing the doubts of the two women, Eric picked up the pencil next to him and wrote the new word Real D in the blank space of the document in front of him, and then said, "Not only this sub-brand, I hope that the 3D movie projection system developed in the digital field will also use this name. At the same time, we have to set a set of 3D movie playback standards in advance. In the future, if you want to get a copy of the Firefly System 3D movie, the relevant cinema must pass our standard certification." After hearing Eric's words, Melanie immediately nodded, thinking that she understood. She smiled and said, "This is a good idea." She thought that Eric did this mainly to monopolize the 3D movie market. Carolyn obviously thought that Eric had this idea, and her face also showed a guilty expression as if she had done something bad. However, Eric actually did not have such a plan in his heart. In the early stage of the promotion of 3D movies, as long as the quality of 3D movies and the cinema playback standards were controlled well, the Firefly system could naturally enjoy exclusive profits for a long time with the advantage of technology and cinema resources in their hands. But in the extremely open film market in Europe and the United States, other film companies would naturally follow up on a large scale when they saw that Firefly was benefiting. Firefly basically had no possibility of monopolizing the 3D movie market. Moreover, Eric did not want Firefly to monopolize the benefits in this regard. If they monopolized it for a long time, they would definitely lose the motivation to move forward. Introducing competition was the best choice to keep the Firefly system alive for a long time. Unknowingly, they discussed for a few hours. When it was dinner time, Eric kept his promise and personally prepared food for everyone. Carolyn and Melanie stayed in the study to continue to organize the results of the three people's discussion. Eric planned to discuss the detailed implementation plan with the management of the group in Los Angeles after getting off the plane. Not only from the 3D projection system to the cinema certification standard Real D, but Eric also discussed a plan codenamed 4200 with the two women. Eric hoped that in the next 2 to 3 years, the Firefly Group would build 2,000 standard certified 3D screens in North America and overseas. This was 4,000 of the 4,200. As for the 200, it was another IMAX cinema plan. At present, there were a total of 54 IMAX screens in North America, which were basically distributed in museums or science and technology museums in major cities. Moreover, the number of IMAX screens in the world now did not exceed 100. 2 years ago, after watching the IMAX documentary at the Museum of Natural History in New York, Eric contacted the IMAX company in Canada and urged them to speed up the research and development of the technology to transform ordinary 35mm movies into IMAX movies. Before this, the length of IMAX movies had been limited to about 40 to 50 minutes. According to the information that Carolyn and Melanie received from the IMAX company a few days ago, by next year at the latest, the DMR, digital original reproduction, technology that the IMAX company had been developing would be able to realize the transformation of ordinary movies into IMAX movies. Since he was going to make Gravity, Eric naturally would not let go of the IMAX projection mode that could maximize the visual appeal of this space epic movie. Therefore, while building 4,000 3D screens, Eric also planned to build 100 IMAX cinemas in North America and overseas. Finally, when the plane landed in London, Eric discussed the two plans Real D and 4200 with the Firefly executives through a video conference at his residence in Kensington Garden Street in London. Katzenberg and Frank Wells, who were far away in Los Angeles, could not help but be speechless. In Eric's plan, the Real D projection system that needed to be developed in the digital field had to abandon the current single 3D projector and use a dual 3D projection mode that could greatly increase the brightness and reduce the audience's dizziness. This meant that the cost of the transformation of each 3D theater could eventually reach $300,000. The cost of the transformation of a single theater was naturally nothing, but to transform 4,000 3D theaters around the world, the total cost would be at least $1.2 billion, not to mention the later operating costs. Similarly, to build 200 IMAX cinemas from scratch, even if the cost of each theater was $2 million, it would still be a cost of $400 million. In this way, in order to promote 3D and IMAX, the total investment that Firefly Group would need to invest was no less than $1.6 billion. Not to mention, the later operating costs were also huge. Although $1.6 billion was not enough to buy the #1 Regal Entertainment Theater chain in North America, it was more than enough to buy the second and third place AMC and Cinemark theaters. Eric had deliberately suppressed the expansion of Firefly Group in the past 2 years. Therefore, senior executives like Katzenberg who wanted Firefly Group to continue to develop and grow were actually holding back. However, when they saw Eric's new expansion plan, they could not help but feel nervous. Was it really worth investing $1.6 billion in order to promote 3D and IMAX that had no clear market prospects? What if it failed? Eric could naturally understand Katzenberg's mentality. This mentality was actually the main reason why 3D and IMAX had not been able to be promoted on a large scale for many years to come. No company would invest $1.6 billion on such a project when they had no market prospects at all. After all, the other major Hollywood companies, if their operating conditions were not good enough, the combined profits for a few years might not even reach $1.6 billion. Because Eric had invested a large sum of money in the Nasdaq market in the past 2 years, Firefly's surplus profit this year was definitely not $1.6 billion. It might even fall below $1 billion. In all fairness, if Eric couldn't see the future clearly, he wouldn't have dared to invest $1.6 billion into the two plans in his hands. No one's money came from nowhere, and he never had the idea of wasting his money. In the study of the Kensington Garden Mansion, Eric sat in his office chair and looked at the video conference screen. Katzenberg and the others in Los Angeles had hesitant and persuasive expressions on their faces. Eric knocked on the table and said, "Everyone, this is my decision. What you have to do is to start acting immediately from now on. First, within 2 years, I want to see the digital domain develop a perfect Real D projection system and even better 3D conversion technology. Secondly, from now on, negotiate with the major cinemas in North America and overseas to get the contract for the transformation of 4,000 3D screening halls that I need. Once the development of the RealD system in the digital domain is completed, as well as the films in our hands that can be used as the source for the 3D screening halls are completed, I need to achieve the transformation of the 4,000 screens worldwide within 3 months. Third, continue to urge IMAX to speed up the development of the DMR conversion technology. If IMAX needs money, give it to them. If they can't operate anymore, buy it. At the same time, buy land in major cities around the world. When the 4,000 3D screens are completed, I also want to see 200 IMAX theaters. So, any other questions? After Eric finished speaking, he stared firmly at the Firefly executives in Los Angeles through the high-definition camera. In the eyes of Katzenberg and the others, Eric was never a strong boss. But this time, even from thousands of miles away, they could still see the determination in his eyes through the video conference screen. They looked at each other and no longer raised any objections. Instead, they began to discuss the substantive problems that needed to be solved in order to complete this plan. After several remote video conferences, the Firefly group began to methodically implement the RealD and 4200 plans that Eric drafted. The core of the RealD plan was to develop a RealD projection system specifically for 3D movies and DMR technology for converting ordinary movies to IMAX. Therefore, it was not too difficult to implement. After all, both 3D movies and IMAX technology had been developed for decades. What Firefly needed to do was to combine many existing technologies and further develop them to meet Eric's requirements. However, the implementation of the 4200 plan was not that easy. What Eric wanted was to basically complete the transformation of 4,000 3D cinemas and the construction of 200 IMAX cinemas around the world at the same time while Firefly was able to supply 3D and IMAX film sources. After all, whether the corresponding cinemas were built but could not obtain the film sources, or the film was completed but could not find a screening theater, it would be a very awkward situation. To achieve this kind of timing synchronization, the executor of the plan must have a very strong coordination ability. Of course, as the world's largest media group, Firefly did not lack managers with strong executive abilities. In the end, Katzenberg decided to personally take charge of the 4200 plan. The Firefly group had more than 120,000 employees worldwide. As the boss, Eric did not need to participate in these small details. He only needed to wait for the final result. If the entire group of thousands of management and more than 100,000 employees could not give him what he wanted, then there must be a big problem inside the company. Of course, the reality was that the Firefly Group's operating conditions were better than any other media group in Hollywood. After deploying these two plans, Eric also turned his attention to the creation of the Spice Girls. At the same time, he began to write the script for Gravity. Since it was more than 10 years ahead of schedule, the original script could not be used. Under the management of Simon Fuller, the 5 members of the Spice Girls were all confirmed. The original Spice Girls were popular for less than 2 years before they gradually fell apart due to various internal conflicts. Eric did not know what the entanglements were, but he would not use the original members. At the same time, Simon Fuller also signed a stricter 5-year contract with the 5 new members. This way, for at least 5 years, there was no possibility of the new Spice Girls splitting up. Eric took the time to create the Spice Girls mainly to prepare for the launch of the Firefly player in North America next year. Firefly Electronics had already signed a contract with several members of the Spice Girls to be brand ambassadors. As long as the Spice Girls were on the rise, the Spice Girls would become the brand spokesperson when the Firefly player was launched in Europe next year. At the same time, the Spice Girls could also provide a batch of the hottest digital music rights for Firefly promotion in Europe. Although Firefly Electronics expanded the monthly production capacity of the Firefly player to 450,000 units in July, with Firefly's relentless promotion, the Firefly became more and more popular in North America. 450,000 units per month was still not enough to meet the demand of the North American market. Other than Amazon, who insisted on this sales price of $299, all the major physical retailers maintained the sales price above $300. From the official launch in April until now, in less than half a year, the Fireflyer player sales were close to 1.5 million units. The management of Firefly Electronics predicted that after the Malaysian assembly plant was officially operational, the Fireflyer player sales in North America in 1997 would easily reach more than 3 million units. Even with the original price of $299, the annual sales of 3 million units would allow Firefly Electronics' annual turnover to exceed $900 million after the launch of their first product. The entry threshold of the Forbes 500 American companies was only around $2 billion. If Firefly Electronics wanted to, they could easily enter the list next year and achieve a goal that countless companies could not achieve. However, to Firefly Electronics, achieving this goal was only a starting point. After staying in the mansion on Kensington Garden Street in London for a few days, Eric discussed two detailed plans with Los Angeles before moving to Pinewood Town, located in the western suburbs of London, next to Pinewood Studios. He rented a studio in Pinewood Studios. On one hand, he rehearsed for the shooting of the wannabe MV. On the other hand, he began to think about the shooting of Gravity. In fact, strictly speaking, these two matters were one and the same. Eric had originally decided to shoot a one-shot MV for Wannabe purely out of interest. Later, due to his busy work schedule, Eric had planned to give up on this idea and give the MV for Wannabe to someone else. However, after coming up with the idea of making Gravity, Eric decided to pick up the camera and shoot the MV himself. This way, he could carefully think about the technique of using long shots, the rules of composition, and other technical details. It would be easier for him to shoot Gravity. As for the cinematographer for this movie, Eric naturally thought of the original Emmanuel Lubezki. However, after watching a few of the others' movies, Eric dismissed the idea. Emmanuel Lubezki was just an ordinary cinematographer who had not been in Hollywood for long. The few movies that he had participated in were of average quality. He was not at the level of the masters that would be seen in 10 or 20 years. It would be better for Eric to do it himself. Eric did plan to do it himself. This was a little bit of a bad taste in his heart. Through Island Horror and last year's My Heart Will Go On, Eric had already won 2 Oscars for Best Original Screenplay and Best Original Song. He had successfully won the 2 titles of Best Screenwriter and Best Songwriter. Since this was the case, it would be good to continue and win the title of Best Cinematographer. Eric was not enthusiastic about the Oscars, but it was fun to continue playing this game. Except for Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress, Eric felt that he could try for most of the other awards. He was only 27 years old this year, and he did not plan to completely give up directing in the future. Setting such a goal full of bad taste would more or less give him some motivation in the future. Before Eric came to Europe, he gave the song Wannabe to Simon Fuller. Now, the Spice Girls were very familiar with this song. Eric had also chosen a club in London to shoot the MV for this song. However, the rehearsals could only be done in the studio, otherwise, there would be a lot of onlookers. At the same time, after a trip to the industrial town of Birmingham, Eric had his eyes on a high-precision assembly robot from Germany's Kuka Robot Company. Knowing that Eric Williams wanted to use their company's robot for his next movie, Kuka Robot Company was very enthusiastic. They offered to provide Eric with 2 of the robots he needed for free, and they would also be responsible for the modification work required by Eric. The condition was that Eric's next movie had to mention Kuka Robot Company's name in the promotion process. The robot that Eric had his eyes on was worth $1 million each. If one was not familiar with the structure of the machine, it would be very troublesome to modify it. Since Kuka Robot Company was willing to provide the robot for free and provide sufficient support for the modification of the machine, Eric naturally would not reject it. Moreover, in the promotion process of the movie, the filming method of Gravity would definitely be a topic that could not be avoided. When the time came, all he needed to do was mention Kuka Robot Company's name, and it would not be a big deal. Kuka Robot Company sent the 2 high-precision robots to Pinewood Studio. After they were installed in the studio that Eric rented, Eric spent most of his time in the studio. While setting up the set for the MV for Wannabe, he also studied the modification work of the robots and learned how to operate them with the engineers sent by Kuka Robot Company. After returning to London, especially after Eric had moved from the city to Pinewood Film Studio, Carolyn's mood had been very good for the past few days. Not only could she return home every night, but, yes, although she definitely wouldn't mention it to anyone, Eric, who had entered work mode, was finally no longer running around without a trace. She could see him on time every day. When it was close to noon, Carolyn and Melanie left their office in Pinewood Studio together and went to a studio in the northwest corner of the studio. They planned to have lunch with Eric and talk about some work-related matters while they were there. This was a large studio that was 60 meters long and 50 meters wide. The interior area was close to 3,000 square meters, and the ceiling was slightly higher than the other studios. It was very spacious. In the studio, a few staff members were setting up the set according to the layout of the club that Eric had chosen. Carolyn looked around and understood that the set was about to be completed. Eric had mentioned that he planned to use a week to rehearse, then rush to London to start filming. Even if the filming in the city did not go well, the whole process would not take more than 2 weeks. 2 weeks. She did not know how long Eric would stay in England after 2 weeks. Carolyn really hoped that the date would be as long as possible. They went around the external set and continued to walk inside. Soon, they arrived at a specially partitioned area that was about 300 to 400 square meters. There were 2 eye-catching orange-red robots on the ground. Their sturdy bases were placed on a trolley. At the top of the 3-meter-long robotic arm, a small DV camera was installed on one of the robots. The other robot was planned to hold an actor for a performance, but there was no time to modify it. A mannequin was fixed on the top of the robot. Eric and the engineer sent by Cuca Company, Brian Clayston, were standing together at the periphery. Each of them held a remote PDA in their hands and were manually controlling the 2 robots to move slowly. Carolyn and Melanie stood quietly beside a few staff members at the periphery. They did not disturb them. When Eric and Brian Clayston finally stopped, they stepped forward and stood behind Eric. Together, they watched the content recorded by the DV camera on the computer screen. If one ignored the robotic arm in the video, the mannequin's trajectory seemed to be free of restrictions. It did feel like it was floating in space, but only a little. Perhaps it was because the mannequin's limbs were too stiff, or perhaps it was because Eric and Brian were not very familiar with the controls. If only it could be a real person wearing a spacesuit. The mannequin looks too stiff, Eric muttered to himself after carefully replaying the video a few times. Brian Clayston was also enjoying the video on the computer screen with great interest. He said, "Eric, if you need, I can start the modification immediately. It will only take 2 days." Eric shook his head with a smile and said, "Thank you, Brian. However, I still need to think about how to modify it." "Of course, Eric. There's no rush," Brian Clayston nodded with a smile. Eric replayed the video again and turned to look at Melanie and Carolyn. He had noticed the 2 girls coming over just now. "Find me a spacesuit in the afternoon. It doesn't need to be a real one. It just needs to be a model that can be worn on the mannequin." "Okay," Melanie nodded. She tapped the watch on her wrist and said, "Also, Eric, it's lunchtime." "Well, let's go eat first," Eric said. He looked at the small box in Carolyn's hand and asked with a smile, "Don't tell me you've already prepared lunch for me?" "No," Carolyn shook her head and showed the box to Eric. She said, "This is the music phone sample sent by Nokia this morning." Eric saw the Nokia logo on the box and nodded. He said, "Let's go to the restaurant and take a look." After Eric finished speaking, he said goodbye to the other staff members. Everyone left for lunch. Brian Clayston didn't join Eric and the others. He just said goodbye and left with the other staff members. Eric took Carolyn and Melanie to a restaurant in the studio. After ordering lunch, he opened the box that Carolyn had brought. "I've already read the information in advance." Carolyn looked at Eric opening the box and taking out the sample phone to play with. She took the initiative to explain to Eric, of these 2 samples, one uses flash memory, but the capacity is only 64 megabytes. It can store about 10 songs, which is the common capacity of flash memory chips now. The other one uses a micro hard drive, the latest product from Seagate, with a capacity of 2 gigabytes. According to the information provided by Nokia, they won't mass-produce music phones with flash memory for the time being. They're just accumulating technology. The music phone that uses a micro hard drive will be the model for the market. They'll officially release it in January next year. It's similar to the second generation of Fireflyer players. There are two models with 1 GB capacity and 2 GB capacity. The prices are about $600 and $700. Nokia had undoubtedly inherited the craftsmanship unique to Europeans. Although the two music mobile phone prototypes in Eric's hands were only made of plastic, the silver casing had a high-end metal texture. Moreover, these two mobile phones did not adopt the classic shape of Nokia. Instead, they had a long design similar to the Nokia V2. However, due to the limitations of the current technology, the body was wider than the Nokia V2, but the overall mobile phone was still very fashionable. In addition to the basic communication function, due to the buttons, the music playback system of this mobile phone was much more convenient than the Fireflyer. It could even perform simple search operations. Although the starting price of $600 was definitely an expensive high-end model among the existing mobile phones, Eric still believed that this mobile phone would be very attractive to the young white-collar workers under the age of 30. After putting on the headphones and listening to a song, Eric put away the two mobile phones with satisfaction. Now that he was in the restaurant, Eric could not continue to test whether these two mobile phones could easily purchase and transmit music from the Yahoo Music Store. However, after a brief trial, Eric did not have any doubts about the music transmission function of this mobile phone. There was no doubt that Nokia's technological research and development ability was not inferior to Firefly Electronics. After chatting with Carolyn and Melanie for a while, Eric began to eat. However, he could not help but begin to think about when and how he should choose to intervene or even take over the management of Nokia in the future. Nokia did not lack technology, talent, or channels, but after 15 years at the peak, it suddenly declined. This was definitely not a coincidence, but a long process of qualitative change. If he wanted to wait until the last moment to take action, it was definitely not possible. Firefly Investments still firmly held 51% of Nokia's shares. Therefore, as long as Eric was willing, he had the absolute power to make adjustments to Nokia. However, it was definitely not possible to do so in the next few years. Nokia had just become the world's #1 mobile phone manufacturer, and the current management had a very comprehensive company development plan. If he wantonly intervened in the management of the company now, it would definitely cause a conflict between the management and Eric, the major shareholder, and affect the further momentum of Nokia's rise. Even for this music mobile phone, when Eric promoted this project, he could faintly feel some dissatisfaction from the management of Nokia. Many of Nokia's senior executives pursued the simple and easy-to-use feature phone to the extreme. They felt that the mobile phone's entertainment function was just a non-business. Until the previous decline, they had actually been proudly adhering to their ideals. In the end, this mobile phone industry giant fell from the peak to the bottom at an astonishing speed. It wasn't until the two women opposite him finished their lunch that they looked at him curiously after sensing that he had been silent for a long time. Eric collected his scattered thoughts, smiled, and sped up his meal. Since he could not figure it out for a while, he would think about it slowly. Anyway, Nokia had just entered its peak. There were many opportunities and time. At least, the contract of Nokia's CEO, Yoma Alala, would expire next year. If he wanted to do anything, he would have to wait until then. Eric only felt a little regretful. He did not remember the name of the last Nokia CEO who had quickly brought Nokia to the abyss. Otherwise, even if everyone opposed, he would immediately find that guy and kick him out of Nokia. To be able to bring an industry giant that occupied more than 40% of the world's mobile phone market to the point of liquidation in just a few years, Eric felt that such a talent should be immediately sent to scourge other talents. After lunch, Eric told the two women, send a memo to Nokia. Since they plan to adopt the 1G and 2G versions of the second-generation Fireflyer, postpone the release date from January to April, a week after the release of the second-generation Fireflyer. Also, although Nokia's main business scope is in Europe and Asia, the main market for this phone should be the US. This is because only the US has a relatively complete online music store for the time being. Europe is not in a hurry. As for Asia, well, don't be in a hurry to promote it for the time being. Although the music copyright supervision there is not strict, we don't have to do this. The gains do not make up for the losses. After making sure that the two women wrote down his words, Eric left the restaurant and returned to the studio to continue his work. 2 days later, the simple set of rehearsals for Wannabe was completed in the studio. Eric was about to gather the members of the Spice Girls to start rehearsing when another piece of important news came from the US. After 3 long months of back-and-forth negotiations, Viacom finally reached an acquisition agreement with CBS. The final transaction price was $36 billion. At this point, the 4 major TV networks in the US, ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, all belonged to the big group. Although General Electric, which owned NBC, was not considered a media group, this was still a symbol of the completion of the wave of consolidation in the US media industry. The Seagram Group in Canada was negotiating the acquisition of Polygram Records in Europe. This could only be regarded as an extension of this wave of consolidation. Because regardless of whether this merger was completed successfully or not, it would not have much of an impact on the US media industry. The completion of the integration of the media groups also meant that in this situation where the monopoly structure had been formed, unless a media company adopted a small merger to win a big one, there was no possibility of developing from scratch into a media group. The media industry in the United States had once again entered the era of oligarchy. When Eric heard the news, he suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Robert Shea, the CEO of New Line Cinema, a few years ago. Although he had stirred up too many storms in the past few years, this had happened in the past, and the general trend had not changed. Fortunately, Firefly had managed to complete her arrangements before that happened. Today was the 3rd day of rehearsals for Wannabe. Eric spent 2 days watching and guiding the girls in the Spice Girls performance for the entire MV. Although there had never been a shortage of female singing groups in the history of music, the Spice Girls were the ones who had truly brought the style of female singing groups to the world. Therefore, in the original history, although many people thought that the Spice Girls' MV and live performances were very cool when they first rose to prominence, in the eyes of Eric, who had more than 10 years of experience, the Spice Girls' dance performance during the MV was simply too horrible to watch. Therefore, Eric naturally asked the choreographer to recreate some classic dance moves for the girls based on his memory. In the studio of Pineland Film Studio, because the set was open, dozens of pairs of eyes were curiously looking at Eric, who was putting on a Stan Nikon camera. Everyone, including the 5 girls and the Spice Girls, was surprised. Carolyn and Melanie helped Eric check several parts of his body before Simon Fuller came over. He looked at Eric, who was wearing a shock absorber vest and holding a balance bar and adjusting a lightweight camera. With a look of disbelief, he asked, "Eric, are you planning to shoot this MV yourself?" Eric nodded and looked at the astonished Simon Fuller. He smiled and said, "Can't I do it myself?" "No, oh, of course you can." Simon Fuller quickly shook his head. What a joke. If Eric Williams was going to shoot the MV himself, who would dare to say no? Seeing that Simon Fuller couldn't react for a while, Eric said, "Everyone here should have signed a confidentiality agreement, right? Tell them again, before this MV is completed, don't disclose this matter." During this period of time, the news of Eric's arrival in the UK had already appeared frequently in the local media. News of the formation of the Spice Girls also spread like wildfire thanks to Simon Fuller's manipulation. However, the outside world only vaguely heard that Eric was going to guide the Spice Girls in producing a song. Other information was strictly kept under wraps. When Simon Fuller heard that Eric was going to be the cameraman, his first thought was to immediately call a certain newspaper. This was a major piece of news. However, when he heard Eric's special instructions, Simon Fuller had to give up on this idea. "Okay, Eric, I'll arrange it. Then, let's get started." Eric nodded and walked to the side of the set. He motioned for the MV director, who had been invited by Simon Fuller but was destined to lose his presence, to get ready to start. Following the instructions of the stage supervisor, all the extras quickly began to get into position. The 5 girls of the Spice Girls stood at the starting point. The director, who had silently lost all his power, looked at Eric and waited for him to make an okay gesture. The accompaniment of Wannabe started to play. In order to keep it as confidential as possible, regardless of whether it was rehearsals or official filming, only the accompaniment would be used. Although everyone had signed a confidentiality agreement, it was hard to guarantee that no one would be tempted by money to reveal something. The British paparazzi were world famous for their ability to dig up news by hook or by crook. If the lyrics were leaked in advance, it would be very interesting. Accompanied by the music, the five girls laughed and joked around as they entered the camera. Eric stared at the monitor and began to move slowly with the girls. The key to good long shots was to quickly find the focus of the camera in the constantly moving chaotic image and complete the composition to show the creator's intention. The script for the wannabe MV was written by Eric based on his memory. The plot was roughly about five girls with strong personalities who broke into a club and turned it upside down. Perhaps because Eric was personally controlling the camera, less than a minute into the first rehearsal, one of the girls accidentally fell down and the filming had to be paused. Seeing the baby-faced girl, who was set as Babe Spice, look at him with an uneasy expression as if she was about to cry, Eric had to personally comfort her. In order to figure out how to use long lenses, Eric had set aside 2 weeks for the shoot. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry at all. After comforting Babe Spice, he instructed everyone not to stop the shoot midway as long as there weren't any particularly serious situations. The music started again. Although there were still some minor issues in the process, at least there was no intention of pausing midway. Eric stared at the monitor, his footsteps steady as he slowly followed the dance steps of the girls. He quickly calculated in his mind how to shoot a certain scene in a more coordinated manner. Originally, he thought that they would complete the first one shot. However, the music went on for about 3 minutes. In this detail, a young couple should be dancing excitedly with the five girls. However, Eric suddenly felt that the actress in the pink dress on the left side of the monitor looked familiar. He subconsciously raised his head to take a look and was immediately stunned. Although she dyed her blonde hair and the pink jumpsuit didn't match, her slightly tanned skin, dark eyeshadow, and her iconic cold face, who else could she be other than Victoria Beckham? Oh, no, she should still be Victoria Adams now. Perhaps she would always be Victoria Adams in the future. WTF. Is someone joking with me? Eric had a strange and funny feeling in his heart. Of course, he would not ask about the selection of the MV actors. Previously, it was only the director of the MV who was responsible for explaining the scenes for these actors. Only now did he realize that the mythical beast, Strange, had sneaked in again. The music continued and the performance of the five girls did not stop. However, everyone noticed that Eric had paused for a few seconds beside the girl in the pink dress. Victoria Adams naturally felt it too. She could not help but look at Eric. Her dancing body stopped. She wanted to get down from the chair but did not know if she should do so. She had just seen Eric in the crowd planning to personally act as the cameraman. She could not help but fantasize about whether she would be noticed by such a big shot. However, she also knew that this was probably just a fantasy. Not to mention the 5 members of the Spice Girls group, even among the actresses in the MV, there were several who were prettier than her. Now, she suddenly noticed that Eric Williams had deliberately stopped to look at her for a few seconds. Victoria Adams felt her heart thumping. Due to an indescribable excitement, a faint feeling of numbness appeared all over her body. Eric noticed that Victoria Adams had completely stopped moving and was looking at him. Only then did he come back to his senses. Very naturally, he operated the camera and turned the lens to other places. Outside the stage, Melanie, who had also noticed this detail, snatched the cup of coffee that Carolyn had been carefully holding. She unceremoniously took a sip and said, "See, what did I say?" At the end of the first rehearsal, Eric's surprise at finding Victoria Adams in the crowd of MV actors had mostly dissipated. He only felt that this matter was very interesting, but he didn't immediately interact with Victoria Adams like many people envied or expected. Carolyn and Melanie went forward to help Eric take off the heavy stand Nikon equipment from his body. Eric called the main creators and the 5 members of the Spice Girls over. A group of people gathered around the workbench in the corner of the studio, watching the video replay of the first rehearsal and discussing various details that needed to be improved. As it was the first rehearsal, there were many areas that needed to be improved. The group of people discussed for about half an hour before dispersing and making adjustments according to the results of the discussion. Eric waited for everyone to disperse, and continued to stay in front of the workbench alone. He operated the computer in front of him and watched the video replay. From time to time, he would write down some reflections on the lens in front of him. Carolyn placed a cup of warm coffee in front of Eric's hand. She didn't say anything, and quietly sat down beside Eric. She looked at him carefully, studying the camera and taking notes seriously with a little satisfaction on her face. Melanie, who wasn't far away, saw Carolyn sitting beside Eric and couldn't help but sigh. After thinking for a while, she walked over to Simon Fuller, who was directing the staff to adjust the set. She called him over and asked in a low voice, "Simon, what's the name of that girl just now?" Simon Fuller was also a smart person. He thought that Eric had asked Melanie to ask, so he also lowered his voice and said, "I just asked. Her name is Victoria Adams." "Melanie, is Williams treating her to a meal? I can arrange it right away." Melanie resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Why were all these men like this? She quickly shook her head and said, "It's not like that." "Simon, what do you think of Carly?" Carolyn had always been sincere and courteous to everyone around her. Coupled with her identity as the daughter of a noble family, although they hadn't interacted much in the past few days, Simon Fuller had a good impression of Carolyn. He couldn't help but have a little more respect in his tone as he said, "Miss Wilson is a great girl." Melanie gestured towards Eric and Carolyn and said, "Hey, Simon, you can definitely see that Carly likes Mr. Williams very much. So, do me a favor and make that, Victoria Adams disappear, okay?" Simon Fuller followed Melanie's gaze. He could naturally feel Carolyn's feelings for Eric. However, Melanie's words made him realize that this female assistant was acting on her own initiative to think of her best friend. After hesitating for a moment, Simon Fuller advised, "Melanie, if you're really thinking of Miss Wilson, I feel that you shouldn't do this. It's too obvious. I'm afraid that Mr. Williams wouldn't like the people around him acting on their own initiative. Moreover, you should have a little more confidence in Mr. Williams. He's a very professional person." Melanie finally couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought to herself, "That's because you haven't seen him when he's not professional." Simon Fuller wasn't willing to help. Melanie knew that if she went to find someone else, the result would probably be the same. She could only give up on the idea of driving Victoria Adams away. However, she still couldn't help but secretly size up Victoria Adams among the actors. She really couldn't see what this girl had that attracted Eric. Her skin wasn't white enough, her face wasn't sweet enough, and she wasn't tall enough. She wasn't short enough either. She didn't conform to her boss's aesthetic standards at all. However, after thinking about it carefully, Melanie suddenly realized that she really couldn't understand Eric's aesthetic standards. Eric naturally didn't know what Melanie wanted to do in private. Of course, even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. Melanie wanted to protect Carolyn, and Eric actually wanted to do the same. Eric didn't have any special feelings towards Victoria Adams, who would never be Victoria Beckham again. Since the other party had so coincidentally appeared among the cast of the wannabe MV, Eric gradually turned a blind eye to it. The staff in the studio adjusted the set and actors according to the results of the discussion just now, and then the rehearsal continued. For the next week, everyone spent their time in this kind of repetitive practice. Every day, starting from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. Although on the third day, many people felt that the rehearsal effect was already very good, and it was enough for them to film on the spot. However, Eric didn't ask them to stop, so naturally, no one raised any objections. After all, Eric Williams was now less than 30 years old, and he had already created an achievement that no one present could reach. However, he still carried a set of Stan Nikon camera system that weighed nearly 30 pounds every day, and repeatedly practiced more than 10 times. Just the amount of exercise alone was more than anyone present. In this kind of situation, everyone involved in the shooting put themselves in his shoes. If they had a net worth of hundreds of billions of dollars, why would they be willing to do this kind of tiring and boring work? If they could lie down, they would definitely not sit down. Therefore, everyone only admired him for this kind of boring practice, and they had no complaints. In order to accumulate more experience in shooting long scenes, Eric would often change the shooting method when he was sure that the MV rehearsal was almost done. Sometimes, he would ask the MV actors to leave, and the 5 girls would perform alone. Sometimes, he would ask the actors to improvise a play based on their roles in the MV. During this time, Eric would deliberately take out a plot from Birdman and let the actors perform it. He would practice the camera techniques in Birdman that he remembered. While the Wannabe MV was shooting, Simon Fuller also began to promote the release of the Spice Girls' first single. Since July, when the Spice Girls started to recruit members, this girl group that was said to be created by Eric Williams attracted everyone's attention. Recently, although the British media had been speculating about Eric's reason for coming to London, most of the topics were related to the Spice Girls. This further increased the media's and public's attention to the group. Therefore, Simon Fuller planned to strike while the iron was hot and release the first single as soon as possible after the filming of the Wannabe MV was completed. When Eric finished a week of rehearsals in the Pineland studio and moved to London for a live shooting, the British branch of Firefly Records, which had been established for a few months, officially announced the release date of the Spice Girls' first single, October 27. Due to repeated rehearsals in the studio, the live shooting was very smooth. It only took 2 days for the MV to be completed. At this time, the news that Eric personally served as the photographer for the Wannabe MV was finally dug up by the British tabloids, and it quickly caused a sensation. A few months later, Casino Royale was still in the UK. The cumulative box office in the UK had reached more than $93 million. Although it still couldn't catch up with the record set by Titanic, this box office was enough to squeeze into the top few box office rankings in the history of the UK. Casino Royale experienced the second stage of its large-scale release in September. The global box office exceeded $900 million and was steadily moving towards the goal of $1 billion. Under such circumstances, Eric personally shot the music MV, which naturally made many film and music fans look forward to it. On October 11, after the filming of Wannabe was completed, Eric handed everything over to Simon Fuller. He was not in a hurry to return to Los Angeles. Instead, he stayed at the Pineland studio on the outskirts of London to continue the preparation work for Gravity. Because of the one-take shooting method, the post-production work of the Wannabe MV was completed in only a week. Then, on October 20, a week before the release of the Wannabe single, the song's MV was officially released on major TV stations in the UK. Perhaps the anticipation was too high. Wannabe didn't seem to reach the point where the media and music critics were amazed. In the 1990s, the mainstream music genre in the UK was pop rock. Whether it was a solo singer or a singing group, most people would be more or less influenced by pop rock. However, Wannabe by the Spice Girls was a pop dance song that completely deviated from the mainstream music genre. It had nothing to do with pop rock at all. Moreover, most music critics felt that compared to Eric's previous amazing songs, Wannabe was very lacking in connotation. It was more like a mediocre pop song. Some media outlets directly attacked the Wannabe MV. Not only did they think that Eric's one-take shooting method was just a gimmick, there was nothing outstanding about it. They also commented very harshly that the 5 girls in the MV dressed like 5 slutty little prostitutes. Just when everyone thought that Eric Williams might fail this time, the Wannabe single was released on October 27. In just 4 days, the single album's sales exceeded 100,000 copies. Then, the album's sales in the first week finally reached 160,000 copies. Not only did it easily rush to the top of the UK singles chart, it even surpassed the number 2 single by more than 90,000 copies. For a moment, all the media and music critics who were originally not optimistic about the Spice Girls shut their mouths and began to investigate what had happened. Almost naturally, most people's first thought was that Eric might have cheated by buying the chart. However, after some digging, no one could find any substantial evidence. At the same time, all over the UK, whether it was the commercial streets of the big cities or the small towns in the remote suburbs, many people unknowingly felt as if they could hear the song Wannabe everywhere. When they walked down the street, they could hear some young people suddenly say "zigga zig ha." This was a very unpredictable interjection in Wannabe, but it inexplicably made many people feel that it was very cool. In a short period of time, the Spice Girls 5 became the sexy idols in the hearts of British young people. At the same time, they also became the targets of the British paparazzi. The winner had everything. This was a famous saying in any field. As Wannabe showcased the power of a brainwashing song and swept the entire United Kingdom, the media, who originally disliked the song and the Spice Girls, gradually changed their direction. They began to praise the Spice Girls for perfectly combining dance pop with feminism and injecting a strong female independent style. When Eric saw this sentence in the Hot Songs chart magazine, he really wanted to find a prawn, tie an egg to an egg, and mail it to the music critic who wrote the article. The Spice Girls' success actually did not have any profound reasons. They were indeed the product of an assembly line operation, just as some media said. However, although many legendary musicians won the adoration of countless fans with rich cultural meanings of lyrics and music, for most ordinary people, music was ultimately just a form of entertainment. The Spice Girls precisely grasped the spirit of entertainment first very well. With a bright and lively image, simple and pleasant melody, and relaxed and funny lyrics, they quickly won the hearts of a large number of young people. After Wannabe became a hit, Eric gave the other songs that belonged to the Spice Girls to Simon Fuller and completely let go of this matter. According to the pre-drafted contract, when the second generation of the Firefly player was released in North America and Europe in April next year, the Spice Girls would not only become the European spokesperson of the Firefly player, but at the same time, their first album would be released online and physically at the same time as an exception. This would greatly promote the popularity and sales of the Firefly player in Europe. It was already winter in London in November, and the temperature in the suburbs was even colder. As usual, Rachel Weisz drove a large Jaguar Monarch to Pinewood Film Studio. Carolyn, who was wearing a white trench coat, was already waiting at the entrance. The girl politely said a few words to the guard, and the gear lever at the entrance was raised. "Rachel, a superstar like you is finally willing to come and see me." Carolyn opened the door to the front passenger seat and sat in the car. The corners of her mouth curved into a smile as she began to tease Rachel. Rachel started the car and drove into the studio. One of her hands quickly reached out and pinched Carolyn's face. She deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "Baby, not only am I here to see you, but I'm also planning to bring you home tonight." Carolyn shrunk her neck and avoided Rachel's claws as she laughed. Rachel quickly parked the car in the parking lot of the studio. After getting out of the car, she gave Carolyn a big hug and said, "Oh right, where's Mel?" "She's inside. Let's go over." Carolyn pointed out the parking lot. Rachel reached out and held Carolyn's hand as they walked out. She asked, "I heard that Eric has been living here for a month. What has he been secretly busy with?" "His new movie." "Well, I can't tell you too much. But, it's definitely a very good movie." Rachel lowered her head again as if she wanted to kiss Carolyn's face. Seeing the girl shy away, she said, "Yes, Eric Williams' movie is definitely very good." The two girls chatted casually as they arrived at the studio that Eric had used as his studio. The set for the rehearsal of Wannabe had been completely removed. However, at this time, in the studio, other than the two modified orange robots, there were many other strange equipment. Among them, the most eye-catching was the large box that was 5 meters tall and made up of many 1-square-meter LED screens. At a glance, Rachel saw Eric and a few others standing in the large box. She asked curiously, "Carly, what's that?" "A light box," Carolyn explained. Seeing that Rachel still didn't understand, she said, "It's used to simulate the lighting environment in space." Eric's new movie uses ordinary lighting methods, but it's very difficult to accurately simulate the lighting environment in space without any diffuse reflections. So, he intends to use this method and directly play a simple space scene on the LED screens around the light box. This way, when the actors perform inside, it's exactly the same as if they're in space. Just as Carolyn was explaining the use of the surrounding equipment to Rachel, Eric walked over with Melanie and hugged Rachel. With a somewhat joking tone, he said, "Rachel, a superstar like you is finally willing to come and see me." Rachel stared blankly for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. She seemed to feel that it wasn't very satisfying, so she turned it into a hearty laugh. She looked as if she wanted to squat on the ground while clutching her stomach. Carolyn didn't expect Eric to say the same thing as her. After thinking about it again, perhaps because they had been together for a long time, her words just now were obviously imitating Eric's usual joking tone. Realizing that Rachel might have guessed this, Carolyn's small face immediately turned red. She couldn't wait to find a place to hide. Eric didn't know what Rachel had found funny. Looking at Carolyn's reaction, he roughly guessed that this matter had something to do with her. He didn't ask much and only said, "All right, Rachel, be more ladylike. Otherwise, I'll take a photo of your current appearance and sell it to the paparazzi." Rachel took a deep breath and finally stopped laughing. She straightened her body and couldn't help but say, "Eric, you've led Carly astray again." "All right, I'm guilty." Eric shrugged his shoulders and pointed to the workbench. "Let's go over and sit. Speaking of which, why are you free today?" "I'm here to see Carly and Mel," Rachel said as she sat down at the workbench. Looking at the pictures of space scenes on the table, she said, "Eric, are you planning to shoot a space movie?" "Yes." Eric nodded. "A space disaster movie." Rachel swept a few glances at the table before noticing a concept map that had been rendered. She took it over and gave it a look. This was a realistic simulation map that had been created based on the drafts that Carolyn and Melanie had seen on the plane back then. Feeling the feeling of the two astronauts being connected by several thin lines, Rachel couldn't help but become interested. She straightforwardly asked Eric, "Eric, is there a role suitable for me in this movie?" Eric felt Rachel's expectant gaze and shook his head. "It would be better if you were a few years older. This is a movie with a female lead. There are no supporting roles, and I hope that the female lead can't be younger than 30 years old." Rachel Wasey nodded. Although she was a little disappointed, she was not too disappointed. After Titanic, she had no lack of film contracts. After casually chatting about Eric's movie, she changed the topic and joked, "I heard that you've been in London for more than a month, just for that hot girl group. Wannabe sounds really interesting. I even bought a disc for it." "But, what does zigga mean?" "You've got me there," Eric said. He actually remembered that zigga meant shit and cigars. It was not a good phrase, so it was replaced with a meaningless tone. However, there was no way he could explain the allusion to Rachel. He could only vaguely say, "I think it's easier to add this line after the lyrics." Carolyn was sitting next to Rachel. She noticed Eric's expression when he spoke. She knew that Eric was just brushing Rachel off. He must know, but he just didn't want to explain it to Rachel. Looking at Rachel and Melanie next to her, Carolyn realized that she was the only one who knew this little secret. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Rachel was just asking casually. She was not as curious about this string of characters as the media and fans outside. Since Eric didn't want to say, she didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Instead, she said, "Firefly Group has so many things to do. Is it really okay for you to not return to Los Angeles for so long? I'm the boss. As the boss, if I can't do whatever I want, then what's the point of living? What about you? What have you been busy with recently?" "I just finished a guest role in a movie. I just came back yesterday. I plan to go back to Los Angeles after Christmas," Rachel said. She reached out and hugged Carolyn intimately. "Also, Eric, how about giving Carly and Mel a day off? I want to go shopping with them in the city." "No problem." Eric nodded readily and said, "But you're a superstar now. Aren't you afraid of being surrounded by people?" "Hee, I just need to disguise myself a little. I can get rid of all the paparazzi by myself today. Then go and play. You can come back whenever you want. I don't have anything important to do recently anyway." Rachel nodded. Just as she was about to leave with Carolyn and Melanie, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Eric, why don't you come with us?" Eric shook his head. "I'm afraid of being surrounded by people. I'd better not go." "Hee, what did you say just now? If I can't do whatever I want to do, what's the point of living?" Rachel seemed to be suddenly interested and said, "So, let's go together. Don't worry, we won't drag you along as a human-shaped credit card." When Carolyn heard Rachel's suggestion, she was tempted as well. "Yeah, Eric, come and play with us." The ferocity of the British paparazzi was world famous. However, Rachel's plan was only to shop and eat. She didn't have the intention to wander around the streets with great fanfare. Eric thought for a while and agreed. After leaving Rachel's Jaguar Monarch in the parking lot of Pinewood Film Studio, Eric borrowed two inconspicuous Mercedes-Benz business cars. He brought a group of bodyguards and rushed to London with Rachel and the other two women. Because they spent a lot of effort to dress up and only shopped in some branded stores in a very low-key manner for the whole afternoon, although it was inevitable that they would be recognized by a few people, there were no problems. In the evening, the three women, who had almost filled the trunks of the two Mercedes-Benz business cars, were about to choose a restaurant for dinner. When they passed by the famous Harold's department store in Kensington, Rachel became interested again and planned to pick a few cosmetics. Eric ordered the driver to stop the car at the side of the road and followed Rachel and the others into Harold's department store. Speaking of which, Harold's department store, which specialized in luxury brands, was the family business of Diana's previous boyfriend, Dodie Fade. If it weren't for Eric's intervention, Dodie Fade and Diana's memorial would have been set up in this department store. Now, although the two of them went their separate ways, they were both living well. Not long ago, Diana was interviewed at another charity party in Kensington Palace. When she was asked about her impression of Eric, she bluntly said to a reporter that Eric Williams is a very rude guy. Fortunately, the reporter who interviewed Diana happened to be from News Corporation's The Sun. Diana's evaluation of Eric did not appear in the newspaper. However, the recording of the interview somehow fell into the hands of Elizabeth. Naturally, Eric was ridiculed again. Although it was a workday, Harold's department store had a lot more customers than those branded stores. Eric did not want to be too conspicuous with the three women, so he greeted them and casually strolled around the cosmetics area on the first floor. As he was walking, a female voice suddenly came from beside him. She asked politely, "Sir, would you like to try the latest Armani men's perfume?" Eric looked over and recognized the saleswoman in front of him. He immediately raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence, we meet again. When Victoria Adams saw Eric stop, she immediately smiled and raised the bottle of perfume in her hand, intending to spray some on Eric. However, when she noticed the strange expression of the man in front of her, she could not help but take a closer look at him. Soon, her eyes widened and she asked with uncertainty, You are Mr. Williams?" Eric heard her almost scream and quickly made a shushing gesture. Victoria Adams realized that she had lost her composure. She awkwardly waved the perfume bottle in her hand and looked at Eric, who was wearing a pair of glasses and had a layer of stubble on his chin. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. More than half a month ago, Victoria was secretly excited for a few days when she felt that Eric's attitude towards her during the filming of the wannabe MV was a bit special. No matter what, it was definitely a great thing to be noticed by a big shot like Eric Williams. However, although she had good dreams for several nights, Eric did not say anything to her until the MV was finished. Although she had always wanted to find an opportunity to be more proactive, she could not find an opportunity to contact Eric alone. After the MV was finished, all the actors involved in the shooting naturally dispersed. It was inevitable that she was disappointed for a few days, but life had to go on. She could only continue to participate in various auditions while finding a job as a perfume promoter. Eric also curiously looked at Victoria, who was wearing a promoter uniform. He noticed that she dyed her hair black again and nodded. Black hair looks more pleasing to the eye. However, aren't you an actress? Why are you here as a promoter? Victoria Adams's expression was a bit blank. She graduated from an art school at the age of 20. In the past few years, she had only participated in a few stage plays and had not been able to find a stable job. Victoria Adams's eyes flickered a few times before she said, This is just a temporary job. I recently participated in a few auditions and am still waiting for news." "Oh." Eric nodded and found that there was nothing to talk about with the girl in front of him. He was about to walk away when there was a noise not far away. He could also hear shouts like Rose and Rachel. Clearly, Rachel and the other two had been discovered and surrounded by people. Eric looked at the three women who were surrounded by the crowd and did not rashly approach them. Instead, he took out his phone and quickly dialed the number of the bodyguards waiting outside, giving them a few simple instructions. A moment later, four burly bodyguards hurriedly walked in and separated the crowd around Rachel and the girls, protecting them as they left Harrods department store. Eric had just instructed the bodyguards to send Rachel and the others away and not to wait for him. Eric leaned against the counter in front of Victoria and waited for a while. After confirming that Rachel and the others had gone far away, he nodded to Victoria Adams and walked toward the door of the store. Victoria Adams stared blankly at Eric's back as he walked out and suddenly came to her senses. If she missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for her to make a name for herself in this lifetime. Putting down the perfume bottle in her hand, Victoria Adams ran out of the counter and chased after him. She softly shouted, "Mr. Williams." Eric stopped and looked at Victoria, who had chased after him. "What's the matter?" Victoria stuttered for a moment before she mustered her courage and said, "Can I treat you to a meal? It's working hours now. Are you planning to skip work?" Eric looked around and joked. Seeing the girl in front of him wringing her fingers in disappointment, he thought for a while and said, "Okay, but it's still my treat." Victoria Adams, who thought she was going to be rejected, suddenly raised her head and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes." Eric smiled and nodded as he watched Victoria leave in a hurry. He sat down on the sofa next to him and casually picked up a newspaper to read. A few minutes later, Victoria, who was wearing a black sports jacket and blue jeans, walked over with a satchel on her shoulder. Eric put down the newspaper, got up and walked out with her. Victoria Adams followed Eric and glanced at his left hand that was casually inserted in the pocket of his casual pants. She wanted to hold it, but in the end, she couldn't muster up the courage. One of the Mercedes-Benz commercial cars waiting outside had already left. Seeing Eric walking out of the department store with an unfamiliar girl, the bodyguard in the front passenger seat quickly got out and helped them open the door. Victoria looked at Eric with some restraint before she got into the car under his signal. Eric also got into the car and asked Victoria next to him, "So, where do you want to eat?" Victoria Adams shook her head, "I don't care. Anywhere is fine." "Then I'll treat you to Chinese food. It's very close to the Royal Garden Hotel. There is a very good Chinese restaurant there." After Eric finished speaking, he instructed the driver to drive. Suddenly, he remembered that he had to make a reservation first. The Royal Garden Hotel was at the exit of Kensington Garden Street. When he came to London in June for the premiere of Casino Royale, Eric went to the Minjiang restaurant in the Royal Garden Hotel several times. However, when he took out his phone, Eric helplessly realized that he didn't know the phone numbers of these restaurants. This kind of thing was usually done by the assistant or the woman beside him. Inexplicably, he felt a little guilty and didn't call Carolyn and the others to help him book a seat. Eric flipped through his address book a few times. Recently, he had been in frequent contact with Simon Fuller, so he called him and asked him to book a seat for him. Simon Fuller was definitely the most popular music manager in the UK in recent times. Victoria watched as Eric naturally called Simon Fuller to book a seat for them as if he was a subordinate. She felt a little more eager. It took less than 10 minutes to go from Harrods to the Royal Garden Hotel. However, when Eric walked into the Minjiang restaurant in the hotel, a waiter greeted him warmly and led the two of them to a window seat overlooking Hyde Park. "The roast duck here is very good, but I don't know if it suits your taste. You can also try other dishes." Eric casually ordered a dinner, handed the menu to the waiter, and recommended to Victoria. Victoria looked up and smiled at Eric, then obediently ordered a roast duck. After the waiter left, Eric looked at Victoria, who was still very restrained, and took the initiative to open the topic. "Then, let's talk about you. I don't know you very well." Eric was a very talkative person. Under his guidance, Victoria Adams gradually opened up and talked about her life. "After graduating from Wren Art School, I actually wanted to be a singer. For this reason, I even applied for a band. Later, I found out that the guy named Steve, who started the band, was actually a stripper. At that time, a group of people rehearsed in a very small studio north of the Royal Park. After a few months, the band didn't improve, and everyone unknowingly dispersed. In the past 2 years, I have been participating in various auditions. There were bands, commercials, movies, music MVs, and so on. However, my agent's attention was not on me, so there were no good opportunities." Victoria rambled on. Although she could feel that Eric had been listening to her carefully, she was still a little worried and asked, "Eric, do you feel that these things are very boring?" "No." Eric shook his head and smiled. "I am a director, so I like to listen to others talk about their lives. Maybe I can use it in a script someday." "Oh." Victoria nodded with relief and said, actually, I can feel that you shot the MV of Wannabe to prepare for your next movie, right? Yes, I plan to be the cameraman myself next time, so I used this MV to practice. You want to be the cameraman yourself? I think the cameraman must be very tired. Just like the clothes you wear when you shoot, so heavy. Well, that kind, Stan Nikon. Well, that's it. Victoria was a little embarrassed and said, I don't think it's necessary. You can hire someone to do it. If I hire someone to do everything, then life will become more and more boring. Eric smiled and asked, what about you? What are you going to do in the future? Victoria's eyes flashed with anticipation. She wanted to say something, but she suddenly stopped. Perhaps it was because she had spent these years aimlessly that she really didn't think about the future. She summoned the courage to stop Eric at Harrods because she instinctively wanted to seize some opportunities. After thinking for a while, Victoria said, I don't know what I plan to do in the future, but Eric, what do you think of me being a singer? Eric shook his head and smiled, I'm afraid you can't take this path. In terms of musical talent, Victoria used to be the weakest in the Spice Girls. After losing the opportunity to join the Spice Girls, it was basically impossible for her to become a singer again. Eric remembered that Victoria had gained recognition in the fashion industry as a designer. However, without the fame of the Spice Girls and Beckham, it was probably impossible for her to gain a place in the fashion industry again. Seeing Eric shake his head, Victoria was a little disappointed. She hesitated and asked, Eric, what do you think is suitable for me? Didn't you just say that your family runs an electrical appliance wholesale business? If you ask me, you should settle down and help your father take care of the business. Maybe you will become a strong woman in the business world in the future. Actually, I also know that most of the girls in the art school were better than me, but I'm always unwilling to live in obscurity like my parents. I want to be famous. Victoria was obviously very disappointed with Eric's answer. She sighed and said, Eric, can I ask you a question? Of course. That time, when you were shooting the Wannabe MV, why did you suddenly stop when you passed by me? Eric shook his head and smiled, nothing, I just feel that you are like a person in my memory. Oh, then, she must be very outstanding, right? Yeah, speaking of which, she should be a winner in life. Winner in life, very interesting. Then do you think, I can be a winner in life? It's hard to say. It depends on what you think is a winner in life. I just said that I want to be famous. Victoria said this and put down the cutlery in her hand. She looked at Eric with hope and with a bit of pleading, she said, Eric, can you help me? In Victoria Adams's expectant eyes, Eric deliberately paused for a moment before saying, to be honest, I don't like to help others very much. However, I happen to be in a good mood recently, so how do you want me to help you? Victoria's eyes suddenly lit up. She wanted to say something, but she was stuck again. She didn't expect Eric to agree so quickly, and naturally, she wouldn't consider how Eric could help her. Eric looked at Victoria's completely overwhelmed look, smiled and thought about it. He said, well, since you are a dancer, you can be a backup dancer. How about Madonna's backup dancer? I know her, so it's not a problem to recommend you to be her contracted dancer. You know, Jennifer Lopez used to be Jenny Jackson's backup dancer. Many singers and celebrities in the circle have had this experience. For you, this is a good starting point. Victoria actually wanted to be a contracted singer or go to Hollywood to be an actress. She also knew that it was easy for Eric to achieve these. However, since Eric said his thoughts, Victoria was very sensible and did not refuse. Although Madonna had been going downhill in recent years, she was a world-class singer after all. It was indeed a good starting point to be her contracted dancer. At least it was 100 times better than her trying her luck all day long. Eric naturally saw Victoria's reluctance. If she had just chosen not to do it, Eric would not have given her any other help. Victoria's talent in all aspects could only be said to be average. Pushing her to Madonna was indeed because Eric was in a good mood recently. Otherwise, Eric was more likely to choose to be a bystander. Since his rebirth, too many people's fates have changed because of him. Some people have become famous, and some people are still unknown. It doesn't matter if there is one more or one less. Since Victoria agreed, the two talked about some details. After dinner, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. They left the restaurant together and went to the parking lot. Victoria still got into the Mercedes-Benz business car first. She didn't forget the rumors that Eric was a playboy. Thinking that she might be brought back to his residence by Eric, she was nervous but also had some expectations. However, Eric didn't intend to get in the car. He just looked down at Victoria in the car and said, "If you can make it in time, I will leave the United Kingdom in a few days. I can bring you along on the way. Also, tell the driver where you live and he'll send you home." Victoria hurriedly got out of the car, grabbed her bag in her hand, and asked, "Eric, are you, planning to stay in a hotel?" "I'm not staying in a hotel. I have a place to stay on Garden Street. It's just a few steps away." Victoria realized that the Royal Garden Hotel was right next to Kensington Garden Street, which was filled with luxurious mansions. She was a little envious, but she suddenly felt a little unwilling. She said, "Then, can I go over and have a seat? Let's talk about it later." "Forget it for today." Eric shook his head and refused. He wasn't in the mood to hunt for girls these days. Besides, Victoria Adams wasn't his type. After sending Victoria off, Eric went to the mansion on Garden Street to rest alone. He stayed in London for a few more days. On November 7th, he received a call from Chris from New York. Emily had given birth to a boy. Eric set off from London to New York. This year's Victoria's Secret fashion show was approaching. It was the busiest time of the year for the Ltd group. The day after Emily gave birth, she couldn't wait to return to work. In the end, her power was forcefully seized by her family and she was forced to recuperate in a manor in East Hampton. The manor was newly bought by Chris. It wasn't far from the residence of Eric's woman and children. It was also convenient for the two families to take care of each other. When Eric returned to East Hampton, Emily excitedly planned to arrange a child marriage for her chubby son, who she had just named Daniel, to Hawaii. Eric despised her fiercely and then firmly refused. This cunning woman had never mentioned anything about a child marriage before the child was born. Obviously, she was worried that if she gave birth to a daughter, she would marry her stupid son. Although Kevin had been much smarter than many children his age in the past 2 years under Virginia's careful guidance, there was no harm without comparison. In front of Hawaii, the little guy had never been able to be associated with the word smart. After accumulating several years of experience, this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show was scheduled for November 27th. The holding time and TV broadcast time were also shortened from the initial 1 month to 1 week. The broadcast time was scheduled for December 3rd. However, Eric couldn't stay in New York until Thanksgiving or the Victoria's Secret fashion show. He returned to New York on November 9th and stayed in East Hampton for less than a week before hurrying back to Los Angeles in the middle of the month. As the end of the year approached, there were more and more things that required his presence in the company. Moreover, the 2 hot year-end slots were approaching. During the summer break in the middle of the year, other than the animated film Finding Nemo, several live-action films such as Prison in the Sky, Jedi Cop 2, and The Forest of Mount Tai released by Firefly Group were not very successful in the North American box office. Fortunately, the overseas box office of Prison in the Sky and Jedi Cop 2 were very good. This allowed Firefly to recoup their costs in the box office and achieve profits. Similar to the summer break, the Thanksgiving and Christmas slots at the end of the year were still crowded. Firefly Group alone had released 3 heavyweight films such as Jurassic Park 3, Monster Power Company, and Rush Hour 2. In addition, MGM's Amazing Night at the Museum 2 had been postponed from the original summer break to the Thanksgiving slot due to various reasons. At the end of the year, Fox had Mira Mike's The English Patient and Spirit Hunter as the 2 leading Olympic films. In addition to the film matters, after 3 months of preparation, Firefly Electronics' Fireflyer player assembly plant in Malaysia was officially put into production. When Eric returned to Los Angeles, the first batch of 100,000 Fireflyer players from the Malaysian factory had been shipped to San Francisco and would be quickly sold to all parts of North America. In the next month or so, the overall monthly production capacity of Fireflyer players would be close to 1 million units, which could basically meet the needs of the North American market. However, considering the upcoming expansion into the European and Asian markets next year, Firefly Electronics was still expanding the component supply chain and building a new assembly plant. When he put Victoria Adams into Madonna's dance team, Eric also received another piece of news. Madonna and Warner Records' lawsuit over digital music distribution rights that lasted more than half a year had also taken a turn for the better. Since Madonna had the upper hand in the lawsuit, Warner Records was worried that if they lost the lawsuit, it would become a case law, so they began to contact Madonna privately to seek an out-of-court settlement. Although many second- and third-tier singers were still unable to obtain individual digital music distribution rights from the record companies, most first-tier singers began to seek relevant supplementary agreements in an attempt to grasp the digital music distribution rights in their hands. Obviously, this actually gave Yahoo Music a lot of opportunities to attack them one by one. In more than a month, Firefly Group's management had already drawn up a detailed schedule for the Real D plan and the 4200 plan. The start date of Iron Man was set for March next year, and the filming period was 3 months. After completing the filming of Iron Man in the first half of the year, the preparations for Gravity would also be ready. Eric would be able to invest in the production of Gravity in the second half of the year. From the start of filming to the completion of the final 3D and IMAX versions, 1.5 years would be enough. Therefore, the final completion date of the two plans was set at the end of 1999. Moreover, not only Gravity, but the Lord of the Rings trilogy, which had already completed the casting, was also confirmed to start filming at the beginning of next year. Due to the back-to-back shooting of the trilogy, the shooting period was as long as a year. After another year of post-production, the first part of the trilogy, The Lord of the Rings, was scheduled to be released at the end of 1999. An epic fantasy like the Lord of the Rings series was obviously suitable for the 3D and IMAX screens that pursued the visual experience, so Eric naturally wouldn't let it go. Gravity and the first part of The Lord of the Rings would guarantee that the 4,000 3D screens and 200 IMAX cinemas would have the resources for 2 blockbuster films. As for Spider-Man, which Cameron was in charge of, although according to the plan, this movie would also be completed at the end of 1999, Firefly Group did not have any expectations for Cameron to complete the movie according to the plan. Eric did not include this movie in the plan and planned to let Cameron do whatever he wanted. However, according to the schedule, as Marvel's first superhero movie, Iron Man, which was scheduled for the summer of 1999, could only be excluded from the first batch of 3D IMAX movies. The first part of Star Wars, Episode 1 and MGM's next 3 agent movie universe blockbusters were also unable to catch up with the first wave of 3D IMAX. Eric could only express his regret. After all, many things could not be done overnight. When Eric returned to Los Angeles, Katzenberg had already completed the first piece of the two plans, the acquisition of Canada's IMAX company. In 1994, Wall Street investor Richard Gulford was optimistic about the prospects of IMAX. He used all his assets to obtain the controlling shares of IMAX and did his best to promote the commercialization of IMAX technology in theaters. However, due to the lack of support from Hollywood studios and several major theaters in North America, Richard Gulford's plan had almost no progress. IMAX technology was still limited to the screening of scientific and educational films in various museums. Eric had asked the company to invest a sum of money in IMAX for the research and development of the DMR technology used to convert ordinary movies into IMAX movies. Although IMAX saw a glimmer of hope, it did not substantially improve the company's performance. Before Firefly launched the acquisition, IMAX could be said to be heavily in debt. The entire company's market value on the Nasdaq market was less than $200 million, but it owed a huge debt of $150 million, including the $30 million that Firefly had borrowed. Since Eric planned to bet on IMAX, Firefly naturally would not give up the dividends brought by the promotion of IMAX technology in the future. At the same time, the company did not want to be controlled by others in the process of promoting IMAX technology. Therefore, the management agreed that the company should be bought. However, Eric would not object to the acquisition of less than $500 million. After a few years of hard work, IMAX was on the verge of bankruptcy. Although Richard Gulford felt that the acquisition of Firefly Group would bring earth-shaking changes to the company, he did not hold it tightly in his hands. After a few weeks of negotiations, Firefly finally paid $230 million in cash and assumed IMAX's $150 million debt. Because $30 million of the $150 million debt came from Firefly, the actual total amount of the transaction was only $350 million. Praia Vista. Although the expansion plan of Firefly Studios had not officially started, the land west of Lincoln Avenue was already being cleaned up by many workers. After many revisions, the team of engineers responsible for the construction of the theme park finally came up with a satisfactory design of the aerial corridor. The entire aerial corridor would be 4 kilometers long and 20 meters high, which was roughly equivalent to a 7-story building. In order to make people who saw the aerial corridor not think of buildings like reinforced concrete viaducts, the entire corridor would be made entirely of steel and glass. Although the height of 20 meters would be easily dwarfed by many buildings in other metropolises, in Praia Vista, where the average height of a building was no more than 3 stories, once the corridor was completed, it would undoubtedly be the most eye-catching landmark within a radius of tens of kilometers. With a conservative cost of $50 million, this will definitely be the most expensive building in the entire studio. However, I think that anyone who has seen the renderings will think that $50 million is worth it. On this aerial corridor, the sea in the west, Fox Mountain in the east, Los Angeles Airport in the south, and Santa Monica in the north are all in sight. On the still uneven wasteland, Katzenberg and Eric walked side by side. At the same time, they were excitedly talking about the expansion plan of the theme park. Eric looked at the open land around him that was waiting to be developed and imagined the scene of the Firefly Studios theme park in the future. He suddenly understood why Michael Eisner had gradually built the Paris Disneyland from a budget of $1 billion to $5 billion. Eric had never been a person who liked grandiose achievements, but after listening to Katzenberg talk about the expansion plan of the Firefly Studios theme park, he couldn't help but want to build the scene described by the other party. The area of the land now was less than 1/10 of the 2,000 hectares of Paris Disneyland. However, just the aerial corridor would cost $50 million. The total cost of the entire studio would definitely not be less than $1 billion. The Firefly Studios theme park, the Real D and the 4200 plan, the newly acquired IMAX, and the Hasbro company that was planned to be completely taken over. Although he had always wanted to slow down the expansion of the Firefly Group, unknowingly, the company was still developing rapidly. Eric casually kicked a stone under his feet and said, "Jeffrey, I don't have any opinions on the design of the attractions with the themes of Jurassic Park and A Nightmare on Elm Street. However, you should have seen the scenery designed by Peter Jackson for the Lord of the Rings series. I'm very optimistic about this project, so I hope that there must be enough space to build the theme of the Lord of the Rings series. Of course, I also think the design of the hole at the bottom of the bag is very interesting." Katzenberg nodded and said, "Speaking of this, didn't you plan to let Miss Kidman play the elf Queen Galadriel? You weren't here during this time, so we didn't know how to talk to her about this." "About this, I've already discussed it with Nicole. You can just ask someone to sign the contract with her. The salary will be calculated at $3 million. Katzenberg asked with some uncertainty, $3 million for 3 movies? Yeah. Eric nodded. For Nicole's current status, $3 million for the Lord of the Rings trilogy was indeed a bit shabby. However, her role was similar to that of a guest star. $3 million was actually the highest among all the actors. Eric was chatting with Katzenberg when an assistant of Katzenberg hurried over and said, "Mr. Williams, Mr. Katzenberg, the representative of Day Company is here. I have already asked someone to take them to install the equipment." During this time, the management had been thinking about how to reasonably reduce the budget for the 2 plans. A large part of the budget of $1.6 billion would be the cost of updating the Real D movie projection system. Coincidentally, Texas Instruments was looking for the possibility of commercial promotion of the newly developed digital projector, so Katzenberg arranged this demonstration. The two listened to Katzenberg's assistant and walked to the east side of the cinema together. "I've already read the information. Although the digital projector prototype developed by Day Company can only reach 1280 by 1024 resolution, give them 2 years, I think it won't be too difficult for them to develop a device comparable to the 1920 by 1080 resolution of the film projector. As the two of them walked back together, Katzenberg began to talk about his opinion. Jeffrey, have you thought about the fact that if we use digital projectors, we might be boycotted by the entire industry? Hollywood was only in North America, but the industry chain around film copying reached billions of dollars every year. If it was popularized worldwide, the number would be even larger. Katzenberg heard Eric's question and said with a teasing tone, I still remember what you said at the Fireflyer Player Conference at the beginning of the year. Eric shrugged and said with a smile, okay, but I just don't think it's the right time to promote digital projectors. Eric had already read the information on the digital projector developed by Texas Instruments. Strictly speaking, Texas Instruments only developed the core DLP, digital light processing, technology, which could convert digital signals into optical signals for projectors. In his memory, many digital projectors or office projectors later used the DLP chip from Texas Instruments. However, just like the current digital camera, Eric was not very optimistic about the digital projector. Both technologies were in the early stages of development, which meant that whether it was a digital camera or a digital projector, even if it reached the corresponding resolution, it was certainly far from comparable to film in terms of color reproduction. Film used a chemical method to record colors. Even if this method did not reach the level of biological eyeballs, it was far better than the immature digital technology. To give a simple example, in a dimly lit environment, film could still record all kinds of things in the dimly lit environment very sensitively. However, due to the limited color recognition range of the current digital camera, when it could not fully restore a certain color, it would automatically make up for it with similar surrounding colors. Therefore, the image captured by the digital camera would often be dark in the dimly lit areas, while the image on film would be much clearer. Therefore, Eric felt that it would be appropriate to wait at least another 10 years to promote digital camera and digital projector technology. In fact, the digital movies in his memory did gradually become popular 10 years later. Katzenberg obviously did a lot of preparation work. When he heard what Eric said, he nodded slightly and said, I actually feel the same way, but we have to wait and see first. You know, if we can really use digital projector equipment, we can save millions of dollars on the copy fees when we release a movie in the future. Especially the dual 3D copy and IMAX copy, the money we can save is even more. But some money can't be saved. Eric sighed with some regret. Speaking of which, after the two plans were implemented, at least in the next 10 years, because film would still be used, the copy fee was definitely an important factor that restricted many movies from being converted to 3D and IMAX. After all, Eric planned to use dual 3D projectors, which was equivalent to directly doubling the cost of film copying. However, this actually had an advantage. The high conversion cost could prevent too many inferior 3D movies from appearing. This was exactly what Eric was most worried about in the process of promoting 3D. Eric did not think that he could monopolize the 3D market for too long. Once 3D movies were popularized in advance, there were not many film companies that could keep their integrity for the sake of profits. Texas Instruments obviously attached great importance to this demonstration. The vice president in charge of DLP technology research and development rushed over in person. Although Eric and Katzenberg both knew in their hearts that the two plans in their hands were unlikely to use digital projector equipment for the time being, they still watched the entire demonstration carefully. As Eric imagined, although the resolution of 1280 by 1024 was not bad, in terms of film color, the digital projector prototype developed by Texas Instruments was undoubtedly full of improvements. After watching the demonstration, he discussed some technical details with the vice president of Texas Instruments. Soon, it was time to get off work. Today was already November 20th, close to Thanksgiving. Eric did not return to the Sharp Corner Manor after work. Instead, he rushed to the Chinese Grand Theater in Hollywood with Katzenberg. This was because the first film produced by Disney Animation Studio after the digital transformation, Monster Power Company, would premiere at the Chinese Grand Theater today. Tomorrow was the official release time. Although it was only an animated movie, when Eric and Katzenberg arrived at the premiere, there was already a crowd in front of the Chinese Grand Theater. Katzenberg was personally responsible for Disney Animation Studio. After the summer release of Lion King 2 and Finding Nemo were both considered to be great successes, Katzenberg was both looking forward to and quite nervous about this film from Disney Animation Studio. Many people were also waiting for the results of the brand new Disney Animation Studio with complicated feelings. Monster Power Company was originally Pixar's project, but Eric sold Disney's hand-drawn animation department. After the brand new Disney Animation Studio was reorganized, the director and screenwriter of Monster Power Company, Peter Doggett, was transferred to Disney Animation Studio. This project also followed and became the first work of Disney Animation Studio after the digital transformation. After Paramount bought the hand-drawn animation studio, they had released 2 films, Stranger Things in the Wind and The Lion King 2. Although the substantial increase in the salaries of the hand-drawn animators caused the cost of the 2 animations to increase dramatically, overall, the 2 2D animated films were commercially successful. Therefore, as the first work after Disney abandoned the hand-drawn animation department, if the box office of Monster Power Company did not reach a satisfactory level, Eric's decision to sell Disney's hand-drawn animation department was destined to be criticized and mocked again. Perhaps even within Firefly Group, there would be criticism. However, compared to Katzenberg, who was directly in charge of Disney Animation Studio, who was looking forward to it and was anxious, Eric was much more relaxed. Because he liked the wonderful creativity of the animated film very much, Eric had been paying attention to the production progress of the animated film for more than 2 years since the project was started. He even personally added some interesting story details. Therefore, Eric was still very confident in the box office of Monster Power Company. Moreover, the majority of the profit of animated films did not come from the box office. Peripheral products were the majority of the profit of this type of film. Speaking of which, stimulated by the 2 popular films at the end of last year, Titanic, and this summer's Finding Nemo, as well as the rights to develop peripheral products of the Lion King series were still in the hands of Firefly Group. The sales of peripheral products under Firefly Group had almost doubled compared to last year. In just the first 3 quarters, the sales of peripheral products had reached $2.5 billion. Due to the release of another new 3D animated film, Monster Power Company, at the end of the year, and the fact that Thanksgiving and Christmas were the peak consumer seasons, the company estimated that the sales of peripheral products of the company would very likely exceed $1 billion in the last quarter. This also meant that Firefly Group's 1997 peripheral product sales revenue would reach $3.5 billion. $3.5 billion of sales revenue from peripheral products was almost equivalent to 10% of the entire Firefly Group's annual revenue. In previous years, this figure was usually only around 5%. Moreover, compared to the average net profit rate of about 11% for all of Firefly Group's businesses, the net profit rate of peripheral products was 25%. Therefore, just the peripheral products alone would bring Firefly Group more than $800 million in profit this year. With a little comparison, one could see how shocking Firefly Group's income from peripheral products was. According to publicly available data, in the first 3 quarters of the year, Time Warner Group's revenue from peripheral products was only a mere $370 million. Their profits were even more pitiful. This was because Warner Bros. Released Batman and Robin this year. Although it was a box office flop, it more or less boosted the sales of the Batman movie. Even for Viacom, who relied on the Blockbuster retail channel to develop peripheral products, although The Lion King 2 brought good box office revenue to Paramount, because they did not have the rights to develop the peripheral products of the Lion King series, Viacom's peripheral product sales revenue in the first 3 quarters of the year was less than $600 million. It was even less than Firefly Group's peripheral product profits. After attending the premiere of Monster Power Company and showing his face at the following party, Eric left early. When he returned to the Sharp Corner Manor, it was already past 10 at night. Entering the living room of the mansion, Eric saw that the guest area on the west side of the glass wall was lit up. Along the way, he saw Jennifer Aniston wrapped in a blanket. She was curled up on the sofa like a kitten sleeping soundly. A white Firefly player and headphones were on the floor next to her. There was also an open copy of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone next to her hand. Eric carefully picked up the Firefly player and Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone and put them on the coffee table. He did not want to disturb Jennifer Aniston. He quietly walked to the kitchen. He made a pot of coffee and brought it over. He sat down on the sofa next to Jennifer Aniston. Eric poured himself a cup of coffee and began to look through the thick pile of documents on the coffee table in the guest area. After staying in the UK for a month, although everything at Firefly Group was running as usual, Firefly's system was huge. During this time, there were still a lot of things that Eric had to deal with personally. The documents related to the company's administrative affairs were all handled in the office. The pile on the coffee table in front of him was basically movie project information. Compared to this year's series of blockbuster movies, Firefly's movie release plan for next year was much smaller. Other than Michael Bay's The Day After Tomorrow, Firefly did not have any blockbuster movies released next year. Originally, there could have been a sequel to The Matrix, but Eric sold the production rights of The Matrix to Amblin Pictures, which was established by Spielberg and the others. Now, Paramount, which was in charge of distribution, had scheduled The Matrix 2 for next summer. However, there was still no news of The Matrix 3. It was unknown if Amblin and Paramount would be eager to release The Matrix 3 at the end of next year like Time Warner in the original Spacetime. Since Amblin took over the back-to-back filming plan of the Wachowskis, and there was no news of changes to the script, Eric was still not optimistic about the two sequels. Although with the popularity of the first movie, after deducting all costs, the two sequels would definitely make Amblin and Paramount a lot of money. However, Eric had no regrets. Eric invested the $300 million from selling the rights to the sequel of The Matrix into the Clover Fund to buy technology stocks. Now that the $300 million had doubled, it would not be a problem to double or triple again in the next 2 years. In comparison, the two sequels to The Matrix, based on the $1.2 billion global box office in Xianxia's previous life, plus the income from the videotapes and other post-production profits, would not exceed $600 million in profit for Amblin and Paramount. Eric stopped thinking and looked at the document in his hand. This was a 3D IMAX film called Return to the Cretaceous Period that IMAX planned to produce. This film had already been approved before Firefly acquired IMAX. Since IMAX had changed owners, the decision of whether or not the film would continue to be made fell to Firefly. The film was only planned to be 45 minutes long and had a budget of $15 million. Before this, IMAX basically assisted some museums in producing IMAX documentaries. Although this film was only planned to be 45 minutes long, if it was produced, it would be the first IMAX film. Eric briefly flipped through the script. It was very rough, but after thinking about it, this film was not for storytelling, it was mainly to promote and showcase 3D IMAX technology. After thinking for a while, Eric picked up the pen on the coffee table and wrote a line at the end of the document. He agreed to the filming of this film. There were still 2 years before the 4200 project was implemented. This film could indeed be used to showcase the visual effects of 3D IMAX in advance. At the same time, it would allow the IMAX team to continue to accumulate technology. Eric put the folder aside and continued to read through the other scripts. Due to the long production cycle of special effects blockbusters, it was inevitable that Firefly would experience a temporary downturn in this area. Since Firefly's only major blockbuster next year was The Day After Tomorrow, Eric planned to find a few low to mid-budget films with good box office potential to fill this gap. Teddy Bear had already been approved. Although it was also a special effects film, the production of Teddy Bear was much simpler than Iron Man and The Lord of the Rings. It was expected to be released at the end of next year. In addition, Eric had asked Katzenberg to send people to Japan to search for horror movie scripts, and there had been results. Right now, the scripts for Ring and Ju-on were placed in the pile of documents in front of him. Eric contacted them through email when he was in the United Kingdom and selected them from a large pile of Japanese horror film story outlines. He did not have time to read the detailed scripts. Eric remembered that Ring was released in 1998. He originally thought that Firefly would only be able to obtain the remake rights. But unexpectedly, when Firefly's staff searched for horror film scripts in Japan, although the script for this classic horror film had been completed, it had not yet started shooting. The Japanese naturally did not know that Ring would break the box office record for Japanese horror films. Since the script was fancied by Hollywood giants, they naturally offered it with both hands, so Firefly easily intercepted the script. The other Juon was obtained directly from the original screenwriter and director, Chong Shimizu, so there were no twists and turns. After quietly reading the script for a while, Eric looked up and was about to pick up the coffee, but he saw that Jennifer Aniston had woken up. She was lying there motionlessly with a pair of beautiful eyes. Eric smiled and clapped his hands. "Come, hug." Jennifer Aniston heard Eric teasing a kitten and suddenly pouted in dissatisfaction. However, the little girl quickly kicked off the blanket on her body and gracefully floated over. Eric saw Jennifer Aniston pouncing on him. He quickly put the folder on his knees aside and reached out to hug the girl. Eric kissed the sweet face and smiled. "I already told you to go to the premiere with me. Isn't it lonely to stay here alone?" Jennifer Aniston's pointed chin knocked on Eric's shoulder and said softly, "I'm not going. I don't want to be found out that I made up with you again." "Oh, you're like plugging your ears to steal the bell. If you can't hear it, you think others can't hear it either. Last time, you caused such a big commotion. Do you still expect others not to know?" Eric held her waist and teased. Jennifer Aniston nibbled on Eric's shoulder in dissatisfaction. However, he was wearing a jacket and the texture was not very good. She quickly let go of her teeth and said, "Anyway, you're here. Even if they know, they have to pretend not to know." "Well, that's true." Eric was still smiling. His hand on Jennifer Aniston's waist lifted the hem of her sweater. Jennifer Aniston felt the movement of Eric's hand and twisted her waist. After a while, she felt that Eric's movements were getting more and more excessive. She said, "Not here, let's go to the bedroom." "Okay." Eric got up with the girl in his arms and said, "Let's take a shower first." The next day, he was awakened by the sound of knocking on the door. Eric had just opened his eyes and was still in a daze when the bedroom door was pushed open. Drew rushed in with a smirk and jumped directly on the big bed. "Hey, little fat girl, good morning." With that said, the girl did not hesitate to use her cold little hands to grab Jennifer Aniston. The girl, who was also in a daze, immediately woke up when she saw Drew. Like a cat that met its natural enemy, she did not hesitate to grab a pillow to block Drew. She did not show any weakness. "Little b****, do you think I can't beat you? Ha, come and try. Wait, don't run." With that said, the two were already entangled together. Eric helplessly put on his clothes. Seeing that Jennifer Aniston and Drew did not intend to hit the important parts, he knew that they had a sense of propriety. He did not stop them and planned to let the cats fight. He walked to the door and planned to go to the other bathroom to wash up. Seeing the twins guarding the door, he ordered, "Watch them. If they are anxious, pull them away. If Drew needs your help, pretend that you did not hear it. You are not allowed to get involved in this kind of thing in the future." Seeing the twins nodding to show that they understood, Eric left with peace of mind. After a simple wash, he went to exercise for a while before going to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for everyone. While frying eggs, Jennifer Aniston and Drew finally appeared in the dining room outside. Although the two women were still arguing, they did not intend to fight again. "Now that you're done with your exercise, let's eat," Eric said as he lifted his chin towards the bread that was already prepared. "Bring these to the dining room. If you want to eat anything else, go find it in the fridge." The girl came over with a smile and said, "Eric, MGM is preparing a movie that lacks a female lead. It has to be a sweetheart type. It's best if she's over 30 years old." The girl was not to be outdone. "Humph, then you are just right. It would be best if you were hung on a tree in the first 5 minutes like in Scream." Eric knocked on the heads of the two women and said, "Well, today's confrontation ends here. If you want to find a sweetheart over 30 years old, contact Meg Ryan. If you want to act in a horror movie, find me. Well, someone bring me today's newspaper." Eric arrived in New York in the afternoon. As soon as he got off the plane, he was stopped by Jeff Bezos, who personally came to pick him up. Together, they went to the Morgan Stanley headquarters to attend the Amazon IPO preparation meeting. Jeff Bezos hoped that Amazon could receive some support from Firefly before the IPO to ensure that there would be no accidents during the IPO process. In Eric's mind, Amazon's position in Firefly's system was no less than Yahoo's. Although this IPO would temporarily reduce Firefly's shareholding in Amazon to 27%, In order to obtain more shares of Amazon in the future, Eric would naturally not be stingy with giving more support to Amazon. The meeting lasted until nightfall. After saying goodbye to Jeff Bezos and the others in the parking lot, Eric and Chris got into a black Mercedes-Benz together. The driver drove out of the parking lot. Chris leaned back in his seat and asked, "It's already 7:15. Do you want to eat first or go directly to Risington Avenue?" The fourth Victoria's Secret fashion show was still held at the Arsenal on Risington Avenue. The show started at 8 o'clock at night, but the guests had already begun to enter. "Let's eat first. We can't go there on an empty stomach," Eric said as he told the driver to find a restaurant. Then, he realized the other meaning in Chris's words. "You mean, you don't plan to go to Risington Avenue?" Chris shrugged and said helplessly, "Emily said she had to work until midnight tonight. She told me to go back early to see the kids." "Haha, okay," Eric laughed and stopped teasing Chris. Instead, he asked, "How's the situation in Korea?" The Korean won's closing exchange rate today dropped to 12.55, won. It's 34% lower than the initial exchange rate. 2 days ago, the International Monetary Fund approved $20 billion of aid for Korea. However, as soon as the aid was approved, it was revealed that Korea had less than $10 billion of foreign exchange reserves to resist international hot money. It's impossible for Korea to bet all $20 billion of aid on international hot money. I think the possibility of Korea surviving is very low. When Chris heard this topic, he immediately became spirited. Without any hesitation, he explained the data in his mind. "Of course, I can't be 100% sure. South Korea should be the last stop of the Southeast Asian financial crisis. If it continues to spread, it might affect Europe and the US. The European Union and the federal government have already raised their vigilance and will not allow the hot money to continue. If the European Union and the federal government increase their support for South Korea, South Korean won will still be able to hold on. Now, some funds have already started to settle. Eric, do you think we should stop?" Currently, the Korean won had only fallen by 34%. If they settled now, Firefly's short of $1 billion would only earn about $70 million. If the Korean won fell by more than 70%, Firefly's profits would exceed $400 million. Speculating in foreign exchange was a kind of gamble. The $700 million that was raised by several companies had already been recovered with interest. Although he didn't know if there would be any special accidents in the Korean won crisis, Eric was still very much inclined to take the risk. Of course we can't stop. All the international hot money is focused on Korean won. It would be strange if Korea can hold on. Moreover, even if Korean won is lost, the international hot money will probably only target Russia. The possibility of a counterattack is very low. Chris was banned from entering the Victoria's Secret show by Emily, so Eric wasn't in a hurry. The two slowly ate dinner. Eric and Chris parted ways. When they arrived at the Arsenal on Lexington Avenue, it was already past 8 o'clock. The big show had already started, and there were still many media reporters waiting outside the munitions factory who couldn't get permission to enter. Eric could hear the hot music as soon as he got out of the car. He carefully avoided the large group of reporters outside and went directly backstage. Although the Victoria's Secret show in the past 2 years was no longer the same as the first time, when the sales of the videos alone could earn hundreds of millions of USD. However, due to the soaring sales of the group, Ltd still spared no effort in the Victoria's Secret show. At the end of November, the night temperature in New York was close to 0 degrees. However, the interior of the Arsenal was as warm as spring. The backstage was still busy. Eric greeted a few passing Victoria's Secret angels and staff. He took off his thick trench coat and was about to go to the front desk to find a seat to watch the show live. However, he was stopped by Emily. "Eric, I was looking for you." When Emily saw Eric, she immediately took out a folder from Eva Pakula, who was behind her, and handed it to him. "Here, take a look. We're going to record some senior executive speeches later. You should say a few words." After that, before Eric could react, Emily heard something from the headset and turned around to leave in a hurry. Eric helplessly waved the folder in his hand and asked Eva, who was already Emily's assistant, "What's this?" Take a look yourself, Eva said and hurriedly walked away with Emily. Eric was about to open the folder to take a look when a few Victoria's Secret angels, who had just changed into their angel costumes, ran over in their high heels with the help of their assistants. Eric quickly stepped aside and looked around. He then walked to the makeup area and sat down casually. Flipping open the folder, it turned out to be a list of the top models' income rankings that was about to be published by Forbes magazine. Forbes had never published a similar list before. It was probably the result of Emily's initiative. This was indeed another way to promote the Victoria's Secret brand. Without much suspense, Cindy Crawford topped the list with an annual income of $20 million. In the past few years, America's Top Model was still at the peak of its ratings. In addition to the 2 seasons of America's Top Model every year, Cindy also served as the producer of America's Top Model in the UK, France, Australia, and other overseas countries. These all brought her a lot of money. In addition, Cindy also received a lot of endorsement fees from various fashion brands. Even if Cindy didn't privately buy technology stocks, her annual income of $20 million was definitely not a small amount. In second place was Linda Evangelista, with an annual income of $15 million. Her main sources of income were from Project Runway and brand endorsements. In third place was Claudia Schiffer, with an annual income of $12 million, which surprised Eric a little. In the past few years, Claudia had successfully transitioned into an actress. Strictly speaking, she could no longer be considered a model. However, this list still included her. Emily probably didn't want the entire list to be filled with Victoria's Secret angels. Eric didn't think this was necessary. The Victoria's Secret Legion was the group with the highest income in the modeling industry. There was no doubt about this. Before Eric created the Victoria's Secret show, the top models in the modeling industry only had an annual income of $1 million. With the rise of the Victoria's Secret Legion, the high exposure of the supermodels also greatly increased their value. Although there was no lack of people in the fashion industry who were jealous of the Victoria's Secret show, no matter how high-end a brand was, in the end, they still wanted their spokespeople to have a higher reputation. The Angel Legion was undoubtedly the group with the highest reputation in the modeling industry. Other than Claudia Schiffer, the next 7 supermodels in the top 10 were all from the Victoria's Secret Legion. 6 of them had an annual income of $10 million. Even the last one had an annual income of $6 million. This level of income was basically impossible before the Victoria's Secret show. Eric was a little confused. What did Emily want him to say by giving him this information? After reading the list in his hand, he was about to turn the page when footsteps came from afar. Eric looked up and saw the baby-faced Xianxia Goff running over. "Good evening, Eric." Eric nodded and looked at Xianxia Goff's pink angel outfit. "This should be the Victoria's Secret pink theme." He asked, "How do you feel?" Xianxia Goff's originally excited little face suddenly became a little bitter. She sat down beside Eric and said, "Hungry?" "Oh, then eat something." Eric pointed to some snacks on the dressing table. This was already the custom of the Victoria's Secret show. Xianxia Goff didn't stand on ceremony. She picked up a box of chocolate beans, but in the end, she held back. She just picked one up and put it in her mouth, narrowing her eyes in satisfaction. Eric couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be like that. You look like you've been abused." Xianxia Goff finished the chocolate and put the box back on the dressing table. "I haven't had a good meal for 2 months. I also have to keep working out. Now I've almost forgotten what chocolate tastes like." Eric handed the folder over and said, "Here, take a look. Will it give you more motivation?" Xianxia Goff took the folder from Eric and glanced at the list. She blinked a few times enviously and said, "So much. I'm afraid I won't be able to earn so much money in my life." "Of course not. If you work hard for a few more years, you'll definitely catch up with them. However, if you want to earn more money, you have to suffer a little." "I know that too. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to persevere," Xianxia Goff said as she returned the folder. She looked more energetic and said, "I heard that you were here, so I came over to say hello. It's my turn later. Eric, will you be watching from the front?" Eric shook his head and said, I prefer to watch from the backstage. It would be better if I could go to the dressing room. Oh, then go ahead. No one will dare to stop you, Xianxia said. She leaned forward and kissed Eric politely on the cheek. She got up and said, I'll go then. Eric, you'll definitely be at the party later, right? Of course. We'll dance together. Then it's settled. Xianxia just ran off to wait for the stage. However, before Eric could turn his attention back to the folder in his hand, a theme ended. Cindy, Linda, and a few others ran over to say hello. Hey, Daddy. Why are you hiding here alone? Linda walked over, and her first sentence almost made Eric fall off his chair. Although the girl said the word daddy, her tone was full of ridicule. Seeing Eric's helpless expression, Cindy and the others laughed heartlessly. For a moment, Eric was surrounded by flowers. Many people's eyes were attracted to them. The invited reporters even raised their cameras. Eric raised the folder and wanted to smack Linda's head, but seeing that she was subconsciously protecting her hairstyle, he didn't smack her. He just waved the folder and said, I'm trying to see if the money you guys earn in a year is more than what I earn in a day. Unfortunately, none of you are. You guys are so disappointing. Ah? Linda suspiciously snatched the folder from Eric's hand. Cindy and the others also curiously came over. Wow, Cindy actually earned 20 million. I was wondering why Emily asked me about this a few days ago. So it was because of the rankings. Paulina, your income should be considered low. I remember that you signed an endorsement contract with Maybelline last month. It should be more than $6 million US. Wow, Linda is such a lazy person. She actually earned 15 million. You're lazy. A group of beauties surrounded Linda and commented excitedly or disappointedly. Linda remembered Eric's words just now. She looked up and asked, Eric, just now, how much did you say you earned in a day? Paulina Pliskova, who looked like Audrey Hepburn, interrupted, Linda, you shouldn't have asked him this question. It must be very frustrating. Helena Christensen, who didn't manage to get a seat and could only stand next to Eric, also said, yes, I read a magazine last time. It said that Eric's net worth is now more than 100 billion US. Oh my god, 100 billion US. If I had that much money, I probably wouldn't even know how to spend it. Don't worry, if you really have that much money, we can all help you spend it. Stephanie Seymour on the other side finished speaking and looked over with a smile. She said, Eric, we can also help you spend it. Eric immediately shook his head and pretended to be a miser. He said, I definitely won't care about my married daughter. I don't have a single cent. Stephanie Seymour had just married her rich boyfriend 2 years ago. Hearing Eric's words, everyone laughed again. Just as they were laughing, Emily hurried over and glared at Eric fiercely. Then, she said to Linda and the other women, ladies, don't forget what we're doing. Hurry up and change your clothes or touch up your makeup. The women were obviously a little afraid of Emily. Hearing this, they all got up and left. After chasing away the group of beauties, Emily still didn't let Eric go. She said, everyone is so busy that they're flying. You're still here causing trouble. If something goes wrong, it'll be big trouble. Eric shrugged helplessly. Can I say that I'm innocent? No. Emily shook her head and said, have you read the document just now? Eric nodded. Almost. What do you want me to say? It's an interview on the influence of the Victoria's Secret angels, Emily said. When it's broadcasted on TV, I plan to include an interview with the executives and the Victoria's Secret angels themselves. Eric understood. She wanted to hype up the Victoria's Secret angels' annual income so that Victoria's Secret could attract more attention. He pointed at Edward Razek, who had been promoted to Victoria's Secret's chief marketing officer, and said with a smile, well, you guys can just say a few words. Do you think it's appropriate for me to praise the Victoria's Secret angel for making so much money this year? I think the audience will be more likely to think how much money did Eric Williams earn this year. Emily rolled her eyes and said, don't worry, I won't let them think that way. You're the founder of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. You have the most right to speak on this topic. Think about what to say. I'll call the cameraman. Is there a need to rush? Who knows where you'll run off to in the next few days, Emily said before hurrying off again. Eric was just thinking about what to say when Emily walked over with a cameraman. She motioned for Eric to go to a quieter office. They sat down on the sofa in the office and waited for the cameraman to turn on the camera. Emily saw that Eric still didn't seem to be prepared to say anything. She knew that this topic was a little sudden. So she took the initiative to guide him. Then, tell me, what's the root cause of the increase in the income of the Victoria's Secret Angels? Emily asked this in hopes that Eric would change the topic to Victoria's Secret's support for the angel supermodels. She only wanted Eric to say something related and then choose a few suitable words to insert into the interview. However, Eric didn't understand Emily's intention this time. He thought for a while and said, I think the root cause is the actual manifestation of the eyeball economy. Eyeball economy? Emily asked doubtfully. Sensing Emily's confusion, Eric realized that the eyeball economy might be a term that started to become popular after the rise of the internet. He explained, the eyeball economy is an economic activity that gains economic benefits by attracting the public's attention. Traditionally, the viewership ratings of television stations or the circulation of newspapers needed to attract enough attention in order to reach a certain level. The same is true for the Victoria's Secret Angels. There are tens of thousands of girls in the modeling profession all over the world, but only this group attracts most of the public's attention. Emily was clearly led astray by Eric as she retorted, it's just that their income will increase with more attention. That doesn't make sense. Of course, in many news events, some ordinary people will suddenly receive a lot of attention, but this doesn't bring them any actual economic benefits. Eric agreed and said, there's also the problem of cashing in. The Victoria's Secret Angels gain more attention through the Victoria's Secret fashion show. At the same time, they have a complete management team behind them to help them cash in on this attention. Those fashion brands are willing to pay a higher price than before in order to increase their popularity. They hire supermodels from the Victoria's Secret Angels to be their brand ambassadors. In the end, their income is much higher than before. I remember Linda saying that she won't get out of bed without $10,000 a day. But now, if you want to invite her to a show, even $100,000 might not be enough. This is because she has gathered more eyeballs than before. Emily thought for a while and nodded. That's true. I didn't expect you to have so many interesting theories in your mind. The eyeball economy seems to be very compatible with the current internet industry. Of course, whether it's a portal or e-commerce, it needs to receive enough attention to be successful. If you pay attention to Amazon's hunger marketing in the first half of the year, you will understand this point more deeply. Wall Street's valuation of Amazon was only $2 billion in the first half of the year, but now it's $4.5 billion. It can be said that the eyeball economy produced by hunger marketing brought $2.5 billion of income to Amazon. If Yahoo wants to maintain its current rapid development, its future marketing strategy also needs to firmly grasp the concept of the eyeball economy. I remember that I wrote a memo to the higher-ups of Yahoo about this. If you're interested, you can find it and take a look. Emily nodded. She only realized the current situation when she saw the interested look on the cameraman's face. She unreasonably glared at Eric and said, you changed the topic again. We're talking about the Victoria's Secret Angels. The show was still going on outside. Emily didn't want to be absent if something unexpected happened. Therefore, she didn't ask any ambiguous questions. She directly asked Eric to put in a few good words for the Angel Corps before ending the recording. Although it was already the fourth show, whether it was the higher-ups of LTD or the Angel supermodels participating in the show, they were still trembling with fear every time they walked the show. Emily and the other higher-ups were worried that something unexpected would happen during the show, while the Angel supermodels were worried about whether they would fall on the runway. Back then, Diane Kruger relied on a shoe thrown on the stage to benefit from a disaster and staged a Cinderella incident. She became the most popular supermodel in the first Victoria's Secret fashion show. However, in the past few years, no supermodel dared to deliberately do this. All the Victoria's Secret Angels only hoped that they could successfully complete their runway show. Fortunately, after a tense and hectic 60 minutes, the show finally came to a successful end. After the curtain call, the guests at the front desk began to leave one after another. This time, the 43 Victoria's Secret angels gathered backstage again. After the big photo shoot for publicity, everyone would rush to the nearby Gramercy Park Hotel to participate in the after-party. Eric ignored the noise of a group of excited girls taking photos not far away. He was sitting not far away and chatting with Elton John, who was the guest singer of the show, trying to persuade the legendary British singer to join the Yahoo Music store. However, Cindy and Linda ran over from the photo-taking crowd and pulled Eric to participate in the photo shoot. Eric looked at their high-heeled boots that were above their knees and shook his head firmly. He smiled and said, "No, I'm not going to stand with you girls for a photo shoot. It will affect my tall and heroic image." The average height of the Victoria's Secret angels was close to 1.8 meters, not to mention that they were all wearing all kinds of high heels. Although Eric wasn't short, standing in the middle of this group of girls would definitely be very incongruous. Linda pulled Eric's hand unhappily and said, "Then you can sit down. We'll get you a stool." Eric deliberately patted the two-seater sofa that he and Elton John were sitting on and said, "You move this over and I'll take the photo." "Huh, you think we can't move it over?" Cindy said and shouted at the crowd not far away. After successfully completing the show, the group of girls who were in a state of excitement rushed up without hesitation. Elton John quickly got up and dodged with a smile. Eric also stood up and said, Okay, no need to move it. I'll go over." The Victoria's Secret angels, who were already a little crazy, ignored Eric. Amidst the crowd's laughter, 7 or 8 girls easily lifted the two-seater sofa and walked to the photo shoot area. Linda watched her sisters put the sofa in front of the photo wall and glanced at Eric proudly. She pulled him over and pressed him in the middle of the sofa. She didn't leave and sat down next to Eric. With Linda taking the lead, the other angels also swarmed forward. Cindy easily grabbed the seat on Eric's right, and the armrests on both sides of the sofa were quickly occupied as well. Eric also felt a gust of fragrant wind behind him, and he could feel a few pairs of small hands touching him. He didn't know if it was intentional or not. Russell James, the photographer of Victoria's Secret, seemed to think that the scene wasn't lively enough. He waved his hand and said, "Mr. Williams, can you cross your legs? Also, who can come to the front?" Since he had been pulled over, Eric could only cooperate and cross his legs. However, in his heart, he thought that this photo must not be leaked. Otherwise, he would definitely be surrounded by countless male creatures. Because she was a newcomer, Xianxia Goff, who was squeezed out of the crowd, immediately left her seat and walked to the front of the sofa when she heard Russell James's words. As a top model, posing was almost instinctive. Xianxia Goff naturally leaned against Eric's legs and sat down. She slightly curled her long legs and gently put an arm on Eric's knee. The other position was occupied by Helena Christensen. She was still wearing the sexy angel costume and her soft body was gently pressed against Eric's legs. Russell James directed a few more supermodels to pose. 43 beauties surrounded Eric tightly. Only then did he raise his camera and shout, "Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yeah." In the banquet hall of the Gracie Garden Hotel, all the angel supermodels had changed into their best clothes. Eric had just finished a dance with Cindy and came out of the dance floor when he was stopped by Stephanie Seymour, who was holding her husband, Peter Grant's arm. After a few simple greetings, Stephanie Seymour gradually got to the point and asked, "Eric, I heard that MGM is producing a TV series that you personally conceived for the newly acquired Bravo channel. Do you think I can give it a try?" The TV series that Stephanie Seymour was talking about was naturally Desperate Housewives. At present, the series had already begun casting and was scheduled to air in the spring of next year. Eric knew that this was the last time that Stephanie Seymour would participate in the Victoria's Secret runway. Although she was not yet 30, her husband, the publishing tycoon Peter Grant, obviously didn't want his beautiful wife to appear on the Victoria's Secret runway anymore. He had specifically told Emily about this in private. Eric wouldn't expose these little tricks. After all, if it were him, he would probably do the same. Glancing at Peter Grant, who maintained a smile but clearly had some helplessness on his face, Eric showed a regretful expression and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Stephanie. Of the 4 female leads in the plan, 3 of them are set to be around 40 years old. Although the last one is the same age as you, I hope that this character can be Latina." You know, we have to set some minority characters. Speaking of which, Stephanie Seymour seemed to be only 29 years old this year. Even her profession was very much in line with the setting of the retired supermodel character played by Eva Longoria in the original Desperate Housewives. If it wasn't for political correctness, Stephanie Seymour could really give it a try. As for what Peter Grant thought, Eric naturally didn't care. However, although the Wisteria neighborhood in the script was obviously a wealthy middle-class white community, if ABC really set all 4 female leads as white people, and if the series became popular in the future, it would inevitably be attacked by people with ulterior motives. Stuffing in a Latina would be a way to shut some people's mouths. Stephanie Seymour wasn't discouraged. As if she still wanted to say something, Peter Grant, who was standing next to her, finally couldn't help but say, "Baby, you'd better not make things difficult for Eric. I think it's best for you to focus on your child for the next few years." Because of her age, Stephanie Seymour, who realized that she was about to retire, couldn't wait to marry Peter Grant a few years ago. However, the consecutive Victoria's Secret shows unexpectedly gave her career a second chance. As an ambitious woman, she now had some regrets in her heart. She would be leaving Victoria's Secret next year. She knew that if she didn't do something, in less than 2 years, her newly revitalized career would fall into silence again. That was why she hoped to get a chance to act in a TV series from Eric. Because of the theme, several female leads of City on Fire were now doing well in the fashion industry. Stephanie Seymour didn't doubt that if she could get a role in Desperate Housewives, which was personally conceived by Eric, her fame could be maintained for a long time. However, after hearing her husband say that, Stephanie Seymour couldn't embarrass him in front of Eric and Cindy. She could only nod obediently and chat with Eric for a while before reluctantly walking away with Peter Grant. Cindy watched the two of them walk away and then smiled with some schadenfreude. See, Stephanie must be regretting it now. Marriage is not only the grave of love, but also the grave of career. Eric smiled and said, "If it weren't for Victoria's Secret, I think you would be in the grave by now, right? Yeah, I would probably, find a man who's not as good as me, but not too far behind me. That way, I could live a free life, unlike Stephanie, who's bound by her husband's family background." Eric saw Emily not far away. He walked over with Cindy and asked, "What about now?" Now? Cindy's eyes were a little confused. She shook her head and said, "Now, it's not easy to find the kind of man I originally hoped for. If he's too far behind me, I'll definitely not be able to live. If he's similar to me or a little better than me, they'll definitely think that I'm too strong, and it won't be good for them. Then you might as well find a woman. I think Linda is good. Hee, then you can adopt a child." Eric casually joked. He didn't notice the change in Cindy's expression. He walked in front of Emily and said, "That photo, don't send it out. I don't want people to throw eggs at me because of jealousy." Emily rolled her eyes at Eric and said, "I thought you would be very proud." "What's there to be proud of? I can only look at it but not eat it." Emily glanced at Cindy and said, "I think it's not that you can't eat it, but that you can't eat it, right? That's 43 of them." Eric was immediately dissatisfied. Are you looking down on me? Okay, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Of course, I won't let anyone send that photo out." "Don't worry," Emily said. She then greeted Cindy, who was still deep in thought, and walked towards a guest not far away with a smile. End of chapter 925. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.